United States chessboard. Remaining units are being instructed to retreat west. Relief for the Pentagon just got a little further away. Yes, sir, Kinnick said, a bit softer. This is the important part. The CEO of the Pittsburgh quarantine, Colonel Jackson, stated that he is moving west with a group of civilians. He has commandeered an airport mobile lounge from those civilians, General Travis said. Another commander disregarding orders on treatment of civilians. The communique states that Colonel Jackson has a civilian doctor in his group, a doctor from Mount Eden. This might be our guy. I need you to get to Pittsburgh ASAP. Quarantine Base Rattlesnake is their last known location. We can't get them on the line, so you are going to need to get a visual on them. Yes, sir, we are moving now, Kinnick said. And Colonel. Yes? Stay alive out there. I will do my best, sir. That is all we can ask. Find the doctor. Copy that, General, sir. Master Sergeant Hunter stood nearby, catching bits and pieces of the conversation, hands resting on the butt of his slung M4. His beard pressed to his chest. Master Sergeant, we need to be operational in 20 mics. We got a hit on our guy, Kinnick said. Master Sergeant Hunter smiled through his thick beard. Yes, sir. All right, men, you heard the Colonel. Let's make this party mobile. The men geared up, hustling from helicopter to helicopter. How in the hell did that doctor get to Pittsburgh? Kinnick thought. Kinnick had almost forgotten the sickly thin girl sitting on the edge of the helicopter, blanket wrapped around her narrow shoulders. She gripped it tight, as if she would never part from it. Natalie Berman. She was Representative Berman's daughter, 21 years old, senior at Georgetown University, biology major. Kinnick had to make a decision that would dictate whether she lived or died. Follow orders and leave her here for rescue, meaning she would certainly die. In fact, he would be so responsible, he might as well just shoot her in the head now and get it over with. It was a mercy compared to the suffering she had been through, and the suffering she would surely endure at the hands of the infected. Although Kinnick had space on board the helos, she was a non-mission priority. Civilians were collateral damage. Their safety was the lowest priority. Can I leave her in good conscience? Natalie, everything is going to be okay, he said. She looked at him with a 1,000-yard stare, her eyes never focusing on one thing. She could have been pretty once, but now she just looked like a mangy, scared rat. He patted her shoulder, trying to be comforting, and she flinched under his touch. He pulled his hand away, saddened. He waved Master Sergeant Hunter over. We have space for her, right? He said. Mission priorities state that we are not to aid civilians if it endangers our mission in any way, sir, Master Sergeant Hunter said, standing in a relaxed yet aggressive stance. Master Sergeant Hunter, do you think that she will jeopardize our mission? He said. Sir, if she makes one of my guys a half-second slower than he needs to be, she could jeopardize the mission. But at this point, there is not much left to jeopardize. I know this is a wild fucking pig hunt out here. I do not expect to come back alive. Sins and skins, Master Sergeant Hunter said. Kinnick nodded. Things were plain for Master Sergeant Hunter. Get the job done. Follow protocol when it was needed. Don't follow it when it wasn't necessary. Give your life if needed, and hope it meant something. Or just be a soldier of fortune. Kinnick's job was to see the bigger picture. Keep Master Sergeant Hunter and his men pointed in the right direction. Although at this point, any direction would do. Enemies were everywhere. Good. She is riding with us, then, he said. After Kinnick had Master Sergeant Hunter redistribute his men across the helos, they reached Pittsburgh in less than 2 hours, in just enough time to find the bases along the outside of the city overrun. Quarantine Base Cobra was burnt to the ground. QB Adder was overrun. They hovered over QB Boa for 15 minutes, thinking they saw signs of the living, but nothing came of it. They circled the city, looking for signs of life. Things moved, but none of them were alive. Master Sergeant, can we get a comm link with any of the bases below? Kinnick asked. No links coming up, sir. Keep searching. Somebody has to be alive down there. What do you think about setting down at QB Rattlesnake? It's atop Mount Washington, Kinnick asked his NCO. Master Sergeant Hunter took a moment to put a large pinch of chew into his cheek and spit the residual long cut from his mouth. He tapped Sergeant Lewis's big shoulder, and he turned, taking the tin. I wouldn't put down in the middle of those Zulus if I had to. There is no real good way to do it. That is my honest opinion, sir, Master Sergeant Hunter said. Kinnick nodded. He understood the man. He couldn't see anything good happening from setting down either. But we will, if you order us to, and I will make sure we come out alive, Master Sergeant Hunter said with a smirk. But Lewis over there, he pointed at the bear man leaning off the side of the chopper. I'm pretty sure he won't make it, he said. Fuck off, you little rabbit turd, Lewis shouted back. They can take my gun from my dead, lifeless fingers. Kinnick stared at the abandoned city below. His men were the problem solvers at a micro level. Speed, surprise, and aggression. The only problem was that he didn't have an infinite number of these honorable warriors to toss into the meat grinder. Even if he did, for every man he lost, it added to the enemy's ranks. He wasn't going to lose more men over a pointless search. Let's take these birds north of Pittsburgh to Coriopolis. Refuel and search again. The pilots turned the birds north, leaving the city of bridges behind. Master Sergeant Hunter gave him a wave, his gloved hand pointing down below. Crockett is reporting a civilian watercraft running on the river, he said. How are we on fuel? Got enough for a few passes, the pilot voice echoed in his headset. Good. Send Crockett up to Coriopolis to refuel, and we will swing in and take a look at our amphibious friends, Kinnick said. Roger that. Crockett out. The pilot crackled in his mic. Kinnick felt the pilot tilt the chopper slightly downwards, and they began their descent. His gut dropped like a dip on a roller coaster ride. He hated that feeling, and tightened his harness. Steele, Monongahela River, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Steele tightened his pack to his shoulders, pulling down hard on the shoulder straps. The pack was light. It only held a long length of rope, some extra mags, and some water. He strapped his M4 carbine across his back and tapped the handle of his tomahawk to make sure it was there. He was bootless, opting for climbing the pillar barefoot. The saviors of the West sat before him. Ahmed, a 20-something, former collegiate baseball player, held his arm in a crappy sling. EOD specialist Barnes, an old-timer with a big belly hanging over his belt, pulled at the furry mustache on his lip. Everything hinges on us. Make sure to secure that rope to something heavy at the top. I will send up the explosives, and then I will follow up, Barnes said. The boat rocked slightly in the water. The thrashing of the infected had died down, and bodies that had once writhed now lay still. I will see you two SOBs later, Steele said. He stepped out of the boat and hugged the wall. The bridge had been built using large indented stone blocks, making climbing an easier task. His fingers dug into the cracks, and he was off at a snail's pace. After 2 minutes of struggling, Barnes shouted at him, Christ, boy, if you move any slower, I may die of old age by the time you reach the top. Is that a promise? Steele grunted down at him. No, I come from a long line of centenarians. Steele looked down at the man burning a cigarette between his teeth, still close enough that if he fell, he didn't think it would hurt, as long as he landed in the water. Barnes gave him a little wave, shooing him up the pillar. Nice and easy, Steele. No point in falling and having to start over again. About halfway, his fingers began to cramp. He flexed his fatigued hands one at a time and chanced to look downward. He immediately regretted it. The water seemed to be infinitely far away, and he felt like he couldn't get close enough to the concrete. His heartbeat hammered in his chest. Heights were one of his greatest fears. Steele hated roller coasters. He hated climbing ladders, yet here he was, free climbing a bridge pillar. He took deep breaths, but it only seemed to heighten his state of panic. He would have to climb down and have Barnes do the initial climb. It was the only way. His feet locked into place, frozen mid-climb. Every tiny breeze threatened to blow him off the pillar. He gripped tighter, and his toes curled, unable to go up or down. You chicken shit, come on, climb, Steele whispered to himself. I can't do it. He hugged the rock close, feeling the sturdiness of the structure beneath his skin. He knew Barnes and Ahmed watched him, but even the pressure to help them in their mission was easily dismissed in his mind. Steele closed his eyes and rested his face on the cool rock. The faint splashes of the dead reached his ears. The moans of the dead above him pushed down onto his ears. He tried to clear his mind. He centered his thoughts, and they formed into a portrait of Gwen. Not Apocalypse Gwen, but Gwen from before. Blonde hair hung around her shoulders, her lips curved up into a smile, Her eyes twinkled like she knew a joke that only she had the answer to. "Come to me," she whispered. He let her fade, finding strength in her. It struck him deep inside. If he wanted to see her again, he would have to do this. The only choice was up. He had to make it to the top. Not only Gwen depended on him, but the men below depended on him. Colonel Jackson was depending on him. Hundreds, no thousands of lives depended on him getting to the top and planting the charges that would blow the bridges. No more looking back. Steele focused on the steel girders crossing the bottom of the double-decker highway bridge. He ignored the wind that threatened to blow him off as it tugged at his hair, clothes, and pack, sending his M4 tossing and turning on his back like it was having a sleepless night. His body couldn't ignore the wind as it made his wet clothes chilled. His limbs shook as he pushed them onward. Hand over hand, he crawled to the top of the pillar. He crouched at the top, on a foot-wide ledge with a bridge attached to the pillar. He caught his breath and would not turn around, not wanting to risk freezing up again. Inches from his head, a maintenance hatch to the highway swung loosely open. It screeched back and forth in the wind. May as well be a tornado siren. Steele gazed through the opening, waiting for threats. Nothing waited above, but he could hear them. Moans pricked his ears. It was eerie to hear the dead human voices, but no other sounds of the city. No rumbles of traffic or honking of horns. A couple 100 feet in the air, with no option of retreat, the sound had a particular pucker effect on Steele. Must be quiet. No place for gung-ho heroes here. He grabbed a rung of the ladder one hand at a time until he reached the hatch. He inched his head above the hatch, steeling himself for anything. The bottom highway lay dark and abandoned, untouched by either car lights or sunlight. The cars stood rigid, recreating their owner's final attempted flight from the city like an old black-and-white photo. They were in a junkyard motorcade. All the vehicles were pointed the same way, attempting to escape through the Fort Penn tunnel that led out of Pittsburgh and through Mount Washington. Safety lay only through the mountain. He wondered how many people made it through the tunnel before it was closed. All of these people had been trapped until the infected came for them, knowing full well that freedom was just on the other side of the mountain. Steele quietly slipped himself over and up onto the bridge, bringing his carbine up to his shoulder as he scanned for infected. Maybe having a bunch of the bastards jump into the water wasn't such a bad thing. He moved to a crouch, still scanning, and stood up further, using the cars as cover. Heads bounced into and out of view in the distance. Good for right now, bad for planting the charges. He quickly tied the rope around a steel girder, ensured the knot was secured tightly, and threw it down to the boat. That way they wouldn't lose the cargo if he dropped it or if Barnes fell. The rope tugged taut, and Steele hauled as quiet and fast as he could manage. Keeping his back against an abandoned coupe, he watched every way possible, aside from down. Hand over hand, he heaved until the pack reached the top. He untied the knot and tossed the rope back down to Barnes and waited. Steele watched the infected near a break in the bridge, almost 50 yards away. Someone had driven a car through, or someone drove them through the railing. 5 minutes ticked away. Where is that old bastard? Steele glanced down the hatch. A beet-red face looked up at him, cursing and shaking his head. Hurry up, I thought I was slow, Steele hoarsely whispered down. The portly man continued his slower-than-death pace. A piece of car wreckage clanked nearby. Steele looked down his optics in the direction the noise had come from. Fuck, what did that? Nothing moved. Steele could always feel it like a sixth sense when something or someone watched him. Barnes pulled himself through the hatch, pushing his tactical girth onto the concrete. Steele lowered his carbine. What took you so long? Barnes panted on the ground. Did you see how far that was? I haven't had to work that hard since the 90s, when you were chasing little Timmy around the schoolyard. Barnes pushed himself off the concrete with a smile. Fuck off, Barnes, Steele whispered back. Just saying, boy. Your generation doesn't know what it's like to be a man. You guys are all so metro. Do you even know what metro means? Steele whispered. Yeah, of course. You like guys and girls stuff. Barnes breathed. Jesus, Barnes. Just worry about the explosives. I'll deal with any metrosexuals we run into. That sounds perfect. You do have the experience. Barnes grinned beneath his caterpillar mustache and collected his pack of goodies. Steele had grown used to the fact that this man was going to call him boy for the rest of their lives, which Steele conceded at this point was probably going to be very short. "We gotta make our way to about there, about 30 yards past that hole in the railing," Barnes pointed. It was a long way through a maze of crushed metal and bodies. The last thing Steele wanted to do was fight his way back to the hatch. "In and out before they know we were here," Barnes said, licking his lips. "I agree," Steele said. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Something dragged itself in their direction. "Shit, should we take it out?" Barnes said. "No, let it pass," Steele said. He pointed to a car with an open door nearby. They edged over and crawled in. Steele slowly reclined the seat to keep out of view. Barnes pulled a checkered blanket over himself from the back seat. An undead woman fell onto the hood, intoxicated with infection. Steele didn't move. He held his breath. Long, matted hair hung down, shoulder length. Its lips and mouth were worn away from the constant feeding, revealing rotting yellow teeth. Its body was covered in black, festering wounds. It clearly had taken a round through the shoulder recently, as its arm hung in a black, coagulated, bloody mess. The infected let out a falsetto moan. Steele rested his hand on the hilt of his knife. They were going to be screwed if this bastard drew attention to them. The infected smeared its functioning hand across the window, leaving a muddy, bloody handprint. Its dull, cloud-like eyes ogled Steele. "Keep moving, you nasty bitch. I'm not the piece of meat you were looking for." She stumbled off the hood and struggled away. The tension faded from the car. When the scraping became less audible, they exited. Steele left the door open for fear that the sound would draw it back. He put a knee on the pavement, covering Barnes as he grunted his way out of the back seat. "You should have gone in the back. It wasn't made for a man of my stature," Barnes mumbled. "Lay off the candy bars," Steele whispered back at him. Barnes humped behind him. Steele slung his carbine and loosened the tomahawk from his belt. He stepped gingerly, knowing that a wrong sound could send 100 infected upon him in a moment. They threaded in and out of the abandoned cars like fancy stitching on a quilt of car patches. Cars had been rammed into rails, front ends crumpling, back ends smashed in by other cars. Some doors were open, the remnants of the occupants strewn about the ground. Haphazardly collected supplies and trash were thrown about the highway bridge. Holding their close combat weapons ready, they kept low, backs bent like they stalked deer in an urban forest. Steele stopped and ducked behind a white SUV near the middle of the bridge where Barnes joined him. Barnes let out a heavy sigh. "I need you to watch my back while I set up the charges on the support beams." Steele scowled at him. "I thought I was going to help plant the charges," he said. Barnes shook his head. "That was the plan if Ahmed was here. Ahmed isn't here. I can't be planting charges fast if I'm worrying about getting mauled," he said. Steele knew the truth to his words. Barnes went to work near the beams. He worked quickly with surprising nimbleness in his hands, plugging in wires and setting bricks of explosives into place. Steele crouched down in front of the SUV so he could watch a group of 6 infected not more than 10 yards away. Barnes joined Steele, and they moved to the other side of the bridge. Barnes hustled to the other side, but the position was exposed with no car to cover them. Steele kept his head on a rotating axis. He squatted near Barnes, holding his tomahawk close to his body. Within a minute, the infected had spotted them. It was as if the monsters could smell them. The motley pack of infected called to them with the audible groans indicating a good find. "We got company," Steele muttered under his breath. "I need more time. Take care of it," Barnes hissed over his shoulder. The heads of the infected jounced as they shouldered into one another. They looked like they had been mud wrestling, their clothes soiled. Probably not mud. Black, gore-stained mouths hung open. Skin was peeling away from their faces, rubbed away from ravenous feeding. Unblinking white eyes sought out Steele and Barnes, and their living, breathing flesh was the only thing they saw. Steele calmed himself, taking in a deep breath. He re-gripped the handle of his tomahawk a few times, feeling the hard, fiberglass-reinforced nylon with his fingers. "I have to make this fast. I have to make this quick, and I can't make a sound." The first infected got within a car's length of Steele, a skinny man. His hair was short, almost as if he were bald before the outbreak, and his hair had grown out over course of the collapse. He gave Steele an unintentional skeletal smile with gums and teeth perpetually exposed. The infected man emitted a low moan almost as if he were trying to communicate a secret with Steele. The undead's gait sped up. his broomstick-sized arms and long, skinny fingers grasping for steel. Steel met its eyes and clenched his teeth. He hardened his core when he saw nothing behind its eyes, like he was about to battle a pack of sharks. "Not today, assholes." Steel exploded from his crouched overwatch and, with an underhand swing, cleaved the blade into the man's jaw, splitting it. White bone broke apart as he yanked it free. He shoved another infected down to the concrete. It fell into a car and crashed to the pavement. It was always better to face one opponent at a time, whether it was the walking dead or a living person. Holding the tomahawk close to his body, he spiked another infected with a rapid jab to the head. He pushed another infected over the hood of a car. He quickly dispatched the fiend by hewing open the back of its skull with an overhead strike a little to the side. Steel exhaled, having held his breath for almost the entirety of the fight. A training scar from what seemed like 100 years ago and a different planet. He took a deep breath and looked over at Barnes. The man was in a death grip with two fiends, having one hand each around an infected neck. They clawed at his arms and clacked their jaws. In two long lunges, Steel rammed a shoulder into the sides of the infected, forcing them to the ground. With sharp diagonal strikes, he slashed at either side of the first thing's neck. It flopped back, jet-colored blood seeping from open wounds. Spinning, Steel sank his hawk deep above the remaining infected's eye socket and into the frontal lobe. Its body shook as involuntary nerve twitches surged in its body. Steel bent down, wiping his hawk on the torn clothes of the dead. "Thanks," Barnes said, rubbing his throat. The moans of more infected touched their ears. Steel scrambled on top of a car. The dead streamed for the two men in between the vehicles. He looked over his shoulder. More bloodied faces marched for them from the other direction. They were pinned. "Don't even bother. They were our cue to leave," Barnes called out, hoisting his pack to his back. "I would agree," Steel said. He slid down the hood of a car. They raced for a ladder secured to the pillar where they had climbed up. They weaved through the cars. Barnes forearmed an infected to the ground, and Steel finished him with a polo swing on the way by, knocking the infected's head off the pavement. Grabbing the rungs, Barnes climbed like a madman to the next level. The dead were close, the stink of their rotten flesh stinging Steel's nose. He leapt for the ladder and climbed. He gave one a kick to the face as it stared up at him longingly. When he reached the next highway, he joined Barnes in catching his breath. Steel prayed that the infected would pass beneath them without taking note of where they went. After a minute, Barnes stood. "Come on, no rest for the weary." Steel begrudgingly stood. No vehicles, no infected, no people lined the upper highway. What happened up here? Where are the cars? Steel holstered his tomahawk and unslung his carbine, putting it in the low ready. He couldn't believe it was possible that there could be no threat. "I think they blocked this highway to control the flow of traffic through the Fort Penn tunnel. Still, watch my back while I plant these charges," Barnes said. Then he added, "They can be sneaky devils." Steel took a place nearby and knelt. He searched with his carbine. Nothing was out there, just the way he liked it. "I'm up," Barnes said. He threw his pack on his shoulders and made a jog for the hatch. Steel followed close behind. Barnes reached the hatch and spit in disgust. "Fucking A," he cursed. A step behind him, Steel looked down. 100 chalky white eyes stared up at him. A chorus of moans hailed his appearance like a surprise birthday party. "What a donkey dick," Steel cursed. "Any ideas?" "Not our biggest problem, Mr. Millennial." Steel pointed down at the dead. "That's not our biggest problem?" Dozens of cursed faces moaned up at them, hands reaching. "The timer's set," Barnes grunted. Gwen, downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The convoy meandered through Pittsburgh. Craters lined the streets. Rubble from buildings lay scattered over the roadways and sidewalks alike. It reminded Gwen of scenes she'd seen on television from the Syrian War and the besieged city of Aleppo. It was a miracle some of the buildings could even stand, held up as they were by exposed rusty steel beams. Glass had been blown out of windows, leaving empty spaces that should have been linear and clean. Windows that were still whole reflected only darkness. Abandoned vehicles littered their path ahead. A dark cloud of smoke filled the sky above the city. War had always seemed so detached from her and everyone in America that hadn't served. It was only a daily television program you could turn off when you were tired of the misery. Everything bad always happened far away to people. most of whom were never American. Even on her Red Cross deployments, she could go to an area destroyed by wildfires to help, but she always could detach and go home afterward. Pittsburgh burned. No fire trucks swarmed the streets. No police controlled the scene. No paramedics helped the injured. Everything just burned. Yellow, red, and orange flames licked the sides of buildings. Other fires smoldered, the rain and lack of fuel putting them out. Twisted metal and rubble decorated the sidewalks. There was no place of refuge, only movement and fighting. The swivel turrets' machine guns atop the Humvees called out their war song. It was heavy and loud as it thundered. The convoy only left the dead in its wake. On Fifth Avenue, an SUV began following the convoy. "Tell them to stop," Sergeant Yates said into his headset. "Well, I can't fucking see them, so use your judgment," he yelled. Within a minute, the convoy gradually decreased its speed, and the people mover coasted. "Why the hell are we slowing down?" Sergeant Yates called out. "Everyone, man your positions!" The protective metal flaps were propped open, and guns were aimed outward, bristling from the mobile lounge like an American military hedgehog. The driver waved a white shirt out the window. He whipped frantically as he tried to flag them down. "Tell them to back off!" Sergeant Yates yelled into his headset, holding a handrail with one hand, rifle in the other. "Reduce your speed!" a soldier boomed over a loudspeaker. They were answered with silence. The SUV continued to follow the convoy, not heeding the announcements from the rear Humvee. Sergeant Yates rubbed his brow. His eyes crossed in anger. "Reduce your speed, now!" a soldier boomed over a loudspeaker again. The SUV flashed its lights and continued driving closer to the convoy. Sergeant Yates' jaw flexed. "Light 'em up," he said into the headset. A .50 caliber machine gun riddled the vehicle with hot, screaming lead. They weren't followed again. Flaps dropped closed, and the people mover was a military armadillo, armor-plated and tough. The soldiers found solace in their dank, stuffy coffin of a transport. There was little comfort for Gwen inside the lounge. Sweaty, blood-covered men sat mostly in silence. A few cried. Most were no more than boys. Gwen wouldn't cry anymore. She lived while all of those around her died. She hadn't kept any of her promises to anyone. She had smothered Lucia. Lindsay had been infected. She would most likely never see Mark again. Mauser was a small comfort in a sea of pain and suffering. In the past, he had been good for a laugh. Now, he could not bring cheer into her world. The people mover jostled her back and forth, probably running over the bodies. She hurt on the inside. She thought she had buried that hurt with Lucia, but it was an internal wound that bled inside of her with each beat of her heart. Then she heard that laugh. The same laugh that had gotten them into this mess. High-pitched and shrilled. That bitch, Ashley. Ashley sat near the front of the people mover in the arms of a soldier. A few other soldiers sat around her, doing anything to make her smile. She had somehow found time to brush her dirty blonde hair, which fell around her shoulders. Her torso was adorned with a long-sleeve thermal that was clearly too big for her. It must have belonged to some soldier boy who had signed up to the National Guard to be a weekend warrior, not a full-time active-duty trooper. Ashley had tied it up in a knot so it would expose just a little bit of her pig-pink belly. Snuggling in close to a big, black-haired soldier who looked more country-big than athletic, she appeared content. Gwen didn't blame people for enjoying what time they had left. If some dumb 18-year-old private wanted to bump uglies with Ashley, then so be it. But it made her angry that Ashley got to have it. Ashley sat over there with someone she wanted to be with, while Gwen was forced to be content with watching her man walk away from her in some sense of perverted civic duty. Most likely he would die playing hero on a suicide mission, leaving Gwen alone, which made her even angrier. She maneuvered her way to the front of the people mover and planted herself in front of Ashley. Ashley gave her a haughty look, as if she was saying, "What the hell are you doing here?" "I need to talk to you." Ashley looked up at her coyly. "Well, hi there, sweetie pie. Don't you look chipper today?" she oozed. Gwen knew she looked like hell and couldn't care less. "We have unfinished business," she said, grabbing Ashley by the shirt. The soldier put a hand out to stop Gwen, but the others yelled at him. "Let him go, Pennington! Come on, hoss! A little girl-on-girl action!" said another. Specialist Pennington reluctantly let Gwen pull Ashley face to face. "Now you kiss her!" the soldier shouted, adding misogynistic fuel to Gwen's fire. Gwen held her face near Ashley's. Ashley grinned with a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You ruined my life," Gwen spat. "My friends are dead. The love of my life is gone, and you sit over here laughing it up like it never happened?" she said. Angry fear shone in Ashley's eyes. Like an abused dog, she bared her teeth. She gripped Gwen by the shirt, and they stood like two judo grapplers. "You killed my friends and family," she exclaimed. "If it weren't for our traitorous fucking cousin, none of that would have happened." Ashley looked past Gwen at Kevin, releasing the grip on her shirt to give him the finger. Kevin raised a flask in her direction and tossed it back. "They were monsters, and if Kevin didn't make it happen, I sure as hell would have," Gwen shouted. "My brother, my cousins, my uncle are all dead because of you. You lost some Spanish chick and a college girl. They weren't going to make it. My family was born for this," Ashley growled. Her words cut because she was probably right. Lucia was a new mother with no one to take care of her. Lindsay was a follower at best, not a survivor, not a fighter. Mark had orchestrated the entire destruction of Ashley's family. "And the world is a better place without them," Gwen said, twisting Ashley's shirt. "You think you are better than us, coming to our town all dolled up and smug? Thinking you're better than us because you had money in the old world? Fancy cars and cappuccinos? You look down your nose at us because we're fucking poor. Just because I don't do yoga and I don't do juice cleanses or read your mommy blogs don't mean we're different." Ashley spat. Gwen sneered. The soldier started to catcall and make hissing noises. Fucking typical adolescence. "Really, you and me are the same? Ha! We are nothing alike. I have something called morals. You are just a trashy whore." The words seemed to roll off of Ashley. Clearly, she had been called worse. Gwen would show her with a fist to the nose. Maybe she would understand that. But Gwen didn't know if that would really affect the woman either. Ladies, let's keep it PG," Sergeant Yates called over. They ignored him. Gwen halted herself when Ashley threw another verbal barrage her way. "You and me could be sisters. I just did what I was told to survive." She blew hair out of her face. "You stood by while your brothers, cousins, and uncle killed, tortured, and raped others with impunity. We are nothing alike." "Isn't that what you've done, you uppity bitch? You are holed up in here just like old Scarface told you to, holding yourself up on a pedestal like you're better than everyone. How many people have you stood by and watched him kill?" Ashley said. Gwen shook with rage. The same. She was nothing like this woman. The only thing they shared were the similarities of their nether regions. "The only difference is you were lucky enough to have a knight in shining armor sweep you off your feet, while all I got was banged in the back of a pickup," Ashley said. Gwen slapped her. The palm of her hand stung like fire. Ashley met her eyes. It wasn't her first time being slapped either. "I will never be like you. You hear me? Never be like you," Gwen said. She could feel the tears of rage gathering in the corners of her eyes. "I promised myself I would never cry again." She held it in. "The difference between you and me is that I give a damn about other people, while you clearly only care about yourself." She let herself be pulled away by one of the soldiers. "Yet here you are, safe in the convoy, while Scarface is out fighting. Stupid bitch," Ashley called after her. The soldiers laughed at them. Specialist Pennington let Ashley curl back under his arm. He examined her cheek with a smile. Gwen sat back down near the wall on the other side of the people mover, away from Mauser, Joseph, and Kevin. Joseph looked hopefully up at her. She stared past him. Gwen knew this woman. Gwen had hurt her. The pain that Ashley had brought down upon Gwen and her friends was horrible, but the pain that Ashley brought upon herself was worse. Could Ashley be right? Deep down, Gwen knew that if things in her life had been different, she could have been in Ashley's shoes. If she had made a left instead of a right, if she had grown up in the rural poverty of Appalachia, she might have ended up like Ashley. Used, abused, and scared. The woman had survived before and after the dead rose. Gwen crossed her arms beneath her chest. From the look she was getting from the soldiers, it appeared that women were becoming a base commodity as the civilized world diminished. Ashley is rotten. She deserves my contempt, doesn't she? The nature versus nurture argument duked it out in her head. Is Ashley a bad person because of her genetic predisposition, or because of her abusive childhood and crappy circumstances? Gwen had contemplated bashing the woman's head in with her fists. What does that say about my nature? No thoughts really surprised her anymore. She probably could have gotten away with it, but she knew that allowing Ashley to live in her miserable existence was so much more of a punishment. She pulled out her picture and let the smiles of the people try to calm herself from the rage within her. She did a breathing exercise, finding partial relief from her anguish. As they left the city limits, the rain began to dissipate. The sun popped out from behind a cloud. Bright lights seemed to illuminate the convoy. The sunshine warmed everything. Somebody propped open a steel curtain. It was strictly forbidden, but Sergeant Yates didn't say anything. Eventually, the convoy slowed down to a halt. "Colonel Jackson is calling a stop up ahead. I need you four on Zulu duty. Give a shout if you see any. We'll handle the rest." Sergeant Yates yelled at the four civilians, but his eyes were aimed at Mauser. "The rest of y'all relax for a few and stretch your legs. Eat, drink, shit. Pennington can fuck if he wants." A few men chuckled. The steel shutters of the mobile lounge were opened, allowing fresh air to flow freely through the people mover. The stink of the air floated away with the wind. It was replaced by cool air that rejuvenated everyone on board. "Hey, Gwen," Mauser called over to her. "Will you give me a hand?" He stood awkwardly, hopping on one foot. He had a single crutch in one hand and pressed it into an emergency escape exit. He looked pathetic, and it brought a fraction of a smile to her face. She rose, striding over to where he stood lopsided on one leg. "Hold on," she chided. She gave him a dirty look and took the crutch from his hand. Slamming it upwards, she released the hatch. "Thanks." He grinned. He hopped on one foot and grabbed the sides of the hatch, pulling himself through. She looked up at the bright sky above. It was quickly overcome by Mauser's grinning face. "Here," he said, and offered her a hand. She jumped, and he pulled her onto the roof of the mover. Mauser sat and leaned back, showing his lean, horseshoed triceps. He looked like he belonged on a beach, catching a wave, not trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. With the city behind them smoldering in the distance, they looked out over a sea of fading green and yellow trees. Houses dotted the hilly landscape. It was almost like the infection hadn't touched here. She removed her long-sleeved shirt, exposing skin not covered by her tank top. The sun beat down, warming her up in the fresh way the sun does. A helicopter chopped past their position, flying high. Maybe help was on its way. "Little help, Mauser?" sounded out from below. In alarm, Mauser crawled to the hatch, gripping his sidearm. He looked back at Gwen with a smile and put his hand down the exit. Joseph struggled onto the roof. Adjusting his glasses, he shaded his eyes. "I didn't know where you two went. 1 minute you were there, the next you were gone," he said sheepishly. "Sorry, Joseph. Just trying to enjoy a brief moment of solitude," Gwen said. He nodded. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "You are always welcome," she said. More hands reached through the hatch, and Kevin pulled himself up. He dropped down beside her. "Hold on," he said to her. Kevin leaned back down and helped Eddie up, too. Eddie sat cross-legged and smiled at the sun like it was an old friend. "It's nice to have some sun," he said, looking out over the trees. Kevin nodded, not saying anything. Pulling out a silver flask, he took a long swig. Capping the top of the flask, he put it in his pocket. "Ahem," Gwen said. She looked at him expectantly. Kevin snorted a laugh. "I didn't know you liked rye whiskey," he said. "You never asked," she said, snatching the flask out of his hand and taking a long swig. The whiskey burned down her throat. She wiped her mouth and offered it to Joseph, who looked at the flask dumbly. Mauser nudged his shoulder. "Come on, Doc, drink up and pass it." Joseph looked around and took a timid sip. Everyone laughed. "Come on, drink it," Eddie laughed. "Don't be so uptight. Have a little fun," Gwen said. "Yeah, YOLO," Kevin chimed in. "YOLO," Mauser said, brow furrowing. Gwen turned to Kevin, a bit confused. "You only live once. It's something that my high school students always used to say," Kevin said with a quirky smile. They laughed together for a minute until a gunshot thundered from below, reminding them of the reality that they now lived in. Steele, Monongahela River, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. "You can't turn it off?" Steele said hurriedly. Not any more than you can turn off a Filipino hooker, Barnes laughed. You aren't worried about this? Steele said. Barnes's smirk was really getting under his skin. Steele looked back at the beams in the center of the bridge. We could toss it in the river. Barnes bent down to his pack and began winding a rope around his arm. I wouldn't have sent you up here without an escape plan. Grab that harness. Barnes tossed him the end of a rope. Steele looped a rappel rope through his harness, securing a knot. Barnes tied the rope around a steel beam and then secured his own knot. Don't take all day. We only got 10 minutes and we have to get clearance, Barnes said. Steele didn't need any more goading than that to get off the bridge. This had been a nightmare, and if destroying all the bridges was like the first bridge, he doubted they would live to see mission complete. He tested his rope. It complained beneath the strain. Climbing down the bridge was about as daunting as climbing up. The river below had a steady flow of brown water. Water lapped around the huge stone pillars that held the bridge upright. The river was intoxicating in the distance. Barnes stepped up next to him. You don't like heights, huh? He said. At the mention of heights, Steele could feel himself break out in a cold sweat. Didn't like climbing up, won't like climbing down. For a second he contemplated the pros and cons of climbing down versus staying put. He tried to shake the thought from his head. I'll be fine. Let's just get this over with, Steele said. He pulled himself up onto the rail, bending his knees. The worst part before the start was the waiting, the anticipation, the fear of the fall. Barnes waddled up next to him. You'll be fine, kiddo, he said. He reached over as if to give Steele a comforting pat on the shoulder, but instead he shoved Steele in the chest and over the railing. Steele free fell, and the rope zipped through his carabiner until he caught himself with his offhand. His shoulder banged off the wall with a smack, and he hung for a moment, rope twisting and untwisting. His heart beat a techno bass line. Jesus! He hated this shit. Barnes flexed his knees as he bounded laterally next to Steele with ease. The extra weight on his face jiggled as he laughed. Sometimes you just need to stop thinking about it and take a leap of faith. What's the worst that could happen? Steele spun himself, steadying himself with a hand on the pillar until he was parallel with Barnes. The worst that could happen? I could have broken my neck, he stammered. Barnes laughed at him again. That's only if you fall. Give yourself a little credit. You free climbed up here, way scarier than rappelling down. Come on, we're wasting clock, he said. Fuck you, Barnes, Steele said. He bounced along the bridge pillar in 7-foot-wide springs, making his way down the large cut stone blocks. He tried to keep his mind focused on equally balanced jumps until he heard the thud-thud-thud of a helicopter. You hear that, Barnes? Steele shouted down as Barnes did his last jump into the boat. Barnes nodded, helping him into the inflatable. What took you so long? Ahmed demanded. Steele pointed a finger at Barnes as he undid his harness. He's slower than he looks. Barnes rolled his eyes and prepped the motor. Do you think someone sent help? Steele asked. Barnes snorted a laugh. Boy, we work for the same government. Besides, it ain't gonna matter if we don't get moving, he said. One thing Steele had learned from his training was when the guy who makes things go boom says you gotta go, you gotta go. Steele knelt in the boat, and Barnes gunned it for the next bridge. The inflatable glided over the water, the front of the raft bouncing up and down. Steele kept expecting to hear the explosion. Water sprayed out as the boat skimmed its dark brown surface. Please don't hit any bodies. More debris downriver slowed them down. Barnes dodged the bodies, crossing the river in a Z, trying to go fast while not using the propellers as a meat grinder. The swoosh of rotor blades caught up to the escaping men. One buzzed by very close. Definitely military, Barnes yelled. Or some very well-armed civilians, Steele continued. I don't like the looks of them, Barnes muttered. Steele thought, some air support, hell, any support would be appreciated. If they aren't here to help, why are they here? Let's try and steer clear of those guys, Steele said. I agree. We gotta risk going straight for the next bridge. I want to be out of their line of sight, Barnes said with urgency. He beelined the boat for the next bridge, which was not more than 500 yards away. If it comes to a fight, how do you want to deal with them? Steele asked, cradling his carbine close. Barnes continued looking forward. We don't. We hide and wait for them to pass, he said. We don't have any ground-to-air missile systems. Unless you think you can pick them off with that carbine while we boat and they fly. No big deal. Not a high-percentage shot, Steele retorted with. True. Ahmed pointed to the west. There's another one, he shouted. Steele strained his neck. A black object lifted over the opposite side of Greene Mount Washington. It straightened out and flew low down the river, right for them. Kinnick, airborne over Pittsburgh. The chopper descended downward, cutting through the air like a bird of prey. Kinnick's gut dropped along with the rest of his Chili-Mac MRE. They bore down on the small inflatable boat as it raced across the river. The watercraft dipped beneath a bridge, and the pilot was forced to pull up hard so as not to get the helicopter caught in the bridge trusses. Looks like he's out for a joyride, Sergeant Lewis joked. Kinnick caught his stomach rising in his chest. Goddamn pilot can't show any discomfort in front of the men. I'll never hear the end of it, being from the Air Force. He tried to look below, using his mind to keep his stomach in check. Where did they go? He asked, peering out the door. Don't know, can't see them, Master Sergeant Hunter yelled. Lewis, you got anything? Nothing over here, boss, Sergeant Lewis replied. Kinnick had the pilot circle the city center to see if they could find the raft again. They made 2 passes, and no boat could be located. Crockett is reporting a convoy of trucks traveling northwest of here, the pilot said. Those could be our missing battalions. The boat below lacks substance now. All right, take us over to Crockett, Kinnick said. An explosion rocked the helicopter sharply to the left. Sensors blinked dangerously, sending shrill warning bells off in the cockpit. The helo spun in the air as the pilot brought it back under his control. Whoa! The pilot shouted. Master Sergeant Hunter gripped a handhold nonchalantly, as if the helo hadn't just threatened to crash and burn. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth from the center of the bridge. Concrete, steel, and cars plunged from the middle of the bridge into the river. Felt like someone just took out the bridge with a J-dam, Master Sergeant Hunter shouted. Kinnick shook his head. J-dam was an acronym for a Joint Direct Attack Munition, a conventional bomb that was guided by a laser. They were commonly used in the Afghanistan and Iraq wars, which Kinnick assumed Hunter had taken a very active part in. When'd you serve? Kinnick shouted. Afghanistan in 2003, Iraq in 2005, 2006, and 2007, and back in Afghanistan in 2009, Hunter said. Kinnick digested the man's words. 5 tours of duty. Not the most, but more than most. A man dedicated to his country. War was his trade. Of that, Kinnick had no doubt. You think you would ever see anything like this happening here? He said. Master Sergeant Hunter's beard moved up and down as he chewed on his mustache. Sir, nothing surprises me. Did I think the world was going to succumb to a virus that killed people and turned them into walking corpses? No, but I know this. It's not if, it's when. And when the time comes, I draw the sword and throw away the scabbard, he said. When you go to war, go all in, because half measures are dead measures. I never in a million years could have imagined such devastation here in the U.S., Kinnick said. Master Sergeant Hunter watched the city below, thinking. That's why we weren't ready. Kinnick frowned at his words, but held his tongue. Who could have predicted this? How would we have prepared? Now they had to play by Master Sergeant Hunter's rules. The only way to win this fight was to fight like there was no tomorrow. Kinnick only had a moment to comprehend the man's thoughts before the bird dipped low again, sending his MRE up to the roof of his mouth. He would never eat the damn Chili-Mac again. He looked over at Lewis, hanging off the side of the chopper. How does he do it? It had to have been worse than his hot dog-based 3 fingers of death. The middle of the bridge was sinking deeper into the water. Cars teetered on the brink of the wide, smoldering precipice. The middle of the bridge had split as if a giant had taken a pair of gardening shears to the bridge. Displaced water flowed around large chunks of concrete that had fallen into the river. What in the hell did that? Master Sergeant Hunter's eyes echoed what he was thinking. That looks like some serious military-grade explosives, he said. It sure does, doesn't it? Kinnick said. To what purpose? Why do you think they blew that bridge? He asked his master sergeant. Offhand, I would say they are trying to keep somebody out, limit access and logistical support. Master Sergeant Hunter said over the whirl of chopper blades. Or keep somebody in, Kinnick replied. This would need to be investigated further, but not today. Another series of bells went off in the cockpit. Jesus, what now? The pilot called back. We are low on fuel. Should we head up to Coriopolis? He said. Kinnick hadn't realized they'd been in the air that long. Let's give that convoy a buzz on the way. Advise Crockett to rally at the airfield. Steel, Monongahela River, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The cool breeze whipped off the river as if the wind were using the water to propel itself. It cut through Steele's clothes like the tip of a dagger. The weather had soaked the men through to their bones. Barnes sat in the back. His hand twisted the throttle on the single-handle motor, and the craft edged ahead. They drifted to the last bridge in Pittsburgh. 3 weary men in a little craft had destroyed over a century of modern infrastructure. 3 days of extreme exertion. Only one more bridge stood strong and proud in their path. Operation Anaconda would be complete with its destruction. Pittsburgh would be cut off from the rest of the nation, at least from an accessibility standpoint. The dead would have a more difficult time circumventing the city. How much time have we bought? A month? 2 weeks? A few days? He pushed the thought from his mind and hoped to God it would be enough. Rusted brown girders rounded over the river almost as if the bridge steel was doing a wave. The bridge that stood as a testament to an industrial era long gone. Now all that stood was a single rusted structure, a relic of a forgotten age. What happened? Steele said, his voice tight. Something was wrong with the bridge. He pointed at wreckage near one of the support pillars of the bridge. Do you think someone already blew the bridge? Ahmed called out. He half-laid, half-sat in the prow of the small craft. One of the helicopters? Steele offered. Barnes studied the bridge from afar with an air of skepticism. I doubt it, boys. That would be too perfect, and nothing is ever that perfect. He revved the engine, dodging around debris in the river. As they got closer, Steele gripped his carbine harder. A faded red tugboat had run aground while pushing a long barge of coal, wrapping both around a support pillar near the shore. Barnes slowed them down. The bow of the boat responded and sat higher in the water. Will you look at that? He said. Steele stared at the dead climbing all over the tug. Look there. She's been collecting dead like a strainer from the river. And there, infected from the land, are already on board, Ahmed said. You boys ain't going to like this, Barnes started. I already don't like it, Steele said. You and me both, but I'm going to have to board the tug and extradite it before we can attach the charges to the pillar, Barnes said. We can handle it, Steele said. Ahmed nodded in affirmation. Not today, lads. This is a one-man mission. Sorry, Barnes, can't let you do that, Steele said. Ahmed looked up, shaking his head at Barnes. Nope, you are a bigoted asshole, but you can't go on that boat by yourself. Barnes stood, stretching his back. He bent his arms behind his body. His body clicked and popped as his older joints accommodated his stretch. Boys, I'm feeling a bit lucky today. You know, like God's watching over me. Finish this up, and then we can meet back up with the colonel. I can't let this man fend for himself out there. I'm going with you, Barnes, Steele said. Steele. Good strong name, kid, but this is a party of one. I need someone to overwatch from the boat. Think Navy SEAL versus Somali pirates, you dig? Look at all of them. You won't make it 10 feet. Sure I will. Have faith, young apprentice. Barnes strapped on his gear. Let's thin them out first. Steele took aim with his M4 carbine. Barnes put a hand on Steele's shoulder. The veteran ordnance specialist appeared somber and serious. It will only draw more in, but I have a plan for you and Ahmedi. Just get me alongside of her. They switched places, and Steele drove the inflatable in the direction of the transport boat. They drifted close. The coal barge bobbed up and down, rocking in the water. Barnes reached up to grab onto the side of the tugboat, both boats swaying in time with the waves. Get all those bastards down to the other end, Barnes grunted over his shoulder. The soldier hauled his tactical girth up and over the side of the boat. Steele powered the engine around to the side of the long coal barge. Start hollering. Ahmed gave him a grin. He cupped a single hand around his mouth. Hey, "You guys!" he shouted. Steele spun the boat around and idled about 15 feet from the front of the coal barge. The dead crawled over the piles of night-black coal, moaning as they stumbled over the loose pieces. He waved his arms over his head. "Hey, you!" He pointed at an ugly infected man wearing the remains of a shredded T-shirt with a penguin skating with a hockey stick. "Penguins suck!" Steele shouted, holding his chin high. His team, the Detroit Red Wings, had battled the Pittsburgh Penguins in a series of Stanley Cup finals in the latter part of the 2000s, building a good rivalry in the back-to-back competitions. The infected on the edge of the coal barge cartwheeled into the water as they reached for Steele and Ahmed. Ahmed laughed. "Not the Penguins fan?" he said. "Not now, not never," Steele said. He slapped an oar on the surface of the water a few times. Cupping his hand around his mouth, Ahmed shouted, "Bangarang!" Steele waved the oar at a sorry infected fellow trying to stand on the nuggets of coal. "Come to try and get some good old Michigan meat." "How do you feel about the Washington Capitals?" Ahmed asked. "What about them? They have a decent team, nothing compared to the Wings." Steele turned away. "Come on down!" He pointed an oar at a soot-covered infected, who tipped over the short railing into the river. It flopped around, arms flailing wildly in water. "The Caps are my team," Ahmed said. Steele gave him a sidelong look. "I never struck you for a hockey fan." Ahmed stopped slapping the water. "And why is that? Because I'm not Canadian?" he said. I don't know. Thought you were into baseball or something." "I like to play baseball. I like to watch hockey," Ahmed said. Steele picked up an empty bottle and chucked it at the infected. They reached out for the inflatable boat before they toppled into the water. "If we ever get this virus mess taken care of, we should hit up a game sometime. You know, a couple of beers, a couple of dogs," Steele said. Ahmed cracked a smile. "What? Why are you smiling like that?" Steele said. He knelt down, using the sight of his carbine as a binocular. He scanned left and right with the carbine, searching for Barnes. Nothing. Infected clustered near the bow of the barge. The brightest of the bunch flapped around in the water. "Don't see him." Ahmed continued to stare at him. "What?" "Dude, I'm a Muslim. I'm not supposed to eat pork or drink," Ahmed said. "You don't drink at all?" "I've been known to throw a few back. My dad can get us tickets. He knows the owner," Ahmed said. "No shit. So Dad's got some money." Ahmed looked a bit abashed. "My father is good in the business department. In the father department, he leaves something to be desired." "Secret's safe with me. We'll get you a beef dog and call it a day." "That sounds good." As movement caught Steele's eye, he shushed Ahmed. He scanned back to the tugboat's boathouse, a weathered wooden structure. Paint flaked up off the wood. The warped wood provided little more than a leaky refuge from the rain. Barnes' flushed face peered through a dirty window. Black smoke sputtered from an exhaust pipe as the motor fired up. It rattled, the noise traveling easily across the water. The infected at the bow turned for the boathouse with new interest in nearby prey. The tugboat grudgingly reversed as if it wanted to be a permanent fixture on the shore. The sudden movement sent the infected flying into coal piles, their faces and clothes smearing with black dust. They struggled to gain footing as Barnes continued to force the boat into motion. The tugboat rocked away from the bridge. The motor slapped the water, splashing up coffee-brown water into the air. Metal grated on metal, screeching in the air. The barge bent and twisted itself away from the muddy ground. Steele lined up his sights on the back of an infected skull. The wake from the coal barge rocked the inflatable raft up, and a shot fired high. His finger moved quick on the trigger, almost as if he suppressed it with rounds to the body, impacting it but not bringing it down. "Shit!" Steele cursed. The infected converged on the boathouse. Hands, faces, and bodies battered the worn wood and sooty glass. Muffled pops sounded like firecrackers as Barnes's bullets exited the windows of the boathouse, spiderwebbing the glass. "We gotta get closer. Ahmed, fire it up!" Steele shouted. He laid low in the front of the small boat. Precious moments passed as the infected waged their assault on Barnes's flimsy wheelhouse base. Steele pressed his body flat in the front of the raft in an attempt to keep his shot steady. The motor gunned them for the tug, and they pulled close alongside it. Steele pulled the trigger on one infected, splattering the infected man's brains on the side of the tugboat. Steele climbed aboard. Silence hung in the air. The shooting from the tugboat had stopped. Holding his M4 in the high ready, Steele stepped over decaying bodies. The closer he got to the boathouse, the more twice-dead infected lined his path. The bodies of the slain lay pressed against the boathouse in heaps of their own guts. Skulls of the infected leaked brain matter. Jagged exit wounds had split wide apart, pieces of skull sticking out. Fresh red blood sloshed over his boots. The door to the boathouse swung open on a single hinge. Steele checked his corners. Using his support hand, he nudged the broken door. "Barnes, you okay, man?" Steele called out. He pushed the door further open. Barnes held a hand to his beer belly. His fingers held his white-ribbed intestines as he tried to stuff his insides back in. Blood pumped from open bite marks on his forearm. "They got me. They got me good. Bastards are faster than they look," he said. "Get me the med kit," Steele hollered back at Ahmed. Barnes's normally ruddy face grimaced, becoming more pale. "More are coming," Ahmed yelled. "No time for that, boy. Give me the bag with the charges," Barnes said. "No, I can't let you do this," Steele said. "Listen up, kid," Barnes said. He hacked blood onto the floor and wiped his mouth. "Get out of here. Even if it don't blow, leave anyway. Tell the colonel we did the best we could. You did a bang-up job, kiddo. Hurry." He coughed, and his face contorted in pain. "Soon I'll be gone." Steele grabbed the bag with the explosives and set them down next to Barnes. "Get me close," Barnes said. Steele stood, taking in the ancient controls to the tugboat. A lever here, a couple of buttons there. Blood covered all of it. After a minute of fiddling around, he slammed the lever forward, rocking the tug into action. He spun the wheel left and right, angling the coal barge in front of the tug. They pulled alongside the bridge pillar. Close enough. Steele looked down at Barnes. He lay very still. Steele placed his carbine near Barnes's face. If he turned, Steele would have to execute him and plant the charges himself. Sergeant Barnes's eyes fluttered open. Steele almost squeezed the trigger, but the man's eyes were still a dark shade of gray. "Leave before I decide to take you both with me and let God sort you out," Barnes grunted. The man hacked again. "Help me up." Steele wrapped an arm around him. Barnes yelled and grunted as he was hauled upright. Steele dragged him near the rock-covered pillar, and the EOD specialist leaned against it. "Now go, you stupid millennial. I sure as hell will blow this dump and take you and that Haji with me," Barnes said. A short smile grimaced on his lips. "Die well," Steele said. He had no doubt that the man would likely blow him up if he didn't create clearance in the next minute. Steele ran and jumped down into the inflatable boat, jolting Ahmed up and down. Ahmed looked anxiously at Steele for confirmation. "We gotta get out of here. It's going to blow," he said. Ahmed glanced back at the boathouse with an odd expression on his face. Steele couldn't tell if it was anger, relief, or betrayal. Ahmed gunned the motor, and they sped away. When they had created clearance, they slowed and turned the boat around. 30 seconds passed, then a minute. Steele checked his watch. Another minute passed. Barnes should have blown the bridge by now. Dead were lining the shore. Steele silently cursed himself. "I should have put him down and done it myself. Then we wouldn't be in this mess." "How long has it been?" Ahmed asked. "At least 2.5 minutes. Should we check on him? And risk getting caught in the explosion?" Steele eyed the boat anxiously. "Do we leave if it doesn't blow, or do I see it through?" "What are we going to do then?" "Wait. That's all we can do." "I'll pray on it." Ahmed bowed his head slightly. Steele rose his eyebrows at his friend, wondering what good that would do, but left him to his own meditation. Nothing happened. The bridge crawled with infected like a dead corpse crawling with maggots. "Come on, Barnes. Throw us a bone here." Otherwise they were screwed, and a bridge would remain open for business through Pittsburgh. Ahmed's lips moved in a silent prayer. He held his arm in a neutral position. "Do you see him?" Steele asked. Ahmed opened his eyes. "There." He pointed out persons that could have been Barnes. Steele squinted. "No, that is definitely an infected. That one could be him." The man wore ACUs, but he was too tall to be Barnes. "I don't see him," Steele whispered. He sat back down in the boat, contemplating their next plan of attack. The exhaustion of fighting for days hung on his shoulders like an oxen yoke. I should have done it myself, he said. He half stood, wanting to take action, to do something, anything. That was ingrained in him. He wanted to scream in frustration. All of those close calls and danger only to be foiled on the last bridge. Steele sat down again in their tiny boat, cursing their poor luck. There he is, Ahmed called out, pointing at the pillar. Fuck me, Steele said, scoping the coal barge. A man in bloodied fatigues huddled near the pillar. Was Barnes gone? Was he bent over feeding? Steele held his breath. Then he saw Sergeant Barnes face his way. White intestines spilled from his stomach, unraveling like coiled rope onto the ground. Is that bastard grinning? A monstrous explosion rippled outward from the pillars, and Steele wished he had ear protection. The metal girders twisted and turned, crumbling into a mangled mess of metal and concrete. Debris traveled freely through the air, released from its man-made purpose. A blazing fireball reached for the skies like no 4th of July fireworks spectacle he had ever seen. Steele and Ahmed watched the debris rain down. They sat in silence for a while. Pieces of rubble sprinkled into the water. They listened to the roar and eventual crackle of the flames. They had destroyed all the major bridges leading into and out of Pittsburgh. If the plan worked like it was supposed to, the dead would not only be trapped in Pittsburgh, but infected trickling in from the East Coast would be pinned along the rivers. The combination of the river and mountains around Pittsburgh would hem the dead in. Steele knew it was just a stopgap measure. The infection had already spread west. It was time for Steele to turn west. It was time for Steele to reach Gwen. He grabbed the motor throttle, almost sad to have accomplished his mission. When a battle was hard fought, it left a void in people's lives when it was over. His mind couldn't believe it was over, and he had survived. They drifted, quiet water lapping their small boat. He took a last look over Pittsburgh, the Steel City, and the city of bridges. Now it was neither. Just another city of the dead. Mauser, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. Mauser ditched his crutches early. He hobbled along a series of hangars. On a particularly large hangar hung a worn seal for the 163rd Air Transport Wing of the Ohio Air National Guard, a shield with a faded red stripe that was almost pink, and a white stripe, now a dirty shade of gray, layered with an eagle soaring high that looked more like a white pigeon now. It had been 3 days since they reached the airfield. It wasn't a large airfield, but since the collapse of many of the East Coast air bases and its relative isolation from major cities, the Youngstown Airfield had become a rallying point for the retreat of U.S. Armed Forces within CONUS. The rush of wind turbines grew closer, and Mauser covered his ears as a huge cargo plane landed on the long landing strip. C-130 Hercules aircraft landed day and night to transport soldiers, equipment, and supplies from around the United States. Multiple gray cargo planes already taxied down the alternate runway, waiting for clearance to begin their run. Mauser limped his way over to a large chow hall tent. A series of full meals and a full night's sleep had worked wonders on his exhaustion and sprained ankle. This is really something I could get used to. The swelling of his ankle had decreased, but he still had a gimp when he walked. He walked through a loose green flap and then waited at least 20 minutes in a chow line to get his food. Stale green beans, processed ham, and a piece of cornbread. Manna from heaven. He plopped down next to a group of camouflage-clad National Guardsmen, some with orange patches with the 3-starred tree of Tennessee, others with the gold sunburst with a crimson sword on the navy blue background of New York and the bloody red keystone of Pennsylvania that looked more like an anvil. Mauser kept his head low and shoveled food into his mouth. A voice that sounded like tumbling rocks spoke. I heard a horde is coming our way. Once those Zulus get done feeding on the eastern seaboard, the only way to go is west. He was a grizzled soldier with more gray in his 5 o'clock shadow than dark ones. They have us sitting here as a mere speed bump in their way. We're like a goddamn truck stop for those bastards, said a young soldier with a thin black mustache. Mauser kept his head close to the plate and his arm up around his food. He knew the chow hall rules. Eat fast, protect your food. You never know when you will have to hit the deck or scramble fast. We're already below half strength. The 16th Ohio Guard is at about 2/3 strength. 144th West Virginia and 54th New York Guards are both below a quarter, combined with the newcomers from Pennsylvania. There are at least 900 soldiers and airmen here, half as many civilians. Nothing to scoff at. said the grizzled soldier with 3 chevrons on his sleeve. We started with over 5,000 men, said another. Well, now we got 900, and I'm not sure they have us pointed in the right direction, said the grizzled soldier. An African-American soldier continued. They are just using us to get all the surviving VIPs out of the area. I bet soon they will just stop sending transports. Another soldier nodded. We should save the fuel for ourselves. I say we don't send them nothing. Take care of ourselves. Like the Sarge said, we have enough men to survive, but we have to move. I don't want to just wait around to die. Aye, that's saying we can get everyone on board. That's a lot of officers to convince, said Private Thin Mustache. We could give them an ultimatum, make it real clear, said another soldier. The men at the table nodded in agreement. Colonel Jackson would get on board. He's taken good care of us from the beginning. We only need 1 CO. Mauser stabbed a piece of pinkish-gray ham and shoved it into his mouth. He swallowed it down, trying not to choke. Whatever these guys have in mind, it doesn't sound nice. I should leave. The voices in his head wrestled between safety and a hot meal. One of the men with a blood-red keystone on his sleeve gave Mauser a sidelong glance. The fuck are you looking at? He said. Mauser swallowed his food in a big gulp. I ain't looking nowhere, just trying to eat my food, he said. He turned his eyes back to his tray. Wait a second. Do I know you? The soldier said, inching closer to Mauser. I don't think so. Mauser watched them cautiously from the corner of his eyes. He gripped his fork tight, preparing to strike. One of the soldiers stood up. The rest peered over, alerted to a potential confrontation. Yeah, I remember you. Mauser felt the weight of a hand placed on his shoulder. The eyes of the half-dozen men fell upon him. The first step in a control technique was to prevent him from standing, and therefore denying him the mobility to flee or fight back effectively. The hand pushed down on him, fingers gripping his shoulder. Fighting from a seated position disallowed the power of strikes, hip movement. Grab his hand with mine, rip it off, twisting his wrist, hopefully breaking it. Jab fork into grizzled sergeant's neck, probably the most experienced fighter in the group. Remove fork. Repeat as necessary until a sidearm can be acquired. You were a QB rattlesnake. Yeah, I was. On the countdown of 3. 3, 2... I saw you. You and Sergeant Yates held the gap. A hand was thrust into Mauser's face, palm open and accepting. Held the gap. The young man wanted to shake Mauser's hand. The men smiled at him and gave him nods of approval. No problem, he mumbled, shaking the man's hand. Thank you, sir. Our nation needs more men like you, Thin Black Mustache said, grinning through yellowing teeth. Men like you get the job done. Men like Colonel Jackson. Thanks, Mauser mumbled. He stuffed the rest of his cornbread into his mouth and got up and left. He nodded to them as he hustled out of the tent. Flattering. The men who wanted to desert thought he was a hero. I want to be a hero to a bunch of rebels. Better than being their enemy, he thought with a grim smile. In this world, it was the strongest and meanest who would survive at the expense of the weak. The United States was turning into a primal shadow of itself, but there was strength in numbers, and if Mauser and his friends wanted to survive, sticking with the military was their best shot, ruthless or not. They needed to be led by a survivor. Colonel Jackson had the cutthroat in him to lead survivors, not some sniveling congressman that hid in a bunker. He retraced his steps and limped across the airbase for the command building. He tried to keep something in his hands at all times, a gun, a bag, or food, because he didn't want a jumpy guard thinking he was an infected running around the compound and take him out. I'm here to speak with Colonel Jackson, Mauser said. He shifted his weight to his good foot. No one is to see the colonel. He's in a meeting, the guard said. Well, can you tell him Agent Mauser is here to see him? He said. The guards gave each other a look. You're Mauser? The guard lowered his M4 slightly downward. Yep, last time I checked, Mauser said. QB Rattlesnake? The dumbfounded guard said. I was there, he said. The leader of the two nudged the other. Go get Sergeant Yates. Tell him Mauser wants to see the colonel, he said. The guard hustled off inside. The remaining guard's name tag read Thatcher. His hair was brown like the back of a white-tailed deer. I heard they had to drag you from the wall, kicking and screaming, because you didn't want to leave the fight, Thatcher said, grinning like an idiot. You're like a friggin' hero around here, man. Mauser was confused. A hero? Just what he needed. More members of his fan club. He only did what he had to do to survive, but a little recognition never hurt. "No, man, I just go to where the gunfire is," Mauser said. The soldier just gave him a dumb grin, and Mauser half expected him to take out a camera and pop a selfie. Mauser was beginning to feel like a celebrity. "I'd like to shake your hand, sir. It's an honor," Thatcher said, slinging his rifle and sticking out a hand. Mauser took his hand in his. "You are welcome. It is an honor to serve." The burly, red-haired Sergeant Yates appeared from the doorway. "Mauser, you old devil, how's Youngstown treating you?" the sergeant said, showing some teeth. "I'm all right. I was wondering if I could talk to the colonel," Mauser said. Sergeant Yates frowned. "Afraid not. He is a bit incapacitated at the moment. Anything I can help you with? Food, shelter, supplies?" Yates crossed his arms, revealing a large tattoo of a cross pate etched into his forearm. From the narrow center, each side of the cross widened outward. "I needed to talk to him about our departure," Mauser said. Sergeant Yates's tone turned official. "The declaration remains the same. As long as planes are going west, soldiers and supplies will be on board. Civilians will be extracted by land transport when more mobile units arrive." "I know this," Mauser hissed. "Can I talk to you inside?" The guardsmen gave each other a look. Realization crossed Sergeant Yates's eyes. "Of course. Step inside." The sergeant raised a meaty hand and pushed open the door. It was dark inside, and a couple of officers walked by, speaking in low tones to one another. Sergeant Yates leaned back on the wall. "I know what you are going to say, Mauser, and I don't like it any more than you do. There's not much I can do," Sergeant Yates said, his tone indifferent. "You know about the mutiny that is coming?" Mauser said. "Of course I know about the plotting. It's been happening since before we left Mount Washington. I've talked to many of the men myself. It's only a matter of time." "Are you kidding me? Isn't there anything you can do?" Mauser said a little too loudly. Sergeant Yates's forehead scrunched together. "Didn't you used to be a federal agent? Where are you supposed to be? What about your duties to the United States?" His words struck home. Mauser had his responsibilities. He had also been left out to dry when he was in the thick of it. He rationalized it as if they had temporarily released him, and he was a civilian with different expectations. Military had to respond when called. "I am sure there is somewhere I am supposed to be, but it's different for me. I am a civilian," Mauser said. His own defense sounded weak in his ears. "However you rationalize it in your head, but let me tell you, everything is coming to an end. I've done all I can to quell the men. Things are changing," Yates said, scratching his head and looking at his fingernails. He appeared relaxed, like he had resigned himself to his fate and was comfortable with it. He continued, "I've lost dozens of men since the beginning. Some men want to protect their families. Some men just want to survive. Some men are just scared. All things that eat away at our ranks aside from the real problem, the infected. The only thing that is holding us together is the fact that we are stronger as a large group than as individuals, and we have a commander who is looking out for us. Have you seen what the transports are carrying out of here?" Mauser shook his head. This was all coming fast. "They aren't bringing in men and supplies to reinforce us. They are taking them back. Except recently, it's all material they want from us. No men," Sergeant Yates said, looking through him. "What does that mean?" Mauser asked. Sergeant Yates gave him a practiced look of disgust that only a one-time drill instructor could have. "It means that within the next few days, when they get all the supplies they can retract from us, they will stop calling. We will be unofficially on our own." "Things are so much worse than we thought. What do you mean, on our own?" he said. Sergeant Yates scowled, turning the color of an angry tomato. "I didn't take you for an idiot. We will have been deemed combat ineffective. We were combat ineffective weeks ago. Now we are irrelevant. Adios. Lost. We've been sending messages out that have only gotten stick with it in return. We aren't worth the time or effort to issue orders to," he said. A spike of adrenaline shot through Mauser's veins, followed by anger and a wash of fear into his gut. "There's no chance of getting us on one of those transports," he said. "No, they won't have you. Hell, they won't even take us. But even if you could go, would you want to pay lip service to a bunch of cowards?" No, but words are a small price to pay for survival. Save yourself some dignity. We will survive here. There are a lot of those things out there, and I'm not sure you can stop them. You weren't at Mount Eden. No, I wasn't, but I survived QB Rattlesnake in the Battle of Steel City. We lost a lot of men, but the unit lives on. We will find other units like us. They will join for the right man. And men like you, Mauser, can convince them. You are a warrior. Men respect you here. They recognize what's in here. Yates pointed at Mauser's chest. Huh. It is nice to be recognized a bit. Get my 15 minutes. Just remember whose side you are on. The fighting man's, or a coward who doesn't give two shits if you die as long as they live. Visions of standing on a blazing tarmac with the dying members of his counterterrorism team flashed before Mauser. Left for dead. You are expendable. You've always been expendable. But you only sold yourself the lie that your little life meant something. You were only ever a tool to be used and discarded when broken. I will try to remember that. The Colonel's a good man. He's not like them. He will lead us out of this, Sergeant Yates said. I'll keep it in mind. Mauser made to leave the building. I have a lot to think about. We need men like you, Agent Mauser. Men like us. Men who will do what needs done to survive, including taking on a horde of infected breaching our walls. Sergeant Yates's eyes judged Mauser, weighed his soul. Mauser nodded. The situation is more dire than I ever thought. Joseph, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. Lights lit up the air traffic control tower. The tower was a plain, block-style building. Long, wide windows circled the top floor with 360-degree coverage of the airfield and sky alike. Joseph stood in the shadows of a string of tents. He ducked low, bending into a crouch, and a few soldiers walked by, cursing loudly like drunks. I saw there were some new women who came in the other day. Sarge says he doesn't want us talking to them, but I say what harm can come from some talking and maybe a little sexy time, the excited soldier said. Damn straight. If we are doing all the fighting and dying, the least the females can do is treat us right, the other young soldier said. Colonel don't seem to mind. We deserve it. Joseph waited until he couldn't hear them anymore before he stepped out into the light. He crossed through the lights to the other side of the tents. Humvees circled the airfield fence. Every so often a gunshot would ring out. It was time to leave this place. He had been there too long. Joseph had a plan, but he needed help or at least cooperation to succeed. Except he didn't know if he would get it, and in that case, his quest against the virus would end here, most likely as a victim of the disease he had taken upon himself to defeat. He walked through the civilian campsites. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken for a soldier, but there weren't many soldiers in the civilian camp, and he wanted to stay away from any common areas to avoid any stressful conversations about why he was out and about. He didn't think anyone would be looking for him, but he didn't want to give anyone any suspicions either. Circling his way through the tents, he came across hers. Like Mount Eden, this airfield's commanders let civilians stay within the base confines, albeit away from the airstrip and outside the military camp. Adjusting his glasses, he called out softly, Gwen, it's me. The tent unzipped, and an eye peered through the tent flaps. It judged him for a moment, then peered from side to side. Come in, she said. Joseph let himself into the tent and sat down cross-legged. Gwen sheathed a knife, which surprised Joseph. She noticed him eyeing her blade. Mauser's out. Can't be too safe. She followed with, Do you want anything to drink? I got water and some watered-down sports drink, she said. I'm okay, he said. He scooched his behind around, trying to find a comfortable spot on the uneven ground. Gwen joined him on the ground, crossing her legs. Have you heard anything about Mark? I haven't heard anything, he said. She looked at him with those eyes. Even unbathed, her beauty made him uneasy. Uncomfortable at best, like he should tell her a joke to make her smile. He settled for trying to save the world. There is something else I wanted to run by you quick. What's that? She said, leaning in closer to him. She clasped her hands beneath her chin, and he felt himself blushing a bit. She had a natural beauty that makeup would only cover up. Joseph's mind played tricks on him, distracting him from his true purpose. He was sure he wasn't the first to fall under a siren's call. It forced his mind to play a fantastical game of what if. Maybe if Steele was truly gone, she could learn to love him. After all, if it was the end of the world, everybody needed someone to love, including him. They could steal away from here together, run away from this mess, make a small life somewhere, hiding from the infected. I, well, he mumbled. No, she would never go for that. How far would we get without help? How long could we even live unmolested by the infected? Surely some life would be better than this, even for her. She waited for Steele, only to be disappointed at his assured death. How many brushes with death can the man have and survive? He can only put his ass on the line so many times before he buys himself a ticket out of this world. Joseph's logic pounced. She would never go for a man like him. He was a weakling, a coward at best, and she was an angel. Someone else's angel. A man who had gone out on a limb for him dozens of times to keep him safe, who had never asked to be saved in return. A strong man, an honorable man, a man that had gone out on a suicide mission so others might live. Steele inspired him to accomplish his mission. Save the human race. No big deal. It was a war that he must be destined for, because a man with his lack of skills in the physical world should never have made it this far. Not when so many with so many more practical skills had been slaughtered. I should reason with her. Steele is dead. Leave here with me. If he told her Steele was dead, it would only make her dig in more in hopes that he was still alive. More importantly, he needed to get to Michigan, and he didn't want to do it alone. Not again. I need to get to Michigan. It's the last known location of Patient Zero. It's a long shot, but I believe it is our only shot. She nodded carefully, the nod of someone contemplating his every word. I can't do it alone. You and Mauser can help make sure I get there alive, he said. She blinked a few times. What about Mark? He's meeting us here. It's only been a few days, she said. Her eyes creased at the corners. Gwen, I know, but finding Patient Zero is arguably more important. Don't say he's dead or she will never go. She did not look convinced by his apparent logic. Mark is from Michigan, right? He will know if we are gone that we left for there. He knows I must get there, he said, voice rising. She stared, visibly gulping, and then shook her head as she spoke. How could you ask me to leave him? How could you ask me to run from him? Have you no heart? But, he started, you're an asshole. Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes and then dissipated. He'd known she would fight him, but what options did he have? I know that doesn't sound fair. There was no fairness in this world, only what happened and what didn't. He presented a very plausible and rational sequence of events. He would never understand women. He would play the safety card next. Gwen, you're right. I have not been very sympathetic, but we can't stay here. You almost stabbed me when I came to your tent. You feel it, I feel it. There's something wrong inside this camp, and every day it gets worse. We must escape, he said. He reached a hand for her. She flinched when his fingertips grazed hers. It's okay. I have a plan that will get us out of here safely, he said, hoping to reassure her. A plan. What plan? He would think of one later. Footsteps drew him out of his connection with Gwen. A head poked into the tent. Is everything okay? Mauser said. His reddish-blonde beard was well past a 5 o'clock shadow. What's going on? He said, taking a seat. His eyes were tempered, as if he were tolerating Joseph's presence. I was just chatting with Gwen here, he said. Gwen looked down and straightened her shirt. Tell him what you told me, she said. Joseph recounted what he told Gwen, and Mauser listened intently. Then he nodded. I get the same feeling, he said, and I know it looks bad out there, but the military units will stick together and keep us safe, safer than out there. A giant red-haired wedge between Joseph and his departure. Joseph wasn't surprised that Mauser wouldn't want to go. There's no way we are getting on the transports either, Mauser said. I talked to Sergeant Yates earlier. Then we have to leave here, Joseph exclaimed. Gwen looked less and less convinced by Joseph. Excuse me, sounded from outside. Mauser pulled out his sidearm, holding it close to his chest. Gwen slowly slid her knife from her sheath. Mauser pushed himself slowly away from the tent opening and gave Gwen a look. Who is it? She called out. Silence dragged out for what seemed like minutes. It's Kevin. Can I come in? He said. Joseph exhaled. Gwen and Mauser visibly relaxed. Yeah, Kevin, come in, she said. He poked his head through the flaps. Confusion spread over his face with a sprinkle of embarrassment. "You guys having a party without me?" he said. No, I can assure you this isn't a party," Gwen said. She gave Joseph a hard glance and made room for Kevin to sit. Joseph liked Kevin, a much more basic man than Joseph for sure, but likable. Steele trusted him, so that gave him clout. "How are y'all doing?" Kevin said. His eyes darted from face to face, reading them, trying to decipher their previous conversation with just a glance at their faces. "I can leave," he said, looking back at the tent entrance. "You all look like someone croaked." Gwen cracked a faint smile. Joseph felt more than uncomfortable. The more people that knew his plan, the more likely Colonel Jackson would find out and thwart him. Mauser studied the West Virginian. Kevin threw his hands up. "Well, come on. You look like I just caught you with your hand in the cookie jar." No one said anything in return. Kevin rubbed his neck. "Guys? We are leaving. I want you to join us, but you can't tell anyone. It will be dangerous," Joseph said. Mauser looked pissed, but Joseph ignored him. Free help was almost always good help. Kevin didn't hesitate. "You guys and Steele are the only family I got. Where you go, I go," he said with a nod of his lanky neck. "Then it is settled," Joseph said, pleased with himself. "I'm not leaving," Mauser said. He gave a curt shake of his head. "I need him. He's a fighter. We are not." "This place is lost," Joseph mumbled. "I don't want to burst your bubble, Joseph, but Patient Zero isn't in Michigan. If he was, he's dead. I can tolerate some curtailed liberties to live through this," Mauser said. "I don't want to leave without Mark," Gwen said firmly. They were a 1-2 punch to Joseph's escape. Without them, he was a tripod with one leg. Joseph wanted to throw his hands in the air, but he needed these people. Steele was probably dead. The odds were about 100,000 to 1 that he would have made it out of the infected steel jungle that was once Pittsburgh. Gwen gave him the evil eye. "We must try to find Patient Zero. We can't solve the viral riddle without him. I'm not doing this so I can win some fucking grant for Big Pharma. I'm trying to save humanity from the dead." "I think we are a little beyond the science, don't you think?" Mauser held his hands up. "The time for science was a fucking month ago or a year ago, or whenever it was this shit started. No, the best shot we have is staying here," he said, stubbornness settling on his features. "I'm leaving, and if no one goes with me, I will die, and we will lose the only chance we have," Joseph said. He must go. "Be my fucking guest. You've been bitching about finding this guy since we started, and where has it gotten us? Nowhere. You've got to know when to cut your losses. We are safe. Gwen and I are staying." All eyes turned to Gwen. She sat silent, the gravity of her decision weighing on her. "I don't want to leave without him, but I know this is the right thing to do. If we have a chance, then we have to take it," she said. Her eyes watered at the mention of Steele, but Joseph could have shouted for joy. "You are kidding me, right?" Mauser's face turned red. He gave Joseph an extra annoyed stare. "I know he will find us again," Gwen said. Her lips formed a determined line. "I'm sorry, I can't be a part of this madness. Gwen, stay here. Wait for him." "You do not get to give me commands, Ben." "Holy shit, you are one crazy bitch. I'm out. Have fun planning your funerals." Mauser grabbed the zipper and ripped the tent open. He stormed into the night. Kevin closed the tent flap, all eyes falling on the lanky man. He looked like a schoolboy that had been sent to the principal's office. "Kevin?" Gwen asked. "We need your help," Joseph said. Kevin appeared thoughtful, collecting himself before he spoke. "I've read books and books highlighting the great men and women of history. Explorers, conquerors, presidents, dictators, emperors, generals, politicians, advocates, all great people. I always felt comfortable being a watcher living vicariously through others, observing their actions through words on paper. But times are changing, and I would be remiss if I didn't go with the doctor who saved humanity from annihilation. I may only be a footnote in this story, but how glorious a footnote I will be." Joseph smiled at Kevin and Gwen. Finally, people he could count on. "What about Steele? How will he know where we went?" Joseph asked, trying to be sensitive to Gwen. I know a way, she said. Gwen, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. They only waited until morning for Steele. It burned her gut to think that she was going to leave him, but she believed in Joseph. She wished she didn't. But if she left now, she'd be breaking every promise they had made each other. Steele's voice whispered in her ears, "I'll never leave you. Even when I'm gone, I'll be with you." No, she couldn't think that way. She wasn't breaking a promise. He'd broken his promise. She wasn't forsaking a vow. He forsook his vow to her. He left her alone on this abandoned earth. She would help Joseph. Mark would have done it in her place. He would have guided Joseph and waited for me. He was just that kind of person. If he was still alive, then he would find her message and come back to her, or they were truly broken apart. She organized her meager belongings into her pack. Some clothes, some supplies, and her picture. She held it in her hand. Its edges were ripped and was creased down the middle. The image itself was caked with dirt and warped by sweat from her palms. It was a photo that she had secretly put in Mark's pack when they left Fairfax. It was her and Mark at the beach in Michigan. It was the only picture she had of them together, a beautiful reminder of the life that once was. She held the photo close to her heart, as if she could squeeze the moment out of the photograph, a moment she would give anything to feel again. She let herself fall back into it. The sun glinted off the crisp blue water behind them. Fine golden sand tickled their feet. Lazy dune grass blew in the warm breeze. Mark laughed at the sight of his mom's gray Weimaraner bounding from sand to sand dune as it chased giant beetles. Gwen felt relaxed, letting her skin soak in the vitamin D from the sunlight. Deep down inside her, she knew this was the man of her dreams. He looked down at her. He was heavier then, but it was healthy. His hair flowed in the wind. In present time, his hair was partially gone, a puckering scar in its place. He looked back at his mother, holding the camera. She snapped a picture with a smile. Her phone rang. "It's the hospital," she said, holding her wide-brimmed hat on her head and walking back to her beach chair. "I love you," he said, "even if you are a little too dry for me." Gwen's head tilted to the side in confusion. He swept her up in his arms. She cried out, "Put me down, you big goon," she said, playfully slapping his shoulder. "No way, Jose," he said, and pounded sand straight for the surf. He plunged them in head first. The cool water shocked her body and invigorated her at the same time. Mark pulled her through the surface, the light blue sky overhead. She caught her breath, and he let her stand. Waves rolled onto the shore, and she jumped to avoid toppling over. She slapped at him again. "You got my hair wet, you jerk," she said, but she didn't mean it. What was having your hair done when you were living moments like this? "Sorry," he said, not meaning it. He bent down for a kiss, and she met him halfway, letting herself be swept away. She opened her eyes. A cheap green tent ruffled in the wind over her head, not the beautiful summer sky. It was time to go. The sun was beginning to break the night with its rays of light cutting across the horizon. They were to rally at one of the hangars. Kevin had commandeered a pickup truck for them to drive. She didn't know where he had gotten it, and frankly didn't care. As she approached the hangar, she saw Kevin securing supplies in the back of a nice blue pickup. Its license plate read, NAWIBO. Boxes and bags lined the truck bed. "Kevin, where did you get all this stuff?" she asked. "Not much to do out in West Virginia. I used to play a lot of online poker," Kevin said, tightening his strap. "You won all this?" He smiled at her. "Most of it." "Mark hasn't arrived yet, has he?" she asked, ever hopeful. "No," Kevin said. He looked up from the bed of the pickup. "What about Eddie?" she asked. "He's staying," Kevin said. "Really?" "Didn't pry. He looked pretty nervous at the mention of leaving. Don't blame him." She sighed. "I could use a drink." "Driver's side cup holder," he said, taking her pack and securing it. "Oh, yeah, and found you something that you might like." "Thanks," she said. "No point in holding back now. In a few hours we could be dead." Reaching for the bottle of whiskey, she came across a holstered handgun sitting on the passenger seat. "Kevin, what's this?" she said, handling the firearm. "Glock 43 9mm. Small, compact, concealable, and should fit your hand pretty good." She slid it out of its holster. "It does fit my palm nice. Thank you," she said, wedging the piece in her pants. Joseph entered the hangar, hunched over from the weight of his pack. "Glad you could make it," she jibed at him. "I arrive precisely when I mean to," he said, giving Gwen an extra smile. She smiled back. Joseph was a pleasant fellow, kind of awkward, but he seemed genuine. Gwen liked people who were real, people you could connect with, people who weren't trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Joseph lit a cigarette. "I think you're the only doctor I know who smokes," she said, chastising him again. Joseph took a big puff. "Trust me, I don't like it any more than you do, but at this point living to see my later years is not in the forecast," he said. She held up her drink and took a swig of Kevin's liquor. "All right, Kettle," he said. "We're all under a lot of stress," she said with a smile. He smiled back and adjusted his glasses. Kevin jumped down from the pickup. "Are we ready to get this rodeo on the road?" he said. Gwen took a deep breath. "As ready as I will ever be." "I am ready," Joseph said, tossing his cigarette butt. "Where are you going?" came a voice. A shadowy figure stood in the center of the hangar, hands in his pockets. Joseph muttered. The man walked closer, neither in a hurry nor on a stroll. Gwen's heart jumped in her chest. He limped, partially dragging his foot. "I said, where are you going?" His familiar reddish beard came into view. "Jesus, Mauser, you scared the hell out of us," Gwen said. She inadvertently rose a hand to her chest. "Where do you think?" "I'm going to be blunt. You shouldn't go," he said. Gwen crossed her arms over her chest. They had already been through this. "Ben, we have to do this. If Joseph is right, we have a duty to help him." He stepped closer to her, his face dark, shaking his head in disgust. "I promised Steele I wouldn't let you go," he said. He teetered for a moment in silence, then he sprang like a coiled cobra and grabbed her arm. "Come on, man, just let us go," Kevin said. It was as if he faced a schoolyard bully. She struggled beneath his iron grip. "Ow, Ben, you're hurting me," Gwen shouted. She shook her shoulders, trying to get free. He ignored her and started to pull her out of the hangar. "Let me go!" she screamed. "Mauser, let her go!" Joseph called out. She resisted, throwing her weight backward like a toddler in trouble with their parent. "Ben, stop!" she said. He continued to pull her against her will. Her feet slid over the concrete. Gwen swung with all her might, the flat of her hand connecting with his furry cheek. Whack! He looked at her, stunned, but still held onto her arm. "Gwen, you can't leave," he repeated. It was as if he were a robot. His only purpose was not allowing her to leave. She struck him again, and again, each blow sending fire into her hand and wrist. "You don't get to make my decisions, Ben." "Today I do," he said, and slapped her back. Her cheek stung like fire. Her insides bounced, her skin prickly. She sucked in air as if she had been sprinting. Her eyelashes beat furiously. "Did he just slap me?" Her feet slid beneath her as he dragged her. "Stop!" came a commanding voice from behind them. Mauser did, and they both gawked at Joseph. He pointed a handgun at Mauser. "She doesn't want to go with you. She wants to go with us. You're hurting her." Mauser's dark eyes went from her to Joseph and back again, a mean smile covering his lips. "You wouldn't do it. Shit, you could hardly shoot the infected." The gun trembled in Joseph's hands. "I would do it. Now let her go." "No, you wouldn't." In a fraction of a second, Mauser had his sidearm pointed at Joseph, his other hand gripping Gwen's forearm like a vise. "Now everyone just needs to get their stuff and go back to their tents. This is the safest place to be while we wait for Steele." She swung at his face with all her might, her fist bouncing off the side of his head. He looked down at her with wild eyes and cracked her nose with the butt of his gun. Stars exploded in her head, and she collapsed on the ground. "Don't be stupid!" he screamed at her. She held her broken nose in her hands, blood spurting from her nostrils as if it didn't want to be in her anymore. "You are going to die out there," he said, pacing back and forth. She sat upright, touching the blood with her fingers and looking at it. "Ben, it's time for you to leave," she said, wiping away the blood from her nose. Come on, Gwen, I didn't mean it. You were acting crazy. I had to get you to stop. It's time for you to leave, she repeated, pointing her Glock at him. Gwen, don't be crazy. Put that away, he said, stepping toward her. Touch me again, and I will kill you. He stopped and audibly ground his jaw as if he crunched sand in his teeth. You know what? I don't need this shit. Good luck out there, he said, and left with a dismissive wave of his hand. Joseph raced over to Gwen, helping her up. Are you okay? If he wasn't so good to Mark, I would have killed him. But that's over now, she said. I'll set your nose later. Let's get out of here. Car doors slammed and they rolled out onto the runway. Not many planes had been coming of late. Gwen thought they only had 2 or 3 yesterday, way down from the 30 to 40 they were getting a few days ago. Kevin didn't drive fast, but he didn't drive slow. He steered them straight for the gate, crossing the tarmac diagonally. They passed a stubby square block of an air traffic control tower. She was sure she saw something move up there. She wondered if that man watched them through a sniper scope, waiting to put bullets in them. The building made her nervous, as if some ominous presence lurked there. In the dimly lit morning, it looked like the black castle of an evil prince. A single Humvee sat parked at the gate. Did Mauser alert them to our departure? No, he wouldn't. I thought he wouldn't do a lot of things before today. A couple of men stood in the shadows of a guard shack. Small circular bits of fire went from their mouths to their sides and back again like priests with holy water sprinklers. She had heard once from a college professor that cigarettes won World War II. She couldn't remember why, but she could bank that it was because of the edge smoking took off, or the distraction from mundane wartime activities it provided. Kevin stopped the pickup truck near the closed chain-link fence gate. He clicked a button on the door, and his window rolled down. "How you guys doing?" he said nonchalantly, resting his elbow on the window frame. A soldier strode up to the window, M4 in hand, not pointed at Kevin, but not relaxed either. The other soldier hopped out of the driver's side of the Humvee and walked to the back side of the pickup. "Where are you guys headed?" the stubbly young soldier said. Could Gwen even call him young? After all the things that he had seen, he probably had more experience than men twice his age. "Just headed out on a research run with the doctor," Kevin said. He pointed a thumb back at Joseph. The patchy-faced soldier laughed too much. "Research for what?" he said. Joseph leaned in the front from the back seat. "I'm Dr. Jakowski, CDC Viral Research Specialist. I have been sent by Colonel Jackson to conduct research on the infected in the field. We are going to collect some fresh specimens," he said. That was the plan. Throw around some big names, scare the soldiers into letting them out. "Oh, yeah," the soldier said. "We got some fresh specimens right on the other side of this fence." He smiled at them. "Not the kind we are looking for," Joseph said quickly. The soldier's smile faded as he looked in the back seat at Gwen. Concern fell across his features. "Are you okay?" he asked. Her face was swelling and blood dripped from her nose. "Who, me? Of course." She wiped her nose nervously. "You're bleeding," the soldier said. "You know, the dry air," she said, laughing a little. The soldier looked incredulous. She could practically read his mind. These 2 civilians had been abusing her, and now were kidnapping her for God knows what. "So the good doctor here is taking you, miss, and you, into the field for research? Is that correct?" He shifted his M4 a little closer to the car door. Gwen saw it. Her stomach did a somersault. "I've seen this guy in the mess hall. He's nothing more than a drunk." He pointed at Kevin. Kevin's Adam's apple jiggled a bit as he swallowed hard. "These are my assistants. They will help me collect specimens safely. I, for one, would not want to be out there alone," Joseph said. He was interrupted by a shout from the back. "They got all sorts of food and supplies back here." "Stevens, call it in," the soldier said, looking back at the other man. "You got it, Franklin." Stevens backtracked to the Humvee and picked up a radio microphone. "I'm going to need all of you to step out of the vehicle," Franklin said, pointing his weapon at Kevin's face. They were toast. Joseph opened his truck door. "Sir, I assure you it is most vital that we leave now, before the infected become more attentive," he said. Gwen loosened the handgun in her holster, using the door to shield herself from the soldiers. Stevens pointed his M4 at Joseph with one handheld radio to his ear. "Get on the ground, now!" Stevens yelled. He dropped the radio and went for Joseph. Everything that happened next took place in slow motion. Stevens pushed Joseph face down in the dirt, and Franklin was fast approaching Kevin, long gun in the shooting position. Gwen got out of the car and started screaming. "Look, infected!" she yelled, pointing outside the gate. "Everything will be okay, ma'am," Franklin said. Kevin was tossed out of the car. "We'll take care of these perverts and deal with the infected in a minute," Franklin said. "They're coming!" she screamed at them. Both Franklin and Stevens looked up in alarm. "What the fuck, lady? You're safe," Franklin said. "Look!" she pointed out. They both looked to where she was pointing, searching for something that posed more of a threat than these civilians. Joseph squirmed free and punched Stevens in the neck over and over. Stevens' hands leapt for his throat. Franklin pointed his gun at Joseph, but Gwen's handgun fired as if it had a mind of its own. Pop, pop! The soldier held his neck in surprise, stepping backward. His gun dropped low. "Bitch shot me," Franklin said, his eyes wide. "Bitch shot me," he repeated, more panicked. He sat on his backside and crawled backward for the Humvee. Joseph stood over Stevens, hands drenched in blood. The soldier writhed on the ground, holding his throat. Gwen holstered up and collected the soldier's carbine, holding it loosely. She walked over to the wounded soldier. He crawled back on his elbows, belly up. His feet pushed at the dirt. She stared down at him. "I was only trying to help." He paused as if he would say more, but blood pumped from his throat. He stopped crawling. "I killed you. You are dead for trying to save me." "I don't need saving," she said at his corpse. Kevin looked at them, terrified. "We should go," he said. Gwen ran to the fence and took something from her pocket. She unfolded the picture of her and Mark, looking at the photo one last time. She smiled a bit, placed 2 fingers to her lips, and pushed them in Mark's smiling face. Then she wedged the photo in the chain-link fence. The men were already sliding onto the pickup's leather seats. They seemed reluctant to leave their crime. Gwen wasn't surprised at the outcome of events. Joseph stared at his crimson-covered hands. She put a hand on his shoulder. He looked at her, eyes bulging. "I just killed him. That soldier. I don't know what came over me," he said. He didn't need to explain himself. She understood. Forgiven or not, they would probably die in the farmlands of Ohio before anyone would care. "We did what we had to do," she said. He nodded. Kevin sped down the road. "Why don't you take a rest? You're going to need to drive here at some point," she said. Joseph slumped down in his seat. Abandoned vehicles littered the road and roadside. Gwen held the M4 in between her legs and looked out the window at the devastation. The overgrown fields were strewn with bodies of the dead. It was the polar opposite of the photo that fluttered in the fence, waiting for Mark. The photograph only had one word on the back. Home. Steele, Ohio River, Pennsylvania. With the smoldering remains of Pittsburgh behind them, Ahmed and Steele navigated the Ohio River, a key shipping lane of pre-modern America. Their relief at accomplishing their mission faded every mile from the crackling flames. Steele let up on the throttle. "What's that sign say?" he said, gesturing at an offshoot of the river. A thick tree line covered the banks of the river. "I can't see anything," Ahmed said. Steele cut the engine. He grabbed a waterproof map. "Can't tell off this map. There are just too many offshoots. One of these has got to take us to Youngstown," he said. There were less infected bodies in the water the further they traveled away from Pittsburgh. A dilapidated white farmhouse sat some distance off the river. The roof was sunken in the middle, bleached gray shingles cracked or missing. "There, what's that barn say?" Steele said, spying the building. The barn was almost pink in its old age, having long ago lost its iconic red hue. Dull white lettering covered the end of the barn. "Please help us," Ahmed said. "That paint looks fresh." He gave Steele a worried look. "Below that," Steele said. He already knew it read Beaver River Canoe Rental. Rotating his wrist, he turned the throttle back up. "That's the way we need to go," he said. Hours passed as they traveled up the small tributary of the Ohio River, and it eventually turned into the Mahoning River. Pennsylvania's treed hills gave way to Ohio farms. Ohio farms turned into early 20th century brick warehouses. Former industry, now relegated to the past, crumbled long before the outbreak. Youngstown was a small city, a few larger buildings, no skyscrapers. It was hard to tell if the buildings were abandoned prior to the outbreak or if the outbreak was the cause of their abandonment. Steel knew cities like this had suffered immensely with the collapse of the steel and auto industries, like many places within the Rust Belt. "How many people do you think live here?" he asked. "I dunno. Less than Pittsburgh. Probably under 100,000. "In that case, I'm going to vote we stop well outside the city limits." "I will second the motion." They passed the downtown center. No lights lit up the small businesses. The city was dead, but not dead enough to stop the inflatable. Steele let all of that pass. Steele wanted to put it as close to the airfield and as far away from the city as possible. He found a small inlet that held a farmhouse and some short soybean fields riddled with weeds. "I'm thinking of putting in over there," Steele said. "I haven't seen it infected in about a mile or so. It's probably good." "My thoughts exactly." He pulled the small boat ashore and hopped out into the shallows with little plops for each of his feet. Water and mud came up to his knees. He scanned with his carbine for threats, but no one bore down on them. Ahmed helped Steele pull a tarp over the small boat. There was little chance they would need it again, but maybe if things got really bad. He tried not to think like that, but he had to. He had to see the unexpected to prepare for it mentally. If you ran through all the worst scenarios with game plans on how to survive and win, your chances of success went way up. His reaction time shortened by playing it out in his mind first, but some things he didn't want to play out, and almost all of those scenarios involved Gwen. Instead, he hoped that Gwen would be there, safe and happy. Mauser would be up and walking. He and Kevin would share a drink or two or three, saying cheers to their close calls like old-time warriors. He stopped daydreaming. Not the time or the place for such frivolous thoughts. He kicked at the small gray inflatable motorboat to say goodbye. He hoisted his pack and kept his carbine at the low ready. The river had its own set of dangers, but for the most part it had provided him and Ahmed with breathing space from masses of the infected, and distance from hostile people or anyone in general. Anyone and everyone far away. Nobody to ask him favors. Nobody that needed rescuing. Nobody to shoot him in the head. Steele liked that, but it was time for them to get to Youngstown. Ahmed held his arm across his chest, carbine in his other hand. "If I'm right about where we are, we have about 5 miles to the airfield," Steele said. He pointed west. "We should see if there is a car. As much as I would love to run across Ohio being chased by the dead, it would be easier if we had a mode of transportation," Ahmed said. "You don't by any chance know how to hotwire a car, do you?" Steele said, pointing to an old farmhouse in the distance. "There's an old pickup over there." They trekked over long grass. Caution prevailed over speed. The brown grass swayed in the wind. A rusted hulk of metal rose up from the grass. Ahmed walked around the rusted old truck as if he were sizing up a prize bull. He ran a hand along the side, and using his sleeve, wiped dust and dirt from the window. "I asked if you could hotwire it, not marry it," Steele said, watching the man. Ahmed turned his way, an excited smile crossing his lips. "You don't understand. This is a 1963 Studebaker Champ." Steele kicked at the tires. They were deflated, but had enough to get them 5 miles down the road. "My dad used to talk about these all the time." "Really? I'm somewhat surprised, but you think you can get it running?" Steele said. He didn't care if Ahmed's dad could fly it. The only thing that mattered was finding a ride that took them back to Gwen. "These trucks are like collector's item now. The Studebakers stopped production in 1964, but with a little bit of upkeep, you can still run them today." Blocking the daylight with his hand, he looked through the window again. "See, it's the first pickup that had a sedan-like cab," Ahmed said. Steele couldn't believe this guy's excitement at the specifics of an ancient pickup that probably wouldn't start. "Pickup trucks and baseball, huh? Let me guess. You like apple pie, too?" Steele said, poking at his counterpart. "The American dream," Ahmed said. He rose his eyebrows and tried the driver's side door. The door creaked open like a stiff joint. Steele gave him a smirk and shook his head in disbelief. A little luck never hurt anyone. He watched Ahmed look under the driver's column. He had grown fond of him. Given a few weeks ago, he had almost put a knife through his neck. Their situation had taken a 180. When Gwen wasn't around to bring out their most inner male competitive instincts, they worked pretty well together. He would never tell her that, though, because he valued his life. Ahmed leaned back out of the driver's seat. "Let me see your knife." Steele pulled out his blade and pressed the button to punch the blade out the front. "I almost killed you with that knife a few weeks prior." Ahmed stuck out his hand. His dark eyes stared at Steele expectantly. Steele flipped the knife onto its blade and handed it to him hilt first. Ahmed took it and went back to work. "Where do you think the owners are?" Ahmed said. He ripped wires from beneath the steering wheel out into the open and cut them carefully with Steele's knife. "I don't know. Dead. In a FEMA camp. Upstairs. Most likely infected." Steele eyed the farmhouse. Greenish-brown vines scaled the sides of the old home. The tall grass surrounding them led all the way up to the white-columned porch and red-brick home. Dual chimneys sat on either end of the home. He looked for movement in the windows, but only saw darkness. "Doesn't mean nobody is home. Crosshairs may be on me now." The engine revved up as Ahmed sparked the wires together. In newer cars, this took some skill to do, but with the older ones, it was almost dummy-proof. "Everyone isn't dead. People have to have survived somewhere. There have to be safe places. We're still alive," Ahmed said. He slid the blade back inside and handed it back to Steele. "Not for lack of trying. Every safe place I get to is overrun. Maybe it's better to stay spread out in small groups, keep a low footprint." Steele hopped in the driver's seat. Ahmed threw his pack in the back and made his way around to the passenger side. "But the military is still operating," he said. "We saw all too well how that's going." He rocked the pickup out of its time-worn divots. Ahmed frowned. "If you were trapped somewhere and a bunch of camo-dressed guys drove by, would you come out?" Steele asked. If anyone wanted the pickup, they weren't going to fight for the relic. Ahmed thought about his words. "I suppose you're right. The people are scared. Since nobody is really helping them, people are taking care of themselves. Fear is king now," Steele said. The Studebaker bounced on its old shocks as Steele took them to a dirt farm road leading away from the house. The dusty gravel road led them to Ohio Route 45. Steele took the pickup onto the pavement and sped it up with a chunk of the engine. 30 uneventful minutes later, they stopped a short distance from the airfield gates. He could see a couple of Humvees sitting idle. A few men in green and brown ACUs standing nearby. Steele was sure they could see him. The old pickup truck rattled, an old warrior on its final march. Ahmed looked at him from the passenger seat. His voice cracked as he spoke. "Why are you stopping? We're almost home free." Steele knew they were close. He didn't hesitate because of the men. Men could be handled. He hesitated because he would soon know Gwen's fate. She had to be safe there. She had to be, but at the same time he knew that there was a possibility that she wasn't there. Even worse, she could be dead. It was almost better just believing blindly that she was safe and never actually finding out if she was. Blind faith. Ignorance was bliss. "What if she isn't there?" Steele asked. Ahmed paused, digesting his words like undercooked meat. He placed a hand on Steele's arm. "She will be. She's strong." Steele nodded, his head low. Ahmed peered nervously out his window. "But in a few minutes we are going to make some infected friends, and I would much rather be inside the base than outside it," he said. Twisting his frame, he looked over his shoulder. Infected flanked them on either side. They walked through the long grass fields adjacent to the airfield. Steele sat frozen by doubt. Ahmed dribbled on, sounding more and more concerned with every minute. Everything was unfocused in Steele's eyes, a fuzzy blur before him. "I have to know, or will the truth break me? I don't know if I can handle her death. Her death broke me before. What will it do now?" His hands crushed the steering wheel. His foot set down on the gas, and self-preservation overcame self-doubt. He definitely didn't want to get caught in the gunfire if the soldiers decided to open up. His pickup rolled forward, steady and slow like a turtle on wheels. "Get me something white, hurry," Steele said. Ahmed dove in the back seat, tearing apart gear. "I don't see anything." Guns leveled in their direction. "We aren't running the barricade. Something white, Ahmed. If you like living, get me something white." "Ah!" Ahmed yelled. He stripped off his shirt and removed his undershirt, handing it to Steele. Ahmed held his injured arm over his bare chest. Steele whipped the white T-shirt out the window and stopped the pickup. He waited a minute. Ahmed's head turned from the soldiers to the infected. "Why haven't they come out yet?" Ahmed said. The soldiers watched them, cigarettes hanging out the side of their mouths. Helmeted heads stuck up out of Humvee turrets. They trained 50-caliber machine guns on Steele's pickup. "I don't know, but keep your eye on the infected." "I got 10 within 40 feet, Ahmed said. "I got 8 moving up the road," Steele said. He reached behind him, grabbing his carbine. 2 options flashed in his mind like bright, burning warning signs. Throw it in reverse and drive off never knowing if Gwen was in the base, or make a run on foot to the gates and hope to God that those assholes would let them in. Neither choice was good, but he had to know. He opened the door of the truck, and it whined loudly in protest. "We gotta make a run for it," Steele called at him. They both took off for the gate. In one hand he held Ahmed's undershirt over his head, the other held his carbine pointed at the ground. "Please don't shoot us," he thought over and over. Ahmed kept pace with him, one good arm pumping at his side. 10 yards from the gate, one of the guards shouted out. He put his hand in the air. "Stop! Drop your guns!" the soldier screamed. Steele complied. He tossed the shirt and carbine on the ground, his hands lifted above his head. There were no halves. They either let him in, shot him, or the infected would make quick work of them at the gate. A salt-and-peppered, bearded man locked his fingers on the chain-link fence, looking through at them. "We were wondering what you 2 boys were doing out there." Chevrons decorated his upper arm along with an American flag. "There are infected behind us," Steele panted. "Oh, we can see them." He jutted his unshaven chin out past Steele. "But you see, we aren't too worried about them, because we got this old fence here to slow them down. You, on the other hand," the grizzled soldier said. He rose a hand outward from his body and tilted his head to the side to emphasize the questionableness of their predicament. "We are seeking sanctuary. Please let us in." The soldier grinned. "Sanctuary? You ran all the way over here to say that? I was expecting a bit more. You don't got any guns, and you don't got no fence. So to me it looks like you are up a shit creek," he said with a grin. "Please, we're on a mission from Colonel Jackson in Pittsburgh. Is he here? He promised us refuge," Steele said. He glanced behind him. The dead closed in to the gate. The pack tightened around them, cutting off all paths of retreat, save through the closed gate. Like a flesh-laden noose, they cinched tight around Steele and Ahmed. Fresh blood covered their face and hands. The soldiers traded looks with each other. "Colonel Jackson, you are on a mission from him?" the sergeant first class said. "Yes, please," Steele pleaded. The sentry gave a wave. "Light 'em up, Donnie." The thunder of the 50 roared over the fence. Steele could feel the concussions from the rounds as they screeched overhead. It seemed to suck the air out of his lungs, and when he realized that he was not the target of their hot lead, he threw himself to the ground, bringing Ahmed with him. As his hearing came back, he could see Ahmed's mouth working out a yell. Steele gathered himself and stood up, brushing his chest off. The gate rolled open, and the fence clanged. Cutting it a bit close. Being used as bait for the infected was not a prospect that Steele enjoyed. "Woo!" shouted the soldier on the 50. He threw a fist up in the air. Smoke drifted up from his machine gun barrel. "You see that? That Zulu's head just popped right off." "Which one?" shouted another soldier. "The fat one," he shouted down at him. "Let me see it." The other soldier said, "Sarge, you think I could get it? You know, keep it as a trophy?" "Knock it off, Jacobs," Sergeant First Class yelled at him. Steele helped Ahmed up. The Sergeant First Class smiled at them. "Well, come on in, guys." Ahmed and Steele walked inside only a few feet from the soldiers. The platoon of army soldiers stood watching them curiously. A few stood inside a guard shack. The rest were lounging inside Humvees, doors open and standing around. "So Colonel Jackson sent you 2 lovebirds on a mission?" Steele dusted off his shirt. "That's correct. We were with EOD Specialist Barnes. We completed Operation Anaconda." "You were with Barnes? That crazy son of a bitch. Where is he?" "Blew himself up." The words didn't touch the soldier's eyes. He blinked. A corporal standing nearby leaned in and whispered into the Sergeant First Class's ear. He frowned, removing a rolled-up photo from his ACU breast pocket. He looked down at the picture, then back at Steele. The senior NCO's mouth moved as if he were chewing the inside of his cheek. Barnes blew himself up? So he's dead? Unfortunately, yes. Steele didn't like where this line of questioning was going. Well, you see, we have a bit of a problem. The tone of his voice made Steele's hackles stand on end. The sergeant first class flicked the photograph with his index finger, gently shaking his head. Why's that? Steele asked, rubbing his ear. He stuck his finger in his left ear and shook it. His head still continued to ring. It's quite simple. We found this picture along with the bodies of some of our guys. He pushed a photo of Steele and Gwen into Steele's face. I don't understand, he said. The beach. Beautiful day. How did you get that? What is a picture of Gwen and I doing by the bodies of murdered soldiers? He snatched it from the NCO's hands. Where is she? Steele demanded. His mouth turned into a snarl. Where is she? He shouted at the sergeant first class. That's a good question. Is that you in the photo, son? He said. Yes. Steele started. He was confused. He didn't have time to contemplate his words before a rifle butt landed against the back of his head. Kinnick, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. He had been in and out of Pittsburgh for as many hours a day as he could maintain, for days, but still hadn't discovered Colonel Jackson and his mystery convoy. He had traveled to every other airfield in the region. The last stop on his route was the Youngstown Airfield, home of the 163rd Air Transport Wing of the Ohio Air National Guard. North of Pittsburgh, the Zealy-Noble Airfield had been overrun. He prayed to God that Youngstown was not, or they would be flying on fumes to the next airfield. He had his pilot set down near the air traffic control tower. A single soldier jogged out as the rotors wound down, head ducked and covering his eyes. Where are you coming from? The bearded soldier yelled. Kinnick hopped down, surrounded by his operators. We're coming from D.C. and we need fuel. I'm looking for a Colonel Jackson, or your CO, he said. The soldier's eyes darted back and forth. I can take you to Colonel Jackson. We haven't had any traffic in a few days. We were wondering if you guys forgot about us, the soldier said, licking his lips. Kinnick looked at the man. His greasy hair stuck out every which way, his shirt was untucked, and his rifle hung loosely over his shoulder like it was a gym bag. His ACUs were patched with a red anvil on his sleeve and a single chevron or mosquito wings at the center of his chest. Colonel Jackson is here? Yeah, he's here. He's our CO. Private, please lead the way. We've been looking for him. He gestured to Master Sergeant Hunter. I want Lewis and Gibson to stay with the helos. Rest of the men to the chow hall. I want you with me, Kinnick ordered. Under his breath he said, Stay close. I'm getting a bad vibe from this place. Roger that. These guys look gaggle-fucked as hell, Master Sergeant Hunter said. Colonel Kinnick and Master Sergeant Hunter tailed the private inside a gray-sided airfield office building attached to the air traffic control tower. A couple of soldiers stood out front smoking cigarettes. They gave Kinnick a hostile look. Kinnick instinctively ran his hand over his Beretta 9mm and made it seem as if he were adjusting his belt. He felt Master Sergeant Hunter's presence nearby, a wolf in soldier's clothing, ready to break free, fangs bared, at any moment. They walked up some dark steps that led to a command room. The private opened the door and stepped inside. Kinnick entered with a bit of apprehension, as if he walked into a trap, but was powerless to fight it. A bald man with loosely laced combat boots sat with his feet up on the table. Maps covered the table in a haphazard manner. The corners of the parchment were held down by empty food containers and cans of beer. A couple of sergeants sat in folding chairs nearby. One had a grisly necklace of ears around his neck. A scantily clad blonde woman stood in the background waiting on the men. Kinnick did not like their collective disheveled look. These men are ate up. They reminded him of rabid dogs, simultaneous wild eyes and hard eyes. Colonel Jackson? Kinnick said. The man with his feet up sat back, letting his boots drop to the ground. He waved Kinnick over. He was a short man with broad shoulders. Come on over and take a seat, Colonel Jackson said. Kinnick moved a bit closer and stood at the ready. I would prefer to stand. How are things here? He asked. Clearly, they had deteriorated rapidly. Jackson grinned. his skeletal face wrapped in thin skin. "Things are going just fine. I see you came in on a couple of pretty birds." "We did. I am on a special mission from General Travis at the Pentagon," Kinnick said before he was interrupted. "The Pentagon? Ah, the cerebrum. The brain that sends out little electric commands to all its fingers and its itty-bitty toes. Except I haven't received any electric pulses from them in a few days, or anybody for that matter." "You haven't heard from General Travis?" Kinnick asked. "Our communications have been limited." Colonel Jackson let it sink in. "And you must be their little errand boy. I ask for orders from Northcom, and they send me you." He spread his hands out in front of him and leaned back in his chair. "How can my base be at your assistance?" The taller and meaner of the two sergeants snorted a laugh that was cut short by an evil look from Jackson. Kinnick ignored his indiscretion. "Yes, it is very important. I am looking for a Dr. Jakowski." "I've met him. Skittish fellow," Colonel Jackson said. He rubbed his upper lip. "Do you know where he is?" Kinnick said hurriedly. "I'm not sure now," Colonel Jackson said, smoothing the creases of his mouth. "But I know someone who does. Follow me, Colonel," he said. He stood back up from his chair with a smile. Kinnick's skin crawled. They were shadowed by sergeants in unbuttoned ACU jackets, stained undershirts beneath. The one with the ear necklace smiled at Kinnick, only one side of his lips lifting upright. This place was not right. Back down the stairs they marched, and Colonel Jackson led them outside. A civilian camp covered the grounds, stretching over a parking lot and grassy field. He led them to the other side of the air traffic control tower. "Ah, there they are," Colonel Jackson said, gesturing at a couple of bodies face down in the grass. They'd clearly been stripped of essential equipment. Kinnick bent down, looking down at them. Their skin was pale and looked cold. Been dead at least a few days. Why were these men not given a proper burial? "What's the point, Colonel? We are all going to die soon anyway, but I'm afraid that the answer to your doctor's whereabouts lies with these brave men. The doctor and his minions murdered these soldiers, killed American soldiers and defied my orders and deserted my command," Jackson said, spittle flying. He licked his lips, calming himself. An infected beat the fence with his hands, his face pressed painfully into the links. "Will you excuse me for a moment?" Colonel Jackson asked, raising his eyebrows with an apologetic smile. He drew his firearm and marched to the fence. He pointed his gun at the infected's face. The creature clawed the fence with zero regard that the colonel was about to put a bullet through its head. Jackson kept his gun steady for a moment, almost as if he were waiting for the infected to flinch. He pulled the trigger, and the infected lost part of its head. Kinnick stared down at the bodies. Americans fighting their own military. Not impossible, but is this the new norm, or is this isolated? Colonel Jackson walked back to Kinnick. His eyes held a bit of fury. He holstered his weapon. "Now, where were we?" he asked, straightening his ACUs. "Oh, yes, we were discussing chain of command and our civilian components. Does your General Travis or any of those pukes out in Colorado have any idea what it's like out here?" He rose non-existent eyebrows at Kinnick. He didn't expect an answer. This was a lecture. "You've seen it. You must have. The dead, the eaten, the survivors. It's as if they all want you dead. This isn't hell, Colonel Kinnick. This is worse than hell," Colonel Jackson said, kicking dirt at the fallen soldiers. "I believe that they do understand the dire fight on our hands. General Travis's mission may tip the scales of this war." Colonel Jackson laughed a bit. "Dire fight? Ha! Do you know how many people I've killed over the last month?" Jackson asked. He crouched down and picked up a handful of dirt. "No, I do not." Kinnick began to question his understanding of the conflict. "Are we too far gone? Look at this once proud American soldier. He's snapped." "Do you know how many American citizens I have killed or ordered killed? Do I even blame them for killing my men in return? My men who look to me to lead them into and out of battle safely, men who rely on me to point them in the right direction." Kinnick was silent. "Hundreds, no, thousands. Tens of thousands of the monsters I have ordered destroyed. Monsters! They aren't human. They might look like Aunt Sally, but they eat like dogs. Bellies swollen from eating every last drop. Do you feel nothing when you take them down?" "The people infected by the virus are no longer to be considered human by Congressional Act 661. Kinnick prattled off. "No, I mean all of them. Live civilians, too. What's the difference? You are either with the unit or against it. All of them. It's us versus everyone else. Then you should check your morals, Colonel, Kinnick said. He looked back at the civilian camp. A woman cried out as she was hauled by her elbows to a tent by 2 soldiers. Madness. This base has gone mad. Colonel Jackson squinted, and a smile settled on his lips. It is an unfortunate side effect of this conflict. Can you blame the boys? Kinnick pointed out. What are they doing to that woman? They're just blowing off some steam, Jackson said. Kinnick wanted to puke, but he couldn't take the fight to an entire base of soldiers with just a squad. This is an unfortunate state I find you in, Colonel Jackson, but I have my orders to find the doctor, so I must continue searching, Kinnick said, gulping. I trust you will straighten this out before I return? Colonel Jackson chuckled. Of course. I will get everything squared away for you, Colonel. You have your orders. The base is at your disposal. I will have Sergeant Lowry and Sergeant Banks accompany you around the base. The dark-looking men walked over to Kinnick and Master Sergeant Hunter. No escort is needed, Commander. We are on the same team, Kinnick said. Jackson revealed his teeth through thin lips. But I insist. This is a dangerous time we live in. The 2 armed guards followed Kinnick onto the airfield. They walked to the helicopters at an even pace. Kinnick could feel Master Sergeant Hunter getting ready to strike the man next to him in the neck, when he would most likely transition to a blade and stab the other with a crippling liver jab, following up by covering his mouth when he screamed and sawing his windpipe out like a stuck pig. Kinnick smiled at him. Let's make sure our birds are getting fueled up. We can't depart until then, he said, hoping the man-wolf would catch his tone to wait. Fuel, then flee. Master Sergeant Hunter nodded. I'll make sure our boys are up to speed. Kinnick's mind raced. Colonel Jackson was a broken man. There was no doubt in Kinnick's mind that Jackson had snapped. Jackson's men were broken, showing little allegiance to the nation they once loved. They had only loyalty to one thing, the unit. They were no better than a gang, a heavily armed gang with too many members. He needed to get the other men back from the chow hall or they wouldn't stand a chance. A fuel line ran from the helo to the ground. Gibson and Lewis stood casually near the helos. Lewis gave a hearty laugh as he glanced over at Kinnick and Master Sergeant Hunter. His eyes narrowed a bit when he saw Jackson's men on either side of them. The blood began to pound in Kinnick's ears and his skin prickled, knowing a fight was coming. How's the refueling coming? Lewis the Bear looked over at the National Guardsmen like they were a grub. About halfway there. We should be up in about 10. We aren't heading out of here right away. We could use some rest, Sergeant Lewis said. Kinnick nodded. Not here. Of course. We need to debrief. Go and fetch the other men from the chow hall, he said. I'll grab them, Sergeant Lewis said. He jogged off. Kinnick hoped that this would go quiet, or he had just sent one of his better soldiers to his death. Well, he would have sent them all to their deaths. He turned to Master Sergeant Hunter. We should probably square ourselves up, Kinnick said. Master Sergeant Hunter raised an eyebrow before turning to the nearest guard. You boys ever seen a knife fight in a phone booth? He said. Sergeant Lowry cocked his head to the side, perplexity crossing his features. No, Sergeant Lowry started. His eyes bugged out of his head as Master Sergeant Hunter knocked his larynx into the back of his throat. Lowry drew a ragged breath, his hands involuntarily leaping for his neck. Kinnick struck out with his fist aimed for Sergeant Banks's ugly face. He was a second too slow, and Sergeant Banks turned his head slightly, catching the brunt of the blow on his cheek. Banks stepped back and reached for his sidearm. Kinnick lunged for the man's gun. There could be no firing, or the whole base would be alerted. They went down in a heap. Kinnick pushed down on the man's sidearm to keep it in his holster. Sergeant Banks rolled on top of Kinnick, using one hand to reach for his sidearm and one hand to choke Kinnick. Banks drove down on Kinnick's neck. The muscles in Kinnick's neck strained as the man's hand worked at crushing his windpipe. Both Kinnick's hands were still wrapped around the man's gun, keeping it in its holster. Black spots peppered his vision. Then relief. Sergeant Banks's hands leapt to his own throat as blood propelled its way through, around his fingers, and down his hands. He tipped off Kinnick, gargling his last breaths. Master Sergeant Hunter pulled Kinnick upright, shoving him toward the helos. Sergeant Gibson ran for them. "Secure the helos!" Master Sergeant Hunter called out. Sergeant Gibson jerked to the left like he had been hit by a baseball pitch. He dropped to his knees, fingers massaging blood in between them. Bullets screamed past Kinnick and Master Sergeant Hunter. Sergeant Gibson dumped face first into the dirt. His feet kicked up as a counterbalance and flopped dead on the ground. More shots rang out. Kinnick dove through the middle of the helo, Master Sergeant Hunter close behind. "They're on the roof," Master Sergeant Hunter breathed. "Should have known they would have eyes on us the whole time. We have to wait for Lewis and the rest of the team," Kinnick said between breaths. Hunter nodded and rolled to the side of the helo, spraying a few shots before ducking back behind cover. "More coming around the building. They'll have us flanked in a minute," he said. They were pinned. Gibson was dead. His squad was somewhere in the base. He couldn't fly the helicopter on his own. The gunfire dissipated. A loud, booming voice rang out over an outdoor speaker. "Colonel Kinnick and your Special Forces lapdog. Come out with your hands up," Jackson's voice rang. Master Sergeant Hunter looked over at Kinnick, finger-tapping a fragmentation grenade. Kinnick shook his head. "We have the rest of your team. There is no way to go on without them all dying. Surrender, and we will have mercy," Colonel Jackson said. Kinnick lay his head back onto the helo's side. How could it have come to this? Is there a way to get word to General Travis, to let him know of our failure? Kinnick threw his Beretta onto the ground and stepped out from behind the protective fuselage of the helicopter, hands above his head. "No need to shoot," he said. Gwen, Southern Michigan. Kevin slowed the pickup down to a stop next to a white sign that read, "Pure Michigan," in scrawling blue letters. A string of bullet holes peppered diagonally down the sign. They had avoided Toledo and cut up the middle of Michigan to avoid Detroit and the surrounding areas. Kevin hadn't driven the whole time. Each one of them had taken their turn driving, so they never needed to stop for long. He had stopped for the sign. A red Expedition sat abandoned in the ditch. Tire tracks lined the pavement. "Hopefully that SUV has some gas in the tank," she said. Kevin eyed her nervously. She looked out the windows. No infected in sight. "Same plan. I'll cover with the long gun. Kevin will siphon. Joseph will carry," she said. "Why do I always have to siphon?" Kevin asked. "I don't care. Make Joseph do it, but I'm on the gun." "Rock, paper, scissors for it?" Kevin said with a smile. "Fine. On 3, or 1, 2, 3, go," Joseph asked, pushing his cracked glasses up his nose. "On 3. Gwen, you want to call it?" "Jesus, you guys are worse than dealing with a sorority." Kevin gave her a look like she was crazy. "This is important," he said, his face serious. Gwen rolled her eyes. "Sure. Ready?" "No one said anything about ready," Kevin complained. She glared his way. "Ready. 1, 2, 3. The men stuck out their hands. Joseph made a fist, and Kevin split his index and middle fingers. "Aw, dang," Kevin cursed, throwing his hands up in defeat. Joseph smiled, and his chin lifted up. "I pick carrying." "All right, back to surviving the apocalypse, gentlemen." She liked the two men, but sometimes she wondered if their maturity level would ever rise above that of a teenager. "Come on, you two," she said. Car doors opened and gently closed behind them. The last thing they wanted was an unwanted guest hitching a ride. The three survivors moved quickly. Gwen had lost count in how many times they had to stop to siphon gas. It seemed like they had to stop every 10 miles to fuel up. Every single gas station between the Youngstown airfield and Michigan had been drained dry. A cool, dark gray sky gloomed above as if God had thrown a sheet over his dead earth. Gwen had expected the fall-like weather. Mark had always talked about how the temperatures dropped rapidly near the end of September in Michigan. A sharp wind penetrated her clothes. She shivered. Being inside the car is better. She hustled behind Joseph, carbine low, with the stock wedged near the front of her armpit so she could raise it into a firing position in a quick single movement. A dense wood line covered the edge of the ditch, and Gwen faced herself that way. She glanced back at Kevin. He knelt next to the SUV and shoved a tube into the gas tank. He puffed as he sucked the gas out up the tube. He huffed. She looked back out at the trees. Coast was clear. A twig snapped in the woods, drawing all their attention. She tried to zero in on where the noise came from, but her eyes struggled to conquer the branches and greens of the woods. "What's going on?" Joseph breathed quietly. "I don't see anything," she said. Her stomach began to flop. The hairs on her neck stood up, shouting, "Danger! Danger!" Kevin quickly switched the gas cans, ensuring that not a drop spilled onto the concrete. Gwen took a step back closer to the group. She raised her M4 and looked through and around the trees. Nothing. Probably just a rabbit or something. She looked back at her friends. Joseph picked up 2 cans and wobbled back for the pickups. He disappeared behind the SUV. Gwen heard him hit the ground first. "Ouch!" he shouted as his back smacked the pavement. "Joseph, the cans!" she called out. She scrambled to pick them upright as their precious cargo slopped out onto the highway. She picked up 1 can and spun around, tipping the other upright. An infected man wearing a mechanic's jumper charged her. His skin was blackened like he had walked out of a raging inferno. She clawed at his face. Charred, flaked skin smeared away in her hands. She fell to the ground, and he bent down close to her neck as if he wanted to be intimate. He drove himself closer and closer, and she could hardly resist. "Why isn't anyone helping me?" Her muscles were giving way to his onslaught. Each of his renewed efforts were as if he gained strength. His mouth was a horrible nightmare of exposed muscle, tendons, saliva, and teeth. Adrenaline surged through her veins. A knife handle materialized from the top of the infected skull, and he stopped, mouth open. Gwen shoved the disgusting man off to the side. A shadow loomed over her. She jumped upright. Gunshots cracked off. Joseph bent to remove his knife from the thing's skull. "More coming!" he shouted. They ran for the pickup. They threw the filled cans into the bed of the truck. Kevin tossed the siphon tube in the back and dove in the front seat. Fingernails scratched along the sides. He gassed the truck, and they were off. They sat in silence for a while. Nothing in their lives had prepared them for the constant strain of being hunted by the dead. After a few minutes, Kevin spoke up. "So this is Michigan, huh?" "Knowing Steele, I would have expected a slightly warmer response," Joseph said. They laughed a little, tension broken. "What's the fastest way to Grand Haven?" Kevin asked. Gwen pulled out the atlas. "Where are we now?" she asked. "Looks like we are on 127 North," Joseph said. She said aloud. They had avoided Detroit, but there is no straight shot to Grand Haven. The quickest way to Grand Haven would be to follow 127 North toward Lansing and get on 96 West. That is the most direct route. "Lansing is the capital, right?" Joseph asked. "Yeah, established in 1847. The first capital of Michigan was Detroit, but people in the western part of the state wanted more access, and they wanted a capital that was more easily defensible from the Canadians," Kevin said. "Interesting, Kevin." Kevin smirked. "I told you I taught social studies. Part of my unit is state capitals," he said. "Wait," Gwen said and paused. "Why would they care about being defensible from Canadians? They are like the nicest people on the planet." Kevin shifted in his seat, addressing them all. "I'm glad you asked." Gwen immediately regretted asking. He continued, "Long story short, when our country was young, Canada was still a colony of England. They would use it as a staging point to conduct war against us, like in the War of 1812. Now it's the longest undefended border in the world. Since we aren't going back to Lansing, back to the topic at hand, what are the other routes to Grand Haven?" Kevin asked. Gwen scoured the map. It would take a lot of travel on the back roads. She shook her head. "There aren't even remotely direct routes on back roads. It would be a long way across the state," she said. Kevin didn't look convinced. "I don't want to go through any cities. It is safer to do back roads," he said. Joseph adjusted his glasses. "I believe we must take the most direct route. We have already wasted too much time avoiding Detroit. Time is our enemy here," he said, looking to Gwen. "Time is of the essence. If we don't do what we set out to do, then there's no point." "I'm with Joseph," Gwen said. "If we die, then what's the point?" Kevin asked. "Then we die trying," Gwen said. She gave him a determined look. "We will fight tooth and nail for this." Kevin gave her a smile. "A fellowship, if you will. Fellowship of Patient Zero." "Exactly," she said, thanking God that Kevin hadn't put up a fight. "I will record our adventures, to Grand Haven and back again. Movie deals, book deals, red carpet appearances, oh my." "Wow, who gets to play me?" Gwen asked. "I would think like Sophia Hart or Natalie Johnson," Kevin said. "And Joseph?" she asked. I don't know. Stephen Rosario?" Kevin said. What about you, Kevin? She said. I mean, most definitely Abraham Gunter. He flexed a thin bicep. Oh, of course. It's a good fit, she said, laughing. Enough, you two. The quicker we find this man, the quicker I can start testing him and sending out data to everyone and anyone, Joseph said. Need I remind you what is at stake? Only for about the 12th time today. But make a left onto the freeway in about 0.5 miles, Gwen said. The pickup barreled onward, and Gwen adjusted the carbine in between her legs. Kinnick, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. A man across from Kinnick hacked his lungs out. He held his head in his hands. Shadowed, defeated faces stared back at him, backs lining the wall. A single door on the far side of the room was the only way in and the only way out. Other detractors were already inside the locked storeroom. The haggard man stared at Kinnick from across the room, his long beard dropping to his chest. Sergeant Lewis loomed on his left along with his men, who had been caught in the chow hall. Mouths half full, more confused than anything else, they hadn't put up a fight. That won't happen again. Master Sergeant Hunter sat on his right. He worked his hands round and round, taping items together. What are you doing? Kinnick asked. Almost done, boss, Master Sergeant Hunter said. He held up his project in the dim light. He had duct-taped a dozen plastic spoons found in a utensil box in the storeroom. Scraping a black blade over the object, he sharpened the item. Where did you get the knife? Belt buckle, he said while he worked. The door clicked and opened. Everyone's eyes flashed in its direction, wondering who or what would come through. None of it good. Armed Army National Guardsmen entered the room. Guns were pointed specifically at the men with face armor. They know the real threats in here. Colonel Kinnick? The sergeant asked. The shank and knife disappeared into Master Sergeant Hunter's jacket sleeves. He stood up, crossing his arms over his chest, a knife and shank poised to slash vital arteries in neck's arms and legs. No, Kinnick whispered to him. Master Sergeant Hunter's beard bobbed a bit, and he coughed in his hand. I'm Colonel Kinnick. Kinnick stood, feeling his age. Soldiers snatched him quickly. The men locked hands on his elbows and ushered him from the room. Through the doorway, the square room gave way to a long corridor. Must have crossed from the tower into offices. Their boots echoed off the walls, making it seem that there were many more than 4 men walking. Turning a corner, they brought him to a small room. They let him sit down in a single chair. Rough hands duct-taped his wrists, chest, and feet to an old wooden chair. Kinnick wasn't scared. He had mentally prepared for this, but he wasn't thrilled about being beaten and tortured at the whim of a madman. They let him stew for half an hour. He tried to calm his breathing and his heart rate. This will not be pleasant. Let your mind drift away and detach from the pain that is coming. Kinnick lifted his chin as Colonel Jackson stomped in. The officer's pink bald skull glistened above his tight-lipped mouth. This man will be court-martialed for what he's done. The man had gone off the deep end and put the entire hope for mankind's survival at risk. He paced. We've been left to rot. Jackson wiped his forehead with the back of an arm and smiled. Shit, we're no better than those poor imbeciles wandering around outside. Kinnick sat silent, staring in Jackson's eyes. No need for the silent treatment. We are both men of our word. We can talk as equals, Jackson said, patting his shoulder. Kinnick kept himself taut, holding his tongue. How can you negotiate with the insane? Is he insane? Or am I? Colonel Jackson shook his head, sighing heavily. He pulled up a chair within inches of Kinnick. He mounted the chair backwards and leaned in. I'll be flat with you. He wiped the sweat from his upper lip. You deserve that much. Same team and all. You can stay here and join forces, or I will have you executed. You have no right to wear that uniform, Kinnick burst out, his voice strong and firm. Colonel Jackson smirked. He pulled his uniform jacket away from his body. This little thing? Kinnick stared back at him. You can have it and take your high road. Colonel Jackson stood upright as he continued. Michael Kinnick, a man of integrity, loyal to his nation until his last breath. Colonel Jackson relaxed, and sobriety fell over his features like an avalanche. He crouched next to Kinnick, reasoning with him. Your nation is done. You saw what we had to do in Pittsburgh. I shelled the city for weeks. Is that what a just government for the people and by the people asks its protectors to do? Better yet, do you think those civilians out there are here by force?" Kinnick averted his eyes and sat in silence. Jackson stood back up, and his footsteps echoed off the walls as he walked. "They came to us for protection, and that's what they get. Protection, food, shelter. It's the best I can offer the cunty bastards." Kinnick snorted. "You mean the kind of protection where your men have free rein to abuse and take whatever they want? That's no protection. That is slavery." He spat on the ground. Jackson backhanded him in the face, his eyes wide with rage. Kinnick's cheek flamed up. Jackson stood upright and straightened his shirt. "They are free. What kind of freedom would they have outside of here? Freedom to be murdered by brigands. Freedom to watch their families be ripped apart by the savages. Freedom to die. Those are the only freedoms they will find out there. But here, they will find a form of justice. The men may take small liberties, but what is that price compared to life? What is liberty when the only other offer is death? It is a dark day for America if this is the freedom we defend." "How can you betray us like this?" Kinnick said, staring Jackson in the face. Colonel Jackson looked at Kinnick as if he were a dunce. "You just don't understand, do you? We are on our own. All these men have are their units, each other. The younger men looked up to Sergeant Banks, Iraq war veteran. His family was in this camp, and now he's gone. Sergeant Lowry will survive. Can't talk, a blessing for some, but he will live. This is where you belong. We need fighters like you and your men to fill our ranks. We've already enveloped other units, lost units that have been left behind. They need a home, and I give it to them." Kinnick twisted his neck as Jackson circled him like a shark. "We can still find a vaccine for this virus. We don't have to just survive. We can take the fight to the enemy. But you must let my men and me find this doctor," Kinnick pleaded. "Why do you hold so dearly to such a futile mission tasked to you by a dead institution? Can't you see their betrayal? They set us up for failure." He grabbed Kinnick by the collar. "They didn't let us do what needed to be done. You want to talk about betrayal? Look at your government leaders sitting in bunkers while we are overrun by the dead. Someone should be leading us and taking a stand, not just for us, but those sorry civilian fuckers out there." Jackson stared off in the distance. "Like a George Patton or a Stonewall Jackson. Someone should have led us." Jackson trailed off. He let Kinnick go. "It doesn't matter now, does it? I must fill these big shoes," Jackson said. "We still have a chance. We still have hope if you let me go," Kinnick said. "No, Colonel Kinnick, you must stay here." His booted steps rang off the floor and walls as he paced. "What drives you, Colonel Kinnick? How can I convince you to stay? Money? Power? Women? God? No, not God. Not for you. Not for us anymore. How could you believe in God at this point?" he said, laughing at the abstract thought. "But all men are driven by something." Colonel Jackson smiled down at him. "I fight for my country. For our country and our people," Kinnick said softly. Jackson slapped him in the back of the head like an idiot and circled in front of Kinnick. "No, Colonel, I told you these things no longer exist. The nation-state ideology is gone. Why do you continue to cling to such phantoms of your imagination? You may have been driven by money at some point, but even if you were, that means nothing now. Ammo means something. Food means something. A sturdy fence means the world. But money? Nothing." Colonel Jackson got close to his face. Kinnick could smell alcohol on his breath. Kinnick averted his eyes. He had engaged too much already. If tradition holds true, he will hang us. But an execution by firing squad is a possibility. Bullets are worth more than gold, and rope is reusable. Probably hanging. Jackson continued to pace, hands clasped behind his back like a general. "You like women, don't you?" He laughed. "Of course you do," he said, and then was quiet. He eyed Kinnick as if he had known him for a long time. Sweat trickled down Kinnick's back despite the coolness of the dank building basement. This man couldn't know. Colonel Jackson continued his pacing. "We have some women. We will definitely find more. I can even give you the pick of them when we do. We have been taking them in for days. They came out of the woodwork for us. After all, we are the guys with guns." Jackson grinned again like a banshee, light shining off his bald head. "Never rely on the government, because they're never around when you need them. But we are." "Help me complete my mission," Kinnick pleaded. Colonel Jackson's mouth snapped shut. "Colonel Kinnick, you are on a fool's errand for a government that has been extinguished. I am in charge now. Do you understand?" Kinnick turned his face away. Maybe it was a fool's errand. I'm not going to find the doctor unless he's willing to play ball. Compromise everything. Colonel Jackson's hand wrapped around Kinnick's face, his short, strong, grimy fingers squeezing his cheeks and forcing Kinnick to stare him in the eyes. "We can rule this new world. We have good men here, tough men. You and me will lead them, not some prick sitting in a bunker," Colonel Jackson said, releasing Kinnick's face. He straightened his ACUs out. "Now, let's move forward. Corporal Hayes, bring Ash in," Colonel Jackson said, giving Kinnick a wink. "She will help smooth over any doubts you might have," he said. A dirty blonde with thick makeup thrown on her face walked in. "Ashley will take care of you, Colonel. She is willing, to say the least." Kinnick couldn't stand the thought of this man wearing his uniform. "Have you no honor?" Kinnick started. Ashley smiled at him. "Do you think honor has a place left on any corner of this earth?" Colonel Jackson said contemptuously. Kinnick fell silent. Maybe he is right. "I want you to join my command. I will let you and Ashley get to know each other. I think she will help bring our two parties together," Colonel Jackson said. "Wait," Kinnick asked. Colonel Jackson stopped as the sultry woman dropped on Kinnick's lap. He felt her buttocks grind into his leg. "I must talk to my men, help them understand that this is the best option. Some of them may not see the necessity of this defection." "Of course. They can be disposed of quietly so as not to ruffle the others." Kinnick nodded. "You're going to untie me?" Kinnick said. Colonel Jackson opened the door. "Just because I want you to join doesn't mean I trust you, Colonel," he said. He stopped with the door half open. "Have fun," he said, and with a smile closed the door. Kinnick was alone with her. She stroked his cheek with smoke-stained fingers. "Finally, we are alone," she cooed. "I thought you were handsome when I first saw you." Kinnick averted his eyes. "What do you like?" she whispered. Her lips tickled his ear, and her breath massaged his neck. Kinnick turned his face away from her yellow, stained teeth. He didn't want this. He hated this part of him, his wanton need. He could never resist it. Her hand followed the curve of his leg into his crotch. There was no escape. When it was over, Colonel Jackson gave him 24 hours to recruit his men, or they would be executed. This meant that Kinnick had 24 hours to escape, or they would be killed. His men looked to him when he returned. He could only shake his head. Shame radiated around him like a visible body odor. He had always been faithful to his country, but he was never faithful to his wife. He felt like it was a stain that others could see on him like a physical deformity. Women's flesh made him uncontrollable, even Ash's. He had never broken down like that in the field. His infidelity had always come after his deployments, never during. Is it infidelity if I'm all but sure my wife is dead? There had to be a way out of this. He sat down in the storage room and contemplated his shame. "We have 24 hours to join, or die," he mumbled to them. The men sat quiet, digesting his words in silence, their eyes falling upon them. He leaned his back against the wall, rubbing his hands together over and over. Later that night, Master Sergeant Hunter stood in front of him. Kinnick rose his eyes to meet his. "Sir, I got somebody I think you should talk to." "Send them over," he said, indifferent. A man of average height approached him. He had a hard look about him and a beard to match. A long, fresh scar ran along the top of his skull. He reminded Kinnick of a special operator, but different. "Colonel Kinnick?" the man asked. "Yes," he said. "Agent Mark Steele, Counterterrorism Division. May I?" he said, gesturing to the concrete wall. Sure. Kinnick racked his brain. Counterterrorism Division. He knew them as covert law enforcement agents. Most spoke highly of them. They also had a reputation of being highly adept gunslingers, born to fight, liked to party, much like Master Sergeant Hunter and his crew, but a little more refined at hiding in plain sight. The man took a seat next to Kinnick. I was talking to Master Sergeant Hunter about my journey here. He told me it was you and the helos that were buzzing us in Pittsburgh. I would like to help your team however I can, he said, running a hand gingerly along his scar. He pushed on its sides as if he were trying to speed up the healing process. Why are you here? Kinnick asked. Long story short, Colonel. I was escorting hostages on board an aircraft from Africa when the infection broke out amongst the passengers. When we landed at Macomb, the virus had already struck the district. Our primary protectee was a CDC doctor. Anyway, when we landed, we handed him off and they left us to die in the runway. A group of us made it to Mount Eden. Then we came west, unfortunately running into Colonel Jackson near Pittsburgh, Steele said. Kinnick held his hand up. Where in Africa were you coming from? He asked. Kinshasa. The man continued to run his hand along the scar. Kinshasa. I sent him there. A protection detail for Dr. Jakowski? Kinnick said. Yeah, as a matter of fact it was. After Mount Eden was overrun, we took the doctor with us. He should have been here along with a member of my CT team and my girlfriend, Steele said. Are you kidding me? Where did they go? Agent Steele, this is of utter importance. Steele stopped rubbing his scar. How do you know the doctor? He asked. I am Under Secretary Kinnick from the Department of State. I planned your mission. My team is looking for Dr. Jakowski. We must find him. Steele's mouth twisted. I don't know where he went. When I got here, the guards beat us and threw us down here. I knew Colonel Jackson wouldn't keep his word. Fire flared in Steele's eyes. And you sent us into a death trap with no warning, no intelligence, nothing. Half of my team died in flight, Steele said, voice rising. Sergeant Lewis loomed near Steele, the bigger man waiting to suppress the seated agent. Kinnick motioned him off. Agent Steele, I am sorry for your loss. I truly am. I had no idea of the magnitude of these events. I would not have asked so much of so few, but I need your help again. The fate of our country hangs in the balance, Kinnick said. It seemed to calm Steele a fraction. Those soldiers that captured you are no longer American soldiers. These men here are but a small remnant of what is left of the U.S. military. We need your help. Steele looked cross, as if Kinnick had cut him off on the highway. All those bridges in Pittsburgh? That was something I did for the U.S. military. We weren't supposed to make it. They tossed us in here like criminals. Now you have the audacity to ask me to help you again? Steele said. Kinnick gave a sad laugh. I wouldn't ask you for more if I didn't think it was the only way. I too have sacrificed. Lost my family, half my men, my colleagues, all but a glimmer of hope. I'm mostly running on fumes. Coming down to the end, but the Pentagon still stands. There's still some hope. Do you know where that doctor is, or where he's headed? I have to know because with or without you, we need to find him. Not just our nation, but humanity is at stake, Kinnick said. He added, I'm sure the President will be grateful. Don't insult me, Steele spat. I don't help for accolades or medals. I did my job because I wanted what's best for my loved ones in the United States. If they survived out there, I know where they are going, because it's up here. Steele pointed up to his head. But you have to take me with you. Kinnick smiled for the first time in a while. He liked this man. Sergeant Lewis has a solution to that problem, he said. Sergeant Lewis looked up from what he was doing with a barbarous grin. It's going to take me a few, but I'll get it, Sergeant said, his fingers molding putty together. Agent Steele stuck out his hand, and Kinnick squeezed it. Trust. Or was it understanding? Let's get to Michigan. Steele, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. A single light bulb dribbled insufficient light on the incarcerated men. It made Steele feel like he was in a Russian gulag. Perhaps we would be better off if we were imprisoned in a far-off, snowdrift-covered place with no infected. He sat with his back to the wall. The cool concrete chilled him. The other men sat in shadows. He wondered if they still clung to any kind of hope. He still did. Kinnick had given him that flimsy thread that he clung to as if it would blow away. Hope that he might see her again. The Pentagon still stood. Gwen would be safe as long as she was with Mauser, as safe as anyone could be. He wished they would have waited, but they must have had their reasons. Steele rested his head back on the wall and watched in amazement as Lewis's meaty fingers intricately worked the explosives. Somehow Kinnick's soldiers had snuck in a series of military supplies. Steele didn't want to know how. They were quickly assembling what looked like improvised explosives to blow open the doors. "I'm surprised you have all your fingers," Steele said to Sergeant Lewis. The broad-backed soldier grunted. "It's about patience and attention to detail," he said, smoothing dough with his fingers. "And a little luck." He stuck his tongue out as he worked. "How'd you get that scar on your head?" Lewis asked without looking up from his bomb-making. "I took a sniper round in West Virginia. I said just a little off the top, but he didn't listen," Steele said. Lewis laughed a bit. "Well, we're glad to have you with us. One of my buddies became a CT agent after he left the military." "We get a lot of ex-military. The culture is comparable, a bit more discreet," Steele said. "Maybe when this is all over, I'll think about joining up with you guys," Sergeant Lewis said. "I'll put in a good word for you," Steele said. He doubted that he would ever work as an agent again. The odds of that were slim. "There," Lewis said. He set down his last molded explosive device. "Now, all we have to do is wait." "When do we strike?" "Hunter said we wait until dawn. Hopefully those sandbagging guards will be passed out." "You didn't by any chance sneak in any guns?" "No, but we'll get 'em." "Beggars have to be resourceful," Steele said. He noticed Ahmed across from them, chin held to his chest. He wrung his hands out in front of his body. "You'll have to forgive me, Sergeant Lewis." Steele crossed the square basement room and sat down next to Ahmed. "Stick by me when this thing kicks off. It's going to get confusing real quick," he said. Ahmed looked up, dark circles of worry rounding his eyes. "What chance do I have in a fight against trained soldiers?" Steele put a comforting hand on his knee. "I'm not a soldier either, but you don't need to be a soldier to take it to the bad guys. You stood up to a pack of over 100 infected with only a baseball bat, and now you're worried about some soldiers with guns?" Ahmed cracked out a smile. "That was different. I did that to save Gwen." It was Steele's turn to smile. "I know you did, and I never got the opportunity to say thanks. She means the world to me." Steele offered his palm to Ahmed, which he accepted. "And I never had the opportunity to apologize for kicking your ass back at the house," Steele finished. Ahmed chuckled. "I'm pretty sure you got lucky on that one, but no hard feelings. If it means anything, the attack in Fairfax was an accident. Everything happened too fast." Steele shook his head. "I thought you were trying to kill me. Now I'm pretty sure you've been keeping me alive. Let's try and get some rest. We got a few hours, and then we are breaking out of here." Steele leaned his head back on the wall and closed his eyes. 5 minutes passed before the door opened and a soldier strode in. The lighting was insufficient, and he thought it may be Sergeant Yates. The captured men stood up. "What's going on?" Steele whispered to Ahmed. "I dunno." The man continued to the center of the room, confident and unmolested. "Is there a Mark Steele here?" he said, gazing at faces. They had met before. Steele wondered if the man would remember. Steele exchanged a look with Ahmed before standing up to get a vantage point on the captor who called his name. "Counterterrorism agent Mark Steele?" the man said again. Steele put his hands on shoulders, parting the group as he walked through the crowd. He felt like a dead man walking to the gallows. Reaching the edge of the inner circle, he stopped. Faces lambasted him from every side. His accuser turned his reddish, coppery beard to face Steele. Mauser's face quivered a bit, as if he wanted to smile, but couldn't make himself. "Mauser," he said. "Mauser is still here. That means Gwen must be as well. I can't leave. He wanted to hug his old friend. Rescue came early. Agent Steele, Mauser said, mouth remaining flat. Yes? Come with me. The two men walked from the room, followed by two soldiers with M16A4 assault rifles. Give me the signal, old buddy, and we will take these two out. Boots clicked along the hallway floor, and a soldier opened a door to a side room. A lone chair sat in the center. You may sit. Mauser gestured to the wooden chair. Should we tie his wrists? Asked a private. You may. The soldiers went about zip-tying his hands together, and when they were done, they stood at attention as if Mauser was some sort of infantry commander. You may leave. I will take it from here, Private, Mauser said. The door latched closed and locked them inside. Mauser turned to face Steele. Jesus, man, please don't tell me you joined the army at age 40. Mauser smiled, if only briefly, and a sad look washed over his face. His shoulders sagged. Not exactly. Sergeant Yates gave me a squad to run. They've been hit up for knowledgeable veterans. All right, man, get me out of these damn zip ties. Where's Gwen? Steele said, wriggling his shoulders. Steele, I need to talk to you about something. He paused. And it isn't nice. Steele looked over his shoulder at his hands. All right, but get me out of these ties. Not until after we have discussed it. Steele's heart started its long drop into his stomach. He looked at Mauser. The man's face showed a level of visible stress. Discuss what? Steele said, fear taking hold of his insides and squeezing his guts like a vice. It's about Gwen. The words made his guts feel like the infected were ripping them free of his body. Steele's face scrunched in anger. No, don't even start to say that. Please let it not be true. Mauser was quiet. No, Ben, don't. Steele's head wavered side to side. She's alive. Steele was confused, yet expected the worst. Adrenaline dumped inside his stomach. The drop floated up like a wind-blown balloon. I don't understand. Was she hurt? Mauser grimaced. No, nothing to write home about. Something happened, and it caused a problem here. Mauser paced a bit, anxiety taking hold of him. She's gone, man. She disappeared with Kevin and Joseph. And you waited for me. Thanks, bud. But now can you untie me? A pained expression took over Mauser's face. They killed people. They killed soldiers. I don't understand. Why would they do that? They wouldn't just kill people. I mean, hell, we could hardly get Joseph to remove himself in the mobile lounge, let alone put a bullet in somebody. Mauser's eyes were hard. They did. The airfield has security cameras. We caught it all on tape. Steele sat in disbelief, shaking his head. They must have had reason. And who the hell is we? Mauser stopped pacing and crouched down, grabbing Steele's knee. Gwen murdered a soldier. She shot him in the neck. They want her and the others back for a trial. Steele's mouth dropped open a bit. You're kidding me, right? Like some sort of criminal? Where were you? Mauser looked down. We had a disagreement. It was a suicide mission. I told them. They knew it was safer here, but they insisted. Blood pumped into Steele's face. You promised me you would look after her. You promised me nothing would happen to her, and now you tell me she left and you didn't help her? Are you insane? Are you all insane? Mauser stood abruptly. You were out there. It's a freaking war zone. This was our best shot. Link up with the military. Strength in numbers. Fight our way west together. It's the only real option. Everything else leads to certain death. You promised me. Betrayal sank all the way to Steele's bones. Spit flew from Mauser's mouth. Promised you what? That I would die for your girlfriend's stupid beliefs? Or that I would blindly follow her to death for some irrelevant cause? Your job was to keep her safe for me. Fuck your job, Steele. I am not your errand boy. She pointed a gun at me. Steele gulped. How could this have happened? She loves Mauser like a brother. I don't understand. Fine, get me out of these things so I can follow her. Mauser shook his head. That's where we have an issue. The men are looking to hang someone for murder, and they want to hang you. Does this betrayal ever end? I didn't do anything. Neither did Ahmed. Fuck, we completed Colonel Jackson's mission for him. They want to hang Ahmed, too. He may be collateral damage in this whole thing. We will have to give them someone. You can't do that to him. It's insane. I don't call the shots. The only insane thing here is not joining up. Colonel Jackson is willing to give you a full pardon and a platoon if you join him. He's already brought me into the fold. There were a few issues with some of the officers when it went down, but the men love me here. 3 squares a day, unlimited firepower, even a girl here and there. Mauser, who are you? This isn't right. They can't just start their own military. Get off your fucking pedestal. What makes you the moral police? I know this. Those goddamn assholes sitting in Cheyenne Mountain aren't doing shit for us. They don't care about us, and don't give a rat's ass if dead run rampant across America. I thought we were friends. I thought you were different than this. Steele knew that the government had failed every American, but defection wasn't the answer. Yeah, well, so did I. Do the right thing. I know Colonel Jackson was hard on you before, but he needs good men. He's even impressed that you came back alive. Steele shook his head. He blackmailed me into doing it, he exclaimed. Doesn't matter. Men like us are the future. We will be all that's left, and those that we protect. Steele put his head down. Digesting his friend's rantings, he felt empty inside. Worse than anything he had endured yet was the damage that Mauser had done to them. You can take me back with the others, Steele said softly but firmly. Mauser lifted him up by the shoulder. Come with us. The old world is gone. Help me build a new one. Mauser's gray eyes searched for meaning beneath Steele's. Steele said nothing. After a moment, Mauser pounded on the door. Private, open up. Steele was silent as Mauser and his soldiers led him back to the holding room. They opened the door, and Mauser cut his ties. Steele rubbed the blood back into his wrists. Tomorrow is all you have, or they will hang you. Tomorrow, echoed Steele. Joseph, Grand Haven, Michigan. A drawbridge connected Grand Haven to the mainland. It lay flat over the Grand River, providing access to the beach town from the north. Joseph's allies would have had to backtrack miles to go around to the other side. The citizens of Grand Haven weren't lucky for leaving the drawbridge down. Joseph seemed to be the only one who noticed the sign that read, Grand Haven, Michigan's west coast, had 2 bloody-fingered streaks, like someone had been hanging onto it until ripped away. Follow Harbor Drive, Gwen said from the front seat. They passed boat slip after boat slip along the Grand River. The river ran along the town, emptying out into Lake Michigan. Almost all the slips were empty. Is it the time of year, or did these people get enough warning to take their sailboats, yachts, and fishing craft to sea? He didn't know. They followed Harbor Drive for a few miles until they came to a sharp bend in the road. A line of black and white squad cars overlapped with a few blue state trooper cruisers blocking their progress. The police officers and troopers had used the river as part of their barrier to funnel the dead into a small killing zone. Like the pass of Thermopylae, Kevin said from the back seat, leaning forward between Gwen and Joseph. Hundreds of bodies were piled up high in front of the cruisers. Crows and gulls hopped from corpse to corpse. Windows were smashed. Blood stained the black and white squad cars. No officers manned the barricade. Infected roamed aimlessly near the barrier, as if they had arrived late to a party and weren't allowed inside. There. Gwen pointed to a small gap near the river. If we can get through that gap, we can follow the beach up to Shuttlecock Drive. It's just off of South Harbor Drive, she said. Joseph had memorized the map. They were close. So close he could taste it. Everything depended on it. That's a tight fit, Gwen said. Do you think we can make it? She looked at Joseph, questioning their gumption. Joseph's hands wrapped tightly around the steering wheel, resistance building up inside of him. You can't make it. He won't be there. Your quest has killed innocent people for nothing. Be quiet! He shouted at the voices of defeat. He shooed the doubters from his head. Do we have any other choice? Joseph said. You are sure you can do this? Gwen said. Her lack of faith in his abilities further battered his will. She is used to brave men, strong men, who take charge in situations like this to save the day, not men like you. Stand down. Do we have any other choice? He shouted. No, she said timidly. Buckle up, you two, he commanded. Gwen clicked her seatbelt into place, looking at him fearfully, like he may have gone crazy. He briefly snapped his strap, ensuring it was in its proper place and feeling the sting across his chest. Kevin, put your seatbelt on, he said. All right, Joseph, take it easy, Kevin said in his ear. His seatbelt clicked. Are you sure, Joseph? Gwen doubted. No time. He jammed his foot down on the gas pedal, forcing their backs into their seats. Sand spun up from beneath his tires, and the pickup roared ahead for the last two police cruisers. They picked up speed, dust clouding the air around them. Joseph steered the oversized pickup for the tiniest gap between the cruisers, his eyes unable to leave the smallness of the space. The truck's front end crunched into the cruisers. Oof! Gwen yelled over the crashing of metal and plastic. The cruisers absorbed the impact, but the pickup persevered, driving the last car closer to the water. The cruiser's front wheels teetered on the edge of the retaining wall. The truck didn't shoot the gap, though. Joseph threw it in reverse. Here we go again, he said, throwing it into drive. The second time the truck struck the cruisers, the airbags went off. The police cruiser teetered off the edge and splashed into the river, disappearing beneath the greenish-brown surface. Joseph slammed on the brakes and wrestled it into park, unable to see. Gwen pulled a knife and stabbed her airbag, unable to see. White dust covered everything inside the car. Kevin coughed. This stuff has to be bad for you, Kevin hacked. Is everyone okay? Gwen shouted as she pushed the airbag down with both hands. Yes, I am fine, Joseph said, rubbing his neck with his hand. She stabbed his airbag, and he tried to shove it back into the steering wheel. Infected are coming, Kevin said. Hands beat the sides of the pickup truck. Joseph put it in drive and gassed the pedal. The truck wobbled down the beach, turning up sand with spinning tires. He struggled to keep the pickup driving straight. A long concrete pier stuck out into the water, topped by a single red lighthouse at the end. The truck limped, a gray smoke plume rising from the engine. 3-foot whitecaps crashed on the shore. This place was even beautiful in the recess of summer. They eventually cut up and off the beach at a white lifeguard tower. A few excruciating minutes later, and they were there. Shuttlecock Lane was across from the beach. Joseph stopped the pickup and threw it into park. He got out, peering up at a large ranch house with a large bay window facing the water. The window had been broken and covered again with wood. His comrades exited the vehicle. Joseph was close to knowing the truth. We made it, he said to Gwen. She flashed him a quick, nervous smile. Yes, we did, she said, a fierce determination settling on her pleasant features. The three cautiously traversed the steps to the front door. Joseph reached a hand out, stopping mere inches from the doorknob. What if he isn't here? Then what? Keep looking. Joseph twisted the doorknob, finding it stiff and unrelenting. Around back, Gwen offered. Her shoulder touched the side of the house as she covered behind them. They all stalked around the house. Joseph thought about knocking. Maybe the man was home. Kevin peeked through the windows. I don't see anything. Joseph twisted the handle of the back door to no avail. We could force the door, Gwen said, holding her carbine close to her chest. Yes, we must, Joseph said. He felt like his insides wanted to burst from his chest. He was so close. Gwen swung the stock of her carbine into the window and reached inside to unlock the door. The house was dark. No lights, not even the microwave was lit up. Empty cans littered the kitchen. Power must be out, Kevin said, taking a nervous pull from his flask. Somebody was here, Gwen said, covering her nose as she held up a can of tuna. The living room had a nice leather couch and flat-screen TV. Sailboats, ship wheels, and decorative fishermen's nets were displayed on the walls. Pictures lined the mantel of a man and a woman with a young girl. Joseph's gut wrenched at the eeriness of being inside someone's home, someone that was now dead. People were here, living a normal life, and now they were dead. They didn't smile anymore. They didn't play in the sand. They couldn't go for a walk. They were decomposing flesh somewhere out there. A man stared back at Joseph in the photo. Patient Zero. Thinning hair braced his scalp, hardly covering his almost bald head. They slowly checked the kitchen and living room. A hardwood floor hallway led to the bedrooms. The doors were all closed. Joseph creaked down the hallway and jumped as he was answered by a pounding from the far door. Hands beat the wooden door panel erratically. Muffled moans sounded from behind the door, and Joseph's heart began to sink. He crept forward, his small knife in hand. Maybe this was the wrong house. Maybe Dr. Anderson had given him the wrong address. He almost shit himself when Kevin placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "How many?" he whispered. Gwen tiptoed behind them. "I don't know. 2?" he responded. "I got this, Doc," Kevin said. Kevin gave him a pat on his arm as if he recognized his own expendability. "Are you sure?" Gwen asked. "Can't leave the West Virginia boys out of the fight." Kevin's footsteps groaned on the wooden floors. Joseph followed behind, the all-too-familiar smell of rotting flesh stinging his nostrils. Kevin reached for the handle of the door. He looked at Joseph and Gwen and mouthed 1, 2, 3. His fingertips jingled the knob, and a blur struck him from behind. Kevin's neck whiplashed. The thing growled as it took Kevin down onto his stomach. Joseph froze in the moment. The door grumbled open as Kevin fell, and within seconds 2 ghostly figures moved for Joseph. A mother and daughter, still in their pajamas. Black blood had run down their nightgowns, long since dried. Pale gray skin hung from their bones, and bleach-white eyes stared right at him. They ignored Kevin and his assailant as they wrestled for position. Arms outstretched, they reached for Joseph as if he were a long-lost uncle. They were mesmerizing, mother and daughter together in one purpose. The discharge of a gun near his ear made him cringe. He crouched down, deafened by the blast that reverberated down the hall. He watched both bodies fall to the floor unmoving. Gwen was yelling at him, but he couldn't hear her. He rushed forward and rounded the corner to find Kevin battling in mortal contest with his foe. They rolled back and forth, both attempting to gain advantage. Kevin's knife swung around wildly, searching for the flesh of his opponent. Gaining composure, he swung his arm back to gather speed, force, velocity for a killing knife thrust. Joseph knew what he did not. "Kevin, no!" he called at the man. Joseph dove for Kevin and grabbed his arm. Joseph joined them on the floor, and the assailant scrambled away. The man crawled into the hallway until he reached the mother and daughter. He clutched their lifeless forms, one in either arm, and wept. Joseph slowly got up. He felt an odd pressure in his arm. Kevin frowned, jumping upright. "Why did you do that?" he yelled at Joseph. Joseph looked down. "Oh, man!" Kevin screeched. His face turned red. A knife hilt stuck out of Joseph's upper arm, driven through in the attack. Red seeped around the blade, beginning to spread out in an uneven crimson circle. Joseph felt his stomach go weak, and he scooted back against a little girl's bookshelf filled with pink, purple, and green books. "Gwen, we need the med kit," Joseph called out. Sobbing faintly hit Joseph's ears from the hallway. Gwen pointed her carbine at the man's skull. "Shoot him!" Kevin shouted. Gwen's mouth twisted as she tightened her finger on the trigger, only stopping after a moment. "What about him?" she yelled. "Don't shoot! It's him!" Joseph instructed. She pulled the carbine to her chest. The man sobbed, holding the bodies in his arms. "Why? Why did you shoot them?" Tears streamed down his face. "They were infected," Joseph managed. Kevin knelt nearby and put pressure on his wound. "Why were you keeping them?" Kevin said to the man. "They were infected." "They were only sick," the man retorted. "Kevin, please. That's him. Patient Zero," Joseph said. "This guy? No way." "Keep pressure on it, Kevin, but prop me up." Kevin helped him upright. The man matched the photos. His hairline stampeded for the back of his scalp. His belly bulged over his pants, and he'd grown a patchwork beard of mixed grays and browns. Gwen ran back in. She took out a tourniquet and placed it as far up his arm as possible. She quickly cinched it closed, spinning the windlass rod and sliding it under the rod-locking clip. "That hurts, but it should. We need to get you a doctor," she said. Her eyes clouded with worry. Joseph could care less. "I'll be fine. What's your name?" he asked. The man looked at him with tear-filled eyes which were almost white, but not. His eyes had a whitish hue, but still held some pigments of brown. "My name is Richard Thompson. Why are you doing this to me?" he screamed. Kevin helped Joseph to his feet. His legs felt weak and wobbly. "Lost some blood." "Because, Mr. Thompson, you are patient zero, and I need you if we are going to create a vaccine for the virus from hell." Steel, Youngstown Airfield, Youngstown, Ohio. The men hugged the wall, heartbeats flying a mile a minute. To the man, they had all voted to make a break for freedom. They all knew they could die, but to forsake vows that they had sworn to their country would have been worse than death. So they planted their backs against the wall and prayed. Steele's breathing came fast. His body and mind knew it was the calm before the storm. Any minute now they would be fighting for their freedom and lives. Master Sergeant Hunter had explained things succinctly. "Blow the door, overpower the guards, race to helicopters, fly away." He'd made it sound like it was something he had done 100 times before. Master Sergeant Hunter banged fists up and down with Sergeant Lewis. "Sins and skins. Sins and skins, baby," Sergeant Lewis said, smiling evilly at Master Sergeant Hunter. "Hug some wall and cover your balls," Master Sergeant Hunter grunted at the prisoners. Sergeant Lewis molded some dough-like explosives around the hinges. His fingers pressed it down like a master pizza maker, creating a handmade crust around the hinge. "Keep your head down," Steele said from the side of his mouth. Ahmed tried to melt into the wall, his hands grasping for anything to steady himself. Sergeant Lewis took his place near Master Sergeant Hunter, and the seconds dragged out. Hunching his head, Steele covered his ears, waiting for the explosion. The wall reverberated as the door blew outward with a bang. Smoke and dust filled the room. His hand on the shoulder of the man in front of him was the only thing guiding him. They rushed into the hallway. Dust clung to the air. The bodies of the guards lay in the prone position on the floor. Neither of them were Mauser. Hunter and Lewis snatched up M4s, and Sergeant Lewis handed Steele one of the soldier's sidearms. "Make 'em count," he said. Steele press-checked the M9A1 Beretta. He felt the extractor with his finger, trusting his fingertips more than his eyes in the smoky haze. One round in the chamber. He was ready for combat. Not very effective versus soldiers with M16s and M4s. He pushed the thought from his mind, letting it lay in the background, knowing he was at a disadvantage in a gunfight. He didn't have a choice. Steele's eye caught the handle of his tomahawk sticking out from the dead soldier's belt. He snatched it up on his way by dual-wielding both handgun and melee weapon. "Stay close," he whispered to Ahmed. The men followed in a single quiet stack, checking corners as they moved down the hallway. They flanked up a stairwell. Steele scanned up and around the next flight of steps, cross-checking the stairs above them as they moved. "Clear!" Master Sergeant Hunter shouted as he bounded, Sergeant Lewis close behind. Their guns pointed different directions. Combat boots pounded down the steps from above like a stampeding herd. "Move faster! Beat them to the chopper!" Colonel Kinnick called from the middle of the line. A large glowing red exit sign hung over a door. Master Sergeant Hunter kicked the door open, and their eyes adjusted easily to the early morning light. Fire burst from Sergeant Lewis's gun, lighting up the stairwell, and Steele ran outside. He covered the edge of the building with his handgun. "Follow me!" shouted a voice. The prisoners sprinted for the helos parked on the other side of the air traffic control building. Master Sergeant Hunter reached the edge of the building and cut the corner, using the angle to expose as little of himself as possible while getting a good shooting vantage of anyone who might be on the other side. Gunfire banged from the building. "Keep moving! They're on to us!" Colonel Kinnick shouted. They ran across the concrete helipad to nothing. Over 20-plus men stood in the open, panic washing over them. The escape depended on speed and surprise. A minute after the door blew, the surprise was over, as the enemy soldiers began to comprehend what was happening. Because the helos were gone, any edge they had quickly dissipated into the thin air. Their fragile plan unraveled thread by thread every second. "Where are the helos?" Master Sergeant Hunter yelled. Dirt sprang up from the ground. The single crack of a sniper rifle sounded from the blockhouse air traffic control tower. An escaping soldier dropped to the ground. Master Sergeant Hunter aimed skyward, putting rounds into the tower that looked like a modern medieval keep. "Back to the building!" Someone called out. In a mass, the men ran for the cover of the tower's walls. Steele sprinted with them. "To the other side! Stay close to the building!" Kinnick shouted. They moved at a crouch and circled to the other side. No helos. Soldiers ran from the civilian side of the camp. Men pulled pants on as they emerged from tents. From the other end of the airfield, dust rose from Humvees speeding back for the air traffic control tower. The opportunity for escape narrowed. "Steal a truck?" Steele said. Master Sergeant Hunter seemed to eye the tower and dust rising at the same time. "Would love to if those Humvees weren't going to beat us there." The dust cloud was close to the other parked vehicles. Their time was up. Death sentences awaited them. In a matter of moments, a .50 caliber machine gun would open up on the escaping prisoners, shredding them. Wait! The billowing tarp on the far side of the runway captured Steele's attention. "There!" Steele shouted, pointing at the little black mounds of airborne freedom. "Get to the choppers!" Colonel Kinnick shouted with a wave of his arm. "I'll hold them," Sergeant Lewis added. He lined up his sights in the door behind them, ignoring a look from the master sergeant. He put a couple of rounds on the door frame. Every few seconds, he would repeat the process to keep the soldiers inside. They took off for the helicopters. Steele was swept up into the group of men, a disorganized mass of scared men that ran for escape because they couldn't ask for forgiveness now. Their feet pummeled the pavement in wild gaits, but none of them could hear because of the pounding of blood through their veins. Steele's lungs screamed for more oxygen. Concrete disappeared beneath them, and the helicopters grew closer. "Why are the helicopters so far away?" "Stay in front of the pilots!" Kinnick shouted at the men, and a small, uneven wall of running men took their place around the vector of escape. The sniper in the tower took shots at them. Ricochets of bullets echoed as they cracked the air and struck the ground at their feet. One whizzed past his ear, and the man in front of him fell, grabbing his back, and they left him face down on the tarmac, unmoving. To stop was to die. The pilots dove into the cockpit of the helicopters. Their fingers flipped switches. Their eyes darted from control to control. The rest of the men huddled around the other side of the choppers, encouraging them onward. Ahmed panted next to Steele, supporting his shoulder by holding his elbow. The rotors slowly spun around and around, gaining speed with each rotation. They whirled above them like a giant ceiling fan, driving cool air with thundering uniform precision. Steele snuck a look through the helicopter doors. A large blur ran for them across the airfield. Sergeant Lewis. A Humvee barreled down on him. He ran faster than a man of his stature should allow. His head twisted over his shoulder, determination settling on his face. "Get in!" Kinnick called at the men. "Get these choppers in the air!" Kinnick shouted at the pilots. Steele took his seat. The man ran, but not faster than the Humvee gaining on him. "Sergeant Lewis!" Steele yelled. Lewis's face was flushed red, his arms swinging wildly. "Master Sergeant, gun!" Steele shouted. Master Sergeant Hunter threw him an M4 with an ACOG scope. The Humvee closed the distance on Sergeant Lewis, the distance of a simple elementary school math equation of when two speeding trains would meet, except Lewis was trying to escape, not collide. The .50 caliber mounted machine gun sprayed bullets into the side of the helicopter. The men flinched, hunkering down. The helicopter was a fat wild turkey trying to fly. Fire blazed out of the barrel of the .50 caliber machine gun. The gunner raked the side of the helo, punching holes in the skin of the aircraft. Steele ducked for a moment, not wishing to be the recipient of such large rounds. The gunner cut back and forth, swinging his .50 between the two helicopters. It was as if he wished to give both choppers an equal taste of pain. Steele took a deep breath and sighted in on the tan Humvee. Its speed changed, forcing Steele to shift his sights backward, then forward. He tuned everything else out. He zeroed in on the gunner turret. The soldier swiveled over, pointing the weapon directly at Steele. The .50 didn't blaze, but remained silent. The gunner called down for a reload, and he made eye contact with Steele through the sights of their weapons. Reddish beard, red hair hung near his eyes, tattoos covered his arms. Mauser. Motherfucker. Steele shifted his gun down and squeezed the trigger. Bullets punched through the windshield. Bang! 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 The windshield webbed, and the Humvee rapidly decreased speed, veering to its left. Steele set his sights on Mauser again. His friend shouted, brow creasing, but Steele couldn't make out what he said. The angry man dropped below the machine gun turret and disappeared. "Bastard," Master Sergeant Hunter uttered. "Take us back down!" Steele shouted over the heavy swoosh of the blades. Nobody listened. "Take it back down!" he shouted again, leading into the cockpit. The pilots ignored him, taking the bird higher in the air. "We can't leave him! Why aren't they picking Lewis up?" "Steele, man. It's okay." Master Sergeant Hunter leaned back, his head resting on the metal seating compartment. "Hawkins, put it on the list." The Asian sergeant nodded his affirmation. Steele didn't understand. He looked out over the airfield. About 50 yards behind the Humvee lay the body of a large man. Blood poured out from around him, outlining his lifeless form. Steele had been too late. The helos rose steadily in the air, and Steele closed his eyes. Just another person he had failed to save. Gwen, Grand Haven, Michigan. Gwen and Kevin wrapped their arms around Joseph, hauling him to the living room couch. Richard walked dejectedly in front of them. Gwen pointed the barrel of her gun into Richard's back, and she pushed him ahead with her carbine. "Just take a seat over there," Gwen commanded. The man sat down, holding his head in his hands. Little sores covered his hands. They gently set Joseph down on the leather couch. The wound had stopped bleeding, plugged by the knife and sealed off from the rest of the body by the tightly wound tourniquet. "Is the knife through the arm?" "Yes, I can see the tip sticking out the other side," Gwen said. "Okay, the blade has gone through the brachialis and deltoid muscles, with the tip piercing the lateral head of the triceps." Joseph knew that the major neurovascular bundle was medial, the inside part of the arm, but smaller muscular branches and very vascular muscle tissue would bleed profusely upon removal of the blade. "Keeping the tourniquet on, I need you to remove the blade and fill the wound with the hemostatic agent and then gauze. Keep shoving gauze in until it stops bleeding, through both sides," he said. She nodded, removing the supplies she needed from a red med kit. "Why are you here?" Richard said. He stared through his fingers. "We are here for you. You are patient zero," Joseph said. He grimaced as Gwen messed with his wound. "I don't understand." Richard blinked, trying to digest the words. "Patient zero? What does that mean?" "Ah!" Joseph said, as Gwen put a bunch of gauze into the wound in his arm. "You are the first known human case of the disease," Joseph said, gritting his teeth. "Keep the tourniquet tight," he told Gwen. His fingers were numb. He couldn't risk bleeding out from a loose tourniquet. It had happened too often in the field. Richard stared at him. "What do you mean, the first? I don't have, like, AIDS or anything." "Unfortunately, no. We could handle that," Joseph said. Richard's mouth twisted into a grimace. "I remember getting bit by some sort of fucking monkey on my hunting trip to Africa, but when I got back they said I was fine." As Dr. Anderson confirmed. The pieces were falling into place. "Yeah, I met him in Chicago." "When did your wife and daughter turn?" Joseph asked. "About a week after the riots and protests started in D.C. "How did they contract the disease?" "I don't know. I woke up one morning and they were acting all strange." Joseph frowned. "Nothing happened? They just woke up sick?" Gwen wrapped white gauze around his arm. Richard gazed downward, rubbing his hands together. "I don't remember." "Did you do something?" Joseph probed. Richard squeezed his temples as if he could grind out the memory with his hands. "I can't remember. I blacked out. One minute I was there, the next I was gone. When I woke up, there was blood all over the bedroom. Gloria was in the corner screaming. She locked herself and Helen away for days. Then one day they wouldn't respond when I spoke to them, but I knew they were okay because I could hear them moving around." He looked at them hopefully. "Do you remember the airport in Washington or the hospital in Chicago?" "Yes, but I can't remember anything bad." "You don't remember assaulting all those people?" "No," he said. Richard put his head in his hands. "Why are you telling me this? I didn't do anything." "Did you watch the news before your power went out?" "Yes. Some sort of virus, riots, military." Joseph nodded. "Your family contracted a mutated form of the virus that you appear to have successfully fought off. I believe it is a variant of monkeypox, but I can't be sure at this point. I was researching monkeypox in Africa for the CDC when this new virus spread out of control," Joseph said. The man's lip quivered. I have what all those crazy people have? Yes, but you are the only case I've seen that hasn't died and that exhibits normal human function. Tears formed in the corners of his eyes. Wait, are you saying I caused this? He pointed with a loose finger at the boarded-up front window. Yes and no, that isn't important now. What's important is that you may hold the key to fixing all of this, Joseph said. Richard knew better. All those people. He shook his head, wiping the imagined blood from his fingertips on his pants. Then he changed. That bitch shot my family, the man said, standing up. Foaming at the mouth, he lunged at Gwen, trying to bite her. Kevin was already there, though. He punched Richard in the jaw, sending him to the floor. That's for Jefferson High, Kevin said with vindication. Kevin pulled Richard's arm behind his back, and Gwen helped him keep him down. We should get him tied up. He doesn't seem stable. They tied his hands together behind his body. Minutes later, Richard came to. Straining at his bonds, he growled at them, spitting onto the floor. What's wrong with him? Gwen asked. Joseph watched the man flail, pull at his bonds, and groan in pain. His jaw snapped together. He is reminiscent of the infected, but different. I need blood work in a lab. Ow! Joseph groaned as he adjusted his arm. Richard stopped, squirming body relaxing beneath his rage. He stopped, Kevin said. The middle-aged man's body shook. Sorrow filled his eyes. What is wrong with me? He sobbed. We don't have enough time. Why did you tie me up? Because you can't be trusted, Gwen said. Time is still the enemy, Joseph said. And we need to get you to a doctor, Kevin said. Joseph looked down at his arm. Eventually I'll need to remove the tourniquet and gauze and get someone to repair the wound. He gave Kevin a nod. Kevin nodded back and headed out through the kitchen. I'm sorry for your loss, but your wife and daughter were already gone. They could not be helped, Joseph said. You murdered them and didn't even know it. They're dead, Richard sobbed. Richard's family still roams the earth. He is the father of the entire infected human race. Yes, Richard, but we still have a fighting chance. We need to get out of here. Do you have a car? Ours won't make it. The man looked up. There's one in the garage. Keys are here somewhere, he said, sniffling. Maybe if you untied me, I could help. I'm not sure that is a good idea at this point. Kevin and Gwen, can you search for the keys? They dug through drawers, cleared tables, and overturned couch cushions. Minutes passed with nothing, and then Joseph heard something, a lone scratching along the outside of the house. Shh! You hear that? He hissed. Gwen stopped dumping out a drawer and looked for the noise scraping down the wall. They're coming! Kevin, the back door! She hollered. Kevin sprinted into the kitchen, slamming the door. Who's coming? Richard called out, looking over his shoulders. The infected. They've never tried to get inside before, Richard said. Untie me. That's because you and your family were infected. Pounding reverberated on the back door. The bolt isn't going to hold forever, Gwen called into the living room. We have come too far to be trapped and eaten alive. Where were you going, Joseph? What lab were you going to study patient zero in? Did you think you could just find him and everything would be okay? They're starting to push through. Any ideas would be good right about now, Kevin said. I don't know. Joseph stood up, cradling his limp, numb arm. The three of them stood in the kitchen, staring at the door that rocked in its frame. Gory hands broke the glass and clawed through the window. Blood-caked fingers grasped and reached for them. Gwen pointed her carbine at the doorway. The faintest dud-dud-dud tickled Joseph's ears. Wait, I hear something, Joseph said. I know, it's them, Kevin groaned. No, something else, a motor. Gwen tilted her head to the side. I hear it too. It sounds like a helicopter. Kevin looked panicked. Do you think the military's coming after us? Surely they have better things to worry about than us, Gwen said. I'm not sure, and I don't want to find out. Gather up Richard. I have a plan, Joseph said. Steel, Grand Haven, Michigan. The helicopters descended toward the beach where a blue pickup smoldered. Gray, almost black water churned out whitecaps that roared onto the shore. Sand blew up as the air was driven downward by the high-speed blades. The helicopter touched down as if the pilot was being gentle, and then let it settle. The other helo touched down further up the beach. Steele and the other soldiers hopped off the helo, boots sinking in cold, damp sand. The noise of the crashing waves was deafening. It achingly reminded Steele of his parents' lake house, less than 60 miles up the west coast of Michigan. His mother was there. He chased the thoughts from his mind, but they lingered, ghosts of the past. "We will be back," were the only words he spoke to Ahmed. The man leaned on the edge of the helicopter, arms wrapped around his torso. A few of the soldiers stayed back with the helos, including one with a long hooked kukri on his back hip. "I'm not going anywhere." Lagging behind, Steele sprinted to fill in the gap that had widened between him and the other soldiers. Quickly, they formed a perimeter around the house. Steele sprinted past the pickup, skipping steps to get closer to the soldiers. Shadows emerged from the side of the house. Master Sergeant Hunter fired bullets into a cluster of people. They collapsed as the rounds entered and exited their heads. The rapid shooting stopped, and Master Sergeant Hunter led his team aggressively around to the back. By the time Steele rounded the house, the squad had people face down and were zip-tying them. Steele lowered his M4 carbine when he saw her. Blonde hair, face down. He knew it was Gwen. Joseph looked up at him, glasses broken, arm heavily bandaged. Kevin struggled under Master Sergeant Hunter. The lanky man was no match for Hunter. An unknown man, who was already tied up, shouted, "Fuck you all!" "This is them," Steele said. "Dr. Jakowski," Master Sergeant Hunter said, crouching down. Joseph looked up, pained. "Yes, please release me. My arm," Joseph said. Master Sergeant Hunter's blade was out in a flash, and he sliced through the zip ties. Joseph collapsed. "Get me a stretcher!" Master Sergeant Hunter called out to his men. They moved fast, folding out a collapsible stretcher and quickly putting Joseph on it. Gunshots blared from the perimeter. Steele easily ignored them. He bent down, slinging out his blade. He sliced through the zip ties constraining Gwen and pulled her upright. Her nose was swollen with a cut down the center like she had been in a boxing match. Her eyes met his. They were cold. Eyes that had seen too much. Not the woman he fell in love with. Once she was so caring, free, and full of life. Now her eyes showed a soul that had suffered immensely, shrouded in sadness. "You came," she said. "I did." She looked at the nearby soldiers. "Can I have this back?" she said to Sergeant Hawkins, gesturing at her weapon. He gave her an incredulous look, then eyed Steele. "Don't look at him. Give me my gun back," she demanded. "Yes, ma'am," Sergeant Hawkins said. A slight smile broke across his face. Gwen checked the status of her weapon. "Now, where were we?" "I believe you were about to apologize," she said. Steele was dumbfounded. She had always been capable, but she now acted like a stone-cold killer. I'm sorry." He had no idea why he was sorry. Women were a fickle group, but it was safe to say that he probably had done something wrong. "Why are you sorry?" she asked, scolding him. Her chin rose ever so slightly, as if it would make her taller than him, an impossibility. He took a stab at the only thing he could think of. "Because I wasn't here, and because you left me, and because I left you," he repeated. He adjusted his feet, uncomfortable under her gaze. "That will have to do. Accepted." She tightened her lips up. "What happened to your nose?" he asked. He reached out cautiously, afraid that if he touched her, she might flinch away. Her nose was swollen, and her right eye was purpled around the edges. "We will talk about it later." Her eyes shifted away from his. He nodded. "Whoever did this will pay," he said. Her eyes flashed anger, followed by pain. "Yes, they will," she said, and kissed his cheek like a delicate flower. Master Sergeant Hunter circled them up. "Joseph is secure. Let's move to the beach." They were off. Everyone ran across the road for the helicopters. The other squad of soldiers had set up a loose perimeter around the helos. Steele and Gwen didn't stop running until they reached the lead helicopter. Colonel Kinnick was there, head lowered with a radio against it. Sir, we have Dr. Jakowski and patient 0. The doctor needs medical attention, Master Sergeant Hunter said. Outstanding, gentlemen. Sergeant Hawkins, do not let him die on us, do you understand? Colonel Kinnick commanded. Hope filled his eyes, and energy seemed to fill him. Not a problem, Sergeant Hawkins said. He pulled out a trauma kit from a side compartment on the helicopter and hooked an IV into Joseph. I'm waiting on an update from General Travis now. Master Sergeant Hunter, keep this place sterile while we work this out. Termel, make sure this perimeter is tighter than a tick's ass. The curly, black-haired sergeant called out. Baxter and Venezi, take south. Adams, you're with me. They ran in separate directions, kneeling down in firing positions. Kinnick held the microphone up to his mouth. Sir, this is Colonel Kinnick. We have the packages. What is our rally point? Over. The colonel held the radio microphone away from his mouth and waited for a response. Sir, what is our rally point? Over. Colonel Kinnick repeated. Kinnick, Northcom is saying that you need... Sorry. General Travis's voice grew more faint. Major Holt, what the hell was that? Came over the radio. Is that him? Steele asked. He gestured with his head at patient 0. Gwen nodded. Steele eyed the overweight middle-aged man slumped cross-legged in the sand, his hands bound behind his back. So that's the bastard to blame for all this mess. A balding, midlife crisis-having, minivan-driving dad. I'm glad you got him, he said. He gave patient 0 a glare, letting him know that he despised his existence. Sir, what is happening? Over. Colonel Kinnick repeated. He turned up the radio volume. Pounding could be heard over the static of the radio. Voices called out, frantic and alarmed. General Travis's words came out crackled and broken like a crumbled-up jigsaw puzzle being shaken. We need you to take your team to Rally Point Desperado. Alamo is overrun. I repeat, Alamo is overrun, the general said. Each word came out faster than the last. Sir, what do you mean Alamo is overrun? What happened to Rally Point Bravo and Charlie? Over. Colonel Kinnick eyed Master Sergeant Hunter. Gunfire sounded over the radio and then screaming. Kinnick looked down. The gray-haired colonel seemed to be taking it personally. Sir, what is your status? Over. Colonel Kinnick said. He held the microphone under his lips in reflection. He knew. Steele knew. He'd heard it in the general's voice. Terror, confusion, most of all fear. Kinnick looked back at the group. Static overtook the radio. It only played white noise. The Pentagon has been overrun, Colonel Kinnick said. He tossed the mic back into the chopper in disgust. Those bastards! Kinnick cursed. His eyes said he was ready for a fight, if only to just fight somebody. Steele crouched down and looked out over the beach. The dead were coming. They had heard, seen, or felt the living's presence. They ambled down the sand. They came calling for their lives. They came to snuff out what little resistance the human race had to offer them. Steele wouldn't lie down for them. He stood up, hefting his M4. Colonel, what's the plan? Steele said. Colonel Kinnick gave Steele a hard look. God damn it, the colonel swore. Steele smiled grimly. We lost comms with CDC weeks ago. East Coast has crumbled, but the Pentagon and Mount Eden are gone. I just don't know, Kinnick said, eyes weary. The hopelessness of the situation hung heavy on the men, like a rain cloud smothering them from above. I can't believe it's come to this, but we have no choice. I guess it's all we have left. Desperado, Colonel Kinnick said. Steele didn't know if it was a question or a statement. What's Desperado? He said. Our final rally point in the West. It's a secret facility in Colorado. It was supposedly decommissioned in the early 2000s, but nothing is further from the truth. In fact, it was expanded. The last holdout of a defeated government. Perfect. Master Sergeant Hunter, get the boys prepped and ready to jump, Kinnick said. Yes, sir. Agent Steele. Pain shrouded Kinnick's eyes. Steele knew what he was going to say, so he made it easier on the man and cut him off. Colonel, I appreciate the offer, but I think me and my crew are going to stay here. My mother lives about 60 miles up this coast. Steele gestured north, and I want to see her again. Kinnick nodded, looking past Steele to the north. I'll make sure to clear the infected off this beach before we depart. Master Sergeant Hunter, let's clear the beach for our allies. Sergeant Hawkins, make sure they are well supplied. Master Sergeant Hunter waved a firing squad into position. They jogged on the sand, killing the infected in the shallows. Sergeant Hawkins unloaded packs of ammunition, food, and gear onto the sand. Thank you, Colonel. No, thank you, Agent Steele. With men like you in the fight, I have no doubt we will weather the coming storm. Kinnick gave Steele a sharp salute, one of respect. Colonel, I'm not a saluting man, but keep up the good fight. The rest of us are counting on you. I hope my fighting days will be behind me. I have no doubt we will meet again. Master Sergeant Hunter ran up with his squad. Mate, good luck out there. The bearded operator shook Steele's hand. Stay frosty, Master Sergeant. With a nod, Master Sergeant Hunter was back in the helo. The soldiers piled back in the helicopters and lifted off the ground. Joseph gave a wave and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Steele held his M4 over his head with both hands. The choppers thundered away, becoming tiny specks before disappearing into the gray, puffy clouds. Gwen was glued to his side. She held a carbine across her chest like an operator. He never doubted it was inside her, but it still surprised him. Kevin picked up an M4 carbine along with a pack and shouldered it. You good to go, Ahmed? Steele said. Ahmed hefted a pack onto his shoulders with a faint grimace of pain. All to be good. Gwen smiled up at Steele. I never doubted you would come back. Dead bodies rolled and twisted in the crashing waves, but more walking ones emerged from the houses. I didn't get your picture back, Steele said. I don't need the picture because I have you. She gave him a sad smile and touched his face. Let's go home, he said. Home is when I'm with you, she said. Then let's make it a better one. He walked off through the sand. His feet dug into the surf. Let's move! But his people were already all right behind him. Gwen so close she could have been his shadow. It made him feel something. Pride, a sliver of hope, the will to go on. All they had were moments, and he intended to live his to the fullest. It was these moments that were worth fighting for, and he intended to fight like the devil to keep them. Check out The Rising, Book 3 of the End Time Saga by Daniel Greene. Steele's family home lies in burnt ruins on the shore of Lake Michigan. His group hunts for his missing mother in the apocalyptic wilderness filled with the dead. Instead, he finds a group of refugees badly in need of his skills learned in the Shadow War on Terror, where they are persecuted at every step by the Chosen, a group of fanatics hell-bent on creating God's kingdom in the rubble of society. Dr. Joseph Chakowski finds himself in a dangerous battle against both the deadly virus and the clock inside the bowels of the Cheyenne Mountain complex. His team struggles as their own members fall victim to the virus in a race to discover a vaccine. Colonel Kinnick rushes his paltry forces into the rocky passes of Colorado to hold the dead off long enough for a vaccine to be found. If he fails, the vice president will burn the entire western seaboard into the blazing inferno of a nuclear holocaust. With every fleeting moment, the whole world draws closer to being overcome by the virus. In the most epic installment of the end-time saga yet, Daniel Greene brings the brutalized remainders of humanity even closer to the edge of defeat. Who will rise, the living or the dead? Book 3 launches February 27, 2018. Book 4 is in production and due out later 2018. This concludes the reading of The Breaking by Daniel Greene. Copyright 2017 by Daniel Greene. This book was read by Keith Sarabica. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Rune Publishing, LLC, and was produced in 2018 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you. Blackstone Publishing presents The Rising by Daniel Greene. This book is read by Keith Sarabica. I dedicate this novel to my grandfather Victor. Thank you for introducing me to Prince Valiant as a young man and piquing my imagination for lifetimes to come. The Pastor, Northern Michigan. Thick leather cowboy boots clopped over the finely polished wood floor. His weary body felt every step he had taken in his soul's 64 years of mortal existence. His weathered hand fell on the head of the hammer that hung from his hip. Its metal head was tarnished with rust. The face was dinged, and the claw on the back stripped from a long life of use. The shaft was worn, and dirt had been ground into the old fading wood. It swung as he walked, the hammer of a simple carpenter. He whispered a prayer under his breath, the words hid inside his mouth, sticking to his tongue. I am your servant. Your word gives me strength in the darkness. The muted sounds of a sobbing woman were muffled through a closed door. The crying lured him forward through the clean wooden hallway adorned with framed family pictures. Light shone beneath the door, and as he drew near, the crying grew in volume. The echoing of his footsteps stopped. A small metal crucifix hung slightly off kilter. He took a wrinkled, knuckled finger and gently straightened the bottom of the cross upright. His finger wavered below, waiting in case it swung back. He surveyed his handiwork another moment before moving on. Continuing down the hall, he eyed family photos that had been taken all over the world. Stonehenge, the Eiffel Tower, the Great Wall of China. All were photos of the same family. Mother, father, son, posing, smiling, and living. A young blonde-haired woman appeared in some next to the son, and eventually the father disappeared. Reaching the door, he grasped the gold door handle and tenderly opened the door inward as if he respected their privacy. The room was dark, but for a series of flashlight beams shining on a distraught couple. The large bedroom was extravagant and filled with the possessions of the affluent. Large, expensive furniture, an equally large king-sized bed in a thick wooden bed frame. He acknowledged a large man resting on the wall, arms folded against his wide chest. The man's sandy blonde curls bounced when he looked his way. The two men were almost of equal height, but the pastor still looked down on the broad man. Peter, how are they doing? His voice hardly rose above a whisper. He knew he would be heard when he spoke. The gold-haired man straightened upright, and he flashed a beam of light tentatively on the crying woman. Her face frowned at them, and she squinted her eyes, turning her head away. Her face twisted, and her lip curled through her gag. Peter removed the light from her face. They seem pretty shaken up by everything, but I have faith that God will show himself here tonight. God always shows himself. It's only the matter of us seeing him. Peter bowed his head in deference, his curls shifting. This is true. 3 more of his followers stood expectantly in the room. They held flashlights on the 2 people. One trained a shotgun on them, and the other 2 held long knives. The captives sat on the edge of the bed, hands bound behind their backs. Blankets and sheets lay entangled behind them. They huddled close together, and the woman's shoulders shook as she cried. The man nursed a swelling eye with blinks, his other eye darting frantically at the men surrounding him. Humans were pitifully weak and sorry creatures. They may not be ready. They may yet be castaways, vestiges of the old world unwilling to embrace the new. We do not choose when he calls, but we must answer. Gabriel, release their gags, he said, waving one of the men with a knife forward with a curt gesture. The pastor turned toward his broad-chested lieutenant. Peter, chair, if you will, my back. A chair was set behind him, and the wood of his hammer gave a dead thump on its side as he sat eye-level with the man and woman. The man before him exercised his gray, stubble-clad jaw. He wasn't as old as the pastor, and he wasn't young. He was probably in his late 50s and unaccustomed to wearing a beard. The woman, her face wet with salt-laden tears, had gray streaks running through her once blonde hair. She stared at him, defiantly afraid. The pastor leaned backward, stretching his back and allowing the chair to support him with its frame. You need not be afraid. We are not here to hurt you. His voice was soft and gentle. His 2 captives did not appear soothed by his forthcomingness. Why are you doing this? The woman stammered. She sniffled back tears. We haven't done anything to you. The man next to her only stared. The pastor cocked his head. The chains that bind you are only of earth, but what chains bind your soul? The older woman wiped the side of her face on her shoulder. She blinked confusion. I have no chains on my soul. The pastor grimaced. You do. You sit here in all your opulence, refusing God's call to service, for service is where we find him. You are a doctor, are you not? Yes. How did you know that? She looked over at her partner, confusion on her face. The pastor smiled, brushing his thick white hair back from the front of his head. He rubbed his hand over his hair in a second effort to keep it out of his eyes. A man does not lead a parish for 35 years without getting to know a person with just a glance. She looked down before she answered. I am a doctor at St. Anastasia's North Shores Hospital. I am the chief of surgery there. It appears that you are a woman God has blessed with many gifts. He nodded as the left side of his mouth curved upward. And you, good sir? His eyes took in the other man. Another doctor, no doubt. I am an oncologist at St. Anastasia's, the man said flatly. The pastor grinned inwardly. These were very special people, people that would be such a great asset to his parish. Two very gifted people indeed, he said, folding his hands between his knees and leaning forward. Gabriel, get them some water. Gabriel bobbed his flat, brown-haired head in confirmation and pulled a bottled water from a green backpack on his back and cracked the top. He was a young man from his parish, not more than 18. He did as the pastor bid and stepped forward, pouring water in their open mouths. That's a good lad, the pastor said. At one time he feared death. Now he embraces his place here on earth with the willingness of an old man. The young man finished and tightened the cap back on the bottle. He stepped back, and the pastor gave him a nod of appreciation before addressing the doctors. I want you to join my church community. I won't ask you for much, and you will be safe from those who would do you harm. But I think we would both benefit from getting to know each other better. The man looked indignant. You come here and hold us hostage at gunpoint? That's some way to welcome someone. Some introductions must be harsher than others, the pastor said, spreading his hands and folding them back together. The woman looked away as if she didn't want to say it, but she turned back to him, resolution settling on her face, her eyes filled with angry tears. We've seen what you've done to the Millers. She looked out the window. The bodies. Fire. She spit out softer, her lips trembling. You and your people are monsters, she hissed. The only choice we have is to see God's will be done. I will release you when you repent and join. No harm will befall you. You will join the hundreds of good people of my parish, people that you called neighbors once. You will be safe and a valued member of our community. You will be a part of something so much greater than yourself. You need not work only for your own gratification. You can truly be God's servant, helping him to build his new paradise on earth. The captive male doctor snorted. Paradise? Have you looked outside? The world has gone to hell. The pastor leaned back, stretching, and stood up. Even with support, standing always seemed better. He put his hands on his lower back and pressed in the center of his spine. One may call this world hell, yes. This world has only ever been hell, each and every misery put here by God to cull his flock, to drive his flock forward. Throughout mankind's history, he has wrought us with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, pestilence, death, famine, and war, if only to test us. Pestilence was only the beginning. Before this is over, war, famine, and death will fall upon us with their wicked arrows and swords. Most will perish. This is known. It is also known that God's people will rise up stronger, the pastor said, letting his voice rise as if he stood at the pulpit. Amen, his men said in unison. The pastor nodded to them in praise. His victory will be ultimate for we who are destined to bring an end to hell here on earth. We are his champions, his instruments, and Revelations reads that his victory will be complete over Lucifer and his minions, and God will bring paradise here on earth. The woman shook her head. This has nothing to do with God. This is a disease, she shouted. The pastor held up a hand as one of his men, with an unkempt thin beard and long hair, stepped forward to strike her. No, Luke, she is confused. I am not confused, she sneered at him. It's a virus. People are sick. She shook her head. This is madness. The pastor lifted his chin a bit, as if he were lecturing a child. This is a crusade. We will wipe the spawn of the devil from the earth, bringing peace to our world. Will you not join in something greater than yourselves?" The woman frowned, and the man grimaced. They glanced at one another, condemned lovers on their way to the gallows, hand in hand. "I can't be a part of this madness," she said, shaking her head. She nudged her partner with an elbow. "No," he whispered. They looked at one another, gaining strength in their defiance. The pastor paced a moment. "These are excellent minds that could greatly further our cause. But God's will is His word. Yes, He challenges us all. They are tempting to appease for their expertise, but I will not fall into that viper's pit. Repent and join. You can see God's will before you. Why do you not grasp it? False prophets will show themselves. They dress like sheep, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You've corrupted yourself, pastor." The woman spat. The pastor grimaced, his skin drawing tight over his skull. "A misinterpretation of Matthew's gospel. I had faith that you would see the light, but God knew you would not join Him when He made you. The Lord despises those with hearts of pride, and they will not go unpunished." The pastor nodded to Peter. Peter bent down, pulling the plug from a red can of gasoline. The aroma of fuel engulfed the room. Peter swung the can, splashing the liquid onto the man's face and body. "What are you doing?" The man screamed. He scooted back on the bed, falling onto his shoulders. The pastor took a deep breath, sighing out loud. "Your choice has been made." "No, you mustn't!" the woman yelled at him. Peter continued to slosh the liquid around the room. "Purification by fire," the pastor said, almost disinterested by them. Peter finished the can off by dousing their clothes and bodies. "Please, pastor, you can't do this," the woman cried. The man spit gasoline onto the floor. "We will join you, we promise," he sobbed. The pastor looked down upon the groveling doctors, people that held high societal status in the old world, a world created by man, rotted through by mankind's greed, lack of piousness, and self-gratification. Now that world had crumbled away, leaving only the righteous and those marked by the beast. "Our crusade is one of the righteous. Mankind will survive on the backs of God's chosen people. You are the children of sin, and will be washed away in the flames of time." The pastor and his followers marched outside, the clopping of their boots echoing off the wood floor and hallway walls. Pickup truck headlights illuminated over 100 armed men that waited outside. They stood talking and waiting, holding their weapons ready. Shotguns, hunting rifles, clubs, bats, and hammers were held loosely in their hands. They were a mere fraction of his crusaders, his army of believers. They bowed their heads to him as he drew near. A few men knelt on the ground. The pastor's hands rose to the sky. "Praise be to God!" "Amen," his followers said in return. "Look at this house, this mansion. The people who live here have lived in affluence for years, hoarding their wealth, sitting on their pedestal, peering down their noses at the poor and uneducated in disgust, feeling bad when they heard about their struggles on the radio, horror when they watched the poor marching in the streets on television. The only action they took was turning the channel when they'd had enough." His men watched him intently, nodding their heads in acknowledgment here and there as his words rang true with what they knew as worldly fact. "They milked a rigged system that exploits the lower and middle classes to line the pockets of the rich." His followers howled in the night, enraged by the injustice. The pastor raised his hands, and his followers quieted down in reverence. He pointed at the house. "These people were doctors, healers, talented and intelligent individuals. God bestowed great gifts upon them in the hopes they would use them to serve." He dropped his hands to his sides in disappointment. "Yet here they hide, while good people such as yourselves that need their help suffer." He turned and pointed at his young follower. "Gabriel's new wife languishes, ravaged by illness, yet they would not help." Gabriel, more of a boy than a man, gritted his lips, pained by the mention of his wife. "They refuse to see the light. They refuse to do God's will. They refuse the opportunity, no, God's command, to remake the world in his image. Their mansion gives them no shelter when heaven rains from above. Their science gives them no answer when God ordains those below." His men jeered the house and the rich inside. Brother Matthias walked forward and spit at the structure. The pastor took it in, feeding on the holy fervor of his followers, his soldiers of the apocalypse. "They have turned their backs on God, and now will pay the eternal price." He nodded to Peter. The man hustled to the front of the house and flicked a lighter. Little orange and yellow flames leapt. The fire burst along a path leading inside the house. Soon the flames grew into a roaring inferno, the blaze of light conquering the darkness of night. "God's light triumphs over the darkness," Peter said as he returned. "You have done well, Brother Peter. Every day we grow the kingdom of God," the pastor said. His men cheered the fiery collapse of the old order. The pastor raised his eyes upward, looking at the smoke-filled night sky, and a smile settled on his lips. "I was placed on earth for this." Steel, shores of Lake Michigan. A gold cliff rose up over 100 feet on Steele's right-hand side. It was covered with small shrubs and stunted trees. Thin green palms of dune grass bent backwards in the wind, holding onto the hill with long, shallow roots. The wind whipped off the far-stretching lake, forcing itself up the beach and into the hill. It buffeted the dune grass as it went, blowing sand, attempting to erode the hill away one cool breeze at a time. On Steele's left, waves crashed onto the shoreline, beating the sand with no remorse. The water was almost black, and the sky reciprocated the dreariness, reflecting a gray, sunless sheet from above. The weather had been dismal since Colonel Kinnick and Joseph had left them on the beaches of Grand Haven. "How much further?" came Gwen's voice from behind him. The heavy packs weighed down on them, and the loose sand fell away from their feet. Each step felt like a battle against the elements, like they were walking on ground that could turn to quicksand at any moment. It wasn't a nice little day hike, but a soul-draining trudge enough for him to want it to be over soon. He looked over his shoulder back at Gwen. Her hair was pulled tight in a ponytail, her face set in a determined line of worry. Behind her trudged lanky Kevin and stout Ahmed, both looking equally as miserable. He stopped, facing them. "We got about 10 miles to go," Steele said, pausing. "As long as we keep the cliffs on our right and the lake on our left, we will eventually get there." "Is there like a sign or something?" asked Kevin. The Beanpole high school teacher looked like a college student in an ROTC course with his too large Army combat uniform on. "There's an old dead tree that sits just below the hill on our beach. It's big and gangly and ours. I'll know it." Kevin strained against his pack and bent his neck to the side, trying to relieve the stress. "I'll keep my eyes peeled because I ain't walking any further than I have to." Steele smiled, ignoring the complaining of his comrade. Instead, he focused on the land, trying to recognize something from his past. A house sat on the cliff above them. It leaned dangerously on the bluff, as if prospecting its own private beach. All whispers of a different time, echoes of summer in the midst of a dying fall. Wood stairs with landings every 50 steps raced up the sandy cliff leading to it. Clean navel-gray painted wood lined the house. A wooden deck lining the back of the house sat empty. Long rectangular panoramic-style windows were broken in. Behind the windows was only darkness. "I figure we will trek another 3 miles up the coast and find a house to overnight in. That will give us about 7 miles tomorrow." He readjusted his thick pack that adorned his back, trying to free up some slack for his M4 carbine sling so it would stop chafing the skin on his upper back. He shifted his tactical carrier vest, trying to regain some level of comfort from the weight of the black magazines of 5.56 by 45 millimeter NATO rounds. His chipped tomahawk hung from his right hip. In front of the hand axe rested his holstered M9A1 9mm Beretta. It wasn't his preferred sidearm, but it had a similar double single-action design, as did his former duty SIG he had grown accustomed to over countless hours of training in the counterterrorism division. He hadn't had a choice. It was take whatever Colonel Kinnick had to offer him, or have nothing for the long march home. "Do you think she'll be there?" Gwen said softly, as if worried her words might reach him. Regardless, the wind carried her words away. Loose strands of her hair danced atop her head as she watched for his response. Steele drew his mouth tight. Steele pointed to the top of a short dune on their right. Kevin, can you post up on that sand embankment and scout that way? You got it, Captain, Kevin said. He leapt up the sand dune with long strides and a groan of discomfort. Steele gave his back a dirty look. He hated when Kevin would call him Captain, a title he didn't want or deserve. He breathed through his nose and looked at her. She was there 6 weeks ago. That's the last I heard since phone service died. The last you heard of your mother. What kind of son am I? She was here alone with no one, and I don't even know if she's alive. A lot has happened in the last 6 weeks, Gwen said. Her words were pained and filled with worry. He gave her a flustered look. The puckering wound atop his skull reminded him that a lot had happened since the beginning, and he still hadn't fully healed from his last scrape with death. I'm trying to forget. Me too. Her pretty lips frowned. I'm only trying to manage expectations. A lot of horrible things have happened since the outbreak. She trailed off. The wound complained. The wind touching the exposed, healing skin still sent weird pain and other shooting sensations through the nerve endings and into his neck. He gingerly ran a hand along the top of his head where the bullet had decided to spare his life. Instead, it left him with a wicked going-away consolation prize. It doesn't matter. I have to find out. If it were your family, you know we would do the same. Would we? She said. Her words took him aback. Unrepentant gray-green eyes stared at him. Of course we would, but I can't save us all. That's one thing I know for certain. Why do I keep trying? It was only another layer of stress piled atop him. It was hard enough to bear the losses he already had. But we're here, so we're checking on my family. Waves continued their assault on the beach, roaring onto the shore. How will I ever know about my family? Gwen said, her voice rising with emotion. He was taking them as far from people and cities as he could think of, in basically the opposite direction of her family in Iowa. He considered them lucky to only have killed 20 or so infected in their entire 4-day journey up the coast of Lake Michigan. I promise we will make sure they're okay, he said. Her face remained perturbed, her eyes almost matching the dark gray skies like a green thundercloud. Her eyes always seemed to change with her mood and the lighting. They spoke volumes of her soul and had only known severe darkness since Pittsburgh. He gave her a smile from underneath a beard that hung down to his chest like a castaway. Unwashed and unkempt, save for lake water, it grew wild and free without oil or wax to keep it healthy. Just testosterone, sand, and dirt fed the mangy animal on his face. Her gaunt face paled as blood drained from her cheeks and lips. He reached for her. Gwen? Her eyes grew wide, and she smacked his hand away. What's the matter? He said as she spun around. She darted up a sandbank, clouds of tan sand springing up behind her. She bent in half at her hips, puking into the dune grass. Gwen, what's wrong? He called out. She continued to get sick as the swaying grass lapped her ankles. Still bent over, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve. It's just something I ate, she groaned. Steele's stocky Egyptian ally sidled up next to him. With his previously shaved head needing a trim, he looked a bit like a chia pet experiment gone wrong. What do you think it was, the fish? Ahmed asked. He held his gun uncomfortably as if he wished it were a baseball bat instead. They both watched her heave, the two of them concerned. Ahmed had saved her life early in the outbreak, and his attraction to Gwen had caused tension in the small group. The two men bonded over their mutual care for Gwen while destroying the bridges of Pittsburgh at the behest of Colonel Jackson. We all had it, Steele said. He watched the woman he had been in a relationship with for years heave. I haven't been feeling that great, Ahmed confirmed. The only other option is the MREs with enough sodium and preservatives that back you up for about a month. Steele's eyes ran from Gwen back to Kevin. Kevin crouched in the grass, only his head sticking out. The lanky man gave no signals of approaching dead. Steele's eyes never rested. He was always scanning for something out of the ordinary. Go with your gut feeling. Last time he had ignored his gut screaming, "It's a trap." He had almost lost his head. Not again. I'm just thankful we have food, Ahmed said. A little variety couldn't hurt. Let's go check on her. The two men hiked up the embankment. Gwen held her abdomen, hunched in a miserable position. Steele placed a hand on her back, rubbing her gently. Babe, you okay? He said. I'm fine, she snapped. She spit hard in the sand. She stood upright, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Color returned to her cheeks in uneven blotches, as if they still weren't sure she was better. "I can carry your pack," Steele said, reaching for her. It would be horribly inefficient and exhausting, but he would do it. She dodged him, throwing a shoulder out of his reach. "I've got it. You have enough." "I could carry it. I got less," Ahmed offered. Steele was already maxed out, having been forced to ruck most of the ammunition for the group generously offered by Colonel Kinnick. Gwen straightened her back. "No, I can do it myself. I don't need either of you carrying my pack for me." Ahmed gave her a sorry smile. "Just trying to help." "I'm fine. Let's keep moving," she said with an apologetic smile for Ahmed, but nothing for Steele. "I cannot wait for this conversation later," he thought. "Steele, come look at this," Kevin half shouted. Steele scanned the beach quickly, looking for movement. That was one of the only good things about their enemy. They were noisy and moved like blacked-out drunks. He ran along the dune ledge, bounding alongside Kevin. Steele quickly took a knee, decreasing his profile next to Kevin. The gangly man pointed down the beach. "Well, I'll be damned. More than we've seen yet," Steele said as more of an afterthought. A ragged pack of infected hobbled down the beach a couple 100 yards away. Wind whipped their torn clothes. Fractured bones protruded from gray dead skin, and intestines peered out from open gut wounds. "What about up the stairs?" Kevin asked, straight brown hair flipping around his head. The beach had provided them with ample protection from the infected. Something had now driven them this way. Steele was wary to find out. Every time they engaged the infected, they chanced infection themselves or expended too much ammunition putting them down. Ammunition was a fine commodity at best. Only a headshot will do. Save the bullets for when you need them. Steele nodded to Kevin. "Up the steps. We'll follow the coastline up top along the cliff." They jogged along the sand embankment. When Steele reached Ahmed and Gwen, he slid down the dune, letting the collapsing sand take his weight down a few feet. "We got infected incoming. We're going to take the cliff," Steele said. Gwen eyed the houses as if they were wolves peering down upon them from atop the lake cliff. "What if there are more up top?" Gwen insisted. His girlfriend was a voice of concern and reason in a sea of doubt, but doubt bred doubt. Indecision got men killed in warfare all the time. Indecision when facing the infected was a final mistake. "Then we will have to come back down to the beach." "We could get pinned between two groups," Ahmed said. Steele stared at him. Sometimes he wondered if he was even in charge, or if this was some cruel prank where if the infected didn't kill him, their nagging would. The Arab man looked expectantly at Steele. "That does look like a lot of steps," Kevin said. His eyes fluttered up the cliff as he counted. Steele took a deep breath. "So you're telling me you would all rather risk fighting a whole pack of infected with the possibility of dying than walk up some damn steps?" Kevin shrugged his shoulders. "Just saying, that's a lot of steps." Steele gave him a snort of a laugh and a shake of his head. "If you weren't carrying so many bottles of booze in your bag, this wouldn't be a problem." Kevin smiled. Mirth filled his half-open eyes. "You don't seem to be complaining." Steele grinned. "I'm not one to complain about a drink at the end of a long day." "Hey, you guys, we don't know it's safe," Gwen said. Her carbine was angled downward in a safe position, but her eyes continued to watch the cliff, untrusting of what might lie in wait above them. "We don't know what we don't know. Eventually, we are going to bunk in one of the houses. No better time than now," Steele said. "Fine," she said, glaring at him as if she had let him win this time but wouldn't the next. Steele made for the red wooden steps at a jog, not looking behind him, knowing that one way or another they followed him. Kinnick, airborne somewhere over Illinois. Whop, whop, whop. Two helicopters' rotors thudded as they raced one another across an angry sky. Clusters of gray clouds crowded above them, pushing on one another for space. Below them, patchwork fields of brown and yellow created the land quilt of rural Illinois. A wide chocolate-brown snake curved over the land, crawling as far as Kinnick could see north and south. The mighty Mississippi River. More like the muddy Mississippi, he thought to himself. Wind cut through the open doors of the UH-60 Blackhawk that ferried his men to the United States government's last rally point in Colorado. Those are the last orders he had received from General Travis before the Pentagon was bulldozed under the dead. Brown-bearded Special Forces Master Sergeant Hunter, his senior non-commissioned officer, or 18Z, slept in the seat across from him. His beard crept down the front of his tactical gear like a neck protector, and he wore sunglasses that covered his sleeping eyes. His head leaned back against the helicopter wall with his mouth slightly open. If they weren't in a helicopter, Kinnick was sure he would hear the man snoring. The M4 carbine, the shorter, lighter variant of the M16 assault rifle, leaned muzzle down, resting against his thigh between his legs. A gloved hand rested on the pistol grip, his index finger straightened out just above the trigger. He was still safely handling his weapon, even when sleeping. Next to him sat the elusive Center for Disease Control doctor, Joseph Chakowski. His shaggy brown hair swept low, almost into his eyes that were concealed by glasses with cracked lenses. The doctor had evaded them for over a week in the remains of Pittsburgh, Ohio, and Michigan. Kinnick's squad had finally caught up with the squirrely doctor on the lakeshore of Michigan. Now Kinnick's unit was a lot lighter than when they had first started. Almost half of his pieced-together search-and-rescue unit were gone. The doctor had brooded since they left Michigan, even as he studied Patient Zero from across the Black Hawk cabin. His eyes blinked rapidly, taking in every breath, twitch, and movement of Patient Zero. Patient Zero mumbled something unintelligible through his gag. Special Forces Weapons Sergeant Turmel hit Patient Zero with his shoulder. "Shut up, Jody!" He gestured to the defeated man with his head. "Jesus, this guy is such a fucking pussy." Patient Zero hung his head in defeat, revealing a sparsely haired, bald head. Kinnick's men called Patient Zero a Jody, in reference to the military man's civilian nemesis featured in military cadence calls. Jody was medically unfit, not squared away, or brave. In military lore, a Jody actively worked against the men by stealing their girls and living a luxurious life while the servicemen fought. For Kinnick's men, Patient Zero fit the bill on everything they despised. While they had been serving their country, Patient Zero, a pathetic, infected, out-of-shape man, had destroyed their world. When Patient Zero was coherent, he went by Richard Thompson. The man had only had one relapse since they were airborne. His body writhed, and he launched himself violently at Kinnick's men. A relapse was an ugly thing, dangerous all the time, and potentially deadly while in the air. Green socks stuck out from underneath the duct tape covering Patient Zero's mouth. His men had been generous with their application of the tape. Whatever little hair Patient Zero did have would be gone when they ripped it off. His hands were gray-taped nubs, the tape wound so many times around that no part of his hands was exposed. He was seat-belted in tight as possible. He wore an extra harness clipped to the side of the helicopter in case he decided he was tired of this world and wanted to throw himself out, plummeting to the ground. Kinnick was pretty sure by the sorry look of him he didn't have it in him to do the job right. Turmel nudged Hawkins, sitting next to him. The half-Asian intelligence sergeant's face was stoic as stone. "What's the matter, Hawk? Jody's got your tongue?" Turmel snickered at his own joke. Hawkins didn't take the bait, but blinked acknowledgement. "No," he said. Turmel shook his black, curly-haired head in irritation, staring at Patient Zero. "What?" Turmel yelled at Patient Zero, pumping his head at him. Patient Zero flinched and looked downward. Satisfied with his level of intimidation, Turmel leaned back with a smirk. His hand stroked his kukri. The wicked knife at his hip was enough to make Kinnick nervous that Turmel might use it on the infected man. Kinnick's radio clicked on in his headset. "Colonel Kinnick, we're getting low on fuel. I believe it would be prudent to set down in Hacklebarney. There's a small airfield there," the pilot said. "Hackle what?" "Hacklebarney, sir. A small airfield in Iowa." "There's an airfield around here?" Kinnick said. He leaned to the side, looking at the rectangles of brown farmland below. "Yes, and they're responding to our radio chatter." "There are people down there?" Kinnick leaned forward toward the cockpit. "Here I was thinking we were in flyover country. Put me through." The radio crackled and went silent. "Hiya, this is Hack. Grady here," came a rural accent, not a drawl like the South and no elongated vowels of the northern Midwest. They stretched their sentences enough to let you know they weren't from the city and sounded off on their O's a bit so you knew they were from the Midwest. Kinnick smiled. Now this is a down-home country boy. "This is Colonel Kinnick, United States Air Force." Hunter perked up in front of him, visibly snorting himself awake. He swatted at Turmel's knee with his hand. Hunter yelled over the rotors, "You sure you're still in the Air Force, boss?" A deadly smile carved out his lips. Turmel yelled his way, "We were thinking about adopting you, sir. You know, make you an official snake eater, get you a skins patch made." His eyes closed to almost slits as he smiled fiercely. "You know, if you'll take us," Hunter said, like a wolf trying to be sweet. "Later," Kinnick said, covering his microphone. Grady spoke over the line. "Flyboy, huh? I was a Marine Corps crew chief 78 to 86. I see your birds on radar here. Been a while since we heard from any of you fellas." Kinnick shook his head in disbelief. "Cannot believe these guys are still operating." "You think you can help out a couple of squads of knuckle-draggers with a refuel?" Grady's laugh on the other end eventually turned into a cough. "Things must be really messed up if they are putting an Air Force full-bird colonel in charge of a bunch of baboon bootlicking grunts. Come on down. All I got left is Jet A1 fuel." Jet A1 was a civil aviation fuel, but it would work in the many military aircraft that preferred the jet propellant, or JP-8, because of its anti-corrosion and anti-icing additives. "That'll have to do. See you in 5 mics." Clicking a button on the side of his headset, he switched channels. "Put down and hackle Barney." He turned to his men. "Everyone get ready to put down. We don't know what's going on down there, so prepare for infected or otherwise." Hunter addressed his unit. "You heard the colonel. You're ready to be in and out like a swabby on shore leave." Trammell grinned, nudging Hawkins. "Faster than Hawkins at prom." Hawkins' face was flat. Trammell shoved him with his shoulder again. Hawkins' brown eyes stayed even. One eyelid twitched. Trammell held his hands up. "All right, Hawk, I'll lay off. Geez, no need to get so defensive." His men checked the status of their weapons. They patted down their vests, making sure their magazines were fully loaded and easily accessible. Trammell turned to Kinnick. "So you think a bunch of farmers are going to try and jump us?" He finished with a laugh. "Good luck." "A bunch of farmers took it to the invincible British in 1776. Hunter and Trammell smirked and shook their heads. "But this is home field," Trammell said. "For who?" Kinnick said. Both of his men shut their mouths. "Whatever you say, Colonel," Trammell finished. He looked back out the helicopter at the fast-approaching field. Kinnick's soldiers spread out from the helicopters led by the Special Forces soldiers. The men knew the drill. The infected were everywhere. No place was safe. The living were sparse but dangerous. It was hard to tell what was the greater threat, man or the infected. Each soldier covered a different sector, guns pointed outward. 360 degrees around each helicopter was covered by the remnants of Kinnick's unit. The single-gated airport had only a lone runway, just long enough for a single propeller plane. A man hobbled out from a low one-story brick building. A dusty, mellow-orange Alice Chalmers hat perched atop the man's head as if it were only resting there. He used a free hand to hold the hat on top of his head. His overalls were covered in grease stains and a mishmash of dried grime. The older man's eyes crinkled around the edges as he stepped up to Kinnick. "Welcome to the Hackle Barney Municipal Airport. Name's Grady." Grady gave Kinnick a lazy salute. Tired of wrestling with his hat that didn't want to stay put, he removed it from his head. He held it in front of himself, thumbs creasing its worn bill. Kinnick scanned the perimeter. No infected lined the chain-link fence surrounding the airfield. Good sign. The farther inland they went, fewer signs that the infected had conquered were there. It's only a matter of time before they come here as well. Kinnick returned the older veteran's salute with a crisp hand to his forehead. Saluting still felt awkward, even after his volunteer non-official re-enlistment from retirement. "Good to see this facility up and operational," Kinnick said. Grady scratched some white stubble on his chin, thinking about his words. "The single-engine Cessna planes ain't flying no more. Been almost 2 months since we seen 'em on account of the plague. None came back from Chicago or St. Louis, but I'm sure you boys seen enough of that." He gestured with his stubbly chin at Kinnick's men. "You can tell 'em to relax. None of the sick ones are around here. Sheriff Donaldson's seen to that. Hunter, take Trammell and check the building." The operator whistled through his brown beard at the other magazine-clad soldier, and they jogged off inside the brick building. "Hawkins, you're on zero duty." The half-Asian intelligence sergeant's eyebrow twitched, the only indication that he was unhappy with his new tasking. He pointed his M4 carbine downward, taking an outward position next to the helicopter near Dr. Jakowski and the arguably more important Patient Zero. "Can we get some fuel? We still have a long way to go." Of course. Whereabouts you boys headed?" "West." Kinnick gave eastward a glance over his shoulder as if he knew evil lurked on the horizon. Grady's brow furrowed. Worry deepened his creases. Kinnick turned back, and Grady glanced at him as if he expected Kinnick to give him an explanation. "We're in a hurry. Our mission is vital to national security," Kinnick said. He didn't want to be terse with the man assisting them, but lingering was not an option. Grady nodded and turned away. He limped over and grabbed a yellow hose, dragging it near to one of the helos. Kinnick pointed. "It goes over there." Grady wheezed a laugh. "Ain't my first rodeo, Colonel. I'll get you boys back on your way. Always happy to help our fighting men and women." He snapped the hose onto the UH-60 Blackhawk. Grady looked over the helicopter. His hand found a string of quarter-sized bullet holes lining the fuselage. "Looks like your bird took some pretty heavy rounds out there. Reminds me of Grenada." Grady looked back at Kinnick. The man knew they were facing a heavily armed foe. Grady's eyes danced to the other soldiers and then stopped back on Kinnick, apparently satisfied that Kinnick and his men were real soldiers and not imposters. "What's going on out there? Don't get much info since they stopped the news broadcasts." His eyes were uneasy about the things that were taking place all around him. Kinnick gulped down dryness in his throat. "Do I give this man hope?" He rubbed his brow. "Do I tell him the East Coast has collapsed? Do I tell him the fuel he is giving us may give us hope that the doctor sitting in that helicopter can make it back to Cheyenne Mountain with patient zero? It's complicated. Figured as much. You boys at least dishing it out to the bastards." The infected army grew, and the only boundaries were those left breathing in the United States. Our army dwindles to a handful of battered souls as we speak. "The infection spreads very fast, but we're still in the fight," was all Kinnick could muster. Grady eyed him, gray eyes weighing the truthfulness of his words. The old crew chief gave him a knowing nod. "Sometimes all we can do is pray." He patted the side of the helicopter. "Got plenty of jet fuel here. I can keep your boys flying for a while, provided things don't get too ugly down here. We thank you for your help, but we must continue west." Grady pulled himself upright using the helicopter. He picked his hat up and scratched his head. "Seems like the fight would be the other way." "The fight is everywhere," Kinnick said. Grady nodded, eyes scanning the skyline. Kinnick didn't know if the man realized that he was on the frontier of a breaking world. "Looks like a storm is brewing to the east." Grady covered his eyes as if to block the impeded sun. "Better get the other bird topped off," he said with a nod. He hustled over, unhooking the hose and dragging it over to the other helicopter. The sky blackened. Blackbirds flapped their wings in the distance as if they fled the storm. Or they go to where the fresh bodies are. Wind picked up on the tarmac, ruffling Kinnick's uniform. A storm is coming, and we aren't ready. Gwen, coast of Lake Michigan. Alternating white and blue bathroom tiles reflected her sorry face. Pulling her pants up, she fumbled with the buttons of her military ACUs in the dark. Her mind raced. She moved toward the sink, hands finally fastening her pants. She swatted blindly for the toilet in an attempt to flush it. Nothing happened when she found the handle. She jiggled it until she remembered the toilet had been devoid of all water. It was just instinct at this point to continue to try and use modern luxuries such as indoor plumbing. She looked up in the mirror. A ghost stared back at her, illuminated only by the moon that shone through the second-floor window. She locked her hands on the counter, leaning toward her rough image. Beneath her puffy eyes, a large red spot jutted out from her chin. "Acne now? Really? Am I in junior high?" Exhaling loudly, she stared at a mellow pink stick about 5 inches long. Her hands never wanted to leave their safe place in the counter edge to pick up the dreaded object. She shook her head at herself. You have to know. You have to. She snatched the stick up and waved it in front of her body as if fanning herself with it. Her heart beat furiously in her chest. This can't be happening. She looked at the stick impatiently. The clear plastic-encapsulated diagnosis screen lay void of its impending verdict. Her mind scattered in a dozen directions as she waved the stick. What will I do? Where will I go? It won't be. I can't be. She laughed nervously out loud. Don't be silly. Guilty eyes stared back at her, blaming her in the mirror lined with big round bulbs around its edges. Glancing at the stick again, she saw that it still revealed nothing of her impending fate. Come on, she said. Her impatience grew with every second of not knowing. Pacing, she wiped sweat from her brow. Jesus Christ! Her stomach had been queasy for weeks. She couldn't touch her breasts without wincing in pain, and they were noticeably larger despite her restricted diet. She had been hiding it from the others, but after the incident at the beach, they must be suspicious. Her head pounded, and her skin became slick in a cold sweat. God damn it! She swore. Bile rose in her throat for the second time since they'd been in the lake house for the night. Puke spilled into the empty toilet, splashing up onto the sides. Ripping a soft yellow towel embroidered with blue sailboats from the rack, she dotted her mouth with it. The stick lay on the counter, a poison viper waiting to strike her if only she looked at it. Really? You are just going to stare at it? She said to herself. Clenching her jaw, she snatched up the evil little stick. A large plus sign filled the little diagnosis box. Shock filled her, and she blinked rapidly, trying to digest the prognosis she had known for weeks. Tears rolled down her face. She wiped one away from her eye, letting her hand cover her mouth. It was something she had wanted so badly before and had looked forward to for so long in life. And now it was happening to her at the worst possible moment. Everyone is dead. Everyone else is trying to kill us, and I'm going to have a baby. This can't be happening to me. She tossed the stick into the waste bin, disgusted by its prediction. Tearing open another package, she squatted down on the toilet again. The sound of tinkling water filled the room. She repeated the process again after that, and each time a large purple plus sign mocked her. It was as if the gods were showing contempt for her deep desire as a woman, waiting until the most inopportune time to drop a bomb of sweet infant joy on her. An unexpected rapping on the door made her jump. Jesus, you scared me, she said at the door. She smoothed her clothes, exhaling loudly. The knob turned and stopped. It twisted again. No need to lock the door, it's just me, Mark's voice said from the other side. You know I get nervous. Give me a minute, I'm getting cleaned up, she said, looking for a place to hide her personal shame. Do they have running water in there and you aren't sharing? He asked. Ha! No running water. Give me a few minutes, okay, Mark? Silence met her from the other side. You sure you're all right? He said through the crack. Why don't you let me in? I'm fine. Now go away. I can't tell him. If we get to a pharmacy, maybe I can find some drugs to take care of this. A sense of dread struck her. I don't want that, but what choice do I have? Risk being pregnant and on the run during the end of the world? What kind of monster would I be bringing a child into such misery? Opening the window, she picked up the trash can and tossed its contents outside. The sticks were swallowed up by the night in tall grass. Straightening her camouflage, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Everything's going to be fine. It's fine, she repeated to herself. It's fine, she said into the mirror. She tiptoed down carpeted steps to the living room. Ahmed lounged on the couch, hands behind his head. Steele sat nearby, his gear laid out. He took a cloth and oil to the receiver of his gun. He looked up, his blond, snarled beard covering a bothered face. Are you okay? We left you some chow in case you were still hungry. A small, tan, ripped MRE package sat on the ground next to him. Thanks, but I'm all right. She sat down cross-legged on the carpet. The house had been untouched since the apocalypse, closed up for the coming winter. This lake home probably belonged to someone that never made it out of the Grand Rapids metropolitan area alive. She watched Mark work the gun, cleaning it with a rag and reapplying oil to different pieces. Lots of sand on that beach. Shouldn't hurt the guns too much, but long-term it might degrade their functionality. Here, let me see yours. She checked to see if the weapon was safe and handed it over to Mark. He shifted the 2 pins out and removed the upper receiver from the lower receiver of the black military carbine. He began disassembling the pieces from the bolt carrier group. These are your hot spots, here and here. Got to keep these as clean as possible. He wiped the pieces hard and then blew on them. He always has been a caretaker and protector. He always had the makings of a great father. Can I ask him to do that now? Wish I had an air compressor. He looked up at her and smiled, mere curves of his features visible in the darkness of the house. His hair separated in the dark, revealing a nasty scar covering his skull from the front to the back. He's still handsome with his wounds, scarred but handsome. Then you slide this back in here and reconnect here and you're back in business. Not a professional cleaning, but it'll get us by in the field, keep us in the fight. He checked the safety of the weapon, and without pointing the barrel in anyone else's direction, he handed it back to her. He gave her a grim smile. Don't want to flag you. She took the weapon back, cradling its weight in her arms like a newborn. Thank you, she said softly. Hope lined his eyes. Tomorrow we should be there. Check on Mom, make sure she's all right. Her house isn't ideal for defense, but I bet I can make it work in the short term. Barricade the living room and get a sniper nest on the top floor. He still has hope that she's alive. I still hope she is, but how can we believe that? Where's Kevin? She asked, trying to change the subject. Top floor looking out for problems, Mark said. Could he have heard me getting sick? She could lie to him if he asked, deny the whole thing, or she could blame it on the food again. They were men. They wouldn't take notice of minor mishaps like this. Better to root and stamp out such inquisitive thoughts early. I'm going to go help him. Steele rested his head back on the white plush couch like a pillow. Okay, I'm going to crash for a few. Wake me up if something's going on. You look like you need it, she said, watching to see if he caught on to her bluff. I know, he said, leaning back to get comfortable. He did need the sleep. How the man operated with so little rest bewildered her, but better for her to talk to Kevin alone. She left the two men snoozing and drifted up the stairs. Kevin stood at a window, his M4 carbine resting in the corner. He paced nervously back and forth. The moon glinted off a bottle traveling to and from his lips as he walked. Hi, Kevin, she said lightly. Kevin splashed alcohol onto the carpet in surprise. He looked down and back at her, disappointed. Gwen, God, Jesus and the saints, you scared the crap out of me. Make an announcement or something. I spilled the good stuff. He gave her a half smile. She stepped inside the bedroom, looking out into the window. Sorry, she said. No worries, he breathed, and turned back to the window. They were quiet, watching the night. Waves thundered below in the dead of night. The moon glowed on the water, revealing the whites of the caps as they crashed on the shore. Moans drifted from below. The wind or them? Wild and beautiful, Kevin said, startling her from her mesmerized thoughts. What? She said. She shook her head, folding her arms beneath her tender chest. Try and act normal, she reminded herself. Yeah, it is. Almost 2 months ago it would have been warm enough to go in. Perfect weather. Fall comes fast and hard up here. When we come for Thanksgiving, there's always snow, Gwen said. Kevin took another swig from his bottle and stopped, muttering under his breath and reprimanding himself. He wiped his lips with his sleeve. Sorry, where are my manners? Want some? He asked. He shifted the glass bottle in her direction, offering her some. Not tonight, Kevin. She held her breath, waiting to be discovered. He took the bottle back. Not feeling so hot, huh? No, not really, she mumbled, avoiding eye contact. He shrugged his shoulders and looked back out onto the giant freshwater lake. I heard you getting sick. I always say we have to be more careful about the food we eat. Tons of bacteria and parasites in the water, and with no refrigerator, we are just asking to catch something. She exhaled a bit. He was a typical man, oblivious to the obvious, unobservant at best, couldn't find the ketchup if it was on his burger. Sure you don't want a swig? He said with a smile. His features were long in the moonlight, his eyes only drunkenly half open. No thanks, she said, avoiding his gaze. She adjusted her arms beneath her chest, trying to get comfortable. I need a new bra to hold these gals. Kevin broke the silence. I have this feeling you didn't come up here just to hang out. Is there something else you want to talk about? He gave her a side glance. No. She looked away. Anger welled up in her, followed by the fear of being alone. Bearing her burden alone made it so much heavier. She feared being unable to hold it all together. I'm pregnant, Kevin, she blurted out. Kevin stood in silence for a moment, slowly nodding his head. He took a quick swig of his whiskey as if he forgot he was holding it. He turned her way and spread his arms wide. Come on in for the real thing, he said. She let herself be pulled in for a hug. He smelled like whiskey and body odor. His lanky arms brought her some comfort. After a moment, Kevin pushed her away from him. Are you sure it's mine? He asked. She felt a pang of guilt in her gut. Of course it's not yours. She laughed a bit, wiping a tear from the corner of her eyes. He released her. "Just checking. I'd like to throw a few back. Thought maybe you snuck one by me," he said, chuckling. "But between you and me, it was pretty obvious. How long have you known?" She folded her arms back beneath her breasts. "About 30 minutes, but I've suspected for a couple of weeks. How could you tell?" Her eyes watched him for recognition. "I was a high school teacher in a poor rural district. You aren't the first woman I've seen puking her guts out for no reason. Combined with not drinking, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a history major." "History major?" She laughed. He smirked. "Yeah, we're the smartest. We know why everything is the way it is." She stifled a laugh. They stood in silence, the reality of her pregnancy during the apocalypse hovering over them. "Please don't tell Mark. I'm not sure what's going to happen yet." He made a mock symbol of locking his lips together. "Lips are sealed, my dear, but on the down low, you should tell him. I would want to know, and I think he has the right to know." He pretended to throw away the key. She pursed her lips together. "When you're ready, of course. That's only my 2 cents." She looked off to the side, avoiding the idea of an even more serious conversation with Mark. "I will, but I have to get my feet under me. Thank you, Kevin." "For what?" "Listening. That's why I'm here," he said with a smile. He gave another glance out the window. "Wait a second." Closing in on the window, he cupped his hands, attempting to block out the glow of the moon. "What is it?" She peered out, seeing only dark water. "I thought I saw it before, but now I'm sure. Look there through those trees and down the coast." His finger thudded off the window glass. Small slivers of orange light danced between faraway trees. "Fire," she said. "Fire means people," he said. She nodded, turning for the door. "I'll get Mark." Joseph, Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. Water trickled down the rock walls in tiny streams. It followed the outlines of the coarse and jagged rock. The walls were uneven, as if the creators of the facility were more interested in completing the complex than making it uniform. Every 10 feet, metal-encased lights with exposed wiring poked outward, attempting to illuminate their way with minimal effect. A dozen soldiers' boots echoed down the corridor as they marched. The soldiers were dressed in all-black tactical gear, giving them the appearance of a SWAT team. For all Joseph knew, they were. They surrounded him and Patient Zero, making Joseph feel a bit like he was a mastermind serial killer on death row. Patient Zero's head had dropped all the way to his chest. His head bobbed from side to side in defeat as he trudged. They walked through open 3-foot-thick nuclear blast doors. Circular 6-inch metal locking mechanisms stuck out from the side of the door. Beyond the giant door, they entered a better-lit corridor, and after another 30 feet, a duplicate nuclear blast door. Would the mountain not be enough? The mountain complex was a multi-layered hive. Each floor gave way to another layer of the complex. Military officers passed them. Civilians with ID badges on their belts walked past. The farther Joseph walked into the safety of the bowels of the earth, the more Joseph felt the anxiety of his task. Each step took him farther from the dangers of the outside and infected, but brought him closer to his molecular battlefield and the insurmountable task at hand. It was a game of chess at the microscopic level. He was the novice, and the virus was the mastermind. He wrestled the doubt into his gut and settled for a permanent state of distraught uneasiness. A black-helmeted soldier stopped and pointed to a metal door on the right. His goggle-covered eyes ignored Joseph. "Put the subject in there," came his voice from underneath his black ski mask. 2 soldiers disappeared with Patient Zero through a doorway on the right. Patient Zero emitted a muffled "ow." The middle-aged, beer-bellied man gave the soldiers a dirty glare as they shoved him inside the room. Joseph pointed with his non-injured arm. "Where are you taking him?" He had been stitched up when he had arrived on site, hastily given a bottle of pain pills, and whisked away with a heavily armed escort. "Observation room." The soldier waved a gloved hand. "Follow me, Doctor." The soldier gestured forward and placed a firm hand on Joseph's back. A white door was open nearby, and Joseph stepped inside with some assistance from the soldier into a dimly lit room. A cluster of white-coated individuals gathered around a one-way glass mirror that they could see through, but the person on the other side could not see them. They ignored Joseph, enamored by the subject on the other side. They murmured and whispered to one another in careful consideration. Joseph walked to the window and stood near a taller-than-average, shoulder-length, auburn-haired woman with pointed black glasses. Her nose stuck out farther than average and came to a sharp point. One arm was folded across her chest, propping up the other held thoughtfully under her chin. A long finger ran up her cheek. Joseph shoved his free hand into his pocket, joining them in their observation. Richard Thompson sat attached to a metal chair. Bright lights beat down on him, glinting off his almost bald head and causing him to squint. He sobbed softly to himself, his whole body jiggling. Every few moments he would look up at the lights and mumble something. His head would then fall again, and he would cry. The soldiers had removed his duct tape and sock gag and replaced it with a folded surgical mask. His eyes regarded the reflective window with fear, knowing that unknown people on the other side were watching him. "Amazing, Dr. Weinroth. Look at his facial distress. He is showing what appears to be both behavioral and physical manifestation of emotions," an older, heavier-set white man said, leaning over the auburn-haired woman. "All of our subjects so far haven't expressed any sort of remorse or fear, only uncontrollable violence," she said, letting a finger tap the side of her mouth as she watched. She pressed her lips together as she thought. "This is interesting. Are we sure he's infected?" She looked down the line of white coats. The fat doctor leaned away, considering her question. "We haven't run any tests. He arrived not long ago." He picked up a piece of paper, peering down at it. "It is a field subject." The doctor looked over his glasses. "Discovered by a Dr. Jakowski? States here he is a CDC virologist. I'm not familiar with any of his work." Joseph watched them from the corner of his eyes as he stared at patient zero. He cleared his throat. "He's infected, I can assure you of that." Dr. Weinroth turned her head in his direction and gave him a curious glance from the corner of her glasses. The fat doctor leaned around her, staring at him. "You know, if you take the gag from his mouth, he can talk, too." "He can talk? That's different than all of our research. Every other subject has lost all ability to orally communicate." "Fascinating," the fat doctor said, his belly almost touching the window as he got closer to it. "Of course he can talk. He's alive," Joseph said, raising an eyebrow. The doctor at Dr. Weinroth's side leaned past her, his fat jowls seeming to stick out farther than his belly. "Wait, who are you? How do you know this?" "Forgive me," Dr. Weinroth said. She gave Joseph a pleasant smile with clean white teeth. "Dr. Hollis, this must be our CDC virologist, Dr. Joseph Jakowski, our newest associate." Dr. Hollis gave him a nod of approval, his double chin tripling. "Incredible fortitude, Doctor. We had written off this scenario much earlier in the pandemic." "Thank you," Joseph said. He removed his glasses and gently rubbed them on his clothes with one hand. The crack in one lens reminded him of the Battle of Steel City, where his gun had recoiled into his face. "Could have been worse. You could have died. Many times." "We're ecstatic about this discovery. I'm Dr. Weinroth, infectious disease specialist with the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, USAMRID." Keeping an arm folded beneath her, she offered the other and shook his hand. "I'm a civilian. No need to salute," she added with a little laugh. "How long have you been studying the subject?" "We found him in Michigan 4 days ago. My observations have only been outward conversations." "Conversations? He can put together complete thoughts? This is unlike anything we've seen," an Indian woman said. She stood on the other side of Dr. Hollis, blocked by his girth save for her head. Dr. Weinroth touched his arm. A gentle and somehow comforting gesture, as if he were her longtime friend. "Forgive me, Dr. Jakowski. Let me introduce my team." She gestured to the gray-bearded, heavy-set gentleman next to her. "This is Dr. Hollis. He is with the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. They assist in stockpiling biomedical resources nationwide." "No vaccine for this," Joseph thought. He nodded to the obese doctor. "Next to him is Dr. Dacey. She's a leader in research for live attenuated vaccines from Johns Hopkins Hospital. Her research into the CCR5 receptor of white blood cells may help us find a cure for AIDS one day." The young Indian woman smiled at him. "Next to him is Dr. Nguyen. You may know him from the CDC. The short Asian doctor tilted his chin downward. Joseph knew him. In the hierarchy of their organization, Dr. Nguyen was second only to Dr. Williams. Both were experts on bioweapons. With Dr. Williams most likely dead in the bunker of Mount Eden, Joseph supposed that made Dr. Nguyen #1 in the world. "Loved your work on weaponized anthrax," Joseph said. The Asian doctor bowed his head lower in thanks. "If only this were that easy," Dr. Nguyen said. The man on the far end didn't acknowledge Joseph as he stood scrutinizing patient zero. His hands massaged his smooth chin while deep in thought. His close-cropped white hair gave him the look of a military man. Dr. Weinroth smiled and spoke a bit louder. "The gentleman on the end is Colonel Burns, M.D. We are colleagues from U.S. AMRID. His research in biosynthetic viruses and vaccination is top-notch." The United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases was based out of Fort Detrick in Maryland. Joseph knew them well, a secretive group, but they were some of the best minds against any biological threat to the United States. The gaunt colonel regarded Joseph with intelligent gray eyes. His camouflage combat uniform revealed itself from beneath his white coat as if it were hiding. Joseph was confused. "I thought Fort Detrick was gone. I was under the impression that everyone had met up at Mount Eden in Virginia." Burns spoke as if he were annoyed with Joseph's existence. "Fort Detrick is gone. We were annihilated in under an hour. Our hazmat suits did nothing to stop them from ripping through the protective plastic. If I had half of my staff from there, we would be making some serious headway instead of standing here watching Patient Zero cry." Dr. Weinroth's smile faded into a pretty close-lipped grin. "This has been a difficult experience for many of us." "Tell that to my staff I watched get butchered alive," Burns said. Dr. Weinroth's eyes pleaded with Joseph for understanding. Her eyelashes beat each other furiously. "Fort Detrick was horrible, but all of us have lost friends during this difficult time." She directed a glance toward the colonel. He was already ignoring them, back to analyzing the subject. "We're all glad to have you here. Someone with your experience will be essential in our research and development against this global outbreak. We've adopted the facility's staff and name as our own. I think it has more meaning now that we have come from all over the country to work together. Welcome to the Mountain Integrated Medical Team." Joseph nodded. It was an impressive team for research, and perhaps the only team. "We call it MIM for short." She pointed to a patch on the sleeve of her white coat. A doctor's caduceus, a staff with wings and dual serpents running up its shaft, sat in the middle of two M's that looked like mountain peaks. The words Mountain Integrated Medical curved beneath the design. He took a deep breath and gulped. "Thank you, Dr. Weinroth. Call me Rebecca." "Thanks, Rebecca," he said with a faint smile. Her smile in return made his arm hurt just a little less. He supposed that was all the comfort he could ask for in a time like this. "I can take a look at your arm later if you'd like. How'd that happen?" "I was stabbed," he said. The cold steel inside his arm still haunted him. Concern flooded her eyes. She visibly gulped. "It was an accident." He hurried out. She gave him a quick smile. "Of course," she managed, seeming uncomfortable. "I would appreciate you taking a look." She nodded and turned her attention back to Patient Zero. The team stood watching the tears stream down Patient Zero's stubbly cheeks. These were his band of fellow warriors in the battle for mankind. They had come from all different backgrounds. They had all lost friends and family to the infection. They had all watched, helpless, as the world crumbled around them. Now it was time for them to strike back. Kinnick, Golden Triangle, Colorado. Kinnick rode in a Humvee down a wide residential street. They passed newly built single-family homes, some still with turned earth and unfinished front yards. Humvees sat in a few of the driveways. No other cars drove on the road aside from military vehicles, giving him an eerie feeling in the depth of his gut that he was in the green zone of Iraq. 3 8-wheeled strikers grumbled past, traveling the other way. The big green personnel carriers had been effective at protecting soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan from IEDs and small arms fire, and he imagined they were being put to excellent use against the infected. Hunter sat behind him, sunglasses on, beard fluttering in the wind, staring out the window. An airman from Peterson Air Force Base sat in the driver's seat, and another soldier stood in the center turret, manning the Mark 19 grenade launcher on top of the vehicle. "You ever hit any of them with that?" Kinnick asked, throwing a thumb at the turret. The driver smiled. "Yep, shreds the bastards. Sometimes they crawl, but it does good work against large groups and makes it easier when the bastards aren't quite as fast." Kinnick nodded, wiping a hand through his hair. He had never lost the short military-style hair even after he retired. Some things just stick with you, but now his hair was as long as it had been when he was in college at Purdue. Probably a lot more gray than before the outbreak. They zipped by long stretches of fences lining the roadways. The fences engulfed entire neighborhoods in sturdy chain-link steel with razor wire spiraling around the top. "How far does the safe zone span?" "We call this the Golden Triangle, sir. We've been able to control the area between Peterson Air Force Base, Fort Carson, and Cheyenne Mountain. It cuts off the southern part of Colorado Springs, which we now use to house extra troops and civilians. As far as Kinnick could see, there were green and brown mountains, trees turning shades of yellow and brown, and housing. "I understand the triangle, but why golden?" he asked the airman. "Because if you are inside, you're golden, Colonel," the airman said with a grim smile. "I see," Kinnick responded, clamping his mouth shut. The Pentagon died without military support, and portions of the United States Armed Forces sat in Colorado, not even lifting a finger to help their fellow brothers and sisters in arms. Soldiers and civilians all over the country were being overrun and murdered. Can I blame them for creating a base of operations to continue the fight? That's what I would do. Consolidate my forces and strike back out. The Humvee stopped at a fenced-in checkpoint that clearly kept civilians from the military base housed within the safe zone. A soldier waved them through layers upon layers of fencing, concrete barriers, fortified buildings, and machine gun nests. A sign that looked like 6 mountain peaks read, U.S. Air Force, Peterson Air Force Base. They rolled to a stop near a modern building with white sides and dark bluish-gray glass reflecting outward, preventing anyone from seeing in. The building had a cold government look to its architecture, made with long lines. "Here's your stop, Colonel," the airman said, sounding a little nervous. "Thank you, Airman." Kinnick and Hunter dismounted the vehicle and walked down the white concrete sidewalk leading to the building. Kinnick could sense the master sergeant's uneasiness next to him, even with the swagger in his step, but it was as if he were repelled by the thought of being inside an office building. "I'm Colonel Kinnick," he said to 2 lightly armed, black beret-clad airmen standing outside heavy glass doors. The area was quiet, untouched by the chaos engulfing the nation. The airman on the right whispered in his radio. "You have clearance to enter, sir." The door audibly clicked, and the security specialist pushed it open, revealing a large lobby with a shiny polished granite floor. Airmen in airman battle uniforms sat at a large reception desk. Officers swept through the room, holding red folders with papers sticking out of either end. Weary from his journey, Kinnick took a seat on a long bench on the wall. Hunter let his carbine rest in front of his body and joined him. Not more than a moment after sitting down, his foot began to tap repeatedly. It was the most uneasy Kinnick had seen him since they'd met. "I fucking hate offices. Just something not right about them," Hunter said. Kinnick looked around. "Safe and clean, living men and women, what's not to like?" "All of it. The people, the conformity, the life-sucking vibe that goes along with it. Some guys love the smell of fresh carpet and computers, but not this one. Just be thankful we aren't still stuck in the field. We'll get a nice break now. I'd take the field any day of the week over this 9-to-5 hell." An officer walked by, eyeing Hunter with his carbine. Hunter leaned forward. "See?" He gestured at the man with an elbow. "Look at them. Did you see the way that guy looked at me? Like he'd never seen a gun before. Fucking PowerPoint Rangers rule this unholy prison." Kinnick grinned at the Green Beret. "Just wait until we get inside. I got some nice toys in here. Maybe you'll learn something." Hunter shook his head. "The chair force and their gadgets. No offense. At this point, you are basically a grunt by association, and I'm not saying they don't have their place, but you can't win a war from the sky. You need boots on the ground if you want to—" He paused, thinking for a moment. "Resolution. I suppose we should be thankful they're still in the fight. I'd rather have them than not." They waited 5 minutes, and a short officer with oak leaves on his shoulders and black hair on his head and glasses greeted them. "Good afternoon, sir. You must be Colonel Kinnick. I'm Major Thomas, 10th Special Forces Group, based out of Fort Carson." Kinnick stood up. "Major Thomas, good to meet you." They shook hands. Hunter piped up behind Kinnick. "Figured you would have bought the farm already." He stood up behind Kinnick. "And somebody promoted you to Major?" The Major narrowed his eyes, focusing past Kinnick. Kinnick thought the Major might shove him to the side. "Holy hell, Master Sergeant Hunter! I thought you got taken out by a goat herder south of Kandahar," Thomas said, grinning. The 2 men shook hands. "Would have rather been taken out by a goat herder than be in your shoes. Look at you with your shiny oak leaves." Hunter pretended to brush his friend's shoulder off. "A bit dusty, too, from sitting inside all day. Promotions are a bit expedited these days," Thomas said. Hunter shook his head. "You used to be a hard charger, and now here you are pushing pencils with the best of the computer junkies." "I would go back into the field in a heartbeat," Thomas said. He addressed Kinnick. "You were in good hands, Colonel, coming in with this alley cat, tough as nails and mean as a bear with a toothache." "Yes, I was. I owe my life to him on more than one occasion." Hunter had fought like the devil himself against hordes of infected and rogue military units. The rogue unit still left a sour taste in Kinnick's mouth even now. Kinnick had no doubt he would have been killed without him. He would be in a ditch feeding the worms of the infected. It didn't matter much, because either way, he would have been dead. Most of Kinnick's search and rescue squad had perished during the mission. The tomb of Mount Eden's underground bunker had claimed most. The bunker that had sat about an hour outside of Washington, D.C., and doubled as an emergency evacuation facility for Congress during a disaster, had turned into a pit of hell. "Let me get you inside the NORAD. We'll get you up to speed on the ongoing operations." "Ongoing operations?" Thomas gave him a questioning look. He blinked in rapid succession behind his glasses. "Yes, sir. We are at war here. Operations are currently underway to take back the United States." Kinnick couldn't hide his look of puzzlement. "Carry on, Major." "We are at war, but I was under the impression there weren't that many of us left." 3 card access doors and 2 ID checks by soldiers and Secret Service agents, and they ended up inside a large operations center. The wall was covered in giant projection flat-screen televisions. The huge televisions tracked flights. Others displayed jostling cameras of troops on the ground. Another was a map of the United States, displaying green swaths over large parts of the country. The green seemed to pinch the middle inch by inch, starting from the coasts. "You still have ongoing flight missions?" Kinnick asked, looking at the radar screen. "Yes, sir. We are funneling supplies mostly to and from Elmendorf Airfield. It has been largely unaffected by infection. Most of my boys from Fort Carson ended up there. Put some hurt on some bastards and locked that place down." Faster-moving blips on the map caught Kinnick's eye. "You still flying combat sorties?" Thomas looked at him, confused. "Why, yes, sir. Most of our combat runs are in the Colorado area. I don't understand. Did someone tell you otherwise?" Kinnick ground his teeth. "I was at the Pentagon before it fell. We only had local air support. Eventually that stopped. We could have used some help." He stared at the man for a moment. "Any help?" Thomas looked down at his feet before he spoke. "I'm sorry, Colonel Kinnick. Those decisions are above my pay grade." Kinnick's mouth twisted. Whose decision was it? So many lives lost. So many great minds. "That came down from the Vice President." He stopped himself. "Well, the President now." "The President's dead?" Kinnick said, louder than he wanted. People wearing headsets turned from their computer monitors to stare at him. Hunter whistled a high-pitched note in surprise behind him. Kinnick gave him a nasty look. "Not helping, Master Sergeant." "The President is dead?" he said, softer. "It's unknown, sir. He went missing during the initial evacuation of Washington, D.C. "Are you kidding me? Bastard's been missing this whole time." "No, sir." "He had no idea." Kinnick clenched his jaw. "The American public has no idea. Most of the American public has been left for dead. Entire military units have been left for dead, and we don't even know who the hell is leading us." "Is that bastard Vice President here?" "I am," came a voice from behind him. Steele, northern Michigan. Steele peered out into the night as the waves of the giant lake collided with the shore. Fire gleamed in the dark miles down the cliff. "You see right there?" Gwen said, pointing out the window. Miniature flames spoiled the encroaching night. Steele crossed his arms over his chest, thinking, "This isn't good." "What do you think is going on?" Kevin whispered, as if the flames miles away could somehow hear him. "Someone set a fire, and it isn't the infected," Steele said. He pulled on a snarl in his beard. "People always mean bad things." "What are we going to do?" Gwen asked on his other side. "A fire that size in the night must be a building." His eyes couldn't leave the flame. He was a moth to its blaze. It lured him. It beckoned him. It was dangerous and primal, but he couldn't pull his eyes away. "We will wait until morning and take a look." "We shouldn't go now?" Gwen asked. Worry plastered her face. He gave her a second glance. Her face was pale like a ghostly shade. "Must be the food poisoning." "No, tomorrow." "Why?" she asked. "She will be the death of me. I would have bet on the infected. The longer I live, the greater her odds." Because it's dangerous, and I don't want to walk into another trap like we did in West Virginia, even if it means people who need help have to wait. He reminded himself of his training. It seemed like a past life, as if generations had come and gone, and yet he still lived. Make sure the scene is safe before helping others. Is she disgusted or uncomfortable? He couldn't tell. The next morning they set out early. Dawn cracked the horizon like an egg sitting sunny side up. The beach was peppered with the tortured faces of the infected, so Steele opted to lead them over the edge of the coastline cliff. They ran through overgrown, leaf-covered yards from lake house to lake house. Most of the houses were already boarded up for the harsh Michigan winter that lay ahead. Only a few die-hard Michiganders would brave the lake-effect snow the Great Lakes state had to offer. One thing a Michigander always knew was that no matter what, winter was only a few months away. Steele's mother was one of the brave. She never seemed to mind the cold that winter brought, opting for wood fires instead of sunny Florida or dry Arizona. Most of her friends and colleagues were snowbirds, usually retirees that migrated from the northern states to the south in the winter to avoid the harsh weather. Perhaps the isolation of a Michigan winter was worth it now. Steele left his friends near the side of a brown, boxy house. Crouching, he ran to the cliffline. Spying down his optics, he zeroed in on the pack littering the beach. They know we're here. Something keeps them lingering. He watched as one tried to climb the hill. After shuffling up 4 feet, the infected man stumbled, crashing onto his hands and knees. Clawing his way up the sandy cliff, he tumbled backwards, rolling down like a log. How are we losing? Sand flew into the air as the infected tumbled, arms flailing. He got up again and repeated the clumsy process. They will never surrender. They will never give up until we are all dead. How do we continue this fight knowing our enemy will never give up? The only option is for us to never admit defeat, go toe-to-toe with the bastards, until we win or we all disappear. Maybe we're the crazy ones who want to continue on in this world. He lowered his M4 carbine and gave a quick wave to his comrades with a quick bend of his fingers in their direction. Kevin groaned when he saw all the steps to the bottom of the beach. Can't we go along the cliff? Kevin whispered. The beach is clear ahead of them, he said. He waved down the beach. Most of the infected clustered near the steps they had gone up the night before. Well, let's move, soldier. I'm not a soldier, Kevin retorted. You want to read history or make it? Steele said. I prefer a more leisurely pace with fewer steps. Steele gave him a grin and gentle shove. They rucked down to the beach in single file. Reaching the bottom, their feet sank into the loose sand of the pristine beach. Their footprints would be swept away by fresh water in the night. The weight of their packs pushed them deeper into the sand, making each step more difficult than the last, as if each tiny grain of sand wished to slow them down by crumbling and giving way beneath them. Wish we would have stayed at the top, Kevin complained. Steele ignored him. Within no time, sweat trickled down Steele's back, settling into his military-loaned, already sweat-stained ACUs. A plume of smoke rose in the distance, a dissipating black snake in the sky. A smoky stink hung in the air, refusing to fade away. It worried him. He knew it was from the fire they had seen the night before. Not knowing who had set it or why started to pummel his nerves. Burning bodies? He sniffed the air hard. The sickening scent of burnt human flesh was not present. Were they smoking someone out of hiding? Plowing forward underneath the weight of their packs and the impending dread of what they might find, the small group trekked across the sand. The clouds of billowing black smoke grew larger, warning them to stay away, but they kept moving. Idleness was death. Step by step, they marched closer to his mother's lake house. Each step made his heart hammer faster, and an excited fear rose up inside him. Miles later, Steele halted them with a tight fist in the air. The smell of burnt timber was thick. The smoke was a visible fog enveloping the surrounding sandy cliff. A single dead oak tree sat upright in the sand. It had been there as long as Steele could remember. As a kid, he would throw his towel over its low-hanging branches that had been eroded by wind and rain over its decades of life. These low, sun-bleached white branches had still been sturdy enough to support the weight of their beach bags and belongings, keeping them from getting sandy in the summer. This is my beach. That is my old oak. We're here. He watched the beach, trying to digest the thousands of thoughts shooting through his mind. What's the matter? Gwen asked. She hadn't been there enough to know the difference between the miles of beach they had traversed. This is my beach, he said, voice flat. almost as if he didn't believe it. She coughed, covering her mouth from the smoke. "We're here? I thought we were still a few miles out." "So did I." A lone moan floated along, gliding to their ears. Steele ignored the unhallowed voice. He was fixated on the bleached tree and the palm-like dune grass that led up his hill. 112 wooden steps that he painted summer after summer led up the cliff to his family's home. "Up those stairs is my mother's place." The deep, lonesome moan was echoed by a second and a third. All of Steele's party scanned the dunes looking for the culprits. Their carbines were held in the low ready. The undead offered nothing but more death. "Nothing too drastic. Stay together in a tight group. Don't let any get behind us," he said, tasting the smoke in the back of his throat. A head wobbled near his dead oak tree. "That's my tree." He made for the lakeside steps only to see the bobbing heads of more infected crossing the dunes for him. His hand found the tomahawk on his hip. It screamed for the blood of the dead, electrifying beneath his hand. He let it free, and it almost hummed in anticipation. "Let's keep it quiet as long as we can," he said over his shoulder. He crested the top of the dune. The number of dead surprised him. They clustered over the dunes farther down the beach. Must be the fire drawing them in. Steele cut into the group of infected. He chopped down hard, his tomahawk sticking for a moment before he ripped it free again. He sliced diagonally through the air left and right, catching another infected in the face. The blade stuck in the creature's cheekbone, and Steele felt the rotting bone shatter. A hand blurred by Steele's face as Ahmed jabbed another under the chin, his blade running into its brain. Gwen grunted as she jammed the point of her dagger into an infected rounding the tree. She pushed the body back down. The infected knocked into the tree and collapsed. "Steele!" Kevin shouted, his voice low. He pointed down the beach. Infected bounded up and over grassy dunes, many more than Steele cared to get up close with. Steele glanced over at Gwen and then at the others. "Go hot!" he shouted, slipping the tomahawk back into his belt. Steele moved at the high ready, keeping his carbine pressed to his shoulder, his left hand grasping the foregrip, right hand resting on the pistol grip stock of his M4 carbine. The first infected down the dune crumpled into a pile of gutless meat, its eye disintegrated by his hot 5.56 round. Crack! Crack! His shoulder easily accepted the recoil of the piston-run long gun. His body was built for fighting. Bounding up the dune, he reached its crest with a snarl. "This is my beach!" he screamed at them. Dead, soapy white eyes stared at him, unknowing of anything except death. Fleshless, decrepit fingers spread wide for him. Again and again his carbine barked, followed by the pops of the rest of his group behind him. Still more came over the sandy dunes. "Forget it! Make for the stairs!" he shouted, and they ran. "Move! Move! Move!" he yelled at them. He pushed them up the steps, and they huffed by him. He took the rear. Press. Pause. Press. A moaning infected, its skin hanging from its chewed-open jowls, fell forward, feet kicking up behind it as it dropped headless to the ground. Feet clicked off the brown-stained wooden steps as they ran for the top. Steele checked his six a few times, making sure they were not followed. His thighs quivered as he churned out step after step. Soon he caught up with the rest, everyone's bodies exhausted by their heavy packs, dogging it up the steps. The last flight of stairs was shrouded in smoke like a gray funeral shroud, an acidic chemical burning their eyes and stinging their nostrils. Gwen coughed, covering her mouth with her sleeve as she walked. "A few more steps," Ahmed said, breathing hard and pushing up Gwen's pack as they crested the cliff. Steele's heart thumped in his chest, trying to get enough blood and oxygen to his muscles. His three comrades stood on the top landing, waiting, all eyes preoccupied. Steele bent down, siding up the infected that struggled even slower up the stairs. He exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The lead infected fell backwards, mangling the other infected in a mass of limbs as they rolled down the steps. He turned around when he heard Gwen gasp. "What?" Steele shouted, pounding out the rest of the steps. Ahmed looked at Steele, fast approaching, with fear in his eyes. "What?" he said. He took the final few steps in groups of two. He crested the cliff edge. Gwen's hand instinctively covered her mouth. Kevin peered at the ground. Ahmed put a hand on Steele's chest. "Steele, man, let's take this slow." Steele removed his hand with more force than he would have liked, unable to take his eyes off the destruction before him. "Don't," was all Steele could squeeze out. The house was a charred, blackened foundation of what used to be an exquisite log cabin. Around the edge, tan, round, full logs lay scorched, cracked, and broken. His childhood sanctuary lay in ruins before him. his only place of refuge, the place where he found peace. He ran forward. "Mom?" he said at the rubble. "Mark, no," Gwen said softly. He breezed past her. "Mom!" he shouted louder. Heat emanated from the structure like he was next to a blazing fireplace. He raced around the sides of the building looking for any signs of her, the woman that had raised him, the woman that had loved him unconditionally as only a mother could, the mother that supported him when he decided to join the division instead of playing it safe as a teacher or lawyer. He looked over at her neighbor Jim's house. The large white and green lake house stood, still intact. Hope bubbled inside him. Maybe she's there, or somewhere else. "Mom!" he called out. Gwen walked near the ruins. "Mary?" Gwen called out behind him. "Kevin and Ahmed, check that house," she said. The two men jogged off. No one returned his calls. The only sounds filling the air were the soft crackle of wood, the waves of the lake, and the moans of the infected at the bottom of the steps. He paced near the burnt-down home until the two men returned, unable to comprehend the scene ahead of him. A somber Kevin shook his head no, and the bubble of hope in Steele's chest popped. He stopped pacing, and his eyes felt distant and unfocused. His M4 dropped from his hands. The sling did its job, and the gun swung down at his side. His hands dug into the smoldering charred wood as he searched for anything to solve this mystery. He threw pieces to his sides, looking for something to prove him wrong, something to prove that this wasn't his house. "Mom, I'm here!" he shouted. His voice was absorbed by the black hole of the ruined structure. He could hear the others shouting his mother's name, but he ignored them. Piece after piece he tossed behind him until his hands were black and scalded, and his clothes filthy with soot. Exhausted, he dropped to his knees in tall grass badly in need of a cut. "What happened? Where is she? Who did this?" "Steele, check this out!" Ahmed yelled from the garage. Steele pushed himself up off the ground and stumbled for Ahmed. His mind was a foggy mess of confusion and questions. Ahmed stood near the garage next to the front lawn looking down at the ground. "Look!" Ahmed pointed at the ground. Deep tire treads lined the grass and earth, not bothering the driveway. Long ago, his father would have murdered whoever had destroyed his well-groomed lawn. "Over here, too!" shouted Kevin. The lanky man kicked at the ground. Steele was a bloodhound on the trail, his mind a blind haze going from track to track. "Must be at least a dozen vehicles," Ahmed said. Steele bent down, feeling the earth that was now a clue to finding his mother. "There's some single tracks over here," Kevin shouted. Steele stared at him. "Someone knows what happened here, and I will find them," Steele muttered with bloodshot eyes. "Come on." Tess, Northern Michigan. Squeezing her knuckles, Tess pushed them in until they popped one by one down the breadth of her hand. Faces formed a continuous crowd around her. Just outside their rowdy ring was a tall maroon-bricked lighthouse that spired for the sky. People at the top leaned over the black railing ringing the observation deck. The faces around her laughed, yelled, and pushed, trying to get a view of the entertainment. Tess wiped a hand through her thin, short hair, letting the grease from not bathing hold it slicked back. A big, fat woman stood across from her. Big Bessie was a truck driver and new to the camp, bringing in a large supply of non-perishable food from the local grocery store Edmonds in Muskegon. Her chins doubled up upon other chins. "Bring it on, you fucking twat!" Big Bessie shouted at her. She raised her big, bloated arms up and down beneath a crudely cut-off long-sleeved shirt to fire the crowd up. They cheered. "I got a can of tuna on Bessie!" shouted a man. "Double or nothing, Bessie breaks her tiny little arm," said another. "Ye of little faith." Two gamblers shook hands on the wager. Tess gave Bessie an ever-so-sly smile. An attractive, lightly bearded man stood behind her. She turned toward him. He gave her a wide grin, his strong hands taking her slender shoulders in his hands. He massaged her like he was prepping a prize-fighter for a fight. He leaned close to her face. "You think you can take her?" he said under his breath. "She's all fat, no technique. She's already lost," Tess said. She wobbled her neck from side to side while he rubbed her back. "Keep it loose." "I put a week's worth of food on it with Randy, so I hope you were right," he said. She looked over the crowd, locating Randy. He laughed with the rest, already celebrating his victory. "What a dick," she muttered. Glancing down at his hands touching her shoulders, she laughed short melodic notes. "I don't lose, pagan." "Oh, look at the little baby. Needs a little back rub from her pool boy before she gets her arms ripped off," Bessie roared at her. Bessie's voice was deep and cracked, having been scarred by years of smoking. Tess raised her tattooed arms over her head, stretching. Speed, leverage, and timing were her only weapons. A 110-pound woman wasn't going to stand a chance against all of Big Bessie's weight for long. Size mattered, but it could be mitigated with proper technique. Tess stalked up to a table that had been set in the middle of the encampment for this single activity. Big Bessie positioned herself at one end, and Tess took the other. Wedging her elbow into the table, she locked eyes with Bessie. Bessie's eyes were the color of a fresh turd. Ugly yellow hair hung down in dirty curls around her shoulders. "Look at this girl here," Bessie wheezed with a sneer. "Little mosquito bites for tits." The crowd laughed at her insult. "I remember my first beer." "Pagan," Tess called over her shoulder. "Vodka," she said coolly. Bessie thought this was hilarious and laughed uproariously with the crowd around them. Bikers and woodsmen were the loudest, but most of the people were refugees with nothing to do. Pagan slammed down a bottle of 150-proof whitetail vodka and set down 2 shot glasses. The hardest vodka found in the Mitten State. Better off drinking pure gasoline. He poured the vile, clear liquid in both glasses. It smelled like a blend of fuel and rubbing alcohol. It probably could be used as both in a pinch. Tess grasped the glass with slender fingers. "Don't think about it." She threw it back, and the booze burnt the length of her throat like she had swallowed fire. Bessie reached for the other shot glass, but before she could wrap her pudgy fingers around it, Tess had scooped it up. She smiled at Bessie and tossed that one back as well. Bessie smirked. "So the little thing can drink a bit," Bessie grunted. Tess smirked back. "Fill it up again," Tess commanded. Her eyes never left Bessie's round, plump face. "Ha, ha, ha," Bessie chuckled. "Fill it up, pretty boy." She made kissing noises at Pagan. Tess inwardly laughed at his discomfort. Pagan leaned close, filling them up. "I hope you know what you're doing. I'm not sure getting drunk is going to help." He tipped the bottle once, and then twice. Bessie swatted at Pagan's behind. He tolerated her with a mild grin. Tess belched rancid fire. "Eyes over here, Big Bessie," she said, pointing her index and middle fingers at Bessie, then back at her own eyes. "He's mine." The crowd laughed. "Come on, Tess," Gregor shouted. He was a broad-framed welder from a construction company in Cadillac. Long black hair hung down to his shoulders. "Drink it up," added Garrett. The tall biker smiled in glee through his salt-and-pepper beard. He wore the same black leather vest as the other bikers from the Red Stripes Motorcycle Club. Tess threw the next shot back and tossed the glass onto the ground. Before it hit the earth, she was sucking down the next. Shaking her head like a dog, she was ready. "Phew!" she shook out. Bessie laughed. "Look at her. She can hardly sit in the chair." Tess placed her elbow on the table, exhaling loudly. She glanced from her hand to Bessie and back again. Bessie's elbow thumped down, shaking the table. It trembled under her weight. Her sweaty hand engulfed Tess's, letting Tess carry the brunt of her fatty arm. Thunder, a grizzled, gray-bearded biker, pushed his way through the crowd. His leather vest was covered in patches. The largest one was a black skull with its mouth slightly open, encased in a diamond of blood red. Stripes of the same blood-red color lined over top of the skull. 4 small blue naval stars decorated the background. He cleared his throat. "Ladies, and I use that term loosely." Bessie laughed uproariously at the comment, coughed to the side, and hacked a glob of phlegm on the ground. "I see plenty of 'em round here," Tess said, staring up at him. Her eyes dared him to say otherwise. Thunder's patch-covered motorcycle club vest hung open, revealing a basketball-sized hairy belly. A red bandana held his long graying hair back behind his head. "We still can't confirm if you're a girl, Miss Tess," he said with a grin beneath his bushy beard. "Only rules are, feet can't leave the ground, and hands must stay locked together for the entire match. Do you understand?" "I do," Tess responded. "Let her stand up. Won't matter," Bessie said. Tess rotated her body so her hips were in line with her shoulders and arm. I must pull fast and hard toward myself to negate her great strength and size. Then let's begin. His weathered, cracked hand rested briefly on the two women's. Ready, set, go. He raised his hand with a flourish, standing back to watch the mayhem with a smile. Bessie grunted as Tess hooked her hand, pulling Bessie toward the edge of Tess's side of the table. The booze was starting to kick in, and she felt invincible. Bessie saw it too, glaring intently at their hands as Tess moved her inch by inch, her thin muscles straining as hard as they could in her arm. Bessie turned red with effort. "Arrgh!" she screeched, focusing her energy on bringing their hands back toward her. Tess's arm quivered as Bessie gained the advantage, pushing Tess's hand further and further from victory. Tess's arms were skinny at best. She wasn't going to win a pushing match. The pressure on her forearm made her think her arm was going to fracture and explode. Bessie exhaled and sucked in more air, her face looking like a red balloon. One more inch, and Bessie's weight would finish Tess over the top. Tess twisted her hips in her seat, using her shoulder to gain leverage. With a slight maneuver of her hand, which Bessie would never notice, she forced her competitor to grip the bottom of her palm. Then she pulled Bessie's hand directly in toward her body, displacing her challenger's center of gravity. Using her momentum, she slammed Bessie's hand home, letting the table be a backstop. Releasing the woman, Tess stood to the cheering of the crowd and the jeering of her defeated opponent. Tess held her hands wide open in the air and spun around in a circle. "Are you not entertained?" she yelled at them. Pagan wrapped an arm around her. "That was great, babe." From the side, Thunder nodded his head approvingly like a proud father. "You never cease to amaze me, Miss Tess," he said. Bessie rubbed her hand. She stared at it, confused as to why it had betrayed her. "Bessie, you can leave those supplies by the camper." "How did you do that?" Bessie said. She cradled her hand in the other. "If I told you, I'd have to kill you," Tess said, raising an eyebrow. Bessie stood up from the table. "I'll drop off the food. You are a strong little bitch, I'll give you that," Bessie said. The crowd dispersed to their separate campsites. Tess and Pagan crossed back to their camper, his arm hooked around her waist. Tess stopped, turning back to Bessie. "Bessie, you are free to stay here as long or as short as you would like. You need not be alone." Bessie smiled faintly. "Thank you, Tess. I'll stick around for a while, but I want a rematch." "You're welcome to try," Tess said with a smile. Back in the camper, Tess had sex with Pagan. The combination of her victory and the pleasure made her feel alive again, if only for a fleeting moment. They lay next to one another in their musty camper from the 70s. Fake wood made from plastic covered its interior panels. Long, thin vertical lines of brown, tan, and white decorated the couches. It was the worst color scheme she'd ever seen, but the camper was home. She looked up at the yellow-stained ceiling, hands behind her head, naked aside from an old patchwork quilt covering her lower half. The man next to her was lean and hard. His body had more muscle when they first had met during the beginning of the madness, and now he was only thin muscle. She had been with Darren Pagan ever since. Tess would never call it a relationship. She didn't have relationships, but it was a mutual agreement they had fallen into. More of a person to pass the time with. She felt the former Marine, although there were no former Marines, only Marines, stir next to her as he woke up. "Can't sleep?" he whispered. He shifted his weight in the futon-style bed and the whole camper creaked. "You know I don't sleep." "You want to talk about it?" "Nope." He paused. "Thunder and his gang said they saw torched homes along the lakeshore again while they were out collecting." "Who do you think is setting them?" she asked. She rolled over to pull a joint from a baggie beneath her pillow. Lighting it up, she took a hit and passed it to Pagan. He burned the weed, its deep red embers glowing brightly. It always surprised her that the Marine would smoke weed with her, but then again she never expected to be a de facto leader of a group of survivors in the apocalypse either. "From what I can gather," he said. His voice rose as he tried to hold it in before exhaling the light blue smoke through his mouth. "It doesn't seem to be diversionary or random. The fires seem to be set on purpose." "But to what end? You don't think it's those nut-job Christians?" "I'm not sure. This is pretty far north for them, but I won't know unless I get up close and investigate." He passed the joint back to her. She placed it in her mouth and inhaled. "I don't want any surprises from anyone. Tomorrow you should go check it out." She put out the weed in an ashtray. Her body felt light and relaxed. The only way she could feel relaxed now was by smoking. Survival was a constant anxiety that never went away. That's what happened when everywhere you went, people tried to kill and eat you. The little Sable Point community had started with her and Pagan holed up inside the lighthouse. Narrow steps led upward 3 floors to the lighting chamber. They had slept on the top-level observation deck, wind howling around them with views of the lake and dunes for miles and miles. It was breathtaking in more ways than one. The land had been summer green, the dunes sandy gold, and the water ocean blue. The old age of the lighthouse had made her wonder if it would even stay up in the gushing wind. Within a week, others had found their way to Little Sable Point. Refugees that fled the infected were drawn to its rotating lights while there was still power. The surrounding woods and few houses isolated it from most people. Soon after the people came, the infected found them. She and Pagan had killed the most, gaining them the loyalty of the others. Now it was a refuge for roamers and the unaffiliated, the lost, and the broken. They all came here and found a bit of solace from the storm. While the power still worked, the light shone, calling to the fleeing people. No one made them stay. A loose rule of law was set forth, mostly from the Red Stripes who enforced it. It was enough to keep everyone safe. They came in campers, semis, buses, pickups, and cars that all encircled the lighthouse, providing a protective barrier to the outside world of the infected. When one left, the others closed ranks. Any large packs of infected were sighted from atop the lighthouse, and the small groups or individual infected that came upon them were forced up against the sturdy ring of vehicles. Gunfire echoed from the edge of her camp. Pagan pulled the blinds back, eyeing the outside suspiciously. "Infected?" she asked, slipping on her loose tank top. Bullets sounded off in quick succession. "No." Pagan hopped out of the bed, slipping pants on over his muscled legs. "We're under attack." Joseph, Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. Joseph stood at the end of a reddish wood conference table. The MIM team of doctors looked exhausted after hours spent debating the future of Richard Thompson, patient zero of the worst pandemic in the history of mankind. Soda cans and coffee cups lay scattered around the table. Stale, dried-out sandwiches sat on a platter in the corner. No one's appetite was very big today, aside from Dr. Hollis. With his unslung hand, Joseph pointed at the projector screen. He cleared his throat. "Let's get back to basics." Clicking a controller, the slide switched on the screen with a lazy blinds transition. The people before him looked tired, to say the least. Colonel Burns sat on the side of the table farthest from Joseph. Dr. Weinroth sat closest to Joseph. Dr. Nguyen next to her. Dr. Hollis nodded off next to Colonel Burns, and Dr. Desai sat on the other side. "Since we are all in agreement that a cure cannot be found, we must attempt to move forward with the development of a vaccination. There are 4 different types of vaccines that are possible. The first is a live virus attenuated vaccine. Measles, mumps, and chickenpox operate like this." "Is this even feasible for the subject virus?" Dr. Desai said. She looked down at her papers. "The virus is highly contagious with bodily fluid contact." "If patient zero is any indicator of behavior associated with live virus inoculation, then it's not a plausible method of vaccination," said Dr. Nguyen. "I agree," said Dr. Weinroth. "As do I," Joseph said quickly after her. He smiled, something only meant for her. He pushed the button again, and the device made an audible clicking noise. "How do we feel about a killed or inactivated vaccine option?" Joseph asked the group. "We don't know the effects pieces of the virus may have in a live host," Colonel Burns said. His mood never changed from a natural glower. Dr. Nguyen tapped his pen on the paper in front of him. "The mutations are too fast. You've seen infected blood work. We are lucky the computers can keep up with such fast mutations. How can we possibly defend the host cells while the virus mutates?" The doctors looked down at their notes. Papers shuffled. They took swigs of coffee, tea, and soda, hoping that a jolt of caffeine might somehow push their drained brains beyond the fog to find an answer. Burns frowned up at Joseph, rubbing his forehead. "Joseph, we don't need an explanation on how vaccines work. Why don't you take a seat?" He gestured with a free hand. "We already know your next few slides. Nanoparticles, toxoids, and biosynthetic vaccines." Joseph sighed and took a seat, letting his arm settle on the armrest. He tossed the controller on the table. His knife wound was healing with Dr. Weinroth's help. Joseph made sure to give her a friendly smile. When stuck, it can't hurt to go back to the basics, Joseph said. Burns exercised his fingers in front of him, his scowl deepening. I'm not sure we have the technology here to create a virus-like nanoparticle. Toxoid vaccines are primarily used for bacteria-related illness. That leaves a biosynthetic vaccine as the best option. We will change the antigen that the virus injects into the cells. The immune system will recognize the virus upon infection and respond positively, providing defense against the virus. Dr. Weinroth coughed into her hand. With all due respect, and I mean all due respect, do you know how long it takes and how much live testing we have to do in order to create a biosynthetic protein that not only does what it's supposed to do, but is safe for the patient? About 15 years, Burns said. His face was flat, as if he had already lived every day of those 15 years, watching all those around him die in the process. And we have at most a month, Dr. Weinroth said. She peered down at a piece of paper. 2, if the military holds. That's a big if, Burns said. Dr. Desai looked perturbed by their assumptions. I'm not sure we can even discuss it. It isn't realistic. None of this is realistic, Doctor, but we have to try. I'm advocating for open surgical tissue harvesting to increase tissue mass available for analysis. Joseph's brow creased. Patient 0 is not an autopsy. Hold on, Colonel. Patient 0 is still alive. He's a person, not a walking corpse like the others. An open mass tissue harvest will greatly increase his chances of mortality. That's true. Burns peered down at his notes. But we don't have time. We must extract lymph nodes, liver tissue, and lung tissue from the host immediately. We will need a quick analysis of the material and original virus if we want to stand a chance at getting something. Really anything. He eyed Rebecca as though speaking to his daughter. Put him under. He's dangerous anyway. Take the needed specimens and keep him in an induced coma. He won't feel a thing. Dr. Weinroth shuffled her papers, uncomfortable under his gaze. I don't think that's necessary. I believe we can get all the information we need from non-invasive testing. Joseph nodded his head in agreement. If that doesn't work, I will agree to more dangerous harvesting methods. Time is our enemy. Dr. Nguyen needs time if he is to work his magic. Don't have a bleeding heart over this man, if we can still call him that. Joseph frowned. You can't just cut him up into pieces. He's a human being. He adjusted his glasses up the edge of his nose. The crack in his lens split Burns into 2 unhappy pieces. He's infected. It's between us and the virus. The faster we can figure out how this thing ticks, the faster we can defeat it. Plain and simple, Burns said, letting Joseph know his displeasure at being debated with a frown. If you want to go kill infected, go outside this mountain, Colonel. There are plenty of infected to hack up out there. We need to exercise some caution. Potentially killing patient 0 does us no good either. And what would you know about what's happening out there? Burns said. His voice was sharp and poignant. Plenty, Joseph said. His eyes met the Colonel's. His gut went from a simmer to a boil. Burns gave him a sneer. Like you've killed a thing. Please back me up on this one. You understand the importance of gathering good, expedient data. The more data we can get, the better. Joseph cut in. Infected aren't the only things I've killed. Joseph fixed his eyes on the 2 Burns. Both of them infuriated him. Burns ground his teeth at the other end of the table, his eyes reaching out to slap Joseph's face. I don't care if he tries to whoop my ass. Dr. Nguyen's eyes grew large underneath his small round glasses. He coughed into his hand, breaking the stalemate. Colonel Burns is correct, Dr. Jakowski. During the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, we made the most progress when conducting high-volume tissue harvesting through more intrusive procedures. Dr. Nguyen flattened his lips. He didn't need to spell it out. More intrusive operations on patients to contain the outbreak were easier to authorize when the disease was abroad, in a jungle, infecting people that weren't Americans. Doctors would eagerly use the data, ignoring the higher-risk operations conducted as a necessary risk. Dr. Weinroth flipped her auburn hair over her ear before she spoke. Although I, too, would like an expedited solution to this pandemic, she said. She gave Joseph a glance out of the corner of her eye. I believe we should try non-invasive testing as a medical priority. The patient may benefit, and more importantly, may provide us with even more clues with less trauma to his body. Clues that if he has expired, we may not find. Dr. Desai's long black curls shook around her shoulders. Yes, perhaps he will provide us with a way to manage the disease. Manage? That's ridiculous. We need results now. Burns slammed his fist on the table. Exhaling sharply, he calmed himself. People are being slaughtered. he said softly. He's not some sort of lab rat for us to grow an ear on. Those that can feel judge best, Joseph said. His humanity is debatable. Burns crossed his arms. Regardless, we have a responsibility to find a vaccine for this disease. The last data report we ran, inoculation of the surviving populations and military forces will bring our success rate up to 7%. Up from what? The words tumbled out of Joseph's mouth. Dr. Weinroth picked her papers up and straightened them out. Her throat moved as she swallowed tentatively. She thumbed through her stack and slid a single sheet over to Joseph. He hesitated a moment before he touched the paper, as if he reached for the virus in 8.5 by 11 standard letter form. He lifted the paper up to his eyes and bent his head downward so he could look over his glasses. The paper was filled with charts of data and corresponding graphs. Everyone was silent as he read. Dr. Weinroth broke the silence. Her voice rushed as if she were trying to outspeak his internal reading. Within the Cheyenne Mountain complex, we have stockpiled a host of vaccines for every known infectious disease. Enough for tens of thousands of people. If we can find one that we can modify, we may have success. Joseph ignored her, digesting the numbers on the sheet. That's a big if, Joseph said, studying the information. He felt his gut drop inside of him. A list of calculations ran down the sheet. A pie graph was 100% red. The next graph had a sliver of blue in it, timetables and numbers in separate columns. Our success rate is between 0 and 7%, Joseph said under his breath. That is correct, Dr. Jakowski, Burns said from across the table. His hard-as-bullet eyes softened a tiny bit. If we move fast, we only have a small chance of success. He capitalized on Joseph's digestion of the morbid information. One man's life means little in the face of this threat. We should bring this to a vote. Everyone around the table nodded in agreement. Should we move forward with invasive testing for mass volume harvesting or continue with less credible, non-invasive procedures? Burns said. Joseph locked eyes with Dr. Weinroth. All in favor of invasive, say aye. The colonel nudged Dr. Hollis with an elbow. Dr. Hollis stared around the table, blinking rapidly, entering the conversation for the first time. Doctor, we are taking a vote. Yes, of course we are, Dr. Hollis said. Aye, Burns said. His mouth clamped shut as if it were an order to the rest of the doctors. He raised his hands slowly in the air. Dr. Nguyen glanced at Joseph. Aye. His hand went up. Dr. Hollis, Burns said. Aye, Dr. Hollis said with a nod. Burns glared at the rest of the table. Dr. Desai sat quietly examining her hands. Joseph knew Dr. Weinroth was on his side. Burns frowned, unable to get his majority vote. The doctors put their hands down. All those in favor of less invasive tissue harvesting on the human subject, say aye, Joseph said. There's no need. Neither group will get a majority, Burns said, disgusted with the outcome of events. Let's see, Joseph said. Burns snorted and looked away. Aye, Joseph said. His voice was clear and loud. Rebecca gave him an affirming smile. Aye. Aye, Dr. Desai said. Aye, Dr. Hollis mumbled. What was that, Dr. Hollis? Joseph said. Dr. Hollis's second chin trembled. I said aye. I believe we should move forward with as much testing as possible. Burns's face soured as though he were sucking a lemon. Dr. Hollis, you cannot vote twice, he growled. Dr. Hollis shook his head. Who do you people think you are? Of course I can vote twice. Dr. Hollis, please. Vote for one or the other, Joseph said. Dr. Hollis folded his hands over his belly and stuck his receding chin outward. I will not. Forward or not at all. You can't change your vote, Hollis, Burns said. The heavy doctor stared at the colonel and raised his eyebrows. Then I won't vote. Joseph smiled. Then that settles it. 3-2. Non-invasive testing of patient 0. Burns sighed impatiently as if he were dealing with children. God damn it. He stood up, and for a second, Joseph thought that the slender colonel would race around the table and pummel him. The colonel strode for the door. When he reached it, he pushed down on the doorknob and stopped. He spoke down to Joseph. What are you waiting for? We have tests to begin. Joseph smiled at the soldier doctor. Yes, we do. Tess, Little Sable Point, Michigan. Tess slipped on the tan leather shoulder harness that held her semi-automatic Colt 45 1911 handgun and 2 spare magazines over her tank top. Her feet dug into the sand as she ran. Pagan sprinted next to her, holding his M27 infantry automatic rifle fitted with a bipod and a 3.5 squad-day optic. The gunshots grew louder as she got closer to the entrance of Little Sable's protective ring of vehicles. Men shouted at one another. Thunder's voice rose above the rest. "Keep your heads down!" She squatted behind a trailer tire, still far enough away to stop and think. She drew her black 1911, holding it in both hands and pointing it to the sky. Looking back at Pagan, he gave her a nod and they burst into the opening. Thunder and 5 of his red stripes took cover behind trucks and cars. They pointed guns across car hoods at 4 soldiers in tan, brown, and gray camouflage. The military? Where did they come from? The lighthouse should have seen any trucks on the road. Tess lined up her sights on a blonde woman standing 25 yards away, pointing a carbine in their direction. "Put your guns down!" a blonde bearded man yelled, rapidly transitioning his aim from biker to biker. His head had a horrific scar that ran down the top of his skull like a divot on a golf course fairway. Thunder pointed his 12-gauge short-barreled Benelli at him. "Fuck you! You throw your guns down!" Thunder growled. "I got his shot, Thunder!" Ratface shouted. The skinny biker with a shaved head squinted down the barrel of a scoped 30-06 Springfield bolt-action hunting rifle. The tension rose every second the standoff continued. Pagan set his M27 rifle in the back of a pickup truck, letting the bipod fling out from near the end of the barrel. "Everything is going to go bad unless we do something," he said softly. He closed one eye, using the other to line up his shot. "I can see that," she said sharply. Tess exhaled heavily. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm the dumb one." She stood up and shouted, "Hey, you!" The disgruntled soldier aimed in her direction, looking for the voice. "Beard guy!" she said, lifting her chin at him as if she were picking a fight. The scarred, bearded man pointed his weapon at her. Tess pointed her gun back at him with a nice little cock in her wrist. "Where is she?" he blurted in her direction. "This guy's off his rocker." "Where's who?" she retorted. "What did you do to her?" he yelled. "What is wrong with this guy?" "We didn't do anything to anyone. Everyone is welcome here." "Where's your leader?" Beardface said, eyes darting back at Thunder with his shotgun. His eyes said he would carve the big biker to bits in a second. Tess doubted he could, but the crazy guy looked insane enough to try. Thunder faced away, his gray beard resting on his chest like a bib. "That's all you, Tess," he grunted. "You sure you don't want to talk to Crazy Pants?" she said to him. Thunder laughed. "He may be a bit more receptive to the words of a woman, but if he gets antsy, maybe we will see what a couple of slugs does to him." "This isn't Nam, Thunder," she said, lowering her handgun and holstering it up underneath her armpit. She clipped the retention flap over the handle of the gun so it wouldn't fall out. The unsettled man breathed hard while he stared their way. He's like some sort of bull. Time for him to meet his matador. She hoisted herself up and hopped over the cars, then stopped, collecting herself. Am I insane for stepping between these guys? "If you meet me in the middle, we can talk," she yelled out at him. She gave Thunder a glance over her shoulder. "Then if you want to play guns with Thunder and the Red Stripes, you can be my guest, after I get out of the way, of course." The bearded crazy lowered his M4 a bit, watching her from over his sights. The weight of his presence hung in the air. Seconds clicked painfully by, and she feared she had made a mistake by stepping into the open. "Lower your weapons," Beardface commanded. His military crew moved to a low ready, guns pointed downward. Beardface marched across the wheat grass that had started to turn brown, purpose filling his strides. He kept his chin slightly downward, as if he expected to be sucker-punched at any minute. She could see his eyes scanning the defenses for threats. She walked his way, trying to keep her posture erect but relaxed as if she didn't have a care in the world. They met in the middle of the 2 hostile groups for a moment, standing and watching one another, making a quick assessment of what the other was dealing with. She put a hand on her hip. His steel-blue eyes pierced her almost jet-black ones. His cheeks were sunken, and a thick, snarled beard hung almost as low as Thunder's, but he was 40 years his junior. His camouflage was stained with sweat and dirt, making him appear as if he had returned from the horrors of a World War I trench. The whole world is one battlefield. "The handsome man lies beneath all that hair, scars, and muscle," she said. He blinked rapidly. I've caught him off guard. He was a different version of Pagan, tenser. He instinctively ran a hand along the length of his healing head wound. She shifted her weight to her back leg like a cat waiting to pounce. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" she demanded. His jaw clenched. Fury lay beneath his almost flat features, waiting to emerge. It was as if it took all of his energy to control his own emotions. "Where is she?" he breathed. "Tell me." "You know, you aren't very polite. The least you could do is say thank you for the compliment." She gave him a heavy sigh. He was silent. Her eyes judged him. "I'm a forward woman, but you don't have to be such a sourpuss," she said. The mustache of his beard twitched. "I'm Mark." He expected to be heard when he spoke. "That it? Usually you army guys love to talk about your rank, unit, and cock size. So what are you, like a general or something?" she said. She glanced back at Pagan over her shoulder. The lightly bearded Marine looked up and over his gun, watching, ready to fire his weapon at any moment. She could barely make out his finger tapping the trigger guard of his gun. He only did that when he was nervous. If I hit the deck, he'll light them up. He's a good shot. Then it would be whether or not Mark could get rounds into her before he was destroyed by hot lead. "I have no rank." She raised an eyebrow at him. "What's with the uniforms? Former military?" "We're not former military either. They were a gift. They used to work for the federal government." She laughed and grinned at him. "I knew it. You douches are all the same. Always have to be something sexier than the last guy, thinking you are going to pick up chicks. It's like you all read the same friggin' book. I'm not here to get laid." He looked over her shoulder at the bikers lining the entrance. More red stripes were gathering. "Still sizing us up for a fight. Back to me, tough guy." "Sure you aren't, Mark. Every man wants to get laid." She narrowed her eyes a bit. "I'm down here." His eyes regarded her with indifference. "Are you in charge of this place?" he said, gesturing with his head. She looked down at her small chest. "What are you afraid of? A woman ruling the roost?" His lips tightened. "No. I'm here to find—" He paused for a second, but the look in his eyes said it all. "I'm searching for a woman. The tracks led us in this direction." "Can you be more specific? A lot of people come and go from here," she said. "Mid-50s, blonde hair, petite. Her name is Dr. Mary Steele." "Lost your mom, huh?" she said. She immediately wished she hadn't. Pain crossed his features, and then anger. "Are you mocking me?" His face filled with disgust. "A man of your stature? Nah, wouldn't even think it." His jaw tightened beneath his beard, the tendons on the sides of his face hardening. "Have you seen a lady that matches that description?" "Thunder! You seen a Dr. Mary Steele?" Tess called back. Thunder shook his head. Skinny Joker laughed next to him. "Sure did. Kept me warm last night." Mark squinted his eyes. "What did he say?" he growled. Tess put a hand out toward Mark. He dodged her, bringing his gun up slightly. "No, don't worry about him. He's just an asshole," she said. "Real nice," Joker taunted, thrusting his hips out and rolling them in a circle. Thunder shoved him. "Shut up, you idiot." In a split second, the barrel of Mark's firearm was an inch from her face. Tess licked her lips and looked into the black hole of his gun barrel. The bullet wouldn't have to go far to evaporate the back of her skull. Mark stared at Thunder over her. "Give her back and nobody has to get hurt," he called to them. Tess blinked, trying not to piss herself. Cool as a cucumber. Joker's a big prick. Got a little one, but he's fucking with you. Cruel, yes, but that's the boy of a man he is. You can come inside and look around. If she's not here, I'll help you find her." Mark's eyes jumped from vehicle to vehicle of their protective ring. Slowly, Tess let her hand rise up and rest on the barrel of his gun. "I would prefer if you stuck that thing somewhere else." Her lips curled into a smirk. She met his angry blue eyes. He let his gun be lowered inch by inch, and the two parties visibly exhaled. He pointed his carbine downward and shook his head. He ran a hand through the hair on his head that hadn't been carved off. He sighed, letting his hand fall to his thigh. Long day? He nodded. When's it not? He gestured down the coastline. About 8 miles south of here. Her house was burnt down. There were a lot of tire tracks. Some led this way. Tess gulped, trying to hide her discomfort. Steele's eyes pierced her face, looking for deceit. What is it? What do you know? He said. Not much. This isn't the first time this has happened. We can talk about it inside. His look was serious but relieved. Can we keep our weapons? Of course. You're free here. She stepped closer to him and leaned in close to his face. She didn't know if she made him nervous or if he didn't like people being that close. But don't shoot anybody, okay? She whispered. She patted him on his shoulder, and it felt like she patted a pet rock. Mark exhaled. Thank you. He relaxed, but his eyes mistrusted the circle of vehicles. He looked as if he expected an ambush at any moment. He waved his group forward. Come on. His crew walked up. Tess gave the blonde an eye. The woman returned her glare, and Tess turned away and walked back to Little Sable Point. The red stripes let them pass unhindered, their patched vests and guns making them an intimidating sight. I don't like him, Pagan said, falling in at her side. Of course you don't, babe. He's like you, rough and ready for a roll in the hay, she said. She bumped her shoulder into his playfully. Military? Pagan said. He gave the newcomers a look out of the corner of his eye. No, some sort of fed. She wrapped an arm around Pagan's waist, sticking a hand through his belt loop. She gave a look behind her at the others. Mark and his crew followed behind her like a pack of feral dogs being tempted by the whiff of a free meal. She could feel Mark's eyes on her. There's food over there. If you want extra, you can trade something for it. She waved her free hand at a semi-trailer stuffed with boxes, its doors open. Bessie, give them a day's worth of my winnings. You got it, Tess, Bessie shouted. She hacked a cough into her hand. Everyone is on their own for lodging. I'm sure if you ask around, someone will take you in for the night. We have tents, Steele said. Her eyebrows lifted. Suit yourself. Soon it will be too cold for that. In the meantime, come over to my camper and talk with us. They followed her to her camper. Pagan opened the screen door. After you, he said, his head leaned back and his chest out. Everyone piled inside. With more than 2 people, the camper seemed like a crawl space. Thunder and his sergeant-at-arms or enforcer, Garrett, stood sideways, their girth filling in the narrow space. Mark's crew stood crammed together on one side. The Arab man stood halfway in the doorway. Tess hopped onto her fold-out bed and scooted back into the corner. You wouldn't mind sending some of your crew outside, would you? She said to Mark. Mark nodded, his beard smashing on his chest. Can you guys leave while we talk? Kevin and Ahmed can grab some water and food. Quieter, he said. When? Can you check out about trading for more food? A tall, lanky man stepped outside, following the stocky Arab man. Gwen stood her ground. I'm not going, she said, voice level. Mark gave her an evil stare and met her eyes. She's his woman, and she's as stubborn as a mule. Don't make it too easy on yourself, do you, bearded man? A glutton for punishment. I think we're good. She can stay, Tess said, feeling behind her. Padding under a pillow, she pulled out her weed stash and rolled a joint, licking the paper so it would stick. Thunder plopped down on a built-in table bench, shaking the camper and placing a hand on his knee like a gorilla. Want a hit? Tess asked the 2 newcomers. No, they said in unison. Tess laughed. Straight-laced even now? You 2 must be a real joy to be around, she said with a smirk at Pagan. Probably strict missionary, too. She laughed. The emerald green-eyed blonde stared at her coldly. Steele brushed it off, his emotions hidden beneath his stone-like, unamused surface. He's a man that's to the point. No frills, just action. Tess sparked up her joint and took a long drag, letting the smoke fill her lungs. She closed her eyes and let the joys of the apocalypse dim a bit. His voice brought her back. What can you tell us about the fires? Tess opened her eyes and passed the joint to Thunder, who took it in his fingers, sucking in the smoke. Pagan stood in the kitchen, his arms folded over his chest, M27 resting near his leg. "Before we get all cozy, who are you?" Pagan demanded. Dislike shone on his face. Tess rolled her eyes. Jesus. "I'm Mark Steele. I was a counterterrorism agent with the division before the outbreak." Recognition passed over Pagan's face. "I've heard of you guys. Pretty tight outfit." "We get the job done." "You?" Steele said. "Force Recon," Pagan said. "Tough bastards. High-speed shit," Steele said. "They're all right." Pagan looked up at Steele's head. "How'd you get that scar on your dome?" "Some asshole shot me in West Virginia." Pagan smiled and lifted up his shirt. A golf ball-sized discolored scar stuck out on his abdomen. "Snuck through the vest in Fallujah." Tess let the smoke come out her nose to mask her slight irritation. "These two and their posturing are boring me. Okay, guys, you done jerking each other off? If I wanted to watch Bro Bachelor in Apocal Paradise, I would have stayed in the real world." Steele ran his hand over his headscar again, and Pagan let his shirt fall down. "All right, tell me what's going on here," Steele said. He rested a hand on the tomahawk in his belt. Tess tapped the end of the joint in an ashtray. "Since we've been here, we've only run into one other large group. They're a bit religious, call themselves the Chosen." She stopped and looked at Steele for acknowledgement that he understood. He kept his face flat. "We're talking medieval Christians." She raised her eyebrows at him. "Very uncompromising, to say the least." "What's the matter with the Christians?" Maybe he would be better off finding them on his own. "Nothing is wrong with being Christian. If that's where they find salvation, then so be it. I'm surprised they still believe in anything at this point. But these guys," she said. She shook her head and took a drag off her joint. "These guys have taken worship to a whole new level. We're talking about waging a holy crusade against the living and the dead, like they think they're some sort of army of God or something. I don't know." "I'm not objecting to waging a holy war against the dead," Steele said. His brow furrowed as if he dared her to say otherwise. The infected have caused enough grief, and giving some of that back would be nice. Thunder coughed, his beard almost seamless with his gray chest hair. "Nobody minded bashing in a few skulls more than me, Steele. The fewer the bastards, the better. But these folk are none too friendly to outsiders." Pagan rubbed his short beard. "A couple that came in the other day said the crazies burnt down their house. They hid in the forest for hours before they could escape," he said. Mark's eyes widened. "Young couple," Tess said, shooting him down. "When me and the Red Stripes first rode up this way weeks ago, we drove past several burned-out buildings along the coast, and it ain't just a few of them. We seen dozens," Thunder said. Mark took a deep breath. "My mother's home was torched." "Then it don't look good," Thunder said. His hands rested on his knees, and his gut hung down the middle as if he could breathe better that way. And there was only a tiny prick left. Tess mashed the joint out in her ashtray. "Mark, you should spend the night," Tess said. Gwen's eyes flamed. "A jealous one, huh? You and your group can rest here, take a load off. Maybe Thunder here would be willing to loan you one of his bikes. Then you, Pagan, and maybe a few of the Red Stripes can scout around a bit, see what you can discover regarding your mother." "I wouldn't just loan you a bike," Thunder boomed. He twisted his head to the side. "But Lenny's gone now. Bugger got butchered taking a shit in the woods. I told him not to go that far." Thunder shook his head in disgust. "You can borrow his old chopper, but don't get any ideas about keeping it." Steele sat, contemplating the overture. "It's a good offer, knucklehead," Tess thought, smiling at Steele and then Gwen. "I'm giving him what you can't," her eyes said to Gwen. Tess met Steele's eyes with ease, feeling coy and mellowed out. "I appreciate your help." He gave a curt nod of thanks. "Of course you do." Her lips curved. "You're smarter than you look." Steele, Little Sable Point, Michigan. Late morning came on slow and dragging like an infected's leg. The sun hid behind a sheet of cloud cover, and waves splashed onto the shore as if they were reluctant to touch the land. Steele had been up with the roosters and had been waiting for the arrival of his reconnaissance escorts. Across the vehicle enclosure, He watched the arrival of Pagan and Thunder. They both looked over in his direction. Steele stood. "What do you think they're talking about?" Gwen said. She sat cross-legged on a blanket in the sand, her M4 resting upright against an RV, almost as if she were at the beach in the summer. Ahmed leaned on the RV nearby, muscular arms crossing his chest. A bat leaned up next to him like a tired lover. "Probably the best way to kill me," Steele responded, watching the men. He lifted his carbine sling up and over his shoulders, letting the gun hang low on his back. With a twist of his hips and a reach rearward, he would have the gun back up and ready to fire. He wouldn't carry a pack today. It was too heavy for a recon mission on a motorcycle. Some extra mags shoved in his pockets made his pants hang low on his waist. His sidearm on one side and his tomahawk on the other were all he needed. "You sure you don't want me to go with? We could ride together. I'll watch your back," Ahmed said, hefting his bat and holding it nonchalantly. Steele glanced at the man. "Not today, buddy. If we were looking for a fight, I'd bring you with, and I don't want to give the Red Stripes the wrong idea." Ahmed nodded with a grin. "Since when do you care what other people think?" "Since I decided to roll out with a motorcycle club I know nothing about." Steele eyed the bat. Ahmed's last one had been lost in the hills of West Virginia. "Where'd you get that?" "This?" Ahmed held it up. "Traded one of the kids for it." "Traded them what?" Ahmed lifted his eyebrows. "What every kid wants. Candy." Ahmed gestured ahead, and Steele turned. Pagan made his way toward them, walking across the shared grounds. He held an M21 IAR casually draped downward in front of his jeans and a dirty checkered long sleeve. He stopped and stood tall in front of Steele. "You ready?" "Yes, sir." Leaning down, Steele kissed Gwen's cheek. Her cheek was a cool bottle of milk beneath his lips. Her demeanor bothered him. Is this all we have to look forward to? Short goodbyes? Is this all we have until I fall on some soon-forgotten battlefield? Her indifference made it a little easier to focus on his mission. Do I fight only to fight, or am I actually serving a greater purpose? "Come back," she commanded, green eyes pained. Her arms enclosed her stomach as if she protected it. She must feel the same way. She has to feel it. Despair, fear, but not of death, the unknown. He nodded to her and Ahmed. Ahmed understood. He would watch out for her, just like Mauser had done. Steele swallowed his worry. Steele joined Pagan, and they walked through beach sand past the rusty brick-colored lighthouse. A thin black gun barrel stuck out of the top like a metal toothpick high in the air. "Everyone volunteers to take a shift up in the lighthouse," Pagan said. "Everyone?" "Yeah. Why?" "Because I know everyone here isn't a marksman. Probably more likely to fall off the lighthouse than hit anything or anyone. We have some hunters who are pretty good shots. They don't have the same formal training as a sniper, but you should see some of the shots these guys take. A lot of them grew up with bolt-action hunting rifles in their hands." "Yeah, my dad used to hunt up here," Steele said. Pagan nodded and patted Steele's shoulder. "We'll find them." "Not him. Maybe my mother." They approached a gang of motorcycles near the entrance to the community. 2 pickup trucks parked grill to grill sealed them off from the rest of the world. Despite the lack of adequate cleaning supplies, the gang's choppers reflected what little pieces of the sun had managed to penetrate the Earth's atmosphere. Silver exhaust pipes shined, gas tanks and fenders were polished bright, and the engines were immaculate. "About damn time. I was beginning to wonder if our prodigal son wasn't going to show up for his scouting trip," Thunder said. He wore his leather motorcycle club vest over his riding leathers. The Red Stripes tag sat above another that read President on his left breast. Below that, a tag read Thunder. Just below a Diamond 13 sat a skull and crossbones on his other breast, with an FTW patch below that. Steele ground his teeth. "We can take the bikes if you don't want to risk your neck for us." The club members laughed loud and mean, led by Thunder. These men weren't the least intimidated by Steele's presence. He had no doubt the club would gang beat him, if not kill him, if they had the urge. Motorcycle clubs had a strict code of honor that only a member of one could understand, and it was clear Steele was not a part of them. "Fucking A, you think I'd let you take one of the bikes?" Thunder's belly jiggled with mirth. He turned toward his men. "This guy doesn't know shit." He grinned at Steele and shook his head with the amusement of a father watching his toddler. I'm going to make sure my choppers come back in one piece. Take a look at Lenny's old bike. Thunder thundered into a rancorous laugh. A motorcycle sat unmanned. This is a sweet ride, Steele said. He ran a hand along the gas tank. May I? He asked. His eyes darted at Thunder, seeing if the man would allow it. Since you asked nicely, Thunder said, talking down to him, because I don't want you doubling up with any of my guys. Steele threw a leg over the seat, letting his hands rest on the handlebars. Lenny spent every penny he had on Marissa. If I didn't have my own hog, I'd snatch up this one. It had a navy blue gas tank, accented by 2 reflective silver exhaust pipes that were shadowed by all black wheels and tires. What kind is it? Thunder laughed. I'm embarrassed for you. This bike deserves better than you. It's a Harley-Davidson Blackline. Thunder circled the bike. Twin-cam 103 V-twin engine. This thing will ride. Go ahead. He nodded at Steele. Steele turned the key in the ignition. He flipped the kill switch to run, kept it in neutral, and hit the starter. The engine growled to life underneath him. He let it settle on a nice hum. Listen to her purr, Thunder said with a grin. Give her some love. Steele twisted the throttle. The engine roared, showing the power of the bike. She's a beauty, Steele said. Let's keep her in one piece, Thunder said. All right, lads, mount up, Thunder called out. 3 more red stripes, grizzled veterans of wars, bar fights, and gang life, saddled up. I want to search north of here, Steele said. Thunder nodded. All right. Pagan, you roll with Ratface, and Joker take the South Shore. Half Barrel, you are with me and with the FNG. We're going to have to find you a nickname if you can manage to ride with us. Fucking new guy. Not the first time you've been called one. Best to let it slide. Half Barrel smiled at Steele. Everything about Half Barrel suggested he was procreated by bowling balls. His head was the size of a basketball, and his body resembled a beer keg. This wannabe? He snorted. Fucking pigs can't ride. Ha! He laughed. FNG is fine with me, but let's go, Steele said. He added, we've waited long enough. He could care less about their MC outlaw biker code and nicknames. He wanted to be on the road. He needed to be on the road. If his mother was in danger, then minutes could be the difference between life and death. We're going to ride up the coast, cut inland, and cross back and forth, about a 40-mile circuit. We should be back by nightfall, Thunder said. We'll find her, Pagan said with a nod. Steele nodded his appreciation. Let's roll, Thunder shouted, revving the throttle, and they were off. Keep the rubber side down, Half Barrel said. He placed a skull cap atop his melon-sized head. You steal your helmet from a kid? Steele mocked. A disgusted look crossed Half Barrel's face. You'll be laughing a different tune when you horizontally park that hog. Then Thunder will finish off whatever's left of you. Okay, big guy. Show me how it's done. Half Barrel rolled forward, and Steele followed with a rev of his engine. They cut down a sidewalk to a parking lot with a single entrance leading into a forest of white pine and maple. The motorcycles glided over the roadway, winding through the trees for over a mile. They reached a green and white sign that read Lakeshore Drive. They took a left and headed north. Steele rode behind Thunder and Half Barrel, feeling the freedom of the road as the wind blew through his hair. The coolness on his bare scalp, combined with his wound, sent a myriad of nerve sensations through his skull. From behind the bikers, their gang colors were clear. A black skull with its mouth slightly open was encased in a diamond of blood red. Stripes lined over top of the skull were the same blood red color. 4 small blue naval stars decorated the background. Above the center patch, in red outlined black letters, was their gang name, Red Stripes. They sped past fields of tall grass. Forms shambled toward the motorcycle riders, but they were easily passed. The motorcycles rumbled down the road, and the 2 club members navigated obstacles with ease. They would use hand signals to let Steele know of upcoming obstructions in the road. They traveled north for miles. The road disappeared beneath their 2-wheeled stallions. As they got closer to a town, they started to pass rows of old Victorian-style houses. Thunder slowed down when a cluster of buildings emerged in the distance. Short structures, which only a small town would have, were topped off with a slightly newer and taller residential structure. "Pentwater's up ahead. Been through there a few times. Nothing but the dead. We'll drive around Pentwater Lake and cut back down the main highway. There are more cars over that way. You good to navigate through them and the junk that was left behind?" "I should be all right. My dad had one of these growing up, and he taught me to ride. Total of about 2 times. "Waxer?" Half-Barrel smirked. Steele had no idea what he meant. "That's enough, Half-Barrel. Let's keep moving." They circled around Pentwater Lake. 3-story modern condos sat along the water by a marina. An aqua-colored water tower rose up on the end of the town. Only a few white boats still sat in their slips, seemingly abandoned by their comrades. Crossing the southernmost tip of the town, they slowed their bikes down to look for any signs of anyone living. A white utility van with a ladder on top had been driven into the storefront of a pharmacy. The blue and orange sign above read, "Gherkin's Pharmacy and Shop." Thunder slowed his bike to a stop. "We should check out the pharmacy and see if they have anything useful for little Sable." Steele figured this would happen. How can I expect these guys to put their necks out on a limb for me and not try to find some positive in the matter? "I wouldn't mind stretching the legs a bit," Steele responded. "Good man. I'd rather not come back empty-handed." Thunder gave Steele a glance to see if he had offended him. "I ain't mad. I only want some answers," Steele said, dismounting his bike and swinging his M4 to his front. "Half-Barrel, stay with the bikes," Thunder commanded. Half-Barrel nodded, releasing a sawed-off shotgun from his riding holster and setting it on his lap. Steele and Thunder approached the van with caution. Thunder held the short 12-gauge Benelli shotgun in his hands. Guns in the low ready, they scanned the outside of the 2-story brick building for anything that moved. They pointed guns at either side of the brand-new apocalypse doorway created by the van. Steele and Thunder locked eyes, Steele blue with dark brown for a moment, and Steele gave him a slight tilt of his chin. The Vietnam vet scooted around one side of the van as quick as his tactical girth would allow, and Steele followed a step behind him. A hand reached out for the driver's side window. Fingers curled, grasping Thunder's leather vest. Thunder beat down with the stock of his entry shotgun, unable to get a shot off at the infected. Steele twisted to his side behind Thunder, aiming his carbine over Thunder's shoulder. With a squeeze of the trigger, he put a bullet into the infected's brain. Thunder ripped his vest free from its dead hand. "No one touches these colors." He hacked a loogie on the decaying body of the infected still pinned in the driver's seat. He adjusted his vest and gave Steele a nod. "We're good," Thunder called out to Half-Barrel. They continued cautiously inside, step by step. The electricity was out in the small hometown pharmacy. Shadowed ramshackle shelves sat barren, raided by looters at some point since the outbreak. Black blood stained the thin, hard carpet. More blood had been smeared over the carpet leading behind the counter as if someone had dragged a body that way. Steele's boots crunched shards of glass and chunks of rubble alike from the destroyed wall. Flicking his tactical light on, he shined it along the walls, its beam lighting up empty packages, trash, and wrappers. He heard them before his eyes caught them. Inch by inch they stood, specters materializing from the ground up. They stood behind the counter, undead pharmacists motionless for a moment, blood causing their clothes to cling to dead gray skin. "Ugly cocksuckers, aren't you?" Thunder said behind him. Steele sensed him taking aim, and before the man could fire, he thrust his gun up, tapping the trigger on one and driving his hips, firing again into the other. Both infected collapsed onto the counter. Steele gave Thunder a sidelong glance. "FNG, I've been through enough." He held his tongue. Rounding the counter, they went to work, collecting whatever they could get their hands on. Steele dumped them all in his bag, not caring what they were. Round discs, packs, and bottles of pills that read Simvastatin, Omeprazole, Metformin. Ain't much here. Most of the good stuff has been picked over. No oxycodone, no azithromycin. The hell are these things? Thunder held a round yellow package in his hand. Steele had recognized it as something that Gwen had had in her purse all the time. "Birth control. Put it in. I know somebody who might want it. She will be happy to have a fresh supply. Keep us from putting a loaf in the oven." "You kids and your pills. Back in my day, we didn't have all that shit. There was only one method of birth control, pulling out." Steele laughed. Thanks for the advice. I'll keep it in mind. Work for me. The older man shrugged his shoulders. I think. He scratched at his beard and went back to cleaning out the shelves. Steele dug through boxes, shaking them to see if there was anything left inside. Tell me about the club. Thunder smiled. We got some history. He shoved more pills in his bag. The Red Stripes were founded in 1952 by United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Michael Abbott, 2nd Raider Battalion, 1st Marine Division. He was the only survivor of the captured raiders on Macon Island in the Pacific. Sounds like a tough SOB. Thunder smiled. He was one of a kind, a legend. Him and 8 men were left behind at Macon. In 1945, after years of captivity, the Japs knew they were going to lose and were trying to get rid of any extra liability. The story goes they beheaded his raider team one by one until Abbott was the last one left. They shoved him in front of the garrison commander. The evil bastard looked down at him with a nasty grin. That particular bastard loved that shit. The commander swung his samurai sword high above his head, waiting for Abbott to cry out. But he didn't. He just looked that motherfucker right in his slanty eyes. And you know what he did? No. That bastard Abbott leapt up and killed the commander. Ripped out his fucking throat with his teeth. Took that fucker's own sword and put a bunch of the other Japs down like dogs. Problem was, the island's radio equipment had been destroyed in a rainstorm weeks before, and he was stuck there for years after the war. The Navy never conducted a rescue operation? Steele said, massaging packages of medicine for scraps. They claimed they did, but he had been declared KIA in 1942. 7 years later, a fishing boat ran aground in a nearby reef. When a ship came out to tow it away, they saw a man on the beach. Wasn't waving or nothing, just standing. Abbott? Yep, but he wasn't alone. Who else was there? He had 3 of those slant-eyed fucks as captives, all linked together with some sort of vine rope that he had made by hand. Government denied the whole thing. Thunder shook his head. After he got back to the States, he retreated from society, embittered with his own government, mistrustful of people he had sworn to defend. Tossed all his medals here into Lake Michigan. In 52, he met up with some other Marine Corps members, and they formed the Motorcycle Club. Jeez, that's a hell of a story. Proud to call him our founder, Thunder said. Boom, boom. Gunshots roared outside on the street. Half-barrel, Thunder said under his breath. Gripping their guns, they ran for the street. Kinnick, Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. Kinnick turned around. They had never met, but he had seen the man on television enough to recognize his face. Vice President Patrick Brady. The Vice President was taller than Kinnick, hovering about 6 feet in height. His hair appeared to be fleeing the front of his head for the back and sides. Long wisps of brownish-gray hair were brushed across the top. His tie was loosened, and his collar stained yellow with sweat. A patchy beard had grown on his face, focusing around his jawline and chin. He was flanked by a 4-star general in blue and a 3-star in a slightly darker blue uniform. Their uniforms were crisp and clean. Brady's eyes were intelligent with a glint of unsettledness, almost as if he enjoyed chaos. Kinnick hadn't remembered that look in his eyes before when he saw him on television. Has he always been like this? Brady leaned closer to Kinnick. Which part of my fearless armed forces are you from, good sir? Air Force, sir, Kinnick said. You have the look. What's your name? His eyes narrowed in judgment. Colonel Kinnick, retired, sir. Retired? Brady's eyes narrowed. Yes, sir, in light of recent events, I found myself back in service, he said. The whole interaction made Kinnick uneasy. As long as you remember that you are here to serve. The words slipped off Kinnick's tongue before he could reel himself in. Like General Travis at the Pentagon? Brady's eyes widened. You came from the Pentagon? Yes, sir. General Travis sent myself and 2 patched-together squads on a search and rescue mission for a CDC doctor. We found him in Patient Zero and brought them here. The Vice President's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he nodded. The 4-star general leaned in and whispered into the Vice President's ear. The Vice President nodded. Yes, I recall the report. Your country owes you a debt. You have my thanks. It doesn't owe me, but the men who sacrificed their lives to make it so. Many men have made sacrifices since this started, Brady said. He gave Kinnick a wave. Come into the war room. We must speak in private. Generals, please see to the ongoing operations." He dismissed them nonchalantly with a shooing motion. The two generals glanced at one another, and only a fraction of dissatisfaction crossed over their faces. The Air Force four-star general looked Kinnick up and down, a sour look on his face, but left with a slight bow of his head. Kinnick followed behind the vice president into a conference room attached to the operations floor. A long, oval wood table sat in the middle. 12 large black leather chairs surrounded it, unoccupied. "You may close the door behind you," the vice president said. Kinnick complied and stood at attention near the edge of the table. The vice president strolled to the end of the room to a long, waist-high cabinet. He pulled a crystal stopper out of a decanter and poured 2 glasses. He walked over to where Kinnick stood and set one down in front of Kinnick. "Pick it up and drink," he commanded. Brady took a big swig from his. Kinnick hesitated. One didn't have a drink with the acting president every day. "Mr. President, I would rather not drink at this time." "Colonel, if you want to keep your rank and stay inside the fences, you will sit down, pick that glass up, and take a drink." Kinnick momentarily debated the option of quitting on the spot. The de facto president eyed him. "I know it's bad out there. Have a glass of nice scotch. We don't know how much longer we will be here to enjoy it." Kinnick sat hesitantly in a leather chair. He picked up the crystal glass and took a sip. The scotch was smooth and rich with a smoky peat flavor and a hint of sherry and fruit. It didn't burn his tongue at all, but only warmed his insides. "Mr. President, you know your scotch," Kinnick said, settling the crystal glass down. The de facto president raised his eyebrows as he swallowed the alcohol. Sitting for a moment in silence, he stared at the glass. "O'Moores." Brady held up the glass, looking at the deep mahogany liquid. "Between you and me, I could care less about how good it is." "Mr. President, surely a man of your standing would care." Brady shrugged his shoulders and held up a finger. He leaned in toward Kinnick. "You know, I never signed the paperwork transferring the power of the presidency over to me." His eyes met Kinnick's. They were a vibrant brown like the scotch he drank. "The man is missing, not known to be dead." He leaned back again, taking a sip of his alcohol. "I see, sir." "Drop this, sir. We are behind closed doors, and I heard what you said back there. You don't have to like me, just do as you're told." Kinnick nodded. "Understood." He took a sip of the brown liquid. "I prefer the vice presidency to the presidency anyway. It's like being the backup quarterback on a winning football team. You get all dressed up and win, but you don't have to put in all the blood, sweat, and tears. No one blames you for losing the game." Kinnick breathed a laugh into his drink. "Unless the starter goes down in the 4th quarter and the home team needs a score," Kinnick said. Brady laughed. "You're only one play away from starting," Brady sighed. "But between you and me, I never liked the guy that much anyway. Too much of a tight-ass by-the-book kind of fellow. Not really my thing." "Me neither," Kinnick said. He laughed outright, almost feeling ashamed for laughing at the most certainly dead president. He stifled his laughter by taking another sip of his scotch. The vice president scrunched his forehead together. "Would you want to be the president when the country went under? If some smart asshole ever writes a history book about the end of the world, they are going to have all sorts of horrible shit to say about me." Kinnick quietly shook his head no. Brady leaned back in his chair, one hand on a leather arm, the other holding his glass. "I was hoping for a second term out of the guy, pad my stats. No one likes to say it, but you make a lot more money if you're a 2-termer. Speaking engagements, book deals, businesses want you for your political connections. That's when you make the big bucks. Then it's the easy life," Brady said. He stared vacantly at the wall. "The easy life," Kinnick said to himself, muttering into his booze. "To the easy life." Brady held his glass up. Kinnick did the same, and Brady slung back the rest of his scotch. He leaned forward to the table. "Slide it over. I'll get us another." "I'm not finished," Kinnick pleaded. Half the brown liquid remained. "Slide it over. That's an order, Colonel, from your commander-in-chief," Brady said, snapping his fingers together. Kinnick tossed the rest of the mocha-colored liquor back. The sheer amount of the booze stung, but still didn't burn his throat. He was never a lightweight, but he hadn't drank in a while, or eaten for that matter. He slid the glass over the table to the vice president. The vice president snatched up the glass and headed over to the decanter. He poured a tall glass of scotch in one and stopped mid-pour of the other as he thought of something. "You know, General Travis chose to stay behind. We tried to get him to evacuate early on." Brady peered back over his shoulder at Kinnick. Kinnick's head buzzed a bit, and he felt more relaxed than he could remember. "I know that, sir." The vice president brought the topped-off glass back to Kinnick and set it down in front of him. Brady plopped back down into his chair. "Within 2 weeks, we had lost global communications. Power grids are a touchy thing. Our fail-safe measures weren't prepared for this kind of strain on both resources, especially the people." He shook his head. "We assumed the worst about the Pentagon and fell back to our contingency facilities. When those went down, we moved to the next facility. The Pentagon is gone. I spoke to General Travis as it was happening." The fear in the old general's voice would stay with Kinnick to the end of his days. "I'm sorry to hear that, but maintaining operations on the East Coast was not a viable strategic option." Kinnick broke in. The vice president must know what was happening to his men. Not only that, but units were rallying in the Midwest with no orders. Hundreds and thousands of soldiers were stranded when the C-130 Herc stopped coming. Brady gave him a grim smile, staring down at his drink. He jutted his chin out a bit. "Not a fun decision to make. I heeded the advice of my generals here, but I gave that command. Their lives are on my shoulders. You left them hanging. No orders, no hope." Brady pounded his fist on the table. "I fucking know that. Communications were limited. Most of our military has been annihilated. Most of the nation has been eradicated. We needed to focus on something that we could hold." "So you threw men in their way. Mere speed bumps as the enemy rolled over them?" Brady leaned his elbows on the table. "And we are grateful for their sacrifice. It gave us breathing room to figure out what the hell was going on. Now we are fighting back and securing our future, however shitty it may be." He threw one hand out and took a swig with the other, daring Kinnick to contradict his words. Kinnick set his glass down. "Our soldiers deserve better than that. The American public trusts us to help them." The vice president shrugged. "We can't help them if we can't help ourselves. This is it. We're surrounded. Let me show you." He snatched up a remote control and flicked on a large TV that hung on the wall. A map of the United States appeared. "Come over here. See this for what it is. Look." Brady pointed with his liquor glass. Kinnick stood up and walked over to the vice president. Brady stayed seated as he gestured at the map. Every major city was red. The eastern half of the United States was all red. "We consider all of the eastern half of the United States of America unsalvageable. We will not conduct operations east of the Mississippi River until our situation has drastically changed. My generals are projecting 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years? Kinnick said in disbelief. That's a long time for the people out there to survive on their own. We don't have the manpower to control the area, so we're leaving it alone until we do. Could be sooner, I don't know." The vice president turned an eye on Kinnick, which he ignored. Kinnick pointed at spaced-out red lines that ran through the bulk of the prairie Midwest: Iowa, Nebraska, the Dakotas, Kansas. "What are the lined areas?" "We've been calling it the mid-death. Because of the low population and lack of large cities, those areas are considered within a salvageable area of operations. After we spread our reach here, we will work on pushing through and clearing out those areas. Hopefully we can use it to resettle misplaced persons and continue agricultural operations to keep the living fed. Unfortunately, for now, they are on their own. With limited resources, we must focus on the survivability of the mountain region first." "What about the West Coast?" The West Coast was also painted crimson. The bloody edges splashed up on the Rockies. Brady took another drink of his scotch and ran a hand over his thinning hair. "There's been a lot of debate over the West Coast." "What's the debate?" Kinnick asked, fearing the answer. He couldn't tell if it was the booze that was making him woozy or the predicament of the nation. Brady got out of his chair and went back to the scotch decanter. His back turned to Kinnick as he spoke. "Whether or not to nuke it." He tipped back the crystal decanter and topped off his scotch. "Another drink, Colonel?" he said, holding up the decanter. Only about a quarter of the liquid remained. He clinked ice in the glasses. Kinnick nodded, dumbfounded, staring at California and the western seaboard. Brady placed a glass back in his hand. He stood near Kinnick, eyes judging the map. Almost 60 million people live between here and there. Brady shook his head. Phew, good stuff. He looked at his glass. Sorry, live there. Past tense. General Doherty tells me that if we can eliminate the smaller threat that flanks us, we can more safely address the threat from the east. There has to be a better way, Kinnick said softly. He shook off the idea. The alcohol and the thought of nuclear holocaust gave him heartburn rising up rapidly in his chest. I'm open to suggestions, of course, but when you are surrounded by enemies on all sides, my plays are limited. There must be people still alive out there. The vice president patted Kinnick's shoulder and walked back to his seat. Trust me, it's not something I'm happy about. I'm no expert on fallout, but my generals tell me the Rockies give us a natural barrier from radiation, fallout, poison clouds, and the like. Not to mention it keeps the breadbasket of the nation safe from contamination for rebuilding efforts. And most of our military bases are in the east. You aren't the first person to find this option drastic. Kinnick knew the man spoke the desperate truth. His rationale was that of a man on the brink. You want to drop nukes on American soil. You want to drop nukes on Americans, Kinnick said aloud. He wasn't sure if he said that for himself or the acting commander-in-chief. Brady cocked his head. Former Americans. You've read the executive order. Both of us know that those aren't Americans anymore. And even if there were living, breathing people trapped inside those zones, they're as good as dead within the month anyway. No clean water, no food. Hundreds of thousands of the infected trying to kill you. It's a death sentence if you live there. Kinnick turned away from the map and took his seat, using the arms to help himself down. You can't do this. The Scotch had loosened his tongue quite a bit. Brady's eyes grew large. What else would you have me do? The remainders of the Joint Chiefs are recommending this. It will shift the tide of the war more in our favor. It clears our strategic flank, giving us a single front to focus on. This isn't normal war, Colonel. This is make the right play or checkmate, you're dead. No one will be left if both coasts overwhelm us here. Please. Kinnick shook his head and rubbed his hands across his brow. Let me think on this. I will find a better way. I brought patient zero here. Give the doctors some time to find a cure. The vice president's eyes narrowed. Those doctors in Cheyenne? Find a cure? Ha! That could take months, even years. Or from the latest briefing, never. We can hold until then. Is that the booze talking? Brady's eyes lit up as if Kinnick had proposed a dare. Can we? The decisions I make are for an entire nation. It's not just the West Coast. I have to consider the survivability of this government and the people that depend on it. Brady took a long sip of his scotch. No one envies your position. Dear God, it's a terrible one, but please give me time. I will come up with something, Kinnick begged. Brady gave him an unnerving smile, and for a moment Kinnick thought the man had cracked. Well, you want the responsibility so bad. Come up with something, Brady said. Kinnick's mouth stuck open. Don't stare dumbstruck, that's an order. Make me a plan to save millions. The generals say it's impossible. The vice president shrugged his shoulders. You say it's not. Prove it. Be daring. Be great. He raised his eyebrows. Do something worthwhile, for Christ's sake. He slurped up some scotch and crunched the melting ice from the bottom of the glass. Sir, I'm not sure what to say. Kinnick could feel the sweat beading on his forehead in little droplets. The smell of the scotch was making his stomach turn over. Or was it the scotch in his stomach? Brady guzzled the rest of his golden-brown alcohol. Don't say anything. The vice president stood up abruptly. His glass banged loudly on the table as he set it down. Kinnick tentatively followed, standing upright. We have 24 hours, Colonel, to come up with a plan to save the western seaboard. Steel, Little Sable Point, Michigan. Two pickups parted ways so the motorcycle scouting party could drive back through the entrance to Little Sable Point. The pickups rolled back into place, sealing the ring of vehicles as if they were settlers in covered wagons on the wild frontier. Tess was there waiting for them. Tess stopped pacing as they flicked off the engines. Wrapping a thick arm around Half-Barrel, Steele strained to lift the heavy biker off the back of the motorcycle. "What happened?" she demanded. Her eyes were sparkling obsidian. "A pack of infected got in too close while we were stopped. Half-Barrel had a heck of a time." Steele helped the 300-pound-plus man limp to a nearby chair. "Must have been at least 100 of them," Half-Barrel breathed as he got settled. "Probably get that knee propped up in ice if someone has any. Take a couple of these," Steele said, tossing the man a bottle from the satchel. "Where'd you get those?" Tess asked him. "Came across a pharmacy in Pentwater and took everything that hadn't been picked over. Not much. Generic anti-inflammatories, a few painkillers people couldn't identify, none of the good stuff. Heartburn medicine, diabetes meds, antifungal cream. Figured it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it." Tess watched him, her eyes unwavering in her judgment. "I'm glad you came back." Her lips curled upward as if she held in the funniest joke ever told, but didn't want to share it. Steele leaned out of Half-Barrel's earshot. "Between you and me, the pack was like 6 infected, and Quarter Barrel fell off his motorcycle when they closed in, pinning himself underneath it." She gave Half-Barrel a sly glance, rubbing her tattooed arms. Scaled green and red dragons crawled up her forearms all the way to her shoulders. She looked amused. "I'm glad you brought him back in one piece. He may be a simpleton, but he's our simpleton." Steele nodded. "Everyone here has been generous. It's the least I could do." She peered up at him. "You should think about staying for a while. We could always use the help." "I'll consider it, but I must find her." He looked over her shoulder at the camp. "Is Pagan's crew back?" Steele asked, looking down at her. "No, we haven't heard anything. I was hoping you would have an idea." Steele checked his 6. "I don't." He looked out at the ring of vehicles surrounding the lighthouse. His eyes ran over the mishmash of whatever vehicles and supplies people had when the outbreak started, or what they had acquired since then. Could we defend against a horde? What about a determined enemy force? These people were mere nomads. No, they are only refugees. "He'll be back if he knows any better." She reached up, tugging at his beard playfully. Steele could only stare back in surprise at this woman he hardly knew holding his beard hostage with her fingers. She released him. "We'll talk later," she said, walking away. Steele watched her go, confused as men are with women. "Is she hitting on me? No, can't be. She knows I'm with Gwen. Girl code, right?" A light finger on his shoulder drew his eyes away from Tess's backside. His beautiful blonde stood there. "Gwen," he said with a smile, feeling shame but not knowing why. "What did she want?" she asked. Her eyes watched Tess and turned back toward him with suspicion. "Checking on our supplies we found." "Did you find any signs of Mary?" "Nothing." Frustration cloaked his insides. She straightened his coat, staring down at it, then back up at him. "You'll find her. I know you, and I know you will." Dark circles had formed around her eyes. Combined with her pale skin, those dark circles made it look like a terminal illness was lurking inside her. He reached out and touched her face gently. "Are you okay? You don't look well." Tears rushed to her eyes, and she looked like she wanted to break down and cry. It scared him a bit. She hadn't shed any tears since Pittsburgh. She was a strong woman, and it was easy to overlook that she had been through so much between the outbreak, her captivity, and the loss of friends and family. When she became vulnerable, it was difficult for him to watch her struggle. She had hardened over the last few weeks, and now he was on the verge of getting the exact opposite. The mystery of this female continued to elude him. Will they ever make sense? In fact, the more he aged, the more he realized he would never understand them, only learn to skim the watery surface of the female mystique. She wiped a teardrop from the corner of her eye. "I'm fine." "What was she saying to you?" she said, eyes still watering and her face set in a pout. "I was only telling her what we found out there." Her eyes narrowed as if he were in a conspiracy against her. He reached for her and gently gripped her shoulders. "I'm not sure what I can do to help." She removed herself from his hands by shifting her shoulders. "You can't." She covered her chest with her folded arms, closing him off. She looked away from him toward the ground. "What's our plan?" "I'm not sure." He gazed around the camp. "Not sure I want to drag myself back out in the wilderness without more information on where my mother went. This isn't a bad base to search from. Her eyes shifted. You remembered what happened on Mount Eden? No place is truly safe. Mount Eden, a giant military base and government continuity of operations center atop of a mountain in Virginia, had been overrun in 30 minutes. You're right. The idea of a false sense of security was always in the back of his mind. Little Sable Point would get swarmed under in 30 seconds by a horde half that size. The thought soured his whole mood. She looked like she was about to tell him something, but she choked it down. Pagan still hasn't returned yet with the other red stripes. If he doesn't return tomorrow, that's a bad sign. Something bad is happening south of here. What does that mean for us? She said. More running. Either way, we're in danger. As nice as these people have been, they could turn on us quick. Her eyes flitted up to his. I mean us. We keep fighting until we find a place for us. We should stay, she offered. She glanced at the vehicles around them. We could live here. There's food, water, safety, she said. He eyed the crude ring of vehicles with disgust. We are further from the cities. Maybe it's far enough away to be safe. A place like this, free and safe, but organized and cohesive in purpose. Her words sounded like a pipe dream, when in reality they lived in a nightmare. That sounds amazing, but this place is lucky to exist and wouldn't stand a chance against a horde. She looked at the ground. I'm not sure, but we have to reach for something better than survival, or we will die tired, beaten, and our spirits crushed. I need something. I need to believe in it. Back there in West Virginia, I saw people at their worst, not like the infected, people like you and me, and it crushed me. It took away my hope. When you rescued us, a glimmer of hope was there, but when you left me again and Lucia died, I knew I was wrong to hope. People are evil. They lack morality and conviction. They don't even have a sliver of compassion for others. It makes me sick to be like that. I've seen the good in people in the past, and I want it back, even if it's just a lie I tell myself so I can sleep at night. Steele's jaw dropped a little, his mouth hanging open a crack. It had been days since she had said more than a few sentences at once to him. I understand. I want all those things too, but I'm not sure where they even exist at this point. Her eyes grew impassioned. We can run trying to find them, or we can make them. I may not be the same person I was. Things might never be the same in our relationship, but we can only reap what we sow. We either build a society we want to live in, or we perish in the flames of someone else's. Her words burned inside him. The world will never be the same. I've accepted that. But everything I've done was to keep you and others safe. I'm no saint, but I'm trying to do the right thing. Her eyes narrowed. You never would have left me in Pittsburgh if that was true, she said. He shook his head no. I'm going to be paying for that decision for a while. I thought we were over this. No, you have to understand why you were wrong. I had to leave. It was the only way Colonel Jackson would let us go. We should have left then, escaped. He threw his hands in the air. With Mauser on crutches, no vehicle, mountains to climb, hundreds of thousands of infected between us and here, there was no way. We needed them. You left me alone. She looked away, trying to compose herself. You weren't alone. Mauser was there along with Kevin and Joseph. Mauser's name was a bitter mint on his tongue. They aren't you. They aren't, but if I thought there was a better way, I would have done it. Colonel Jackson threatened your life if I didn't do it, and you and I both know he meant it. We're lucky to be free of the man. She was silent. I understand you have your duty, but remember you have a duty to come back to me. You have a duty to include me in your life. You have a duty... She stopped, her sentence trailing off. I'll always come back to you. I've always promised I would. She sniffed hard, rubbing her nose. Awkward tension filled the air. He reached into the cargo pocket of his pants, removing the yellow, packaged birth control pills. I found these for you. Probably won't need these, but... he said, giving her a careful look. He placed the plastic-wrapped package in her hand. She stared down at the package and back at him. It was as if she held Pandora's box in her hands, infinitely tempting, but only woes were locked deep inside. That's the right kind, right? He asked, confused by her response, thinking she would be appreciative or at least want them. The disc-shaped object sat atop her open palm. She eyed them poisonously. "Are they not the right ones?" She quickly put them in her pocket and wiped her hands on her camouflage pants. She gave him a short smile. He was confused. He expected some sort of thanks. "Of course they are. Thank you," she said quickly. "Okay, good. Can't be too careful. Jesus, can you imagine if you got pregnant now?" Her throat jiggled up and down as she swallowed. "I can't." Joseph, Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. An air pressure-resistant door closed behind him with a whoosh. It sealed closed and the air was sucked out of the chamber, leveling the air pressure with Patient Zero's containment room. The low pressure made it difficult for pathogens to escape. A rubber bladder inflated, making the seal tight along the door edges. Joseph's blue hazmat suit wrinkled and scrunched as he turned toward Dr. Weinroth. Behind her plastic faceplate, she flashed him a nervous smile. Their section of Cheyenne Mountain was a Biosafety Level 4 laboratory, BSL-4, meaning they could handle any and all known diseases that were fatal and had no known vaccine or cure. In this case, their current viral enemy was both, unknown with no known treatment. "Are you ready?" he asked Dr. Weinroth. Her eyes were anxious beneath her fogging glasses. "Of course," she said. Her voice shook a bit in his headset earpiece. "My glasses are kind of a pain," she added softly, pushing on her plastic faceplate. "Mine too," Joseph said into his microphone. They both wore headsets to communicate effectively inside their suits. She stared at the metal door as if it were the gate to hell. A red biohazard sign covered the middle of the door, reading "Authorized Personnel Only" over the glass. Whether or not she was ready, it was time. He timidly pressed the flat of his palm onto a large circular red button on the wall. This was his first day without a sling, and his arm was shaky at best. When he let his mind drift at night, he could still feel the blade sticking into his flesh and through the muscle, the cold foreign metal inside his body. The button depressed and an orange siren on the ceiling spun. It honked away like a submarine under attack from above. If they were exiting the lab, vertical banks of nozzles would be spraying them with a decontamination shower for over 7 minutes. The doors rolled open. With a look at one another for courage, the two doctors hesitantly stepped inside the white room. The overhead fluorescent lights shone down with extreme brightness. They were encased in airtight boxes to prevent viruses from collecting along the edges. Epoxy was lathered over any fixture where a pathogen could hide. Richard Thompson lay on a single shiny metal table in the middle of the room. His arms were bound at his sides. A white sheet covered his lower body. His head was strapped down with a band across his forehead. Machines lined the head of the bed. They beeped out Richard's heartbeat and other bodily functions with robotic consistency. A miracle in itself, he was the only infected person still alive. The doctor's blue biohazard suits crunched step by step like they were walking across a bubble-wrap-covered floor for Patient Zero. The room's ceilings were high, well over 25 feet tall. The room was all white except for the two-way mirror on the wall. The other doctors observed from the opposing side. Richard's eyes, the color of chalky chocolate milk, moved from one doctor to the other. "Who are you? What are you doing to me?" Richard stammered. His chin shook with fright, and his breath quivered from his lips. "Richard, it's me, Dr. Jakowski. I found you at your home in Grand Haven. There were others, your wife and daughter, dead." Joseph digested the thought, hoping the man couldn't read his thoughts. Richard closed his eyes. "My wife? And Helen?" "I am so sorry, but they have passed," Joseph said. Richard stayed with his eyes forced closed for a moment. No, he whispered. When he opened them, they blamed Joseph with angry tears. "I wish there was something I could have done for them." "You could have started by having your friends not shoot them," Richard spat. Richard tried to turn his head away, but had to settle with averting his almost white eyes. Joseph swallowed hard. No choice, but how could we ever make this man understand? "If you cooperate with us, you will be able to save the lives of millions of people, if that many are left." Richard twisted his face. Joseph touched Richard's shoulder. "Everything is going to be okay." "Who's the girl?" Richard said. His eyes turned to Dr. Weinroth like a predator. "This is Dr. Weinroth. She is an infectious disease specialist with the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. We're going to run some very basic tests in an attempt to learn more about the virus." "Hello, Richard. We are here to help," Dr. Weinroth said with a sad smile.
"What's wrong with me?"
Richard cried. His arms pulled against his restraints. His normally non-existent veins became vascular, crisscrossing his forearms.
"Why am I strapped down? Let me out of here!"
His hands rolled in a circle as he searched for a way to free himself. Dr. Weinroth took a step back. Joseph locked eyes with her, trying to give her strength. Her pretty face was stricken with worry. Joseph nodded to her. "It's okay. He's harmless in his current state." She shook herself. She looked at him again. "I haven't been this close to an infected patient yet." "You haven't? How?" "I've been here since the outbreak. I wasn't with Colonel Burns at Dietrich. They only sent us samples, but no live specimens." Joseph gave her a comforting smile from behind his suit mask. He glanced over her shoulder at the mirror. He was certain Burns scrutinized him on the other side. "Let us begin. Richard, I am going to give you a topical anesthetic, and we are going to biopsy some of your poxes."
"Okay,"
Richard said quietly. Joseph picked a syringe up and pressed it into Richard's shoulder.
"How?"
Richard uttered. Joseph ignored him and injected his shoulder. He removed the needle and set it down. "Now that's not so bad, is it?" he said to Richard.
"It stung."
Richard's eyes kept going from doctor to doctor. "Dr. Weinroth, can you hand me the scalpel?" His eyes briefly grazed her plastic-covered face. She handed Joseph the surgical knife. He tapped Richard's skin. "Do you feel that?" Joseph looked at Richard's whitish-hued eyes. It was unsettling to see a live person with such a dead stare. Joseph tried to smile.
"No, only pressure,"
Richard said. "Good." Joseph went to work like a sculptor. He carved a centimeter-wide pox off Richard's shoulder and placed it in a glass tube. "I am going to draw his blood," Dr. Weinroth said. She tied a rubber tube around Richard's arm and pushed a needle into his skin. Joseph massaged around Richard's neck with his fingers, locating a golf ball-sized node. "I would like to have one of his nodes as well," Joseph said. He looked up at Rebecca. She filled vials with Richard's almost black-red blood. Richard tensed underneath their probing hands and needles.
I can feel it,"
Richard shouted. Joseph stopped what he was doing. Richard let out a groan and his neck stretched. The veins bulged along his throat. Dr. Weinroth looked at Joseph, eyebrows creased upward.
"I can feel it inside me, bubbling beneath the surface of my skin. It's crawling in my veins."
He twisted his head toward Joseph. His restraints dug into the skin of his forehead. For a moment, he let out a low moan.
"Oh!"
His lips then curled into a snarl.
"It only wants to get out,"
he screamed. His shoulders rocketed against the table. His torso thrust upward as if he were trying to bend in half the wrong way. Joseph instinctively took a step back, holding the scalpel in the air. Richard writhed on the table in deep affliction. "You are going to be okay. I'm going to give you a sedative. It will make you feel less anxious." Richard's body banged back down on the metal table. His hands and feet still moved in their restraints.
"That would be nice,"
Richard said, his body relaxing a bit. "Dr. Weinroth, can you hand me the benzodiazepine diphthofam, 30 milligrams?" She stared at him for a moment, eyes wide. "Joseph, that's 3 times the recommended dosage for the average adult." "I understand that, Rebecca, but this is no normal man." She nodded. She picked up a syringe and stuck the tip inside a small vial. She extracted the clear fluid from the bottle and handed the syringe to Joseph. Their hands touched as she handed it off, and her hand lingered for a brief moment. "Was that on purpose?" She looked back down at her work. "My cruel imagination." He put the syringe into the drip chamber and pressed the fluid inside. Richard blinked rapidly. Joseph held his breath for a moment, and Richard's eyes closed. "How are you feeling, Richard?" he said down to him.
"I'm fine,"
he mumbled. "That's better. I would have liked to have spoken with you more, but we will have more time, perhaps when you're less agitated." Joseph gave Rebecca a smile, which she returned. her plain pink lips flipping up on the sides. "I agree. I'm thinking that we should take that lymph node biopsy while he's sedated," she said. "I concur. I'll prep the large gauge needle for you." Patient Zero's foot twitched. At first, it was a small jerk. Joseph and Rebecca stopped. It swung wide in a rotation like a windshield wiper. Rebecca stopped her preparation. "Did you see that?" she whispered. Yeah. Must be an involuntary muscle spasm." Unsureness crossed her features. "I've never seen that before with diphthofam," she continued at a high whisper, "and never with such a high dose." "Neither have I," Joseph uttered. He leaned his face close to patient Zero. The man's chest rose and fell at a slow rate. 1, 2, 3 up, 1, 2, 3 down. The heart monitor beeped an even, controlled double beep. Joseph stood upright. "His breathing is normal." Joseph was cut off as patient Zero started to shake uncontrollably. The metal table rattled beneath him. His body appeared to be in some sort of hypothermic involuntary state. Every single portion of the man vibrated. The heart monitor fired up with a hurricane of mini heartbeat waves. "What's he doing?" Rebecca shouted. Patient Zero's body convulsed and stopped. The heart rate monitor toned down as the man's heartbeat came under control again. The room became quiet, save for the monitor's beeping. Joseph found himself holding his breath. "I think that did the trick," he said. He tried to give her a smile with some swagger behind it. "Shall we continue?" Rebecca gave him a nervous smile. "Of course." Joseph glanced over at the two-way mirror, knowing the other doctors were critiquing his every move. Joseph's breath steamed up his mask. He pushed on his clear faceplate with his blue plastic-suited hands. It did nothing but knock beads of condensation down his mask. The only sound in his head was the beating of his heart in his chest. He took a step closer. "Richard is restrained. We have nothing to fear from him," he said. Rebecca nodded fast, but her suit didn't move. "Let's continue," he managed with more bravery than he felt. "Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, the lymph node biopsy." Joseph gave the monitor an easy look. The blips were coming too slow. The beeping slowed as patient Zero's heart rate dropped. "Jesus, his heart rate's crashing," Joseph said. He reached for patient Zero's chest restraints. He undid the straps, throwing them to the sides. "Loosen those restraints. We can't have anything impeding his blood flow." Joseph's hands fumbled along the wrist straps. Rebecca did as he asked, loosening Richard's other arm restraints. "Let's get some oxygen in him." Rebecca turned and twisted a knob atop an oxygen tank. She quickly handed the mask to Joseph. He placed it timidly around patient Zero's face. He folded his hands and placed them on patient Zero's chest and began giving him compressions. Within 30 seconds, the heart rate monitor was back to normal. Joseph leaned back, watching the monitor. "See? There we go," he said, breathing hard. Joseph picked up the biopsy syringe off the ground. "No need for a new one. Sterile facility." He inched the 20-gauge needle point against the lymph nodes in Richard's neck that sagged to the side through his skin, too heavy to remain in place. Rebecca bent in and, with her finger and thumb, forced his eyelid open. Patient Zero's eyes glared at her. They darted to Joseph and back to Rebecca in a few blinks. "Ah!" Patient Zero snarled. His mouth worked open and closed. His hand shot from its confines and grabbed Rebecca by her wrist. He twisted and turned beneath the other restraints. Joseph watched in horror. "Joseph!" she screamed. She bent in his grasp, pulling like a dog fighting in a tug-of-war with hard jerks for her arm back. Patient Zero kicked one leg free and then the other. "My hand!" she said, frantic. Patient Zero stood upright. "Joseph!" she cried. She cowered, his hands wrapped tightly around hers. Alarms blared overhead. The other doctors had seen. Help would be coming soon. "Let me go!" she cried. Yellow sirens swirled above them. "Joseph!" she mumbled. "Richard," Joseph commanded. Richard turned his head to the side, and his whitish eyes judged him for a moment. "Get back on the table." Richard ignored him and turned back to Rebecca, driving her forward. "No!" Joseph yelled. He ran around the table and lunged for Richard. He wrapped his skinny arms around Richard's shoulders. He barely felt his stitches tear as he clasped his hands together. Richard shoved Rebecca down. He bucked Joseph, but Joseph refused to let go. "Stop!" Joseph managed to sputter. Patient Zero backtracked and rammed Joseph into the sterile white padded wall. Joseph's breath was forced from his chest, and he wheezed. Patient Zero spun in a circle like a madman. Burns was donning his hazmat suit inside the pressurized chamber. He pointed at a soldier dressing himself. He screamed at the man to hurry. Rebecca pushed herself up the wall near the two-way mirror. Joseph found himself flying through the air and crashing into the ground. He could even feel the blood trickling down his arm. Richard lumbered away from him. "No!" Joseph said. His eyesight was disoriented, as though he'd had too many vodka sodas at the bar. Rebecca made a run for the pressurized door, but her blue hazmat suit made her clumsy and she tripped. Richard leapt onto her body. She rolled on her back, fighting and pushing him in desperation. His hands ripped at the seams of her faceplate. Blood erupted from his fingertips as he clawed her. She screamed. "Please!" she screamed. Joseph's arms felt like lead, but he pushed himself off the floor. He wobbled as he found himself upright. Plastic flew in the air as Patient Zero ripped her faceplate to the side in a cracked mess. Joseph stumbled toward Rebecca, his hand reaching out for her, but he moved slowly as though he were underwater. Patient Zero leaned in close to her face, and she let out a blood-curdling cry. Patient Zero's head jerked back, Rebecca's flesh in his mouth. Blood dribbled down his lips. His jaw worked as he chewed. The pressurized doors whisked open, and a scowling Burns stepped through with two soldiers armed with tasers and long batons. The colonel ran forward and struck Patient Zero in the face with his baton. Patient Zero flipped onto his side, sprawling across the floor. He convulsed, his limbs stretching in painful, strained positions. One of the soldiers used his baton to pin Patient Zero, and he writhed against the constraint. Joseph raced for Rebecca and wrapped an arm around her with the help of Burns. They dragged her over the floor into the pressurized chamber. They set her down, and the doors rolled closed behind them. Rebecca's hand covered her cheek. Blood seeped between her fingers. Pressurized air hissed as it was driven inside the chamber. Ghostly white air fogged inside, enveloping them. Joseph got close to her face, holding her. "Are you okay?" Joseph shouted. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. Burns pounded on the door. "Open this thing up. We don't have time for decontamination." Batons flailed inside the other room, the faint zap of tasers reaching their ears. Patient Zero's scream sounded like the old Richard Thompson, but Joseph's only focus was on Rebecca. Rebecca's eyes read Joseph's, blinking her pain back. Her eyes were wide like those of a scared doe behind her bent glasses. Watery tears engulfed them and fear surrounded them. No, not her. Burns reached past Joseph and gripped her face with hard fingers. "Let me see your face," he commanded. Her hand shook as she removed it from her cheek. A blood-filled crater defiled her. Burns's mouth downturned into a fierce snarl. He held his baton with two hands and shoved her into the corner. She held up a hand in defense, covering her head. "Please," she cried. Joseph's heart dropped because he already knew. "She's infected," Burns hissed. Steel, Little Sable Point, Michigan. Gwen's eyes were distrusting, and their color had changed to a drab, mossy green. Single blades of blonde hair hung down around her face, outlining her high cheekbones. "Why are only you two going to look for him?" Steele removed boxes of ammo from his pack and set them on the ground. "I don't know. She asked, and I said yes." "Why did you say yes?" Gwen asked. He continued to replace the ammo with MREs from Gwen's pack. "Must I ask your permission to search for my mother and Pagan?" "When you go somewhere without me, yes. Were you even listening when we talked yesterday?" Her eyes set in a steadfast position, unmoving and unwavering. "Of course I was, listening to the parts I wanted to hear." He met her eyes and clenched his jaw tight, causing the top of his skull to ache. Is it the gunshot wound that makes my skull ache, or the continuous clenching of my jaw brought on by her everlasting woman's tongue? He shook a box of ammo at her. "Make sure to hide these, and make sure your pack stays with you at all times. These people have been kind, but they are a very loose confederation. They come and go, and I wouldn't put it past any of them to snatch up one of the packs if left unattended." "We'll keep them nearby. But why did you say yes to her?" Steele stopped packing. "My mother is still out there. At least I think she is." He gestured behind him. "Pagan went on a limb for us, and I have a responsibility to bring them both back." He stood up and pointed the weapon angled safely upward. He twisted the carbine and grabbed the changing handle with his left hand, pulling it back to view in the ejection port. A brass round rested inside. "What about all those biker guys? Can't they help?" "I don't know. I'm not in charge." He released his magazine from the carbine and looked inside. With a rectangle-to-rectangle alignment, he seated the magazine back inside the gun. "I will be back, one way or another." Gwen didn't laugh. Her face gave away that she wasn't amused by his morbid humor. He bent down face level with her and kissed her cheek. He pulled himself upright and shouldered his pack. It was better to have cold goodbyes. If he lingered long enough, he might never leave. He walked the short distance to the entrance of Little Sable Point. "You can't keep doing this," she yelled after him. "I'm building our world," he growled back at her over his shoulder. The ring of vehicles sat parked around the lighthouse. Inside the ring, tents were set up in a haphazard manner. Trash littered the ground. People that were there yesterday were gone today. Others idled in front of campers and cars and lounge chairs, watching the others come and go. Some grilled. It didn't look like much. Fish? Steele couldn't tell what they were grilling, but it stunk like campfire smoke. Tess awaited him at the entrance, her shorter black hair combed straight back so it ran down the back of her skull. She wore a shoulder harness that held a 1911 and extra mags over a tight-fitting black thermal and black hiking pants. A small pack hung off her back. "You have a big pack there," she said with a smile as he drew near. He chose to ignore her quip. "Can't be unprepared. Don't know how long we'll be out there." "You're right, but I don't suspect long. That idiot pagan will wish he was dead when we find him." Steele nodded. "What are we driving?" "I would take a motorcycle, but if there are wounded, those are useless. So we'll have to settle on one of the gas guzzlers." She slapped the metal side of a boxy red 1980s-era Ford Ranger pickup. "That's a gas guzzler?" "Anything that ain't a motorcycle." She tossed her small pack in the pickup bed. "We won't be hauling a ton of rocks in this thing, but it does well enough on gas, and we could lay multiple injured in the back if need be." Steele nodded. "Or shooters. Good choice." He tossed his pack in the truck bed, then reached for the driver's side door handle, popping it open. "Keys?" He raised a stiff eyebrow at Tess, hindered by the scar tissue on his scalp. "Sorry, soldier. You get shotgun. I know the area. No one drives this puppy except for me. It got Pagan and me out of a few tough spots in the beginning, and I don't let anyone else drive Red Ronda." Steele was a bit taken aback, but nodded his acknowledgement. "Your car, your rules," he said, trying to hide a grin. He circled around and hopped in the passenger side. The seats wore worn, faded gray fabric that originally may have been black. It was hard to tell. Steele cranked the window down, resting his M4 carbine across the truck's windowsill. He felt a bit like he was riding shotgun on a stagecoach in the Wild West. Tess turned the key and the pickup sputtered to life. She waved at a couple of red stripes, and the entrance pickups rolled away, giving them access to the outside. She gassed the old pickup away from Little Sable Point Lighthouse and onto a large sidewalk. They rolled down the sidewalk in a sandy field of dune grass and small trees that lay between the lighthouse and a thicker forest. The sidewalk took them into a state park parking lot, and finally they turned onto a sand-blown road leading away from Little Sable Point Lighthouse. For over a mile, they wound back and forth down the forested road until they hit a green and white Lakeshore Drive sign. "This is where we split the other day," Steele said. He leaned near the dash, peering left and then right. "Right. South we go." She twisted the steering wheel, taking them to the right. The pickup rattled down the deserted road at about 35 miles per hour. Yellowish-brown leaves leapt up behind them as they cruised down the two-lane road. Fall was in full effect in Michigan. Turning leaves became falling leaves, and a deep, bone-chilling cold would soon coat the coast of Michigan. Tess turned a knob and the radio clicked on. Static blared as she switched from station to station. Nothing came through. No DJ spoke. No music played. Bored, she clicked the radio back off and slapped her hand on the steering wheel. "Guess we'll have to talk." "I'm not a big talker." He made sure to look out the window after he spoke, outwardly making sure she knew he wasn't interested in the fine art of small talk. He could feel her eyes on him. "Sorry, bud. You get to be a good listener then." He was silent. Cold air blew through the open window and rippled his beard. "I never would have gone for Pagan before the outbreak." Fucking relationship talk. Is she serious? Kill me now. 6,000 ways to die out here, and I get talked to death about feelings. He He continued to avert his eyes out the window. She sat in silence as if she expected him to respond. He didn't say anything. Relationships were not his strong suit, and to add input on a relationship he knew nothing about was bound to make someone upset. He watched the coastal trees instead. "I don't know," he mumbled under his breath. You got nothing?" She prodded him. He could feel her glancing over at him every few seconds before looking back at the road. He gave her a short glance and brought a hand up in defense. "I'm not a leading expert on relationships. Best to leave me out of it." Tess ignored his words. She looked at him and back at the road a few times before she continued. "Let me explain more." "Please, God, no. What have I done to deserve this?" "I'm always down for a good time, but more of a long-haired rocker in a band type. Never thought I'd shack up with a goofy, smiling all the time Force Recon Marine. Never saw the man not smile, even when we were facing a horde of infected. It's like he's always laughing on the inside. Like nothing could get him down. I guess he was just made for this." "The Marines have a twisted sense of humor, but you definitely want them on your side." "You aren't one of them, are you?" She glanced over at him. "But you've seen some shit. I see it on your face." "I've seen enough to know better. I don't enjoy it. I'd rather be somewhere else, but most of the time I don't have a choice." She draped a single hand over the steering wheel. "You in the business of playing hero?" Steele half laughed and ran a hand down his beard. "No, I'm in the business of keeping my folks alive." "So, like going out of your way to help a Marine you've only met in passing?" "He did the same for me." Trees passed by, waving dying leaves like parade flags. "He did, but I have a feeling you would be out here either way. Some people, that's all they know." Steele sat silent for a moment, contemplating his reasons for his actions. "I would. It's the right thing to do. Pagan could be an ally. It could gain your group's trust. It may lead to a clue to finding my mother. The reasons went far beyond being helpful." "Those are the markings of a leader." He shook his head, still scanning the trees and the two-lane road. "I wouldn't call leading a group of 4 a leader. You have a band of a couple hundred people. You're the leader." She snorted. "Nobody there follows me. They're there because it's safer together. No one else volunteered to help me search for Pagan. I make decisions, but I don't lead. A man like you inspires. I only do what I have to do to keep my folks alive, not leading some rebellion." She gave him a half smile. "A warrior with a heart of gold. I assume that's how you got that nasty scar." He tenderly ran a hand over his scar as if he still didn't believe it had happened. "The results of an ambush in West Virginia. Good people died because of decisions I made," he said. He finished with a look at her to see if she understood his survivor guilt. He gave a painful smile under his bushy beard, as if thinking about the wound somehow reopened it. "I was hoping my hair would cover that up." "You're going to have to grow a hell of a lot more than that to cover that puppy." "I suppose I should be thankful to still have a head." Darkness from his peripherals made him look ahead quick. "Tess, look." He pointed out. A thick-trunked tree lay across the road, blocking their path forward. He pushed his carbine up to his shoulder and scanned the fallen tree. Clear chainsaw cuts and grooves cut through the bark, revealing the white of the inner trunk. Shiny bits of metal lay in the brush on the side of the road. "Looks like a motorcycle," Tess pointed. "Someone has set this up. I don't like it. We should get the red stripes and come back," Steele said. A determined look fell upon Tess, and Steele knew he was going to regret whatever happened next. "If he's here, I'm not leaving him." "Jesus, they're all trying to get me killed, either by infected, bullets, or a heart attack." A shaved-head infected stood up near the tree and hobbled through the ditch, then up onto the roadway. White creamy bone had been forced through its riding leathers. Red stripes motorcycle club colors covered his torso. Pus oozed from large wounds covering his legs, where the skin had been worn off by sliding on the pavement uncovered by leather. Lower layers of epidermis were exposed in reddish pink. "Damn, looks like Joker, and he's all fucked up." Steele peered hard at the trees, looking for anything and anybody that could pose a threat. Their exposure in the middle of the road gnawed at the back of his mind. "I don't like this." He spun in his seat, looking out behind them and trying to get a 360-degree grasp on everything around them. I'll go put him down, but then we go. No, she asserted. Her eyes were the darkest of brown. We put him down and we search for the others. I will not abandon Pagan when we finally have a clue as to what's going on. She stared at him, mind made up, but waiting on him to respond. Are these people worth the danger? We put him down, take a quick look around, and then come back later from a different way. Deal, she said with a smile, slipping out of the pickup's driver's side. Steele hopped out and put his carbine to his shoulder in the high ready. He eyed the trees. Soft-needled white pines grew between jagged-leafed big-tooth aspens. A few thick-trunked oaks grew amongst their smaller brethren. Ambushers could be waiting behind every tree and rock to put bullets in him again. He steadied his breathing with some tactical breaths, drawing up alongside the slender woman. He let himself ramp up into a heightened state of readiness. I'll do the honors. Payback's a bitch, he breathed. But she got out. He ignored her and charged the former biker. Letting his carbine swing to his hip, he drew out his tomahawk, and with a heavy downward strike, he sunk the rounded axe blade through the front of Joker's ugly, hairless skull. Joker stopped mid-step, his body almost suspended in the air. Steele let the man fall back. Joker's jaw clicked open, then closed one last time, and he went limp. Steele wrapped his other hand around the shaft and ripped it free with a spray of brain matter. He put the tomahawk back, and his carbine whipped back up to his shoulder. Look here. He pointed with his gun to a red streak running along the pavement toward the tree. Small chunks of flesh made it look like he had hit an animal, turning it into roadkill, but in reality, those were pieces of Joker. What do you think happened? Tess asked. It looks like Joker laid his bike down back there going pretty quick. You see? Pieces of metal, engine fluid, and Joker lay scattered along the cracked branches of the fallen tree. Steele circled the downed tree, stepping around branches. He frequently checked his flanks, expecting the shit to hit the fan at any moment. I got nothing over here, he called over at Tess. The trees rustled in the wind, and the drying fall leaves crackled together like 10,000 pieces of crinkle paper. He bent down, putting a finger on a deep gouge in the flesh of the tree. Somebody definitely did this on purpose, he muttered. Come quick, Tess called. Gripping the giant tree trunk with one hand, he hopped over the log, landing near Tess. Jesus, Rambo. She gave him an intense stare. Check this out. Tracks. The leaves were pushed out of the way. Sand and dirt had been scraped to the sides. Something had been dragged through the ditch into the woods. They went this way, she said, holding her 1911 pointed toward the ground. Steele bent down, trying to read the tracks like an ancient message written in the sand. He could make out a dozen distinct footprints. At least a dozen people. He gave her a glance. He already knew what she would say. She didn't hesitate. I'll grab our packs. Kinnick, Golden Triangle, Colorado. Kinnick watched Hunter as he slurped up chicken soup by upending his bowl. Yellow liquid dribbled down his wild brown beard, running along the whiskers as if they were canyons. He gave Kinnick a wolfish grin as he chewed up the meat and noodles in the broth. Men and women moved in and out of the cafeteria while the din of plates and silverware clanked in the background. They were allowed full kit in the cafeteria. Kinnick supposed if they weren't allowed, no one would tell them otherwise. Kinnick's men consumed as much of the non-MRE food as they could get their hands on. It was the only taste of civility he had experienced in what felt like forever. He picked at his food, sick to his stomach about what was going to happen to the West Coast. What's got your goat, Colonel? Can't be too mad about the food. It's hot, it's free, and there's plenty of it, Hunter said. Kinnick pushed his bowl in front of the master sergeant. Be my guest, he said with a dismissive wave. You sure? Hunter questioned him with raised eyebrows. Take it. Hunter grabbed the bowl and started to shovel its contents into his mouth. A lot more food to go around since Lewis left us, Hunter said between bites. I'd rather have his saw pointed downrange than the extra food, Turmel said. Me too, Hunter said, but I ain't going to turn down the extra rations. Hawkins sat next to Turmel, quietly eating his food. The man was meticulous even in his eating. His mechanical, robot-like chewing irritated Kinnick. What's the problem, Colonel? You got the egghead and that Jody into the secret mountain base. Humanity's got a chance. My mission don't change, but surely your life's a bit better now, Turmel said. Kinnick met the man's hard blue eyes. My life didn't get better by coming here. My family's dead. My men have died, and I have to figure out a way to prevent the vice president from nuking the West Coast. Hunter choked on his food and went into a coughing fit. He wiped his nose and stared at Kinnick. With all due respect, sir, you don't mean nuke, do you? Kinnick gave him a flat look. That's exactly what I mean, Master Sergeant. He's going to pound every city center along the coast with 400 kiloton warheads to eliminate the infection with a heavy dose of fire and brimstone. Hunter's eyes narrowed. He can't do that. This is America. He can't. Kinnick ground his teeth. He will. He has promised me that. That's like using a shotgun to shoot a fly off your foot, Turmel said. You can begin to understand my reservations, Kinnick said. We can't let him do that, Turmel said, growing excited. His short black curls trembled. I have family out there. The men looked at one another and back at Kinnick as if they expected an answer to their problems. I have 24 hours to come up with a plan to protect our western flank, or the VP is going to do it. Kinnick stared at the remnants of the Skins Operational Detachment Alpha 51. Each man wore a patch on their sleeves of a skull wearing a wolf headdress, 2 red arrows behind it. They were on loan to him from General Travis, brought up from Eglin Air Force Base. General Travis was dead. They had started this war with 12 men. Now they were down to 3. Kinnick considered them lucky for that. To die was a release from their nation's never-ending demand of duties. Strategic planning is not part of our responsibilities. My job is to teach indigenous folks how to tag 'em and bag 'em and maybe sneak a few kills in when the boss ain't looking, Hunter said. Soup continued to run down the long hairs of his beard, flowing down the indents and ridges made by his thick, bristly brown hair. God has given you a fine set of skills, Master Sergeant, but I need you to think outside your box. We have to figure out a plan to stop roughly 60 million infected from crossing the mountains in our rear and presenting the other 150 million from the east coast an anvil to smash us on. What about the other 100 million people in the United States? Hawkins asked. Well, I'm assuming they're dead, but I'm sure they will find their way up here somehow, Kinnick said, irritated by the sight of Hunter's soup-filled beard. Wipe your beard, Master Sergeant. He stared at Hunter's beard. Little droplets sped down the long hairs, following the curves and outlines made by the coarse hair. Hunter took a napkin, running it along his beard as if he tried to straighten it out. Did I get it all? Hunter asked with an unrepentant smirk. No, you didn't, but you just gave me an idea. Kinnick pulled out a rolled-up map he had taken to study and stretched it across the table, pushing bowls and cups out of the way. Hunter ran a sleeve across his face and shrugged his shoulders, leaning in. Hear me out. The infected are like a river, much like the soup flowing down your beard. It travels down the easiest path. If you block one way, it will flow through the path of least resistance. So find me pinch points, passes, anywhere we can hold an enormous force of infected without deploying too many resources. Can they even get through the mountains? They don't seem too agile, Turmel said. I'm not sure. Some will make it through, no doubt, but we will assume most will struggle, trapping themselves in the mountains. The parts we have to worry about are established routes through those mountains that they can easily traverse, highways, tunnels, and passes through the Rockies. So we're going to dam them up? Hunter said. More like push them along until the snow takes care of them for us. Once those passes are covered in snow and no one plows them, the dead will be trapped on the other side, Kinnick said. What about next spring? Turmel said. If we make it that far, we will deal with it then. Specialist. Kinnick waved to a broad soldier, a green and tan ivy patch on one sleeve, walking by with a food tray in his hands. His name tag read Rogers. He stopped at their table. Specialist Rogers. You based out of Carson? Yes, sir, I am. Good. You go skiing around here? Specialist Rogers looked a bit uncomfortable. Yes, sir, not recently. No need to worry, soldier. When does the season start? When does it usually begin to snow in the mountains? Well, it depends on the year, but I would say by mid-November we usually get enough snow to really hit the slopes. Perfect. Carry on, soldier. Specialist Rogers nodded and left. Kinnick pointed at the map. We only need to hold the choke points until mid-November, and then the snow will do all the work for us. Who knows? Maybe the snow will kill him. Hawkins studied the map silently, then spoke. That's a lot of ground to cover. Exactly how many resources are we thinking? There's me, you, the Master Sergeant, and, Turmel, maybe a couple of the boys from the squads, Kinnick said with a weak smile. The Master Sergeant laughed. I love those odds. Sign me up, Turmel said, leaning over the map. Kinnick jammed his index finger on the paper. Look here. You see this tunnel? The Eisenhower Tunnel. We'll have to shut that down. He dragged his finger to Highway 70. That's the fastest way through Colorado from the west. Hawkins pointed, touching his finger south of the Eisenhower Tunnel. Independence Pass, and here Mosquito Pass, and there South Fork. His finger touched each pass of a major roadway through the Rocky Mountains. And here. Kinnick jabbed his finger downward, feeling the pain in its tip. When we block the Eisenhower Tunnel, they will funnel through this way, Kinnick said. His finger dragged along the map all the way to a single spot. He tapped it with his finger. What does that say? Hunter got his face close to the map. Dunluce Pass. Kinnick's 3 men looked back at him, expectant. Inspire us, they seemed to say. No, they don't need inspiring. They were used to this. They had gone into the field of battle countless times, always expecting to return. Kinnick took a deep breath. That's the spot. Hunter grinned. You really know how to sweet-talk the girls, Colonel. Luckily, it's only you 3 stooges I have to worry about. If we can get some token forces in place at the smaller passes, hold them there, and plug Dunluce, we can stop the West Coast infected from breaking through. Turmel jumped out of his seat, twirling his kukri in his fingers like a hibachi-trained chef, and then slammed it blade first through the map into the table. Soldiers from a nearby table looked up, considering the operator's outburst. Their eyes quickly went back to their meals. Turmel gave them a wicked grin. When do we start? Joseph, Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. Dr. Weinroth's auburn hair lay sprawled across her white pillow like sugar-plum rivers on a field of freshly fallen snow. Joseph brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. White surgical mask straps wrapped around the back of her head, pinning her hair down. Thick white bandages covered the bite wound on her cheek. The rest of her was curled in a ball, as if she were a little girl nestling into her mother for warmth. Joseph sat next to the bed, his hands clasped in front of his body. Filled with fear and regret, he had watched her sleep for hours, and his heart hung low in his stomach. You should have saved her. She was afraid, and you continued on with the experiments anyway. She rolled over, her sheets rustling around her. Her eyes opened and creased along the edges. A hand rose to her face, and she pushed on the bandages. She let her hand drop onto the covers, and a small voice came out. I thought maybe it was only a nightmare, but it's real. Joseph didn't know what to say to console her. I'm sorry. Her eyes held tears, but no answers. Can you hand me my glasses? Joseph jumped up for them. His heart raced as he tried to help her. They are on the table behind you. He quickly walked over, snatched them up, and handed them to her. She took the glasses, placed them on her thin face. Their frames were slightly bent, resting crooked on her face. Thank you, she whispered. Her brown eyes were still brown beneath the lenses, regarding him. They hadn't yet begun the process of changing colored pigments to white. How are you feeling? He said, sitting down and adjusting his own damaged glasses. Her mouth moved underneath her surgical mask. As good as somebody who is infected with the fatal supervirus can feel. Even now, after everything that had happened, she smiled underneath her mask, and it made him feel so much worse than he thought was still possible. He sighed. We'll figure something out. Her eyes looked sad. I'm sure you will. Already writing herself off. We will, he corrected. Dr. Weinroth's eyes closed slowly. Don't be foolish. We know what this means. The virus, however slow it changes a person in its original state, is infecting my cells one by one. You shouldn't be here. You should be working on a vaccine so this doesn't happen again. I know, he muttered. He chanced to glance at the door and whispered, Colonel Burns has taken over the research. He's pushing to begin massive tissue harvesting. Without you and your vote, he will succeed. Joseph ran his hands up, over, and through his hair. Joseph, he looked up. Without you there, he will succeed. You know what you're doing is right. Find a way. I'm going to need your help, he said. He looked to her for affirmation. She nodded. Take a look at these first test results. He handed her a manila folder. She pushed herself upright with her elbows so she was seated. She adjusted her light blue medical gown over her shoulders. Rebecca flipped open the folder as if she were the doctor, not the patient. Her eyes skimmed down the page. This can't be right, she said, looking over her mask at him. Every test result is the same. Her finger poured down the page. Did you see the genome of this virus? It's not monkeypox, at least not in its entirety. I know. He leaned in and pointed at the page. Look here. These 60 pairs of DNA match the genome of monkeypox. But here, he pointed again, and here. Those are entirely different genomes, she said excitedly. Joseph couldn't help but be excited by uncovering its inner workings that were like a puzzle with a billion pieces. It's true, we're looking at a satellite virus, a virus that uses the platform of another virus to pass on its genetic code. He scooched his chair closer. She eyed him. Don't get too close, she said. I don't care about that. You have time yet. I need you to hold on. We need your help to unravel this nightmare. Her eyes judged if he meant what he had said. She knew that he knew she was doomed, and that she would rapidly degrade over the next few weeks, maybe even faster. Look at the DNA. I know it's a lot. Try to untangle its evil code. Monkeypox was only a vector to whatever this, he tapped a finger on the paper, whatever this thing here was trying to do. I'll try, she said. As if her body realized she was making promises she couldn't keep, she coughed hard into her hand. He watched her squirm in pain with suffering. I have a meeting with Colonel Burns and the team in a few to discuss our options. I will check in a bit later. He stood and made for the door. Joseph. Yes. You can't let it win. I won't, he said, softly closing the door behind him. Joseph stepped outside, noting a room number C-3EB before walking away, trying not to think about the monster she would become. His feet patted down the white, sterile hallway, unique to this part of the facility, installed with the purpose of making it feel like a lab or hospital, and not the deep, windowless mountain cavern it actually was. Joseph stopped at a room with a sign on the wall that read BSL-C1. He pushed the handle down and walked inside. From the first step he took into the room, his senses were pounded by the force of the man already there. Colonel Burns sat at one end of the conference table. His hands were neatly folded in front of his body. His ACUs were neat and crisp, as if he feared a superior officer would inspect him at any moment. Heads turned toward Joseph. Dr. Desai peered guiltily down at her hands. Sorry I'm late, Joseph mumbled. Dr. Jakowski, thank you for coming to this emergency meeting. How is Dr. Weinroth? Joseph pulled his chair out and sat down. Dr. Nguyen eyed him through the tiny slits of his eyes, and Dr. Hollis appeared adrift, lost in a sea of his own thoughts. She's doing well, all things considered. Her infection hung over the Mountain Integrated Medical Team like a black cloud of locusts. It was only a matter of time before they landed for feeding on their lush plant stock minds and souls. Burns' lips pursed. What happened was very unnecessary. He took a pile of papers in his hands and stacked them on end. He continued to do so until they were straight and orderly. Joseph envisioned that the colonel was shaking and straightening him out until he had fallen in line. Yes, it was a most devastating accident, Joseph said. Accident, and preventable, Joseph. The team has been in deep discussion about the way forward from here. I bet you have. The rest of the team looked at Joseph as if they expected him to give them an explanation of what happened to Dr. Weinroth, or some sort of glorious speech about the merits of human life. He gave them nothing. Burns' head lowered and his eyes narrowed. The team believes that we should change tactics to a more aggressive approach, one that keeps the patient in a more comatose state. It will help prevent any further issues. Joseph shook his head. No, we voted before that we should try a less lethal approach. Patient 0 is not like the other infected. The information we discovered only yesterday points us to a satellite parasite-like virus attached to the host monkeypox virus. He collected himself and sucked in a deep breath. If we can unlock the genome behind the satellite, we may be able to figure out the riddle behind the epidemic. Burns nodded. While this is true, there is much more that needs to be discovered before we can move forward. We need more information now. Dr. Nguyen nodded his agreement, his eyes larger than normal behind his thick but small round glasses. We should move forward with invasive tissue harvesting. Since Dr. Weinroth's infection, we not only lost an important asset, but it set us back on our research timeline. We don't have a choice now. We always have a choice, Joseph said. He quickly scanned the room. They all avoided his eyes like he was one of the deadly infected. Dr. Jakowski, the time for half measures is over. He's only one man. Certainly you can see the higher mortality rates associated with high tissue harvesting mean little compared to the lives of millions, Dr. Nguyen said. Dr. Hollis rubbed the corners of his mouth and flicked away a crumb.
He is right. The risk is worth it.
He's alive, Dr. Hollis. We've only scratched the tip of the iceberg with our first few tests, and the data is fantastic.
But not enough,
Dr. Hollis said.
He also assaulted and infected Dr. Weinroth.
Burns's index fingers sprung up in front of his folded hands, running up the center of his mouth to his nose.
We do what we must. You said yourself you would support more intrusion if non-invasive harvesting did not work. It hasn't worked, Doctor. It's time to move forward.
His eyes brained Joseph. There was no debate in them.
All in favor say aye.
A resounding echo of ayes met Joseph's ears. Not one person voted to continue less invasive procedures. Dr. Desai couldn't look Joseph in the eyes. Joseph took his glasses off and rubbed his tired, dry eyes. He had been up with Dr. Weinroth all night and was losing his will, not to the virus, but to his peers, to fight the battle. He was beginning to accept the fact that he was going to assist in dangerous procedures in the name of science. I can't argue this any longer. I defer to the team. But let me speak to Mr. Thompson. Perhaps I can make him more compliant to our research needs.
Burns nodded. I believe that's fair. Dr. Desai, will you start analyzing the lymph node biopsy? Dr. Nguyen and Dr. Hollis, please prepare for surgery.
He said nothing to Joseph. Joseph stood up and left, leaving them behind. He walked down the hall and alone to the changing antechamber. He stripped down his clothes and hung them up in his locker. The locker next to his had a brown nameplate on it that read Weinroth. It sickened him to think of her as one of the infected. He slammed his locker closed. He grabbed a fresh pair of green scrubs from a white cabinet near the edge of the lockers. They would be incinerated later, never reaching this room again. He washed his hands and picked up a soap brush. He picked his nails with one end and then vigorously scrubbed his fingers, hands, and forearms. He reapplied soap that was a nasty bile color, and it left his skin orange until he scrubbed it off. He tossed the brush into a biohazard trash bin. He repeated the process again with soap. The other doctors began filing in, and he left them behind. Soldiers followed them in scrubs. He entered the next chamber. Blue hazmat suits hung on the walls. He pulled his down and put his legs inside, pulling it up and around his shoulders. He said nothing to the lab technician as she checked his suit for leaks. He ignored the other doctors as they prepped to go inside the room with patient 0. 30 minutes later, they all stood silent as the air was sucked up and out through ventilation ducts and pumped outside the facility. The doors rolled open, and the team of doctors, along with 2 soldiers, walked inside. Patient 0 was strapped to a table. They had doubled down on the bindings and kept the man under a different 24-hour sedation. Joseph's blue suit crinkled like a flapping tarp in a windstorm. He stopped next to patient 0. His eyes were closed, his skin pale. He infected her. He killed her with his bite. He deserves what is coming. No. His ethics battled his need for revenge. Remember why you are here. The other doctors stood back. Soldiers stood behind them with long batons. Joseph placed a hand on patient 0 and shook his shoulder. Richard, wake up. When he didn't, Joseph shook him harder. Richard's eyes cracked open. They were glassy and white as if he had shaken them up like snow globes. His voice was dry and broken.
Dr. Jakowski, water.
Joseph snatched up a bottle and held it to his lips.
Thanks, Richard whispered. Where have you been?
Joseph gulped and set down the bottle. "I've been attending to Dr. Weinroth." Richard's eyes shifted to the other doctors.
"She seemed nice. Where is she?"
"She's in another observation room."
"She's sick?"
Richard asked. His eyebrows limply shifted up. Joseph looked over at Burns. The colonel tapped his wrist impatiently. "She was infected."
"How?"
Richard groaned. "You don't remember?"
"Remember what?"
Richard groaned. He shifted on the table, testing his bindings. Joseph's brow furrowed. "You, Richard. You ripped off her mask and bit her face." Richard blinked back tears. His eyes stared straight up at the ceiling.
"I didn't. I can't remember anything."
Joseph squeezed his shoulder. "You did. You threw me into the wall. We couldn't stop you."
"I suppose that's why you brought the reinforcements this time."
The two soldiers looked ready to let him have it at any moment. Pistols on their hips reminded Joseph that lethal use of force would be authorized, regardless of Patient Zero's importance alive. "The doctors are here to continue researching you and the virus. They have a series of tests they need to run." He paused. "You understand why we must conduct these experiments, right?"
"Yeah,
"To create a vaccine for the virus." "That's correct. Some of the tests we have to conduct may be painful." Richard bit his lip and tried to nod.
"I understand. You know, I didn't ask for any of this."
Then quieter, he whispered,
"I didn't want this."
"We didn't want this either. We don't want to do this. I don't want to do this, but my team has overridden me. I must keep it together for the team." "Will you try to hold it together for us? The American people are depending on you." Richard tried to nod again, but his head was secured to the table. Joseph turned to the doctors and nodded. Burns walked forward, and Joseph stepped back.
"Dr. Nguyen, let's start with a portion of his liver."
"Partial biopsy?"
"No, I want a sizable portion. Let's get him open."
"You aren't going to sedate him?" Dr. Jakowski questioned. Burns regarded him over his shoulder.
"No more than he already is. You of all people saw how that affected him last time. We will use a local."
Joseph's jaw stayed in the drop position.
"Dr. Jakowski!"
Richard yelled. Joseph took a step farther away from them all.
"Dr. Jakowski, come back!"
Richard yelled. He squirmed in his restraints.
"Don't leave me here alone!"
Joseph took another step away from the table.
"Scalpel."
The Dr. Colonel held out his hand. Dr. Hollis handed the stainless steel cutting tool to Burns.
"Dr. Jakowski, what are they doing?"
Richard screamed. "Dr. Nguyen, find something to gag him with. As stimulating as the conversation may be, that's not why we're here." Dr. Nguyen put gauze into his mouth. He unrolled tape and pressed it down onto Richard's cheeks. Richard's yells came out muffled.
"I'll place the incision here,"
Burns said. His free hand massaged near Richard's right side, feeling for the perfect spot.
"There it is,"
Burns said. His hand pressed down, and his blade sunk through the layers of Richard's skin, fat, and muscle. Joseph's back hit the wall as Richard's muffled screams echoed in the operating room. Steel, northern Michigan. The rope creaked in the wind. The body slowly spun, suspended in the air by a thick blackened rope. It was shrunken and charred, skin peeling and cracking in ashy flakes. Its limbs were frozen in a final death spasm. Fingers curled near its neck, feet pointed, mouth posed in a scream. "Looks like rat face," Tess said. "I wouldn't know one way or another," Steele said. He looked on the ground for any clues. Overturned leaves and footprints littered the forest floor. She walked close, covering her mouth. She tugged on his hand and rubbed his finger. Bits of silver peeked out from his hands beneath the soot. "It's him. He had a skull ring on each hand." "Someone's killed them, but why?" Steele said. She didn't answer. He scanned the thick dune woods, peering past trees and shrubs alike. Each tree could hide an enemy human, infected or otherwise. "We should keep moving. I see tracks here," she said. "A blind man could follow these. There must be 20 or 30 pairs of feet here." "Or more." She squeezed her brow together, trying to read him. Steele took a deep breath, touching his headscar. "That's what I am afraid of," he said. "Only one way to find out." She walked off, following the tracks. He marched after her, deeper into the forest. They pushed tree branches from their path. Mile after mile they ranged, tracking the mass of people that had gone before them. The people had steamrolled the forest undergrowth without a seeming care in the world. Brazen or stupid or both, and we are walking right down the middle. It wasn't long before he passed Tess and took the lead. Long-distance races were not his specialty, but a low-intensity ruck was well within his wheelhouse. It was just something he could do. It was more of a mindset than actual conditioning that allowed someone to complete feats of endurance, but conditioning always helped. Keep gutting it out one step at a time. "Hold up there, Steele. I need a break," Tess said, hands on her hips. "Phew, haven't had to go this far in a while. I prefer shorter walks to the bar." She gave him a grin. "Can't keep up?" he said. He knelt down and rested his M4 over his knee. He never really stopped passively listening, looking, or feeling the surrounding environment for things that were out of place. He let all his senses ping. He let his guard down as her lips curled into a mischievous grin. "I would run you into the ground," Tess said. Steele couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He knew what she meant, and it wasn't a marathon race. She knew what she meant, and yet he couldn't resist her banter. "You sure of that?" he said, standing and meeting her eyes. There was something about her eyes. They promised something. A good time, a carefree life. Above all, passion. She took a step for him, her hips moving enough to draw his eyes downward across her chest and lower. Her hand reached up and tugged his beard downward, closer to her face. "You wouldn't last 5 minutes with me," she whispered. Her lips pursed a bit. Branches cracked and broke in the distance, giving way to intruders. Her eyes went wide, and Steele pushed her to the side. He ripped his M4 to his shoulder, eye aiming with his red dot optic. Ugly faces and decrepit, decaying bodies filled his optics. "Infected," he snarled. Dozens of infected marched their way, dead eyes glaring his way, blaming him for his living, breathing life. "Rah!" vibrated in their ears. A tall infected man crashed through the leaves, grabbing them both together. The infected's jawline was stripped clean of all flesh, revealing only ivory bone in its place. Its skin was greenish-brown, destroyed by sagging black pus sacs. Gunshot wounds leaking cold black blood lined his chest. Steele tried to raise his carbine level with the fiend, but was unable to get a shot. He instinctually grabbed the infected with his support hand. The infected growled, taking them off the path, its undead strength forcing their feet to backpedal. Firing his gun point-blank, Steele grunted as the gun recoiled hard into the notch of his elbow. Bullets penetrated the thing's leg over and over. Steele pulled the infected hard, forcing the creature to shift its weight to its disintegrated leg. Steele used the torn GVSU t-shirt to topple the creature down onto the ground. Steele landed on its chest. The creature's mouth opened wide for him, its arms wrapping in a bear hug around him and Tess. The infected's jaws snapped shut and opened further than tendons would allow a normal human's to unhinge, and crushed close again, spittle flying. The back of Steele's mind screamed, "You don't have time! They're coming! They're coming!" Gritting his teeth, he strained away from its gaping mouth. A gunshot concussed him, and for a moment he thought he misfired his carbine. The top of the infected's patchy-haired skull turned into a volcano of gooey, reddish-gray matter, quelling its struggle. Tess held her 1911 in, pointing it at them. Steele scrambled upright. Lining up his sights on the nearest infected, Steele fired in transition too quick. He rushed because the dead were almost upon them. Tess shot next to him, her arms extended, elbows almost locked, but open enough to absorb recoil. "Run!" Steele yelled at her. He pushed her in the direction the infected were not. They sprinted through the forest. Branches scratched their faces. Twigs cut at their arms. Rocks tripped their feet, but they ran. After minutes, he slowed and stopped. Resting on a white pine tree, his gun pointed behind them, he watched and waited for the disorderly pursuit of their enemies. He could hear them. Their movement was easy to identify. "You okay?" Steele breathed, watching his gun bounce in time to his pounding heartbeat. "Yeah, I think your 5 minutes are up," she joked. He wheezed a few laughs.
Hope you're up for round 2. Here they come again.
They weaved through the trees, not with the intention of avoiding detection, but with only the intention of pursuing their prey. His shooting in response was delayed, because he spent much more time waiting to get a clear shot than he would have liked. As they grew closer, he stood, not seeing the point of hiding. Tess joined him then, sending rounds into them with efficiency. In minutes it was over, a smoky cloud hanging in the air. He released his mag from the magwell and shoved it in his pocket. He replaced the almost empty magwell with a full one. Then he went about reloading his expended magazines. Tess checked her weapon status and joined him, loading bullets into her empty magazines. "You were made for this," Tess said. He kept his eyes up while he reloaded. "I was not. I was made for summertime at the beach and a nice glass of rye whiskey on the rocks." "Deny it all you want, but you were made for it." She shook her head at his apparent stupidity as she loaded her mags. Steele slipped a loaded 30-round mag into his vest pouch. "I don't want this," he said. He snapped up an empty mag to reload with freshly brassed bullets. "Who would want this disgusting, perverted shithole of a world?" "Do we ever have a choice of what our world looks like?" she asked. "We make the world what it is." "Did you make the world like this?" "Of course not. But the world is like this. Almost everyone is dead. But everyone doesn't need to die. You could make this place better, safer, habitable." "I don't see where I fit into this. I keep me and my people in one piece. Nothing more, nothing less. Except for all those that have fallen in this futile struggle." Tess stopped him by grabbing his sleeve. "Don't bullshit me. The average person can't make this better. Even a man like Pagan can't by himself. Thunder can't. I can't." "Not my problem," he said. "Listen, Steele, I can make do. I can hold out, fight, fucking barter, but if Pagan is gone—" She stopped, and her eyes drifted out into the forest. He watched her in silence. "Pagan and I are a team. If he's gone, I don't think I can do it without him." "We'll find him," Steele uttered. "Stop." She held up a hand. "You know what world we live in. This search is a courtesy I know he would do for me if I went missing. I have to recognize that he is probably dead like the men that rode with him." "The chances are high." She grimaced at his brutally honest words. "I know. Without him, I can survive, but I don't think I can lead little Sable by myself. Then you arrived. I see you for what you are, and that's somebody that can do this." "What are you trying to say?" he asked. He felt a headache coming on, one worse than any migraine he'd ever experienced. "I want you to help me lead Little Sable Point. I want us to be a team, at least until we find Pagan. I will default to you on all security matters." He released himself from her hand. "I don't want to be your co-leader or whatever it is you want. How would I lead people I don't even know? Why would they follow me? And there is no way for me to legitimize my leadership." Her eyes pleaded. "Little Sable has some good folk, men, women, and children. They're scared. They need someone that they can rely on. If we can get Pagan back, then you're off the hook. The Red Stripes will help you run security." "Why don't you ask Thunder? The Red Stripes follow him." "He doesn't want it. He made that clear in the beginning. He's got his club and he's got a soft spot for Sable, but he doesn't want to lead it." "And neither do I." Steele moved his carbine low, pointing it toward the ground, and walked ahead. He moved faster than he had before, his boots crunching leaves, creating space between them as if he could outrun her comments. "Steele, wait!" He stopped, more annoyed with her than anything else. "Maybe we could make another arrangement. An open one, of course." She smiled coyly and reached out a hand to stroke his cheek. Steele dodged her, shifting his head out of the way. "I didn't turn you down so we could fuck." He twisted his mouth and scanned the trees. Tess rolled her eyes as if she didn't believe him. "We're lucky Little Sable Point has gotten as far as it has. I need a man like you by my side. I'm not going anywhere. They trust me, and I'm saying that I trust you." She jumped, readjusting her backpack straps. He tried not to notice the perkiness of her breasts. "A good leader knows allies when they appear." "You don't get it." He jabbed a finger in her direction. "I've lost enough people. I'm the only one left from my counterterrorism team. I've lost friends. I've lost fellow survivors. Now I've lost my mother. I only have one real thing left, and that's Gwen. He stopped, realizing he was yelling, and stared at her. You don't understand. She nodded knowingly. That's why you have to do it. You have to do it for her. Little Sable is a good place. She'll thrive there. His mind wrestled with her words. Take leadership of a group of people I know nothing about for Gwen? I would do it in a heartbeat if there was any truth to it. But is there any truth to it? I will ultimately be responsible for all their lives. He clamped his mouth shut instead of responding. I see an opportunity here in you. You need us, and we need you. Without each other, we won't make it, she said. Everything seemed so far away except for the ghosts. They lingered behind the trees. They watched him from the shadows. Their dead eyes blamed him for not saving them. They followed him wherever he went, a ragtag band of his fallen people. The people of Little Sable Point will all haunt you when they are gone, just like Jarl and Wheeler and Lindsay and Andrea and Barnes and Nelson and Mauser. The last name made him cringe. His best friend, gone rogue, their friendship dead. If we meet again, I'll have to kill him. Tess watched him expectantly, as if she already knew the right answer, a look that only women can give men. He ran a hand over the crest of his healing head wound, a reminder of what this world had to offer. The list is already so long. Can I add more to it and not break? I don't know if I can handle adding any more people to my list. He breathed hard, frowning at this woman, this hardy twig of a woman. Her eyes glowed at him. Wiping her short, pointy nose, she smiled a bit. This is why you have to do it, because you care. Can I do this? Tess reached out for him, and he didn't flinch. She tugged his beard a bit. We need you, she whispered. He shook his head at her. All the voices in his head screamed for him to run away. His gut told him it was the wrong thing to do. Logic told him he would only suffer for this decision, but something else hid deep down inside him. He drew strength from it like an eternal well within his soul. I'm sure I'm going to regret this, but I'll help until we find Pagan. Deal. Until we find Pagan. When we find him, I will step down as whatever it is I am. I will let you go then, she said. Her smile said that he was hers forever. I'm going to need your help to make it more organized and structured. Keep people safe. I'll need volunteers to put together some kind of defense force. The red stripes are invaluable, but we have to be able to do it on our own. I think I can round up some volunteers, but no draft or any kind of martial law. You saw what that got us during the outbreak. A lot of dead people. We're small enough that we respect people's liberties. Her dark eyes stated that she wasn't one to not be trifled with. What do you mean? Little Sable thrives because we allow freedom of movement into and out of the camp, respect of personal property, and equal treatment of men, women, and children. I'll do my best, but we must set a foundation, or we will never be more than a rabble easily destroyed by the infected. She stuck out her hand close to him. I hereby appoint you an official representative of Little Sable Point. He shook her hand, locked in by his word and sealed by his handshake. What, no secret handshake? He asked. Nope. What you see is what you get. They released hands. Come on, partner, he said. He walked ahead of her, wondering if he was being chased or followed. The Pastor, Northern Michigan. The fires from the furnace cast an orange glow upon his followers as if they were burning in hell. They sat complacent in a haphazard set of rows awaiting his guidance, just as they had done before the end of the world, except they were no longer in his megachurch on the outskirts of Grand Rapids, but had taken refuge in the Temple Energy power plant. Isolated near the lakeshore, the coal power plant had proven a stable, protected base of operations for his followers. A sizable portion of his congregation had followed him out of Grand Rapids to the Lake Michigan shoreline. When the initial news reports of a deadly virus started spreading, they had congregated inside his giant warehouse-like church. They yearned for direction in the time of uncertainty, fearing their place in the world that God had turned his back on. They fled the city when the government had tried to keep them in place, his decision saving their lives. After fleeing the city on parish buses, others joined them, people lost and searching, God's purpose shining through them. The others they had found were casualties of Armageddon, scared and alone with no one to help them, no one except God. The pastor accepted them as they accepted God's virtuous light. "I am the smith of the Lord, and ever his humble servant. He has always known our path, for he is omniscient," the pastor said, spreading his arms wide as if he were a graceful crane welcoming his flock. He paced to and fro, letting the people indulge in his holy presence before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of black coal. He rotated it in his fingers, holding it high so they all could see. They gawked as if he held the Hope Diamond, their eyes sucking in its very presence. "This is one of them. The media, in all their corrupted wisdom, called them sick. People were slaughtered for listening to their lies, for they know nothing of God's will. They were blind to what was happening." Shouts of "aye" and "yes" punctuated from his followers. The pastor tossed the piece of coal into the air and caught it. "This," he twisted it in his fingers, "this is Satan's foot soldier. Some call them infected, but infected with what?" "Sin," a boy shouted from the front row. The pastor gingerly bent down in front of the boy. "That's right, Will." The pastor stood back up, ignoring the pain in his back, and held the piece of coal up. "The government said to restrain them, but we knew better all along. We knew what they were capable of. We knew that they weren't like us anymore. The doctors told us they were sick, but their souls were already gone, replaced with the devil's own ilk. The disciple Mark warned about this in the Bible, when Jesus removed the demons and sent them into the swine. They are many, and they are legion." He held the piece of coal level with his eye. "We know that we are children of God, and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. The host of the dead was chosen by Satan himself to wipe mankind from the earth. They are many. Their sin pollutes everything they touch." A few people shouted no's in the audience. A woman stood pleading, her arms in the air with despair. He nodded sadly, his thin, clean-shaven face gaunt with sorrow. "We live in the most difficult time, but we need not be afraid, because when we throw these devils into the holy fire of the Lord," he said, stopping in front of the large furnace behind him. He tossed the piece of coal into the furnace, and the flames crackled with molten hot fire leaping about. "He rejoices at our blessed acts." His people nodded their heads, murmuring in agreement. "The more of the legion you send back to the fires of hell that spawned them, the hotter God's fire will burn in your hearts. It will burn so bright inside you, you will become like molten steel, smoldering with God's love." He locked his hands behind his back and continued his pacing. "I mold men in the fires of hell and beat them into instruments of God, instruments of righteousness. This is what you are." He pointed out at them. "You wage a holy war against Legion, against those marked by the beast and the unbelievers, against those who refuse to recognize his greatness." His followers stood now, infused with the passion and power of his sermon. Gesturing for them to be seated, he gave a gentle wave to a man that stood nearby. He was lean and handsome, his wavy blonde hair parted and combed over his head. "Come forward, brother." He waved the man onward with his hand. "Many of you know my disciple, Matthew." Matthew approached, taking his place by the pastor's side, holding his improvised wood-handled flail in his hands. "When Matthew came to us, he was scared and alone. He knew nothing of God's love." He looked at Matthew. "What was your occupation before Armageddon?" Matthew smiled at the crowd. He was accustomed to public speaking. "I was a bank manager at New Heights Bank in Comstock." "What did you do as a bank manager?" Matthew's smile faded, and he cast his eyes downward. "I gave people bad loans, and when they defaulted on their payments, took their land and homes." The pastor nodded his head knowingly. He narrowed his eyes, trying to understand. "And why did you do this, Matthew? Those were good people out there, only trying to make ends meet." Matthew's eyes filled with the tears of regret. "To make more money?" The pastor nodded. "Ah, yes. Greed. Greed is the sin of the many. Money infects all it meets. Yet you are here, and one of the highest of God's chosen people." Matthew turned toward the pastor. "When you found me, I was starving. I hadn't eaten in over a week. I was locked inside the bank vault with nothing but a few bottles of water. The devil's own terrified me." The pastor patted Matthew's shoulder. "You were like a child, a canvas of only needs, but your destiny was not to die." Everyone's eyes were completely enthralled with the sinful hero's story. Children sat in the front row watching the men, elbows on their knees, hands underneath chins. "I have sinned. I know what it's like to fall into temptation, but God has shown me the way. He rejoices every time we cleanse one of them from the earth. One club swing, one hammer swing, one bullet at a time." The congregation openly cheered him on, now filled with the fervor of God. "Your destiny wasn't to sin forever. It was to join the blessed. Tell me, Matthew, how many of Satan's legion have you sent screaming back to hell?" 226. 226 of Satan's spawn he has destroyed. He has sent their tormented, twisted souls back to hell. For evil hath no place while the righteous stand tall in the eyes of the Lord. People shouted, filled with God's love. "And how many do you expect to kill in the future?" Matthew's full smile faded as he humbled himself in front of the congregation. "So many that the angels will rejoice." "God wills it," the pastor shouted, and his people chanted it in return. He raised his simple carpenter's tool into the air, and they loved him for it. "Jesus was a carpenter, and therefore I will use his tool to destroy the wicked. Sleep well tonight, God's chosen people, for tomorrow our noble crusade continues." He bowed his head in deference to them, holstering his hammer on his belt. "May you walk in his image, brothers and sisters." He nodded his thanks. He began his walk over to the floor manager's office that he had commandeered as his quarters. His followers, his soldiers of Christ, came to shake his hand, and it took him 20 minutes to get inside the small room. I give them hope where life only gives them despair. Once inside, he closed the door, sitting down at his desk. I must keep the fire of the Lord hot, or we will lose this battle, for his kingdom is small, and the devil's great. Shuffling some papers, he glanced over maps of the area. They are here somewhere. A group of survivors had been evading him for weeks. They hid somewhere along the coast. He would annex them, and God's kingdom would grow. Fresh recruits to swell his ranks, or if they were evildoers, they would be purged and their supplies commandeered for his warriors of God. After 30 minutes of outlining the area where he had sent his scouting parties, he let his eyes close for a moment in silent prayer. Give strength to this old body, O Lord. Lend me your wisdom. Lend me your power. A light rapping on the door forced him to open his eyes. You may enter. A broad man with curly blonde hair entered, bowing his head a bit. Peter, how can I be of service to you, my son? It's one of the scouting parties. Peter eyed the floor, wringing his hands together as if he were 8 years old and caught stealing a cookie. Yes, go on. Luke's party found some people. The pastor leaned forward, Peter receiving all his attention. They can't evade me forever. Peter's eyes darted back and forth. Well, actually only one person. The others received purification. The pastor intertwined his fingers in front of him, considering the information. I see. I do hope Brother Luke remembers my edict regarding the purification of non-believers. Little beads of sweat formed on Peter's forehead. I believe Brother Luke does. The non-believers were hostile. Brother Matthias and Brother John were killed. Hostile? This is sad news, but God sends us good with the bad. Remember that, Peter. There is always a blessing in bad news. The pastor stood, a black-clad wraith. Show me our captive. Then I would like you to give extra rations to Brother Matthias's wife and to Brother John's mother. You will ensure that they are provided for. God cares for all members of his community. It will be done. Peter bowed his head. Now, take me to the prisoner. They cut through tents, sleeping bags, and makeshift privacy shelters, flanked on all sides by dull gray piping connecting and curving up and down the walls. They burnt only a small amount of coal, barely turning one of 4 heavy turbines with the water they heated to steam by the furnace, creating enough electricity for the plant. They would not go cold this winter on the harsh Michigan lakeshore. He had seen to that. The pastor's shoes scuffed down the corridor with a whisk-whisk as he walked. Peter's boots thudded along behind. At the end of the corridor, near the coal-fire furnace, was a room. Brothers Luke and Anthony stood outside the room, conversing in hushed tones. "Pastor, I'm pleased that you've come," Luke said with a mean smile. "You are pleased to present me with one captive that could have been 3, the pastor said, mouth flat. "The unbelievers were rough, uncouth men. I could see no redemption inside them," Luke said, wiping long strands of black hair out of his face, a thin chin jutting from his jaw. "That is not for you to decide. Only God knows the true hearts of men." "But," Luke said, "you must exercise some prudence in the field, Brother Luke. Show me the captive." Luke physically struggled, holding in his anger. If he wasn't so devout, I would banish him from God's kingdom or purify him in God's name. The pastor rested a fatherly hand on Luke. "You did well, Brother Luke." Luke smiled, his canines a few millimeters too long. "Thank you, Pastor," he said, putting a hand on the straight bar handle, lifting the piece of metal upward. It was dark. A man sat in a lone chair at the center of the room. The captive's head was bowed, and his hands were tied behind his back. The pastor walked into the room, letting his steps fall with authority. The man let his head rise. Blood glistened on his stubbly brown beard, leaking from the corner of his mouth. "What's your name, child?" The pastor's voice came out hushed. The man's lips twitched into a smile, blood staining his teeth as if he already bore the hated mark of the beast. The man's smile grew as the pastor stepped closer. "His smile is off-putting. He may be insane. Not the first person who has seen the devil's work and had it break their mind." "The pastor asked your name, heathen!" Luke spat. The man's eyes darted toward Luke with disgust, but he kept a smile on his face. "We will not hurt you any more, child. Some of our brothers offer less tact than others. Peter, bring him water." Peter brought in a glass, holding it to the man's mouth. He drank greedily. "What is your name, son? All men have names, even God's lowest of followers. Speak freely. Your soul is at stake." The pastor loomed over him, an angel of judgment in black. The captive man spit blood on the floor and lifted his head back to the pastor, grinning outrightly now. "He's broken. He will not be the last." The pastor turned toward Luke. "Make an example out of him. He has nothing to offer God's kingdom," he said with a wave of his hand. Luke loosened a long knife from his belt and licked his lips. "I'm not broken, Pastor," the man said from behind. His voice was hoarse. The pastor turned, clasping his hands in front of his body. It was his turn to smile. "That is good, my son. Perhaps we can help each other. But you must have a name." The captive's cheek swelled on one side, puffing out like a golf ball. "My name is Pagan." The pastor smiled. "Of course it is." Tess, northern Michigan. Dark white pine lined the sandy ridge stunted by the barren soil of sand and clay. They followed a white-tailed deer trail that ran along the top of the almost dune. Sticking her thumbs through her pack, she followed behind this broad-backed man she barely knew, a man she had joined forces with from the mere feeling in the back of her spine that she had done the right thing. He stalked ahead, a leader and protector, putting himself in harm's way first. She had made relations with men like him in the past, but he was different. He carried a weight on his shoulders that would have broken weaker men, and she couldn't tell if it was a general weariness from exhaustion or his thoughts and responsibilities that wore him down. Waving a hand, he silently called her to join him near a short, fat pine. I wonder if he could fit those hands all the way around my waist. "What is it?" she asked. He crouched down, gesturing for her to join him. "How well do you know this area?" he said, voice low. "Not well, only what we've scouted through. Why?" "You aren't from here?" he said, eyes bouncing down to her lips, if only for a moment. "Cadillac, Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids was my latest stomping ground. Then the outbreak forced me here." He scanned the forest. "I haven't summered up here in years, but I was thinking, if Pentwater is north of here, isn't there a power plant nearby?" "Do I look like someone who would care about where a polluting energy company resided? Now, if you asked about where a craft brewery is around here, I could definitely point you in the right direction." She let her eyes graze past his, avoiding full contact. "Fetch Brewery is only about 25 minutes from here. Damn good place." "You like beer?" Steele said, bewildered. "Like it. I used to brew it. I was the brewmaster at First Eagle Brewery," she said. "No shit. What kind of beer did you brew?" "I had a few favorites. IPAs are my specialty, but I also make a mean dunkel." "Well, damn. You got any back at the camp?" His beard ruffled with the wind, a glimmer of a smile emerging from underneath. "I wish. If you get me the right ingredients and tools, I could probably whip up a batch that isn't too far off the original recipe." "Do the Red Stripes know this? Because I'm sure they would love some fresh brew." "Never really talked about it, the whole dead rising from the grave thing." "I'm pretty sure you don't understand. Beer is a necessity, especially in a time like this. They would ride far and wide for ingredients." "You're preaching to the choir, soldier boy." "I already told you, I'm not military," he said. "And you don't know anything about a power plant nearby?" "No. Why do you keep jabbering on about this stupid power plant?" she said, giving him a bit of lip-biting. Can't hurt to keep him interested. It should keep him in my pocket. As he talked, he became more and more excited, as if he could literally envision his power plant base in the future. "Because what if we can get it running? Have electricity. We could control the supply of power along the lakeshore. We could use it to trade. Not to mention we could secure the facility and not live out in the open because winter is almost here." "Slow down, cowboy. First, we have to find this mythical power plant. Second, we have to convince all our people that this is in our best interest." "What bad could happen?" he asked. "Are you serious? When you have a resource, people will want it." She folded her hands across her chest. "What about the infected? What if it attracts them?" His mouth flattened. "Having what other people want brings them to the table. Or brings them at night with blood on their minds." "True. We'll need to provide a common defense, or others will take it. That's where those volunteers come into play. Even if I can only get them started, Pagan can train them." She could practically see the wheels in his head churning out idea after idea. Looking at him, her stomach fluttered a bit. "This is not me. I don't swoon like a schoolgirl over some Neanderthal with a big gun and a scraggly beard." He had something that made her trust him in a world where trust was hard to come by. "Let's go, Wyatt Earp. My Pagan won't find himself." The duo walked over the sandy hills through a sparse forest. The stunted trees struggled to hold on to the sand, roots gripping the loose soil in an effort to stay upright. Green dune grass swished, an army of thin, bright green spear points swaying in the waves of the wind. The tracks, oval-shaped divots, were easy to see in the sand, and it seemed as if 1,000 feet had traversed the path. A blind man could follow these tracks. It's not the action of someone who is in hiding. "Hey, Wild Bill!" she called up to him. "What?" "What if we are only following a huge pack of infected?" "And we are going to have a long run back to Red Rhonda." "Ha!" she belted. "What, you aren't going to single-handedly defeat them all? I would have to say I'm a little disappointed." He glanced over his shoulder, still walking. "Nope. I'm going to run my ass off." "That doesn't sound like the man I joined forces with." His head stayed forward. "This is him." "Geez, you aren't getting all butthurt, are you?" she teased. She could tell by the sound of his voice that he was smiling as he trekked. "I assure you, my manliness is not determined by whether or not I can defeat 1,000 infected at once. In fact, running shows a bit of maturity," he finished, sounding a bit pleased with himself. "More brains than balls, huh? First man I ever met like that." She laughed loud enough to make sure he heard her. His shoulders leaned one way and then the other with each step of his feet. His pack groaned, gravity compressing it upon his spine. "We shall see," he said. "Yes, we shall, Mark Steele." After 30 minutes of trekking, they struggled up a large ridge. Cresting the top of it, they stopped. Sprawled out below them lay a large industrial facility sitting next to a canal. 2 large smokestacks jutted skyward. The white concrete stacks were encircled by blood-red stripes and rose hundreds of feet into the air. A massive pile of black coal sat stacked up near the waterway, a large conveyor belt running from the coal pile to the water. It was as if someone had shoveled a giant pile of snow and dyed it the color of night. "Wow," she said. "You were right." She felt his hand on her back, shoving her downward to the sand. The miniature gold granules sped for her face, and she barely got her hands underneath her before she was crushed into the ground. The sand gave way beneath her. She squirmed onto her back, and at the same time, her hand instinctively went to her shoulder harness holstered 1911. Her fingers clawed for her gun, trying to create enough space to release the weapon. "Get the fuck off me," she growled. His fingers locked around her wrist, pressing it into her body. He held it close, pinning it to her chest. His ironclad fingers dug into her wrist, crushing it. She struggled and tried to wiggle free. "Shh! Be quiet," he said. His eyes stared out, scanning the area. She read him, letting her eyes dance back and forth. His eyes weren't wild and frantic like those of a man waging an attack, but calm and concerned, even worried. He glanced back down at her. Kindness lurked there somewhere. "There are people down there," he uttered. "Infected?" She hushed. "No. People. As she relaxed, he gradually let her go and crawled onto his stomach. His elbows dug into the ground as he crawled to the top of the ridge, his long gun laying across his biceps and forearms. She inched up next to him, peeking over the ridge with hesitant expectation. Semis, buses, pickups, and cars sat parked near the plant. People walked to and fro, busy with duties and chores that could only be related to the operation of a base camp. Some shoveled coal, others hauled it away, buckets swaying back and forth as they carried the heavy loads. "Looks like somebody stole your power plant idea," she said softly. "Yes, it does. Look at all of them. The most live people I've seen since the outbreak," she said. "Too many people," he said under his breath. He brought his carbine optic up to his face and carefully scanned the plant and the surroundings. "I count at least 50 people working outside. 2 snipers there above the entrance, and another 2 in that corner over there." Tess squinted, attempting to make out the blurry miniature men sitting still atop the building. "You aren't worried about them?" she asked, feeling a little nervous about the idea that someone could be lining up their sights on her head as she spoke. "No, they aren't looking for us necessarily. What should we do?" "There." He pointed to the coal pile. "There's our huckleberry." He handed her his M4 carbine, the guy digging by the pile with the 2 guards. She held the optic close to her eye. Everything zoomed forward. The people were dirty and haggard, as if they had trudged along on their mental willpower alone. A lightly bearded man marched back to the coal power plant, a bucket of coal resting on his shoulder. "Hagen," she whispered, her heart speeding up. "He's alive." "Finding him was the easy part," Steele said. "Breaking him out is going to be a bitch," she replied. Gwen, Little Sable Point, Michigan. The ring of vehicles did little to protect her from the wind. Her baggy ACUs did only enough to keep the cool air from biting at her skin. Tracing her footsteps in the sand, she stepped lightly, arms crossed over her body. Her blonde hair whipped back and forth, and she did nothing to stop it from tussling about. Greene had passed everything inside the small enclosure at least a half-dozen times. The back of a tractor-trailer sat open, and a fat woman sat on the edge of the trailer with a couple of the red stripes. Patrons and visitors of the small community would come and go, presenting something of value for packages of food. Families sat inside their RVs and campers, while others camped in blue, red, and green tents outside of cars and hatchbacks. A few kids ran through the tents, playing hide-and-seek. On her seventh pass, a man hollered at her from in front of his camper. "You trying to drill to China, darling?" the older man said. His skin hung off his face, folding over his white turtleneck shirt, looking like he lost so much weight that he was trying to keep his skin in tight with his clothes. Gwen's lips spread in a weak smile. "No, sir, just thinking." The pills burned in her pocket as if they knew she thought of them. They wanted to be found. They wanted to be taken. They begged her to do it. "If I take enough, it will just go away. How can I do it?" "My father always told me to avoid a woman when she was thinking too much." He paused and waited for a response. She stared at him with dark eyes. He wrinkled his nose at her. "I never listened to much he said anyway." He waved her over. "Are you hungry?" A navy sport coat drooped over his shoulders, the limp fabric searching for a body to fill it out. "Anything to keep my mind off this predicament." She plodded over to him. "Cashews?" he asked. He thrust a package of cashews in her direction, shaking them a bit like he was calling a dog with a treat. She cupped her hands, and he shook some of the oblong nuts onto her palms. He grinned, showing yellowish teeth. "Where are my manners?" He put a hand to his chest. "My name is Dr. George Thatcher. Before you ask, I'm not that kind of doctor." "Gwen Reynolds," she said. She munched a nut, savoring the salty flavor. "What kind of doctor are you?" "I was a political science professor at Mason College, small liberal arts university near Midland." "I'm not familiar with the colleges in this area." He looked disappointed. "Ah, of course not. Are you in the military? Or should I say, were you in the military?" "No, these are on loan, but I don't think they're going to ask for them back." "I suppose not." He looked even more disappointed. "The last I heard about them was the National Guard was protecting the Capitol building in Lansing. That seems like forever ago. Now I'm living in a trailer with a bunch of people I only know in passing. And of course, Gordon here." "Gordon!" he called out. A fox-colored Pomeranian shot out from beneath his camper. It skipped about at his feet, begging for food. "Get away, you little devil! Not in front of our guest, shoo!" The small dog continued to scamper about his feet. It danced back and forth, excited at the prospect of being fed. "Fine, take this," he said, tossing the dog a cashew, which it caught in the air with practiced promptness. The dog did victory circles, chasing its own tail. "Gordon, don't be so rude. Here, take this," he said, handing her the cashews. "He loves them." Her lips rose into a genuine smile for the first time in forever. "It sure looks like it," she said. She held one out, tantalizing the small animal. "Well, go on, give him one. Don't be cruel." She threw a nut high in the air, and it plopped into the dog's waiting mouth. He crunched the nut once and swallowed, not caring to savor his treat. "Ha ha!" she half laughed. She tossed him another, and he caught that one too. Dr. Thatcher looked on like a proud pet father. "Gordon can do more than that." "Oh, can he?" she said, amused, her head tilting to the side. "Sure can. Watch this. Gordon, stand up." The dog stood up on his hind legs. Taking short little steps, the dog did circles for its well-deserved treats. "Wow, look at him go," she said to the proud owner. "He's lucky to be here. Before the food truck came, people wanted to eat him. I can't say I wasn't tempted." He patted the dog on the head. Dr. Thatcher stopped, looking up at her. "Where did you come from? I've seen your group. Rough, mean-spirited-looking people." He picked Gordon up and held him in his arms. "Washington, D.C. It went under quick. Nothing anyone did could prevent it. So many people died. Even the emergency bunkers failed." Dr. Thatcher stroked Gordon's head. "Did you work there?" "I worked at the National Red Cross headquarters in D.C. The word "worked" gave her a weird feeling. "I technically never quit, but it's all gone now." "Ah, I see. A bleeding heart." She didn't answer him. "Am I?" "Or a heart of stone," he said quietly, petting the head of Gordon. Dr. Thatcher's eyes held a sadness in them. "Don't forget where you came from. The past isn't dead." High-pitched crying distracted her from the professor. A child stood in the middle of the tents, tears streaming out of her eyes. "Will you excuse me, Professor?"
"Of course," he said with an understanding smile.
Gwen walked over to the crying child. Not more than 6 years old, the young girl's cheeks were red from sobbing. Gwen crouched down to her level. "Hi there, young lady. Are you okay?" she said, exaggerating her words in an effort to be comforting. Unable to get enough air into her lungs, the little girl said with trembling lips, They all left me here." "Who left you here? Your friends?" The small child's head bobbed up and down in agreement. "My name's Gwen. What's your name?" "Lacey," the girl sniffled. "Well, Lacey, I'm going to help you find your friends." She wiped a tear from the girl's cheek, feeling her insides melt. Gwen stood upright. "Do you want me to help you?" The small girl nodded her head again, and Gwen offered her hand to the little girl. The girl glanced up, unsure about her new friend. Gwen smiled back. After a moment, Lacey decided Gwen was safe enough, and grasped Gwen's pinky finger. With the steps of a child, they circled the inner ring around the lighthouse. Children darted in and out of tents and wheels in the far end of the encampment. They hid beneath trash, scraps, and scattered debris. Their hearts are still young. Their world will be one filled with only loss and misery, but they don't know it. It brought her great sadness knowing that they would suffer so much no matter what path their lives took. Only despair would meet them in the future, a future filled with stomach pains and gut cramps when they had nothing to eat, a future gobbled up in fear of being ripped apart by the undead or being murdered by bandits, a guarantee of psychological damage as they watched their friends, family, and loved ones die around them, victims of violence at the hands of the dead or the guns of the living. Gulping the ball of emotion down her throat, Gwen looked down on little Lacey. The girl stared up at Gwen, dirt outlining her cherubic small face like apocalyptic cosmetics. "Are you okay?" Lacey's voice squeaked. Gwen bent down next to the little girl, wiping a tear from her own face. "Damn hormones. Yes, Lacey, everything's fine." "You don't look so fine." Laughing a bit, Gwen wiped her other eye. "Lacey, you go and play with your friends. I see them over there." "But I don't know where they are." Gwen stood, peering around the parked vehicles. She spied a child's white shoes sticking out from behind a wheel. She pointed to the feet. "See there? Go get him." Lacey gushed, looking up at her. "Thanks, lady," she cried out, and tagged the other child beneath the rubber tire. They scampered off as the children chased each other. Let them be young while they can. Standing straight, she covered her own stomach as she watched them play. A few years down the road, and one of these kids playing could be mine. The children brought a sad smile to her lips, making her soul ache just a little less than it had before. For several minutes she watched them until she noticed a boy, about the age of 5, standing away from the rest. His hair was the color of the sun. His eyes were blue but bordered on gray like a smoky ocean wave. His red zip-up sweatshirt hung open, shifted to one side as if someone had yanked him around. Beneath the sweater, he wore a blue shirt with a red star emblazoned on the front. She gave him a half wave. Unblinking, he stared back at her as if he expected her to do something. Uncomfortable, Gwen turned back to the kids now playing tag around a fire pit. Guilt washed over her, and she looked back up at the child. He had disappeared. Her maternal instincts went into overdrive. Rushing, she quick-stepped to where the boy had once stood. Using the bumper of a trailer as a brace, she looked underneath. Dune grass lay crushed and limp. "Hello?" she yelled out. "Boy!" Only the wind and the water answered her. "Come back!" she hollered. Dropping to her hands and knees, she crawled to the other side of the trailer. She stood up on the unsecured side of the ring of cars and brushed sand off her clothes. Beach met her feet. Small tracks led away from the vehicular palisade, a little mop of blonde hair bouncing over the sand. "Stop!" she called after him. The boy turned toward her, considering her with a half-smile. He let out a high-pitched giggle. She ran after him. The sand ate her feet up, ensuring she made slow progress. The boy topped a sand dune and disappeared. "Goddamn kid, he's going to get himself killed, along with me." After a few moments, she crested the same sand ridge, and the boy stood below playing near the waves. He held a stick in his hand, battling the waves with it. Every time a wave would roll onto the shore, the boy would run inland, laughing at the wild water, swinging his stick wildly at it. He bent his small legs, picked up a rock, and threw it back at the offending waves. "Come here," she scolded. Her finger pointed to the ground at her side. The boy turned in her direction, a smile on his lips. The splashing of distress forced her eyes away from him. Her mind instinctually thought of a shark or of somebody drowning, but a man's head and upper torso emerged from the waves. The infected man's skin sagged low and gray off his face as if it weighed too much for his body, almost as if he were a bloodhound in human form. Wading through the waves, the man was followed by another, and another. They wore hardly recognizable shirts and pants, seemingly melted to their waterlogged skin. She drew her knife in a second. "What are you doing?" a voice shouted behind her. She spun around toward the voice. Ahmed bounded down the dune at her. He held a bat in his hand. "The boy!" she shouted at him. "Help me get him!" Ahmed looked over her shoulder, worried. "Where is he?" "He's right here," Gwen said, turning back toward the big lake. The boy was gone. Only the dead walked in his place. "He was just here. Help me! Boy! Boy!" she called out. "I only see infected." Ahmed gripped his bat nervously with both hands. "Help me!" She ran into the water. "Boy! Boy!" she screamed. The ugly faces of the infected struggled for her. She swept the water with her hands. "He was just here!" she cried. Ahmed's bat cracked off the side of an infected head, and it splashed face down into the water. The torso followed the head, arms spread wide. The body floated on the surface of the waves, tossed around by their force. Frantic, Gwen spun around in a circle. "Where is he? Where is he?" "We should go back," Ahmed grunted as he bashed another skull. Pieces of white cranium splintered and were launched free as pink brains exploded outward. "He was here!" she yelled, wading through the water. Angry sediments floated to the surface of the brown water as she stirred up the lake bed. An arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her up from the shallows. "Come on!" Ahmed's voice reverberated in her ear. As she thrashed in the water, he half carried, half dragged her to the beach. "Gwen, please!" he muttered, not fighting, but blocking her from going back. More forms came out of the shallows. "The boy!" she breathed, exasperated. Ahmed scowled at the infected in the water. "I see no boy. If he's smart, he's already back at camp. Come on." They ran back to camp as fast as the sand would allow them. Ahmed snatched up his M4 from their campsite. "You can't," she breathed. "I'm so tired. Go by yourself." "If only you listened to your own words." He flashed a quick smile at her. "We need to put them down before they reach the perimeter." He raced up a ladder on the backside of a nearby camper. The slamming of car doors drew their attention. Her bearded agent, deep scar running across his scalp, stepped out of a red Ford Ranger. "Mark! Thank God he is back. And there is that hussy." Tess threw a pack on her shoulder, joining Mark as they entered the camp. Her tight black pants revealed her narrow hips, small ass, and petite all-around frame like that of a cat burglar. She turned, saying something to Mark, and he smiled and barked a laugh into the air. "There's no way he finds her funny, that pothead." Mark made eye contact with Tess as they marched toward her, and Tess met his eyes, giving him a soft, cradling smile. It may as well have been an invitation back to her camper. When he turned back to Gwen, his eyes quickly darkened as though the sun had eclipsed above them in the sky. "Have I lost you?" Moans rolled up the dunes, and he dropped his pack and ran for them. Joseph, Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. The lights from above revealed everything. They shone down unrelentingly from the ceiling, displaying all of the doctor's dirty deeds below. The heart rate monitor beeped. Burns and Dr. Nguyen cut away at patient zero like he was a thick steak. His body rocked beneath the restraints, still living under their dissecting blades. Joseph stood in the back, watching them take piece after piece off the man. After each piece was taken, whether it was a lobe of lung or a piece of the brain's frontal lobe, they would sew him back up as if they had just completed a successful surgery. Dr. Hollis had been allowed to leave after an hour to assist Dr. Desai in running a gambit of tests, leaving Joseph with the two butchers in blue hazmat suits. Burns looked over his shoulder. "Dr. Jakowski, will you assist Dr. Nguyen with acquiring a biopsy of his heart? That shouldn't be outside your comfort zone." Joseph circled the table. His feet obeyed, his will already overcome by his peers. Dr. Nguyen looked up at Joseph as he stepped up beside him. Patient Zero's eyes had been taped closed, and his mouth gagged, but beneath the partially open lids, his eyes darted back and forth. Whimpers of pain exited his mouth as if he was exhausted from crying. "I'm thinking we will make our incision here." Dr. Nguyen's blue-suited fingers jabbed Patient Zero in the lower part of his armpit, below the swollen lymph node. The node was almost black beneath his pale, almost translucent skin, like a lump of coal underneath the snow. "You don't think the groin or stomach?" Joseph asked, referring to other areas to enter into with a catheter in order to reach the heart. "We had a few difficulties with his gastrointestinal areas." An X of freshly opened and then sewn up again scars crossed Patient Zero's belly. "I see that," Joseph spat. Richard would probably never be able to relieve himself on his own. Portions of his intestines, stomach, and colon had been snipped away like he was a hairless cat in a middle school science lab. "But I agree, Dr. Nguyen. Let's try a spot that hasn't been hacked to pieces already." The Asian doctor's eyes narrowed only as far as they could go, while still staying open. "I'll let you guide me then, Doctor." Dr. Nguyen bent close to Patient Zero. His scalpel slid neatly below the blackening lymph node. Dark brown blood seeped from the open wound, and he wiped it away with gauze. "I am searching for the axillary artery that runs through the upper torso to the heart." A single finger explored the slit he had created. "Ah, there. Catheter, please." Joseph picked up a clear tube and handed it to him. The tube was a rigid sheath that would keep the puncture site open for insertion of the flexible thin tube with a camera on one end. Dr. Nguyen threaded the thin tube through the sheath into the artery. Joseph flipped a switch on a monitor. "Camera's on," Joseph said. A tunnel image came up on the monitor. A round image of the white walls of the artery lined the tunnel. Dr. Nguyen glanced at the screen. "You may begin to feed." The camera-headed tube drove through the artery, grazing its walls. Dr. Nguyen barely tried to be gentle while feeding the catheter. Joseph glanced at Patient Zero's face. His eyes were only white, rolled up inside his head. Beep, beep, beep. Patient Zero's heartbeat slowed. Joseph watched the heart rate monitor closely. "Dr. Nguyen, his blood pressure is dropping, 100/50. Should we continue?" "Of course, it's a normal biopsy," Burns said from across the table. The man looked angry that they might stop their collection. Dr. Nguyen nodded and continued to feed the tube. "I've reached the aortic arch, entering the left ventricle now." The walls of the tunnel on the screen pumped in time with the beating of Patient Zero's heart. The pressure inside the artery slowed, the pushing of blood becoming a drip-drip instead of a thud-thud. "Dr. Nguyen, get a good sample from there." The colonel pointed on the screen. "Why is that black? I've never seen anything like it." "Is part of his heart dying?" "Literally, the tissue appears to be deteriorating," Joseph said. They stared at the screen, ignoring the beeps that crept lower and lower, until he flatlined. Beep! The heart monitor screamed attention to his predicament. "He's in cardiac arrest," Joseph shouted. He placed his hands 2 inches above the end of the sternum. He let his arms stay straight and began pumping Richard's chest to the beat of a song. After 30 seconds of pounding Richard's chest, he looked at the other doctors. They stood watching. "Somebody help me!" Joseph demanded. Burns had the nerve to step back. He held his bloodied hands upright in the air, the backs of his hands to Joseph and Patient Zero. "What are you doing?" Joseph's voice came out in a screech. "He's flatlining." "We don't really feel the need to resuscitate the patient. In fact, much of this work would be easier if he was already dead." "Are you kidding me?" Joseph screamed between pumps of his chest. "You are a doctor, for Christ's sake! Dr. Nguyen, help me!" "I'm curious to see the virus after the body expires. It would be interesting to see if he reanimates like the others." "Get me an AED," Joseph commanded. "I didn't scour this country to find this asshole so I could bring him here and have you hacks kill him." No one moved. "We only have a paddle defibrillator. We're a research facility, not a surgical center," said Dr. Nguyen. Joseph shoved past Dr. Nguyen, pushing him into a tray that toppled over onto the ground. Joseph ignored his complaints. Joseph gripped the edges of a metal cart holding the paddle defibrillator. He pulled it toward the flatlining Patient Zero. Burns let himself be shouldered to the side. The heart monitor echoed its shrill, dead victory cry over the living. "Why are you wasting your breath on this creature?" Burns hissed. He leaned toward Joseph. Joseph turned away from him. "After what he did to Rebecca," he whispered. Joseph flipped a switch on the paddle defibrillator. It warmed up with a high-pitched whine. "Because he's a person. His name is Richard. Now step aside, asshole." Burns' eyebrows narrowed, but he took a step back. Joseph rubbed gel on the handled paddles, wires still attaching them to the machine. He swirled them together as the machine warmed up. "Clear!" he yelled at the other doctors. Joseph stuck the paddles on either end of Richard's heart, and the machine squealed a high-pitched scream as it prepared to put the heart back into rhythm. Bump! Richard's body bounced on the table as far as his restraints would allow. The heart monitor showed a single flat line. "Again," Joseph said, if only to himself. Bump! Richard's body leapt off the table. "Again!" Joseph screamed. The paddles warmed up, and he placed them around Richard's heart. "Let him go. He's suffered enough," Burns said. He laid a hand on Joseph's shoulder. "Don't touch me." Joseph shrugged off his hand. He rubbed the paddles together as much to distribute the gel as for good luck. "One more time, you infected bastard," he growled. Patient Zero laid unmoving. Joseph placed the paddles on the unresponding man's chest. "Clear!" he shouted at Burns. He made sure to stare the man in his eyes, not caring what he thought. Bump! Beep, 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 beep. The heart rate monitor clucked away. "I want you off my project," Burns growled into his ear. Joseph hooked the paddles back on the machine. "I couldn't be happier than to leave a team full of goddamn quacks," he said to Burns with a finishing glower for Dr. Nguyen. Hours later, he found himself in Dr. Weinroth's room. A reclinable hospital bed sat perpendicular with the white wall. A stainless steel sink and a door leading to a bathroom lined the wall. A white dresser sat next to her bed. Her research tablet laid on it. She could make notes and access data files from the doctors on the network. Joseph pulled up a black metal chair that could be burned or just as easily sprayed down for disease. He adjusted his surgical mask on his face. She awoke as he shifted in his chair. Her eyes encrusted with sleep, her head rolled toward him. "You're back," she whispered in a tired voice. Her brown eyes were softer than normal. Their pigment was changing as the disease took hold. "There's no other place I'd rather be," he said with a smile beneath his mask. He could tell she was smiling beneath hers, even if it was faint. The honesty of his words struck him. "Is this true? I would rather be spending my time with a terminally ill patient who will die and rise again and try to kill me." But he spoke the God's honest truth. Being with her made him feel weird, warm, and fuzzy at the same time. It felt as if he had just discovered the sweet taste of chocolate and craved its sweetness more and more. Chocolate that he would never taste again. "I was only taking a nap. I've been so tired lately." Her eyes drifted down at her body as if it betrayed her. He reached out and touched her hand. She was still warm. She flinched beneath him, but let him hold it. He spun her wrist, looking at it. A thick Kevlar band wrapped around her wrist, topped off by a plastic brick. "What's that?" he asked. Her eyes regarded the plastic brick in shame. "It's a sensor that goes off if I try to leave this room. They don't want me wandering around and succumbing to the virus in an area with people." He released her hand. "How dare they? But can I blame them?" She peered down at her chest. "I have to make sure I keep my heart rate monitors on. If my heartbeat stops, the room locks down." "I have a feeling you aren't the first one they've done this to," he said. "No," she said sheepishly. Richard flatlined today. Fear, anger, and pain crossed her eyes. "Did you bring him back?" "Yes." He rubbed a finger underneath his glasses. Colonel Burns didn't want to. He wanted to pull the plug. "That man is infuriating. He wasn't like this when I was at Dietrich. He has changed, I fear, for the worse. He wants me off the team." She coughed into her hand in exasperation. "He can't. He wouldn't do that." Joseph flattened his mouth. "Well, he's trying. I will apologize to him so we can carry on, but I don't think it will be long before I need to find a new place of employment, probably outside this mountain fortress." "Have faith, Joseph. We'll find a way." Her eyes believed every word she said. Blind faith had gotten lesser people through more. Joseph didn't believe her, but he continued to soak in her image as if he would never see her again. She stared back, blinking. They sat in silence. He wanted to rip her mask off and kiss her, even if it meant his own death. She coughed a bit and reached over, grabbing the tablet. How can I be falling for a woman that is about to die? When I don't feel like hell, I've been studying these genomes. He could tell she was giving a weak smile underneath her mask. I'm basically trying to do the work that would take a team of doctors years in about a week. There's so much data. But look here. She turned a tablet toward him and clicked play on a video. The monkeypox uses multiple viral ligands and self-surface receptors to fuse to the membrane of healthy cells here. The monkeypox virus is partially absorbed by the healthy cell. The central sheath penetrates the final part of the membrane like a cattle farm compression gun and injects its genetic material with its phage along with the satellite virus here. Once in the cell's cytoplasm, the virus unpackages new DNA here. But here, look. A buckshot of the monkeypox virus DNA sprayed into the cell. The satellite virus released along with the monkeypox DNA, almost floating like a lazy balloon. Monkeypox went to work in the retooling of the host cell. Here the human body is attempting to defeat the monkeypox virus, but the satellite is still hiding in all the cells, both dead and alive. The body isn't recognizing it. I can't figure it out. It's almost as if the satellite virus didn't do anything, at least not in patient 0. It's lysogenic, or lying dormant in his cells, but not active. The monkeypox virus is doing all the heavy lifting, Joseph said. Correct, but if you look here. She swept to the side and brought up another video. In the corner it read, Patient 4. Look, the satellite virus is raging in this host. But that host is dead, he said. That's correct. It doesn't make sense, but look. The satellite virus has reprogrammed the cells that the monkeypox has commandeered, creating its own new viruses. I can't wrap my mind around it either, but I will upload our new data from Patient 0's biopsies for your review. I'll take a look, she said with a sigh, but I need a nap. I'll let you sleep. Please don't turn. Not yet. Not ever. Tess, Little Sable Point, Michigan. The cracks of gunshots sent an odd tingling down her spine. She watched Steele and Ahmed in action. Witnessing Steele rapid fire from atop the camper gave her a feeling of euphoria. It was as if she watched a human machine that had a systematic successive fire, almost like a computer-operated semi-automatic rifle. In 1 minute it was over, and Garrett and Lenny ran for the perimeter, guns in hand, but the shooting was done. Steele and Ahmed climbed down from their perch, and she watched as he embraced Gwen, both rugged and gentle at the same time. A pang of jealousy stabbed her gut. "Did you see a boy?" Gwen said into his chest. He pushed her away and held her outward from himself, his eyes redder for answers. "What boy?" His head jerked toward the beach. Gwen shrugged his arms away. "He was about 4 or 5. He was out there when they came out of the shallows." "No," he said quietly. Tess interrupted. "About this high and black hair?" she said, holding a hand to her chest. "No, shorter with blonde hair," she sniffled. "No one was there," he said. He looked to her for confirmation. "I can't think of any children here that look like that, but people come and go. Garrett, can you call everyone together? I have an announcement to make," she said, eyeing Steele. He stared back and nodded. "Good. He's ready. But what if we don't get Pagan back?" Garrett's voice boomed like metal scraping over concrete. "Everyone to the semi. Everyone to the food truck." Most people had been hiding in their tents and campers. Blinds shifted in windows, tents unzipped, car doors opened, revealing the scared, tired faces of Little Sable Point, waiting to die or run. They were a disorganized herd of sheep with only a pack of wild dogs that could bolt at any time to keep the wolves at bay. Thunder had a good heart, but she also knew that he would do just about anything to survive, and if that meant abandoning Little Sable Point, then so be it. If any man can do this, Steele can. The people gathered around the food trailer. Big Bessie watched from nearby, beady eyes scrutinizing the crowd. No food would leave here without some sort of payment or at least a broken hand. She twirled a tire iron in her meaty paws, ready to lash out if the crowd made a rush for her stash. Tess grabbed a handrail and hauled herself onto the edge of the trailer. "Is everyone here? Are we missing anyone?" she called out. People turned to one another, shaking their heads. "Gwen, come up," she commanded. The beautiful blonde stepped up next to her. "This is Gwen. She's worried about a missing child, so please hear her out." "I know why he picked her," Look at her. Her hair is spun from gold. Her cheekbones and nose are regal. She is more of a damn queen than a woman. I'm new to Little Sable Point, so I don't know everyone. People shifted, watching her impatiently. I saw a little boy earlier. I don't know his name. Her voice quivered. He was playing with the other children near the edge of camp. He's about 5 years old, blond, blue eyes, about this tall. People glanced at one another. Some rested hands on their own children. Gwen was met with a chirp of crickets. Tess glanced worriedly at the woman. Someone must know whose child it was. He was wearing a Red Star shirt and was outside the camp before the dead came. Gwen peered out, reading the crowd for anything, desperate for something. Is anyone missing a child? She called out, her voice rising an octave by itself. The people spoke in low tones to one another. Please, he went down to the water. The infected came out of the shallows and we couldn't find him. She was met with silence. You think we would know if one of our kids was gone, lady? Jack shouted from the crowd. He was tall, bald, and annoyed the hell out of Tess on multiple occasions. Get off the food truck, shouted another. Several other choruses of voices exclaimed their dissatisfaction with Gwen. Tess lifted her hands off her shoulder-harnessed 1911 and raised her hands up, calling for calm. Now, we have to be sure. No one is missing boys, girls, or otherwise. She was met with a chorus of no's. She gave Gwen a sympathetic look. I'm sure Gwen was only confused. We're all under a lot of stress here. She's no different. The crowd listened and quieted down. She gave Gwen a pat on the back. The woman's lip trembled a bit, resting into a face of unhappiness. Go get some rest. It was a misunderstanding. She had empathy for the woman, but Steele looked like he had a mess on his hands with her. He's probably looking for an easy way out. I know what I saw, Gwen mumbled, stepping down from the back of the trailer. I know you did, Tess said, watching her go. She and Steele argued in hushed tones next to the trailer, Gwen's arms holding her stomach. Steele gestured outward with his hands. I'm glad everyone's accounted for, Tess said. The people of Little Sable nodded their agreement. The missing child is not the only reason I called you all together today. She stepped from side to side, speaking loud so everyone could hear her. As you know, Pagan and I have stood up for Little Sable Point since the beginning. We have kept our doors open. Most stay because it's safer than out there, and because of the gracious protection of Thunder and the Red Stripes. She gave Thunder a nod. He smiled back at her, a red bandana holding his long gray hair. We found Pagan. People murmured. She nodded, and a rumble ran through the ranks. Where is he? Shouted Jack, head and shoulders above the rest. He's at a power plant about 15 miles from here. He's a captive of a large group. They talked nervously amongst themselves. Let's get him back, shouted Trent. The goateed hunter held up a bolt-action rifle. What do they want with us? Asked Joey. She was a young mother with dirty, short blonde hair and a scared look on her face at all times. I'm not sure, but there are a good number more of them than us. This sent them into a tizzy, all of it related to fear. Why would they take him? Yelled Nathan. He was a tall African-American man wearing a dirty white-collared shirt. How do we know they won't come here? Shouted Margaret. The older woman's brow creased in concern. She had shown up at the camp 2 weeks ago, alone with only a shovel in hand. We should join them. All their voices talked over one another. Confusion, chaos. Fear ruled the crowd, threatening to quickly turn them into a mob. Boots hit the metal back of the trailer. She glanced over at Steele, his shoulders wide beneath his tactical vest, gun slung across his chest. She noticed he had put his badge out on top of the vest. Do you think that holds power over these people still? Underneath his beard, she could see his jaw tensing. Thanks for the great intro, he said out of the side of his mouth. I thought I would give you a taste of what is to come. He gave her a dark glare as the people argued amongst themselves. After a few moments, the crowd settled down, all eyes drawn to the warrior before them. He stood quiet, looking back at them as if he were judging them as much as they were him. The last person quieted down, and he spoke. People of Little Sable Point, I'm Mark Steele. Yeah, who cares? Jack shouted, and the crowd laughed. Steele pointed at Tess. Your leader Tess cares. Thunder cares. But to be frank, I don't care if you care. Jack shut his mouth as others snickered around him. I am a former counterterrorism agent with the division. What the hell is that? Said Linda. The short woman had only been there for less than a week and didn't trust a soul. We hunt terrorists, he said. Where's your little division now? Jack piped up. As far as I know, gone. The words seemed to almost sting him, but he kept it in. My entire team is gone. He grimaced while he said that. I came all the way from Virginia back to Michigan to find a man, Patient Zero, the originator of the virus. You find him? Shouted Nathan. Yes, and after we found him, we turned him over to the military. Where's the military now? Asked a pale man, Jason. He had been a hand at a nearby dairy farm before the outbreak. I'm not sure. Maybe Colorado? There's no telling. A lot of help you government pukes are. Me and my family were in a FEMA camp near Van Andel Arena when it was overrun. I lost my mother and father because those bastards couldn't keep the dead away. Why should I trust anything you say? Jack said. Well, you'll have to take me at my word. I've lost people too. A lot of people. Jack snorted. Then what good are you? I saw him take down 20 infected in 30 seconds earlier today. Tess interjected. All eyes turned to her. I saw him go out of his way to search for Pagan when he could have stayed here safe. Steele glanced over at her, eyes thanking her. I've seen what he can do, and I trust him to help keep us going until Pagan returns. Steele will help me lead Little Sable. He nodded thanks to her.